Chapter 1. This is just a prologue, as the title says, so it's not important to the story, but I would suggest reading it, or not. Who cares what the author says? Though if you do decide to read it till the end. Saturday the 28th of November, 2009, 11:58 p.m. Dear Diary, today was my 13th birthday. I expected my mother's warm and cheerful voice to wake me up in the morning, but what woke me up was that nightmare instead. Yes, I'm having that same nightmare again. However, no matter how I think about it, today, it felt different. I still dreamt the same thing, but today it felt more realistic. Like I was there myself. Like I was seeing it all through my own eyes. I know how this sounds. It sounds like I'm losing my mind, and that's why I didn't tell Mom and Dad. I thought I would be the happiest person under the sun today, but the bitter taste that was left in my mouth due to that dream ruined it all. Anyway, I read somewhere that if you write down your nightmare, then you won't have it again. And because today I remember it clearly, I'll try to write it down. So my nightmare starts with visions of a boy. He has only one arm. I can only see his back. He stands on a battlefield with his head down in sorrow. He couldn't protect anyone. His lover, his friend, and the people who counted on him all lay around him dead. He falls to his knees and starts whimpering. He picks up a sword beside him from one of his dead comrades' bodies. Placing the blade on his neck, he mutters, but one thing. I'm sorry, he says and slashes his neck. His lifeless body drops to the ground, and my vision shifts. Next, I see a girl. Again, I can only see her back. She stands on a mountain cliff, looking at the azure moon above. Her waist-long black hair floats in the autumn breeze as she looks up at the sky. I'm sorry, she mumbles in a weeping tone. Unable to bear the trauma of her past, she starts to cry. But there's no one to console her. No, there's no one left to console her. She couldn't save her loved ones. No matter how many times she tries, she can't save anyone. Dropping her head in defeat, she takes a step and jumps off the cliff. Ending her pitiful life. With that, my vision shifts once again. This time I can see another boy. Again, just his back. But this vision is different from the others. The boy I'm seeing now is standing in between what looks like the boundary of two different worlds. With a two-headed spear in his hand, the boy turns and looks directly at me. But due to the light in his background, I can't see his face clearly, just a silhouette. He then murmurs some gibberish that I can barely make sense of. This is the point where our worlds collide. Remember this. He says before continuing, I'm sorry. With that said, he places his spear on his heart and impales himself. Slowly bleeding to his death. My vision turns black from here. Trapped in darkness, no matter how much I try to wake up, I just can't. All I could hear from here on out is the voice of an old woman reciting something. When the darkness will fall and even the shadows will hide. The reality will twist, the time will bend out of joint, and moonless shall be the nights. No one will be the wiser when all the prayers start to decline. Running in an endless spiral, 3 children will only survive. One who sought strength but lost everything to his thirst to thrive. And another who chose to rewrite, this one knows no bound of time. Along with a boy who only wished for peace and a different life. So fear not when your fall arrives and fret not when comes your demise. For victory will be ours and restored will be the dawn when these 3 will unite. Or not, and to tell the tale, no one will be left alive. After hearing that poem or whatever it is, I would float around in darkness endlessly. An annoying laugh would fall into my ears from time to time. A laugh irritating enough to make me want to choke the person who's laughing like that to death. I would try to wake up, but I never could. I would just float in that darkness, aimlessly accompanied by nothing but the sound of that laughter. My solitude only ends after either someone shakes me or I fall from my bed. Sigh, I hope these nightmares will end soon. And I sure don't want to experience one as realistic as today's ever again. Also, I don't know why but I felt sad when I saw that boy with the spear. I mean, I felt sad for all of them. That's rare. I rarely feel anything, but I felt sad over an absurd dream. I don't know. Maybe it's just my exhaustion talking. Anyway, I'm off to bed. Fingers crossed. Noah Lambert __. Chapter 2. Ever since I was little, I always found the notion of fate stupid. I mean, if someone really is writing my destiny, then does that mean I had no free will, to begin with? If all the actions I took were part of someone's plan, then was I just a puppet dancing on someone else's strings? No, I reject this notion. Only I am responsible for the good, bad, and every other part of my life. I was born free. And no one can tell me otherwise. Anyway. That must have been weird, right? Let's start over. Hello, I'm Noah Lambert. I'm an online content editor for a platform called Webnovel. I'm a perfectly normal person with an utterly messed up sleep schedule. And currently, I was being held at gunpoint at the entrance of my own apartment by a maniac author. What's my crime, you ask? I rejected his work for an annual competition prize. Now don't get me wrong. Although I did vote in favor of him not winning the prize, there were 10 other editors besides me. Yet, for some reason, this guy only came after me. Well, luckily, I've already sent SOS from my cell phone, so the police will be arriving here any moment now. But unfortunately, I don't think this guy is in the right mindset. I don't know how long I have until he completely snaps and loses his mind. Tell me why. He yelled with a red face full of anger. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Slap. An open palm landed on the side of my face after my answer. I couldn't blame the guy. He was clearly on edge, yet I had the audacity to joke around. No regrets though. That was very funny. Hee. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake, Tilda. Okay, guys, I couldn't help myself. It's a catchy song, and this guy set himself up. Twice. Slap. The slap was even harder this time. I could even feel a little blood in my mouth. Don't joke around, you fucker. Tell me, why didn't I win? He barked at the top of his lungs. His gun was still pointed at me. He was the type of guy your girlfriend would tell you not to worry about, and you really got nothing to worry about because you know you're undoubtedly better than him. He was the type of guy you would walk past on the street and completely forget about a minute later. He was the type of guy who would go completely unnoticed at parties because of his unimpressionable personality. This guy was as average as they come. The most average Joe out of them all. And oh, the irony. Even his name was Joe. Oi. Tell me, why didn't I win? Joe yelled again. His gun hand trembled slightly, which skyrocketed my anxiety level. Seeing that, I raised my hand as a sign of submission and put an amicable smile on my face. Joe, listen, I don't know, okay? I don't know why you didn't win. There were 10 other editors besides me who voted against you. TSK. Hearing my answer, Joe clicked his tongue aggressively. Fine then. Tell me why you didn't vote for me. I don't know why he cared about my vote so much, but he was getting angry with every passing second. Maybe it's better if I tell him my opinion on his story and be done with this. That will not only help me stall some time until the police arrive, but it'll also form an emotional connection between us. Psychology bitches. I nodded slightly and said, now, before I tell you this, remember it's just my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter as long as you believe in yourself. After a brief pause, Joe nodded his head at my words, seemingly approachable and calmer than before. Letting out a relieved sigh, I started speaking again. The reason I voted against you is that although your writing quality was excellent, your plot wasn't so good. I started mixing lies with truth. His writing quality was horrendous, and his plot was packed with clichés. But I deliberately picked my words in such a way that wouldn't hurt his pride and let me convey my point to him. So why didn't I completely lie to him and tell him the things he wanted to hear? Because I still didn't have a good read on him. What if he catches me lying to him? It would only make the situation even worse. Besides, I knew what I was doing. I learned to lie almost as soon as I started to speak. But no need to worry. If you allow me to be your personal editor, then with your brilliant writing and my guidance, you will win next year's competition for sure. Again, I lied through my teeth. This time, there was barely any truth mixed in with it. No way a lazy bum like him, who wrote all the clichés a man could write in one single novel, would be able to win against those big-shot genius authors. He didn't possess the creative vision or imaginative thinking needed to become a good storyteller. So let's calm down, Joe. Calm down and put the gun away, yeah? I said in a reassuring tone. I will help you write your next story. Joe was completely still by now. Maybe I managed to get through to him. Reading him was easy. He was just an insecure fellow looking for some acknowledgement. A few words of encouragement and he settled down like a kid. What did you say? Joe uttered right at that moment when I thought I had finally managed to calm him down a bit. Confused, I frowned. What? I asked, what the fuck did you say about my plot not being good? He repeated his question with a bit of annoyance. Fuck. His silence was the calm before the storm. I didn't cool him down. I set him off. I wasn't talking to a person, but a ticking time bomb. I didn't mean anything negative by that, Joe. And now that I think about it, your plot wasn't even that bad. A little fixing here and there and it would be perfect. Slam. Following my answer, Joe slammed his free hand on the wall nearest to him in rage. His other hand was still holding the gun at me when he said, "Shut up, Noah. It doesn't need any fixing. That story is perfect." Oh my fucking god. He was one of those authors. The kind of author who thinks their work is a masterpiece when in reality, a 9-year-old could write a better story than them. I hate them the most. Those kinds of authors disgust me. However, I couldn't let my feelings get to me. I needed to use my head. You get it. Do you hear me? It's a masterpiece. It doesn't need fixing. It's beautiful as it is. Joe kept wailing. Arg. He was getting on my nerves. Seeing him acting like a delusional author made my editor persona burst out. It was not a masterpiece. It was nowhere near a masterpiece. It was shit. I cringed so hard reading a few chapters that you have no idea. Your characters were bland and they didn't feel alive. Your plot was predictable and your MC was typical. Nothing about your story stood out. If it was anything, then it was a cliché. I never got to read the ending, but I bet it was a cliché too. Letting out all my frustration, I cooled down a bit. But only after I collected my thoughts did I see the look on Joe's face. Was it anger or sadness? I don't know. But he had definitely lost all reasoning at this point. He had a look of frenzy in his eyes. How could you say that? Joe said in a shivering voice. How could you, of all people, say that? Seeing him acting so unstable, I raised my hands a little higher, showing total submission. What do you mean? I'm just telling you my opinion. But hey man, this is not the end of the world. Participate next year and win . Before I could finish my sentence, however, Joe snapped at me. Shut up. Just shut up. Sigh, the guy had completely lost his mind. There was nothing I could do now besides waiting for the police to show up. So I did what I was told. I shut up and pissed my pants a little. You think I care about some stupid competition? No, I don't. He barked. Then why are you here, is what I wanted to respond with, but I restrained myself. I wanted to let the world see this story. I wanted to share something that I found enjoyable. Sure, it was a little cliché at first, but it became better. And yes, the end was tragic, but the journey was beautiful. The characters didn't feel alive, you say? Well, they were. They were alive. And they showed me one of the best stories in eons. Joe continued to bark. What was he even talking about now? Does this guy have the infamous 8th grade syndrome? Joe, what are you talking about? Anxiously, I asked. Shut up. As a man possessed, Joe cried out. I said they were alive. Perhaps it's you who has forgotten what it's like to be alive. But maybe if you go back, you'll remember. The fuck? Go back where? What the hell was this guy on about? Click. As soon as he said those words, Joe pulled the gun's hammer back with his thumb and placed the barrel against my forehead. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead, and a chill ran down my spine. My stomach churned in horror as my instinct screamed at me to run away. JJ Joe. This isn't worth going to jail for, man. Publish your story again and I will be your personal editor. I will make sure the world sees your masterpiece. Just put the gun down, okay? I wanted to run. Seeing the maddened look in his eyes, I was sure. He would shoot me any moment now. Over what? A stupid story? Was I really going to get killed because I didn't like some silly story? It's too late, with a tone as calm as a still river, Joe declared. You've completely forgotten yourself, so I'll make you remember. This guy has lost it. This guy was insane. Why the fuck police take their sweet time getting to SOS locations in situations like these? Casting time reversal and parallel timeline rebirth will take a toll on my body. I may lose half of my life essence, but I'll make you remember. I'll make you remember what it's like being alive. Joe announced. I couldn't be any more confused. What the fuck was he saying? Did he really have 8th grade syndrome or something? Right then, Joe displayed the eeriest grin I had ever seen and said, I'll let you show me a better story. And this time, try not to die before reaching the end. Stop. My eyes widened and my hands moved to grab the gun as I saw Joe pulling back the trigger. Bam. But I was too late. What reverberated throughout the room then was a very, very sharp and loud sound of gunfire. I thought that a gunshot wound to the head would give me instant death. However, it took longer than I had expected for me to lose consciousness. I fell, but I didn't feel anything. I had already lost all of my senses. I wondered if that's how the person feels when their brain shuts down. The last thing I saw before darkness invaded my vision was the creepy smile of my killer. Joe looked at the dead body in front of him, but the eerie grin on his face from before was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he looked sad. Finish the story you started, he mumbled to himself while looking at the fallen boy in front of him. And put an end to all of this. Open up. Right then, a voice came from across the door of the apartment. It was most probably the police. They were arriving now. Open up, or we will break in. Huh? Don't they know how to deal with a hostage situation? Fucking amateurs. Joe cussed out loud as he closed his eyes. His body then started radiating a blinding white light. And within seconds, he dissipated into light particles, fading into nothingness as if he was never present in that room, to begin with. Break it. At that command, a few men in uniform tackled down the wooden door, breaking it and rushing inside. However, all they found inside the apartment was the dead body of a young web novel editor. He had dark hair and matching eyes with a well-built body. He was seemingly in his early 20s. The cause of death was a bullet wound to the head. But the funny thing was, they never found a bullet inside his head during the autopsy. Neither did they find any gunshot residue on the dead body. It was my dead body. I was Noah Lambert, and I was an online platform editor. I was a perfectly normal person with an utterly messed up sleep schedule. And I'm not the protagonist of the story that we all are going to embark upon. Chapter 3. Ding. Awakening me from my slumber was the loud mechanical bell chime in my ears. Who's ringing bells in my room? That was the first thought that came to my mind. Lethargically getting myself up, I rubbed my hazy eyes. The stiffness of my body made me think as if I had been sleeping for days. Messaging my aching forehead, I lazily but carefully scouted my surroundings through my bleary eyes. I found myself in a one-bedroom apartment. But it was way bigger than mine. Not to mention the clean and tidy interior. This was certainly not my apartment. Confused, I looked around as I got up from the bed I had been lying on earlier. Memories of what happened at the entrance of my apartment came flooding into my head, leaving me with a frown. Huh? Shouldn't I be dead? I thought out loud as I remembered being shot by a certain maniac author. Damn that guy. Who shoots a person just because they don't happen to like your shitty story? Rubbing my eyes to make sure I wasn't just sleeping, I blinked several times before pinching my cheek. It doesn't look like I'm dreaming. At first, I thought that someone must have rescued me at the last minute and I must be in a hospital or something. Or better yet, maybe I was having one of those before-death visions and would die any moment now. But as each second passed, it became clear to me that I was certainly not dreaming. It felt all too real to be a dream. My senses were working properly, and I could even smell. The scent of lavender room freshener lingering in the apartment was clearly picked up by my nose. Fun fact, you can't smell in dreams. But just to double-check, I grabbed the nearest book from a small bookshelf beside my bed. You can't read in dreams, either. Opening a random page, I was about to read its contents out loud before I heard another mechanical bell sound. Ding. Startled, I started looking around me to find the source of the sound. But before I could find anything, a blue translucent screen appeared in my vision out of nowhere with another bell chime. Ding. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human, strength 20, defense 8, speed 39, stamina 32, accuracy 76, charm 439, intelligence 187, mana capacity 500 rank iron 2, potential gold 3, profession spearman LVL 1, archer LVL 1, techniques none, affinity fire, lightning, light spells, fireball, low zap, touch, low blessing, mana burst what? After a second of pause, I voiced my disbelief. A multitude of questions bombarded my mind as I stood there blankly. It felt like a distasteful joke. Putting a hand to my mouth in disbelief, I let all kinds of wild scenarios run through my mind. Maybe I was hallucinating. Maybe I was dead and this wasn't even real. Maybe all this was a prank. However, none of those scenarios were reasonable enough. I had to make sure of what I was assuming. I needed confirmation. Thinking about that, I remembered the book I was holding in my hands. Abruptly, I closed the book and looked at its cover. And sure enough, I was left stunned. The words, Global Military Academy, Course 1, were printed on the book's cover. That, along with the status screen I just saw, was enough evidence for me, but I still decided to look for a mirror. When I turned my head to look behind, I found a desk at the front end of the room. On top of that desk was a mirror. A fancy silver-bordered mirror. After walking up to the mirror with slow, shaky steps, I looked at my reflection. And as soon as my gaze fell on my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but gasp in shock. I had pale skin, as white as snow, that brought out my mellow red eyes. My dark black hair was replaced by the lightest shade of white, and my small, slightly chubby figure was now tall and well-built. White hair. I blurted out with a frown. I'm an albino. I wore a black shirt with white buttons paired and a plain black jogger. The sleeves of my shirt were folded back and the buttons were left open until my collarbone was visible. What a weird combo, I couldn't help but comment on my own clothes. Yes, it was an odd choice for clothing, but this face that I had could make anything I wore look good. I'm not exaggerating. If I were to wear leaves, I would still look like a model with this face. The boy in the mirror was nothing short of an anime protagonist that gets all the girls. The captivating charm that my face carried made me look as if I was standing at the epitome of beauty. I looked like a pretty boy, but I knew that couldn't be further from the truth. How did I know that? Because I recognized the boy I was looking at in the mirror. This is a joke, right? I knew what I was thinking was indeed happening to me. It may sound weird to hear, but this was the reality that has been presented to me. I've been reborn. To be precise, I've been reborn inside a web novel. But that wasn't it. I didn't become the protagonist. Nor did I become an extra. I had become a villain. Not even the main villain, no. The stepping stone for the protagonist and his allies. But why? Why did I have to be reborn in this novel out of all the gazillion other web novels out there? I couldn't help but recall the face of that maniac author. The maniac author who killed me. After all, this was his novel. Does he have something to do with all this? Did he drug me? I could be on drugs. Thoughts like that entered my mind, but I soon shook them off. What am I even thinking? All the proofs were in front of me. I had no choice but to accept the reality. Who? Shaking my head, I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I know I just woke up, but this felt like a dream. How could this even be happening to me? This is the most cliché situation I have ever been put into all my life. Turning back around, I took a few steps and sat at the edge of the bed. My knees felt weak and my heart slammed against my chest like crazy, almost as if I was getting high on adrenaline. My breathing fastened as the gravity of the situation finally started to sink in. Tilde, a soft giggle escaped my trembling lips the next moment. Yes, I was laughing. I was smiling and laughing. For the first time in so long, I was laughing. I was feeling excited. I didn't remember the last time my heart slammed against my chest so hard. So what if I was in a trashy web novel? I was still in a fantasy world, nonetheless. I didn't care about anything else. My life was so bland anyway. It's not that I didn't have anything. On the contrary, I had everything I could possibly ask for. My looks weren't the best, but I was still decent looking. I was pretty smart too and had a job. I had a loving girlfriend, a bunch of loyal friends, and 3 caring siblings. I even had the best parents in the whole world. They all loved me. It was a perfect life. It was an ideal life. But for whatever reason, I never truly felt satisfied. I never felt anything genuine. I could never truly love any of them. Not my girlfriend, siblings, friends, or not even my parents. I never actually felt connected to any of them. I always felt like there was a certain distance between us. I always felt like they didn't really know the real me. How could they? I didn't even really know myself either. I always felt like there was this feeling of emptiness in my heart that couldn't seem to go away no matter what I may do. I felt like I didn't belong there with them. I didn't belong in that world. I only loved them because I had to. As if I was only doing my duty. Now you may call me scum for that, but I can't help it. I was born like that. I was born broken. I felt like I was just playing my part in a play. Like I was just a cog in a machine. It was a boring life. It was a dead life. A repetitive life with nothing eventful ever going on. I was living in a circle. Thinking back on it, I may have started feeling that way when that nightmare started appearing. But whatever the reason may be, I was happy that I escaped that tedious life. Arg. However, I soon stopped giggling like a madman when I remembered the plot of the web novel I was in. Even though I was inside a fantasy world, the plot of this story was literally hell for its character. I only read it till volume 7, but the characters were dropping dead like flies nearing the end of it. I don't want such a fate, I said in denial. And not to mention my character. I was in the body of Lucas Morningstar. He was a minor villain in the first volume and was promoted to a major villain in the first half of the second volume. TSK, clicking my tongue, I closed my eyes to calm my mind. No. I need to do something and I need to do it fast. My worry was reasonable. If I remember correctly, which I do because I have a near-perfect memory, Lucas Morningstar belonged to one of the ruling families, the elite House of Morningstars, also known as the House of the Wolves. He was one of the second-born twins of General Reynold Morningstar. He wasn't exactly strong, but due to his backing he thought he could do whatever he wanted. His beliefs weren't exactly wrong either. He had committed several small crimes in the past and all of them were suppressed by his father. It was not because Reynold loved his trash son or something. No, on the contrary, he hated Lucas. He simply did all that to preserve the name of his family. In short, Lucas was just a disgrace to the Morningstar family. Anyway, as I was saying, Lucas Morningstar started out as a minor villain in the first volume. Before coming to the global city, he was excommunicated by his father, but he still didn't lose his haughtiness. He was a vicious person and a scum of a man. Once, he was hitting a girl. So Nero Dekrauf, the protagonist of the story, confronted him. Lucas, being the young master he was, challenged Nero to a duel. Needless to say, he got his ass kicked within a few seconds. Nero saved the girl, and she, of course, fell head over heels for the protagonist. A cliché plot. Right? Tell me about it. Shaking my head in ridicule, I started thinking of a way to escape my crisis. Well, the solution was pretty clear. I don't need to hit a girl and stray clear from the protagonist until the first volume of the story ends. After that, I'll do something to avoid the destruction that'll start in the 7th volume. The volume when the final war will begin. Chapter 4. But there was a slight problem. You see, even if I somehow managed to evade my fate of getting beaten to a pulp by the protagonist, avoiding what happened in volume 2 would be troublesome. Phoo! Letting out a lazy sigh, I massaged my brows. Never mind. I'll think about this plot stuff later. First, I needed to get used to this absurd situation. Everything was happening so fast that it felt surreal. An author killed me for rejecting his novel in a competition. And after my death, I found myself reborn in the very same story that I rejected. No matter how I see it, this all felt like one big distasteful joke. So to get myself used to my situation, I decided to get out of this one-bedroom apartment and walk around the city a bit. Besides, I was a little bit excited to take a look outside. If the description from the web novel was on point, then the scenery outside would be a sight to see. Thinking that, I stood up from the edge of the bed and headed for the apartment door. Ah. But as soon as I got up, I felt a lag in my movements. My body didn't respond according to my brain. Right then, before I could even collect my thoughts, I felt a sharp organ-rendering pain piercing my head. A pained, muffled scream escaped my sealed lips. It felt like someone was hammering a nail in my skull. It wasn't very pleasant, to say the least. After a few seconds of agonizing pain assaulting my head, it calmed down a bit and I managed to take in a deep breath. What was that, coo? But just when I thought it was over, a myriad of memories surged into my mind. It felt as if a water dam was broken and everything was gushing in at once. The sharp pain I felt earlier was nothing compared to this. Arg. This time the scream wasn't so muffled. It was loud. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. It was like someone was squeezing my mind and grinding it in a juicer. My knees gave out and I fell to the ground. My body started to convulse in pain violently and I thought I would die, again. Agahaha. Tears coursed down my eyes as memories that weren't mine along with emotions that I had never felt, flashed before me. I experienced around 17 years' worth of memories in just a few seconds. Ha. Panting heavily when the pain stopped, I tried to get myself up from the ground, but my body refused my command to move. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead, actually my whole body was drenched in sweat. After a few minutes of lying on the ground, I mustered up what little strength I had left in me and got myself to stand up using the edge of the bed to support my weak legs. What was that? Startled by the pain, I questioned no one in particular while rubbing my forehead. Were those my memories? A frown wrinkled my face as I stood there confused. No. Those memories did not belong to me. Those belonged to Lucas. I'm not Lucas. Something was wrong. Who am I? I tried to recall my identity, but it seemed like I couldn't. I just stood there blankly staring at the air with wide-shot eyes. Only after an unusually long moment of silence it finally came to me. Yes, right. I'm Noah Lambert. I exclaimed in confidence. The pain must have messed up my brain. I meant it in a literal sense. That pain really did mess up my brain. For a split second, I even forgot my own name. In a flash, I saw Lucas' whole life's worth of memories. It was like I was spectating. Like I was living his life, but I had no control over the actions he was taking. From his first memory to the very last birthday that he celebrated. From his first walk to the fight he had with his father. I saw everything in mere moments. Because I've read the web novel, I already knew what little was told about Lucas' life. I knew about his future, and I knew about his role in the story. I even knew a little about his past too. But experiencing his life firsthand, like it was me who lived it, was a different feeling altogether. I felt like I was Lucas myself. I even thought that maybe my life as Noah Lambert was just a dream. But I dismissed those thoughts as soon as they appeared for obvious reasons. After all, I had lived for 26 years in my past life. No chance in hell that it was all a lie. I knew for a fact that my past life was real. Although calling it past life so soon is a little weird, but it is what it is. It was real. But then the life I had just experienced as Lucas felt real too. Shaking my head slightly, I cleared my mind of such thoughts. The last thing I needed right now was to start doubting myself. But I couldn't help but notice some things differently now. It felt like I had just recovered from amnesia, and I merely remembered something that I had forgotten. This one-bedroom apartment, for example. It felt foreign to me just a few minutes ago, but now it was starting to feel familiar. Although Lucas was an elite by birth, he was disowned by his father not too long ago. With the money he was given, Lucas came to the outskirts of the global city and rented this apartment. Then he enrolled in the Global Military Academy for his mandatory military education since he could use mana. Even though only workers could rent housing in this city, Lucas was able to rent this apartment since he was soon going to be a student here anyways. Sigh. Although he had a vile personality, experiencing his life firsthand, I could tell that Lucas genuinely loved two people in his life, his father and his elder sister. But his father disowned Lucas when he made his twin brother, Adele Morningstar, the next head of the family candidate. The root of his vile personality actually lies in his childhood and his jealousy toward his twin brother. This world works on a society that is structured to favor strong individuals. That was especially true in high-background households where elites put a great deal of emphasis on the individual strength of their children. You must have guessed where this story is going by now, right? Lucas was destined to be stuck at Gold 3 while his brother Adele awakened an immortal 2 rank potential. A contrasting difference. While Gold 3 rank potential was no joke either, it couldn't be compared to what Adele had to offer. Especially since his elder sister, Yelena Morningstar, was also a Diamond 3 rank potential. In short, Lucas was just a disgrace in the family of heroes. So all the love and attention that was distributed evenly among the twin brothers, since birth, was then shifted solely to Adele as soon as they awakened at the age of 9. Lucas started being neglected not only by his parents but also by his elder sister, the one person who Lucas thought would never leave him. His friends distanced themselves from him too, and in the end, he was left all alone. He became a misfit. There's a memory of him celebrating his 13th birthday alone present in my mind. Soon after, the stress from solitude began affecting him and he started acting out in order to get some attention from his family. Of course, that didn't work. So he started seeking solace in venting out his anger on others, on commoners or servants who couldn't fight back against him due to his status as a general's son. Well, needless to say, that didn't work very well for him either. First, he was beaten to a pulp by the protagonist in the first volume and then the vampires used him as their pawn in the second volume. Lucas' feelings were never mentioned in the web novel, so I always thought of him as your arrogant young master-type villain. But damn. His backstory really had some depth in it. After witnessing those memories, I couldn't help but pity Lucas. Despite knowing how trashy his personality was, I felt like his life was nothing short of a tragedy. I felt bad for him. I felt bad for myself. It's like I had two personalities. One was of Noah and the other belonged to Lucas. Needless to say, I was still the more dominant one as I was the one in control, as in Noah. Bringing my hand to my forehead, I started massaging my eyebrows. I needed some time to get back to normal. Looking around my surroundings, I found a mini fridge right next to my desk. I walked up to it and took out a bottle of cold water and gulped down its contents. Phoo! Letting out a satisfying breath after quenching my thirst and cooling my mind, I looked at the clock. The clock was displaying 5:08 p.m. Before, I wanted to go for a walk and look at the scenery outside, but now I wasn't in the mood for a stroll. Now that I had experienced Lucas' life, I knew I didn't have the luxury of wasting time. What can I do, though? Touching my chin, I thought. Although Lucas was an elite by birth, his battle prowess wasn't that remarkable. Don't get me wrong. He could fight well, but he was pretty weak compared to the other elite kids who had been provided all kinds of resources since childhood. The reason for that was simple. Never in his life did Lucas ever try to train himself over his limit. He just did the bare minimum. He never made use of the resources he was provided. Instead, he always tried running away from the training. Not that I could blame him. Coming from a peaceful world, the training he had to go through did seem like a hellish routine to me. But potential aside, that was another reason that despite being a few minutes older than his twin, Adele Morningstar, Lucas was never seen as a worthy candidate for the next head of the family. Lucas' mentality was that he could get through anything as long as he had money and backing. It proved to be right in many instances, but that mentality was soon shattered when he was disowned. Not to mention, it didn't help when he got his ass kicked by the protagonist. Nor did it help him when he was used by the vampires as their puppets. And although he wasn't mentioned after Volume 2, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have helped him get through the destruction caused by the war in Volume 7, either. No. I can't let what happened in the web novel come true. I declared while gritting my teeth and biting my thumbnail. I had the knowledge of the future. I knew things that were yet to happen. I could use that to my advantage somehow. But how? Most of the artifacts or ancient spells won't appear until the start of Volume 4. So what can I possibly do now? I started racking my brain to recall anything. Anything that could prove useful to me. Yes, I was thinking of stealing a cheat item or two from the MC. I knew the risks. I knew that I could potentially create a butterfly effect and destroy the whole plotline. And by doing so, I'll also lose the information I had about the future. But I couldn't care less about all those things right now. It was precisely because I knew the future that I was willing to take such a big risk. The future of this world was grim. And it's not like I was going to cause a very big ripple in the plotline either. The protagonist was showered with cheat items like crazy, so stealing one or two will not present a problem. I think. But you see, every big cheat item started appearing only after the 4th volume. Why? Because that was the time when opponents stronger than the protagonist started appearing. Before the 4th volume, the protagonist was so overpowered that he didn't need any power-ups. And even after that, most of the cheat items were designed solely for the protagonist. That means I could not steal them even if I knew their time and location of appearance. I know, right? The plot was so forced. And even without most of his cheat items, the protagonist was overpowered as fuck. No matter what the odds against him may be, he would always come out unharmed. No one likes to read about an invincible protagonist. That's why I was not too fond of this story in the first place. Sigh, but fate is a bitch. I just had to be reborn in this story. Fucking plot armor, wait. I cursed it out loud before suddenly recalling something. Something that I almost forgot. How did I let that slip my mind? Yes, how did it slip my mind? If I had that, then I would almost be invincible. With that in my possession, I wouldn't have to worry about my safety. Yes. I need to get that. I picked up my phone from the desk and opened the maps. Then I typed in the name of a certain location. As soon as I did that, the search result appeared on my screen. A grin appeared on my face and my lips quivered from excitement. Without wasting another second, I rushed to the apartment door. Click. Slam. Opening the door, I stepped outside and slammed it behind me. Before getting out of my apartment, I remembered to check the date just to get an idea of upcoming events. Today was February 15th. Academy will start on February 29th. The duel between Nero and Lucas didn't happen until the end of the first month of the Academy, March 31st. And that duel marked the start of the main story in the first volume. In short, I've been reborn 45 days before the start of the main plot. Let's do this. Chapter 5. The world of the novel, Chronicles of Legendary Heroes, is a vast one. The novel follows a modern fantasy and sci-fi setting where part of the story takes place outside the Earth too. A very little part. The Earth in this story wasn't always like this. 7 centuries prior to the main plot, the world changed. I'm sure you all must have heard several stories with a similar start before, but just let me continue. On the morning of the 1st of January, 2023, the whole world was enveloped in a bright blinding white light for well over a minute. When the light subsided, the world was not the same as it was a minute ago. Riftsy tears in the fabric of space and time connecting to a parallel world opened up throughout the globe. A hostile humanoid race known as demons emerged from those rifts and threatened the peace of Earth. However, humanity, unlike in other novels, was quick to fight back. And also, unlike in novels, modern weapons worked fine on those creatures of unknown origins. Sure, the weapons weren't very effective, but it's not like they did no damage at all either. Plus, with the aid of nuclear weapons, they stood their ground. Humans and demons engaged in a fierce war of survival and dominance soon after. And despite the fact that they were up against a race of supernatural origin, humans did pretty well. That was until a demon named Michael Gracefell stepped out of the rift one day. He resembled a human more than a demon and claimed himself to be one of the demon generals, a strong, high-ranking member of the demon army. In a single day he wiped out all the major army bases on Earth and crippled the resistance force as easily as taking a stroll. According to the legends, it is said that he possessed the power to bend the very fabric of space according to his will. He threw a godlike power in the face of humankind and watched them fall to their knees, too powerless to do anything. Needless to say, with no troops to fight back, humanity quickly started losing the war. Everyone thought that the fall of humanity was nigh. But right then, for some unknown and mysterious reasons, the demon army decided to fall back. They abandoned a winning war and decided to retreat to the rifts they had come from. However, while retreating, they did leave a final message for humankind: we will come back. Although still terrified by their threat, humanity rejoiced and celebrated their survival. But unfortunately, the following years were even harder for them. Right when the demons retreated and rifts disappeared, mana, a latent dormant energy that was always present in the world, started moving and became active. The continents of the Earth started colliding together and the mass of the land itself started enlarging slowly. Over the span of a few decades, the continents merged into one and created a single new megacontinent with a few new islands. Then suddenly one day rifts appeared again, but this time instead of demons, several other races came out of it, namely elves, dwarfs, and vampires. They had come to seek refuge because their worlds were being destroyed by the demon army. Since these races were already well versed in using mana, humanity offered them a deal. They were asked to teach humans how to use mana in return for their refuge. Elves and dwarfs obliged, while vampires straight up declined the offer. In simple words, vampires wanted to take over the world since humans were clearly weaker than them. To no one's surprise, a war broke out between vampires and humans. Dwarfs allied with humans, while elves remained neutral. Several years after that, the war between vampires and humans reached a stalemate. Just when things were looking a little bit peaceful for humans and the rest of the world, an extraterrestrial civilization known as Callus appeared from space. Their home planet was also destroyed by demons, so they had come seeking another habitable planet to inhabit. Earth was that planet. Callus, much like vampires, didn't seek coexistence. They were a dominant predatory species. They wanted this world's resources for themselves and they were ready to hunt anything that stood in their path for that reason. Once again, humanity had no choice but to engage in a war with another species to avoid an extinction-level threat. This time the threat came from above their heads, from space. Callus were much smarter and stronger than vampires. They could perform space travel, after all. Although they weren't very well versed in using mana like elves, dwarfs, or vampires, their superior technology and peak biology made up for that. And the fact that humans were fighting two wars on two fronts of vampires on Earth and Callus in space didn't help them one bit. Seeing that humans were in thrall, the elves decided to extend a helping hand and join the war. With the aid of elves along with dwarfs, humans managed to stop Callus' invasion from space and hold off vampires on the edge of the northern continent. Finally, after 6 long centuries, things are a little less chaotic now. But peace is still far from reach. Callus have settled their base of operations on Mars. They have almost exhausted all of their resources and are planning for one final invasion on Earth. It's basically do or die for them. Vampires are still trying to push their borders from the north every day, so naturally humanity is still engaged in conflict with them. Now, with elves teaching humans how to harness the pure unlimited energy called mana, there was no limit to what they created with the help of dwarfs. Floating castles, flying cars, futuristic weapons, fully immersive VR worlds, and much more. Yeah, Back to the Future became a reality. But their best creation was the global city, a city armed with all kinds of futuristic technology. A few years ago, seeing that the centuries-old wars on two fronts were showing no signs of ending, a program was launched by the central government, the government that basically rules the world. The program dictated that every person who could use mana had to go through 3 years' worth of military education. After their military education, they will serve 4 years in the United Military at their assigned posts. This program, or rather this law, applied to all races of the world. Elves and dwarfs included. Because of this, several thousand military academies were created throughout the globe. Although so many military academies were created, with time, only 2 of them stood above the rest. The one where the main story was set is called Global Military Academy, or Global Academy for short. Global City is an isolated walled enclave island somewhere within the Great Southern Oceans. This city was built around the Global Academy to provide its cadets with a place to live and train. According to the novel, this city has the most advanced technology, along with a few of the most powerful people residing in it. It will not be incorrect to say that this city is among the Earth's most powerful cities. The only other city which could rival the might of the Global City is Ethereal City with its Ethereal Academy. These 2 cities are the pride of the United Military, an armed force made from merging the human, elven and dwarven armies into one. Or at least they were their pride until the 3rd volume of the novel started. Anyway, being from a world where the most high-tech invention was smartphones and AI, I was excited to take a look at the outside world. So that's what I did. I went out and took in the sight of Global City for myself. But never in my wildest dreams I imagined the outside scenery to be this futuristic. I mean, I saw Lucas Memories, so I knew what to expect, but seeing it all with my eyes was a different experience altogether. When I stepped outside my apartment building, I saw something that I could only describe as a glimpse of the future. Huge buildings and tall skyscrapers, along with holographic billboards and security robots that filled the streets, were giving off a sci-fi vibe. While flying cars and hoverbikes only further affirmed how ahead of time this city was in terms of technology. I could also vividly see a floating castle far ahead in the sky, which bestowed a dreamy look onto the scenery. It contrasted the futuristic look and added a little touch of fantasy to the view. I couldn't help but drop my jaw so wide that it was now practically touching the ground. I won't lie. It took me a few minutes to recover from that sight. It felt like I had seen all this before, but it was not until now that I was truly seeing it. I experienced a feeling of familiarity after looking at this sight, yet the sensation was quite new. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe, similar to the sensation of the breeze touching your face after being inside for a long time, or the wobbly feeling in your knees when standing alone in a grassy field after a prolonged absence. That's what I was experiencing. Nostalgia was the only word I could think of at that moment. I'm back, I said. I don't know why I said that, but those were the only words that came to my mind at that instance. Foo-oo! Letting out a deep breath, I started walking toward the train station. I knew where the station was from the memories I had acquired, and I was certain of my destination. I couldn't help but feel excited. It was the first time in a long while that I was feeling alive. Chapter 6. While waiting for the train at the train stat, I stole a few glances around me. I saw quite a few teenagers who looked like they belonged from a high background, much like myself, waiting there patiently. Well, that's to be expected since I was inside the global city. 80% of the population here are cadets who are either training to become soldiers or studying to become magic technicians. When reading, you won't think of it much, but standing here between them, I found the situation to be quite tragic. At the age of 18, anyone who can use mana is asked to go through a mandatory military education for 3 long years. And then they have to serve 4 years in the United Military. This world is ready to throw children into a full-blown war between planetary-level civilizations. And if that wasn't enough, those who are not cut to fight aliens are tasked to fight vampires in the north. And those who can do neither have no meaning in their life. All they can do is become magic technicians. The truly free people in this world are the people who can't use mana. They won't have to throw away their youth and are not forced to fight either. They live their lives happily under the protection of the central government and union military, provided by the sacrifices of children who are stripped of their freedom. This world is seriously messed up. Sigh, but what can I do about it? In a way, I can understand the reasoning of the people in power. Earth can't hold back. They are at war with a space civilization who are much more advanced than us and a supernatural race hellbent on taking over the world. To win, Earth needs to use all of its resources. And the population who can use mana is a substantial resource. Although, according to the novel, the situation isn't too dire right now. Vampires and humans have been at a stalemate for centuries, and Callus have almost exhausted all of their resources. In theory, if Earth manages to hold off Callus for another 5 years, they will win. Then they would only have to worry about vampires in the north. But of course, reality is different from theory and most of the time it doesn't play out like planned in one's fantasy. Honk! Honk! While I was lost in my thoughts, a loud deafening sound of the horn announced the train's arrival. It was a flying train, so it didn't make even a tiny bit of noise while stopping. And no, flying trains can't fly. They can only float a few inches above the ground, much like flying cars. I honestly don't know why they carry flying in their name. Anyway, as soon as the doors opened, I trailed inside and occupied an empty seat. I was quite impressed by the interior. It felt like I was traveling in the economy class of an airline. Well, that's natural since this world has already solved the energy crisis by harnessing the pure and seemingly unlimited energy source known as mana. So by comparison, people of this world live a luxurious life corresponding to the Earth I am from. I mean, there are still 2 extinction-level threats looming over their heads, but other than that, this world is heaven in terms of luxury. Right when I sat in my seat, a blue screen popped up in my vision. Hello, dear passenger. Where would you like to go? For TH District, 5TH District, 8TH District, note, if your destination is not among the options listed above then you have boarded the wrong train. Impressed by the technological advancement once again, I clicked on the 5th district and leisurely slumped back in my seat. Enjoying the air-conditioned air, I closed my eyes and rested my head on the seat's headrest. Sir, would you like a drink? A fetching feminine voice fell into my ears, but without even bothering to open my eyes, I just waved my hand and dismissed the train attendant. To achieve what I sought, I needed to be at the peak of my mental condition, so every bit of rest was necessary for me. No, I was not going to put myself in a dangerous situation or anything. Unlike some novel protagonists, I'm not stupid. I wasn't going to risk my life on the first day of opening my eyes to this new world. Coming from a peaceful world, I could barely throw a punch. The memories I acquired from Lucas showed me that he had learned some martial arts, so by extension, I knew how to use them too. But I didn't want to try that out and put myself in a life-or-death situation on my very first day here in this world. I know I need battle experience to thrive in this world, but I will get enough of that in the academy under the supervision of experts. Right now, I was just going to steal a cheat from the MC that he wouldn't end up using anyway. ****, ding dong. After a few minutes, the alternate chime of a mechanical bell fell into my ears and woke me up from my short nap. In front of me was a translucent blue screen that notified me of my destination's arrival. Dear passenger, you have arrived at your destination, reading that. I rubbed my eyes a few times and got up to leave. With me left a few more passengers, but I just kept my head down and walked out. After exiting the station, I couldn't help but admire the sight before me once again. The global city is divided into 20 districts. I was currently in the 5th district. This whole district was one huge forest. This district was created for the cadets to hone their skills in the wilderness. It also serves as a hunting ground for cadets to gain merit points since this forest houses several mana beasts. Ah, yes, mana beasts are just animals who evolved through time and learned to wield mana to strengthen their physical capabilities. Tall trees were spreading as far as my eyes could see while the chirping sound of insects and the calm atmosphere that this forest carried gave it a tranquil look. Despite the dangerous beasts that lurked in the deep cover of this forest, the fresh smell of soil and the sight of grassy blades fluttering with the passing wind gave out a refreshing feeling. Though I'll clarify again, I was not here to risk my life. My business was in the outer region of the forest. And besides, most of the beasts outside the hunting area were just wild animals who evolved from mana barely reaching iron rank. They posed no real threat to me, as even a kid could scare them off. And if the novel's description was on point, then it wouldn't even take me 30 minutes to obtain what I seek here. After taking a few determined breaths, I walked up to the entrance of the forest, where a chubby guard was standing. There was no one around, but the guard was still doing his duty diligently, perhaps because it was admission season. Senior cadets, except the cadet council, were on break, and new cadets had yet to start their training. Before I could step inside the fencing gate, the guard called me out. "Oi, it's almost closing time," he said while scanning me up and down. "My business here won't even take half an hour," I replied quickly. "I just need to visit the outer region." Are you a first year?" After a brief pause, the guard asked. "No, my training will begin in 14 days, I answered while shaking my head. "You can't enter unless you are at least a first dash." Before the guard could complete his sentence, I spoke up. "How much?" "Huh?" Confused, the guard eyed me with a frown. "How much money do you want to let me pass through the gate?" I spoke while returning his gaze. "Are you out of your mind, brat? In this city, your money is useless. Get out of here before I call the cadet council." The guard raged. I couldn't help but shake my head in disappointment. You see, fellas, no matter who you are or what you have, it all can be bought. One's position, one's treasure, one's life, and even one's dreams. Everything can be bought. Albeit money can't buy everything, that doesn't mean not everything can't be bought. As someone once said, even fate can be negotiated if you deal with the right price. Wait, who said that? Boy. Quit standing there and scram. Sighing exasperatedly, I began thinking about what I could use here to buy this guard. Didn't you hear me? Fine, I'm calling the cadet council. At that warning, the guard turned around and was about to unlock his smart bracelet. But before he could do so, I called him out. I'm the son of General Reynold Morningstar, Lucas Morningstar. My words made him stop in his tracks. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smirk. Predictable, I commented in my mind. If you can't buy someone with money, buy them with power. Although status and money were almost useless once you were inside the global city, you could still use them to influence people. What I did here was no different. With just one sentence, I made him aware of my authority and warned him of my power. The position of general was nothing to mess with, after all. No way a mere guard can go against that kind of status. Even if he was safe inside the global city, his family wasn't. You must have a family outside this city, right? I continued. That was the last hit I needed. Family, every man's weakness. Although my father had disowned me, and I practically possess no power or backing currently, he doesn't know that news has yet to spread. To him, I just gave him a warning. A warning that he just couldn't neglect unless he wanted to regret it later. Now, let's not be hasty, yeah? Don't notify the council and let me go in. I will reward you handsomely later. The poor man could only nod in reply with his back still facing me. Displaying another smirk, I walked past the fence gate and entered the forest. Chapter 7. Touching my chin, I couldn't help but wonder if I was in the right place. After shaking my head a couple of times, I concluded that I was standing in front of the wrong tree, so I decided to walk away. Yes, I did not misspeak. I was looking for a tree. Not just any tree, but a huge tree with a face carved in its trunk. Yes, you read that right, a tree with a face. It is said that the human face tree can fulfill any desire. Yet very few know of its existence. That tree is known as the Tree of Desires, and its location is ever-changing. Meaning it could be in front of you at one moment and around the globe the next. However, I knew that the face tree would be in the 5th District's forest from now till the 2nd year. But I was in a forest full of trees. No chance in hell I would find my specific tree that easily. Huffing and puffing, I trudged my mudcake boots ahead step by step. The terrain was rougher than I had expected. Jerking my neck from left to right, I inspected all the trees I could without stopping my march. How hard can it be to find a tree with a fucking face? I couldn't help but complain in frustration. My shoes weren't meant for trekking, so my foot was starting to hurt. I looked up and discovered that the sun was also about to set. I only had a few minutes at best before they shut the entrance of the forest. And I sure as hell didn't want to spend my first night in this world in a forest filled with wild mana beasts. The novel didn't mention much about the location of the face tree, so I only had a rough idea. I knew how it looked and I knew it was supposed to be a few minutes walk away from the entrance. Letting out an exhausted sigh, I bit my thumbnail. I had to find that tree, and I needed to find it quickly. Roar. Shaking me out of my thoughts was a loud roar that I heard coming from deep inside the forest. TSK, I don't have much time. The beasts would come out to the outer region once the sun sets. I didn't have the luxury to stop now. Thinking that, I decided to speed up my search by running. But before I could even take a step, I placed my foot on an uneven spot on the ground and fell on my face. Slam. Arg. After groaning in pain like a kid, I sat myself up and rubbed my chin that had hit the ground. Great. I uttered before smacking myself on the head. Can't even walk properly and hoping to survive in a dog-eat-dog world. Using my hands as support, I got myself up from the ground. Standing up, I patted my clothes and was about to start walking again. But before I could do so, my gaze fell on a tree. And when it did, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Yes. I exclaimed in excitement. I found it. Running up closer to the tree, I started inspecting it with wide-shot eyes. After a few seconds of looking at the tree, I was sure. This was it. This was the tree that I was looking for. It had a human face engraved on its trunk. One would think it would be an easy task to find such a tree, but it was certainly not. Due to all the other trees around it, this human face tree was very hard to notice. It was camouflaged by the cover of the forest. Looking closely, I saw that the human face on the tree had its eyes closed. I also saw 3 small black dots on the top of its face. My heart started racing as I looked at that spectacle of a tree before me. The fact that I was inside a web novel had just sunken deeper in me. I stretched my hand and tapped on the forehead of the face engraved on the tree's trunk a few times. After waiting for a few minutes, I tapped again. Repeating this process around 10 times, I stopped when I noticed some movement in the tree's face. The tree's face slowly opened its eyes, but instead of pupils or iris, the eyes just had a hole in them. I couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva in anxiety. Taking slow breaths, I calmed my racing heart and collected my thoughts. I knew that I wasn't in any danger, yet a tree with a moving face was a creepy sight to behold. After a few seconds, the face opened its mouth a few times as if it was getting familiar with the feeling of moving its mouth. Human, what is your name? The mouth of the tree moved, and a deep voice resounded directly in my head. L. Lucas. My name is Lucas Morningstar. Alarmed, I replied with a slight stutter. Hearing something directly in my head rather than through my ears was a weird experience. A good name. Lucas means bright and Morningstar means the sun. Your name means a bright Sunday. The human-faced tree commented. Why yeah, I know that. I didn't know that. Ha ha ha. Sure, human. The tree laughed like a Santa before continuing. So, shall we begin the test? It said, since you found me and intentionally woke me up from my slumber, it is clear that you know what I am. Right to the point, huh? I remarked in my mind before nodding. Yes, I know what you are. Please begin the test. Brilliant spirit. Now then, I will give you 3 riddles. If you can't answer even one of them, I will claim your life. The tree stated, and I only nodded my head once again in reply. I know what I said about not endangering my life. And despite what it may look like, I was confident in answering all of the riddles. How? Because I've read all this in the novel. Duh. Good, then the first riddle, what disappears as soon as you call its name? The tree asked. Silence, I replied confidently. It was a pretty simple and popular one, to be honest. Right answer. Now answer this. The tree spoke before giving me another one of its riddles. What is one thing that can't be fought and can't be bought? One thing that binds us in its thrall, one thing that awaits us all? Holy shit, I commented in my head. If I hadn't read the novel beforehand, I could have never guessed the answer to that. Fate. Without waiting for a second, I instantly answered, the answer is fate. Very well done, Lucas. Now then, let's move on to the last one. The human-faced tree stated. I can be your truth, yet someone else's lie. I can be a sweet boon, yet I can be very vile. You can't escape me. In vain will be your tries. Run if you may, but you cannot hide. What am I? Foo. I let out a soft breath before a wide grin flashed on my face. Reality, I responded. Reality is your last answer. Correct. You've passed the test, Lucas Morningstar. The talking tree announced. Now tell me, what is it that you desire? I don't desire anything. Chapter 8. Correct. You've passed the test, Lucas Morningstar. The talking tree announced. Now tell me, what is it that you desire? I don't desire anything. No, I'm not stupid. I purposefully denied taking any rewards. Why? Because this question was another test. As I said, not many know about this human-faced tree. But those who do know about it have tried to get the treasure that this tree possessed. Needless to say, all of them failed. No one except a handful of people were able to answer all 3 riddles. And even those who did pass the riddle test failed the second test at the test of greed. All except the protagonist. At the start of the 3rd volume, the protagonist came here to this forest to find some peace of mind after a fight with the main heroine. And by sheer luck, he stumbled upon this talking tree. Cough. Forced plot. Cough. So when he answered all the riddles, he was asked what he would want as his prize. Being the thick-headed dumb protagonist he was, the boy denied accepting any rewards. He wanted to grow stronger on his own without being indebted to anyone. Not even to a tree. Although he still got a reward in the end because he unintentionally did clear the trial, the prize that he got was useless to him. Why? Because he already had a similar relic to the one he received here. You don't want anything? Are you sure, Lucas? The human-faced tree asked to confirm my choice. If it had a face, it would be frowning right now. Oh wait, it did have a face, and it was indeed frowning. I can give you an unimaginable strength, the lost treasure of kings, beautiful women, unreachable fame, and glory. Anything that you seek is just a wish away. Ha. As if. I knew that the tree was just testing my will. In truth, he was bullshitting me. The tree didn't have the power to give me all the things that it claimed. It was just bluffing. Even though this tree was known as the Tree of Desires, it can't grant just any desire of the wisher. In reality, this tree was a dwarven blacksmith in his previous life, a very well-known blacksmith, at that. He forged many relics throughout his life. Relics are objects that possess blessings. Blessings are special powers granted to only a few individuals by the heavens. Lucas had one too. It was named Mana Burst in the novel, if I remember correctly. Blessings may vary from the simple stuff like casting magic with speed to something big like having absolute immunity to magic. These blessings could be transferred to objects by a blacksmith after the death of the individual who possessed them. In short, some very skilled blacksmiths could extract these blessings after a person's death and transfer them to objects. But transferring blessings is no easy task. Even the most skilled blacksmith could transfer only about 75% of the original blessings to an object. In spite of that, there once lived a dwarven blacksmith capable of raising that number to 89%. He was truly a legendary blacksmith. But due to some circumstances, he was reduced to this tree-like state after his death. Now this tree, who was once a famous blacksmith, only had one wish: give out all the relics he forged during his lifetime to the people who deserve them. Only after giving out all his creations will he be able to find peace. Although to get his treasure, one first has to show that they don't possess any greed. No, I don't want anything. I want to grow strong with my own efforts. I won't lie. I cringed a few times while blurting out this sentence. Grow stronger with my own efforts? I would rather eat dirt and do a backflip, thank you. Is that so? Then why did you come here seeking me? The tree questioned me. Honestly, I just wanted to confirm if the legend about you is true or not, I answered confidently. I see. I'm impressed, Lucas. Not only are you wise, but you are also pure-hearted. My question was a test to see if you possess greed. And you do not. Yes, I do, you dumb tree. Everyone possesses greed. Everyone has a hidden side. Even the kind protagonist of this story has a dark side to him. If you had asked me to grant you a wish, I would have taken your life on the spot. But you did not. The tree said. You're the first person to pass my test. I can't give you unimaginable power, but I will give you unrivaled protection. As soon as I heard those words, my eyes glimmered with anticipation. I will grant you the armor and earrings that hold the blessing of the Night of the Sunlight. Its name is Phoenix's Embrace. With a loud and powerful voice, the tree announced. That Sun Saint guy must be the person whose blessing was transferred to forge the relic that I was going to receive. Honestly, I didn't care much about that. Since he wasn't mentioned in the novel, I concluded he would be irrelevant. I couldn't wait to get my hands on a relic so early in the story. With this, I would almost be invincible. Kneel, Lucas. At that command, I bent my back and kneeled on the ground. Remember, this armor is a semi-divine rank relic. If you shed this armor, you'll be given 1 extra life and a massive boost in all stats. But if you lose that extra life, you will also lose your protection forever. As long as you don't die after shedding this armor, you will be able to summon it back and your stats will be reversed to normal. After explaining the things that I already knew, the human face tree slowly started widening its mouth. As it did so, the crumbles of the tree's trunk fell to the ground and in the next moment, the tree's mouth was opened so wide that now it looked more like a cave. A dark cave. But in that dark cave, something was glimmering with a golden shine. Seeing that, I reached my hand toward it, intending to grab it. But before I could reach it, much less grab it, the golden glow itself started moving toward me. No, it wasn't moving toward me. The golden glow was getting bigger and brighter. Before I knew it, the golden glow became so bright that I had to narrow my eyes in discomfort before closing them. But I didn't feel like I was in danger. Instead, I found the golden glow to be quite warm, like a bright sun on a winter's morning. Not until after a few seconds passed did I open my eyes again. But to my surprise, the tree in front of me had disappeared. Huh? Confused, I started swinging my neck left and right to look for the tree with a confused frown on my face. And only when I started swinging my neck did I notice some weight on my ears. Frowning deeper, I placed a hand on my ear and found that I was wearing earrings. Instantly I looked down and placed a hand on the middle of my chest. But I didn't feel my flesh. Instead, I felt like I was touching a rock-hard surface. Quickly unbuttoning the shirt that I was wearing, I found a circular red ruby embedded in my chest. There was no armor. Just a round fist-sized red ruby fused in my chest. A wide grin flashed on my face for a few seconds before I looked around me and hastily buttoned my shirt. Immediately after, I got up and patted my clothes before trailing toward the forest exit in quick steps. After a short walk of a few minutes, I reached the forest exit, where the chubby guard was still standing on duty. The sun was about to set, and the guard was ready to close the gate any time now. Done with your business, sir? The guard asked as I walked past him. Without bothering to wait and reply, I just nodded my head and kept walking. Yes, my business is done. I quietly murmured. Now let the fun begin, Tilda. I may be just a minor villain, but I don't fear the protagonist now. Mwahahaha. Ahem. Chapter 9. I know what I said about not fearing the protagonist despite being a minor villain, but today, when I was going to possibly meet him, I couldn't help and felt a little anxious. Today was the first day of the academy. A few days ago, I got an email from Global Academy asking me to submit my stats and combat experience to them. Yes, that's how they rank new cadets. Needless to say, there were some fools who thought submitting wrong stats and getting high ranks would be a good idea. But when the academy started taking tests, exams, and practical combat, they all suffered heavily due to being put at a disadvantage they themselves created. And thanks to that, after the first 6 months, the rankings vastly changed. So I diligently submitted my real stats, unlike Lucas in the novel. Yeah, Lucas also tried to use that obviously foolish trick to get a high ranking in the novel. Yeah, he suffered a lot too. So at least I avoided that haha. Now the problem with the protagonist remains. If I just try to stay away from him, I think I'll be fine. But I doubt it's going to be that easy. Not to mention Lucas already had a few interactions with some of the main cast prior to the start of the novel. And from what I saw in his memories and what was told in the novel, his interactions with them weren't pleasant. Some of the main characters already despise Lucas for a few things he has done in the past. Arg, it's going to be troublesome. And I don't know why, but it feels like I had forgotten something. Something very crucial. Meh, if I forgot about it, then it must not have been important. Anyway, it's been 13 days since I suddenly woke up in this world after being shot to death by that crazy author. And also, 13 days ago, I acquired a cheat item. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human, strength 20, defense 8, speed 39, stamina 32, accuracy 76, charm 439, intelligence 187, mana capacity 500 rank iron 2, potential gold 3, profession spearman LVL 1, archer LVL 1, techniques none, affinity fire, lightning, light spells, fireball, low zap, touch, low blessing, mana burst, possessions, phoenix's embrace, semi-divine and when I acquired it, a new block showed up in my status screen. Possessions. When I clicked it, another screen showed up in my vision, displaying the information on the relic in my possession. Phoenix's embrace, an armor that holds the blessing of the Night of the Starlight. After the knight's death, a dwarven blacksmith extracted his blessing and used it to forge an almost indestructible armor. This armor can reduce the attack thrown at its user to 1/10 of its original strength. Once shed, it gives a massive boost and 1 extra life to its wearer. As long as the user doesn't lose that extra life, it could be summoned again. The description matched the information I already knew from reading the novel and listening to the human face trees. Although the semi-divine relics aren't exactly cheat items, the way I acquired mine was nothing short of cheating. When I returned to the apartment that day, I instantly hopped onto my bed. I was exhausted and I was sleepy. So when I closed my eyes, I was a little scared that I would wake up back in the real world. But the next day when I opened my eyes, I was still here in this world, and honestly, I felt relieved. I know how selfish my feelings were, but I was happy that I won't ever get to see my parents or my siblings or anyone I knew for that matter. I was happy to escape that tedious life. And I wasn't the least bit guilty about how I was feeling. I mean, of course, I was a little sad to think that my sudden death would make everyone worry about me, but I also knew they would move on. I wasn't an important person in anyone's life. Even though my family loved me, there was a distance between us. The same goes for my friends. I was not an important person to anyone. The kind of person who would make someone say, I can't live without you. I was certain that they would move on. So I did too. Anyhow, nothing noteworthy happened during the last 13 days. Oh, I tried to feel mana inside me and practice some martial arts that I experienced in Lucas memories. I didn't use any spells, but moving mana throughout my body was a refreshing and quite addicting feeling. I also used my smartphone to surf the internet and research some stuff about this world. Although I had memories of Lucas, I still did it to confirm if the contents of the web novel matched this world. Since I was a web novel addict in my past life and also an editor, I had read quite a few stories belonging to the reincarnated inside the novel again genre. And almost all of them followed the same, repetitive route. The main character would die and get reborn inside a novel. But he would later discover that the world he was in differed from the novel or game he had read or played. I didn't want such a predicament to transpire. Thus, I thoroughly did my research. I checked if the contents matched the novel, and thankfully they did. A few minor details were missing or changed here and there, but the big stuff was still all the same. In the meantime, I watched some movies, slept, ate food. Yeah, I just wasted my days, alright. Don't judge me. I bet you all are doing the same. Anyway, I found one interesting thing in Lucas' wardrobe. No, I'm not talking about his uselessly expensive clothing. I'm talking about his expensive watch collection. This guy seriously had a watch fetish. I mean, I can't blame him since I like to collect watches in my past life too. But damn. This guy had just too many luxury watches. I surfed the price of some of the brands in his collection and found that a few of his watches cost more than this apartment. Even after being disowned, this guy was loaded as fuck. If I sell his clothing and watches, I wouldn't have to worry about money for all my life. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. Another strange thing that I found about this world was a few car brands that I liked in my past life still exist here. Which should be impossible since this world is at least 7 centuries ahead in time than the Earth I am from. I mean, the brands have different names and slightly different logos and they produce flying cars instead of regular ones, but their manufacturing designs are similar. If that wasn't enough, I found the music artists that I liked back in the real world kind of exist here too. They look different and have made different songs till now, but their style is frighteningly similar. It's almost as if this world was built on a carbon copy of the Earth I am from. Or vice versa. What if the Earth I am from was based on this world? Maybe I'm just thinking too much. Right? Clicking open the door, I walked out of the bathroom while dressed in a bathrobe. I quickly grabbed the first-year Academy cadet uniform, which was delivered to me a few days ago, and neatly sported it. The uniform itself was nothing special, a pair of grey pants with a matching shirt under a jet black blazer with red inner lining and a red tie. After dressing up, I walked over to the mirror and admired my own beauty for a minute or two. The uniform itself wasn't special, what was special however was this face that I possessed. My white hair was neatly slicked to the side and my red eyes looked like a pair of red jewels. My perfectly small, triangular face gave me a pretty boy appearance, and my pale snow-like skin did nothing but add more to my enchanting look. Ah, Tilda perfect. I'm so perfect, Tilda. In awe of my own appearance, I couldn't help but hug myself. How can anyone in this world be so beautiful? Ahem. But soon I cleared my throat and collected my thoughts. What am I doing? I questioned myself out loud, trying not to feel embarrassed. Looking into the mirror, I slightly brushed the pair of small circular golden earrings on my ears with my hands. The golden earrings were much smaller in size than what I had imagined while reading their description in the web novel. They were circular in shape and were almost hugging my earlobes. They had spikes coming out of them which made them look as if they were a pair of sun. Yes. I said spikes. Yeah. Sleeping with them is a pain. But it's not like I could remove them while I sleep. They were infused with my ears. I placed my hand on my chest over my clothes and felt the hard surface of the red ruby that was now fused with me too. This armor can be summoned at will. I just need to wish for it, and it'll form itself around my body. What makes it special is its automatic feature. Let's say I was not fast enough to call it out in time, then it would automatically come into existence and protect me. Although I had yet to test it for myself, I knew exactly what it was capable of. It can reduce the power of an attack thrown at its wearer by 90. That means the wearer will only get 10 of the actual damage from an attack. It was a near-perfect defense. But the emphasis is on near-perfect. 10% damage from high rankers of this world is enough to severely injure me, if not kill me in one go. Only a good defense wasn't enough. And especially since my defense was not absolute either. Nothing I can do about it though. It is what it is. I was grateful that I got this armor because now I really had one less thing to worry about. Training. What shook me out of my thoughts right then was the sound of the alarm coming from my smart bracelet. The words, "Time for the Academy," were displayed on the screen of my smart bracelet. After looking at my reflection one last time, I picked up the apartment keys and left for the Global Academy. I didn't forget to take one last look at the interior of my apartment. After all, I will never be able to see this site again. Although I had only been here for 13 days, I felt a connection to this apartment. Arg, letting out a short sigh, I ironed my will. Let's go. Chapter 10. Global City is divided into 20 districts. 5 outer districts are where the workers and engineers who run and maintain the city reside. 12 inner districts, which provide the best facility and luxury to the cadets of the academy to live and train in. Then there are 2 separate districts that offer housing to professors, instructors, and guests of the global city. At last there is the first inner district, which is the biggest and the most secure out of all the other parts of the city. The Global Academy occupies the whole first district. Although aside from theoretical teaching and a little field practice, cadets won't be spending much time in the academy itself. Is that him? Yes, that's definitely him. Lucas Morningstar. I've heard he was disowned by his father, General Reynold Morningstar, recently. Can he even carry the Morningstar family name now? So he's not from a ruling family now? No money, no connections, and no outstanding potential either. His life in the academy will be tough. Amidst the bustling crowd of soon-to-be cadets in first-year uniform, I stood in front of a massive architecture. Although it was supposed to be a famous military academy, it looked more like a modern-styled castle surrounded by 5 tall skyscrapers than a traditional schooling building. Towering walls encompassed the castle and giant metal gates blocked our entry to the academy building. Outside the academy's giant gates was a humongous concrete field that stretched for a few square kilometers. The field was crammed with kids around my age, belonging from both high and low backgrounds alike, waiting to get inside. I couldn't help but notice that not everyone around me was human. There were long-eared elves and short-framed dwarfs. A few kids in my immediate surroundings, who didn't fail to notice me, started gossiping among themselves. Maybe they were aware that I could hear them, yet they didn't care. That didn't bother me one bit, however. I tried to spot the main cast of the novel amidst the crowd, but I couldn't seem to find anyone. I knew the protagonist was going to be late on the first day, but where was the rest of the main cast? Maybe they were in the back lines? As I stood there, I couldn't help but feel that the crowd was lacking in numbers. But soon, I remembered the reason why. Young elites, a group of cadets belonging to the ruling and most influential families, must be having a meeting by now. The factions within the academy have already started forming starting the first day. I couldn't help but sigh again after thinking about what path lay ahead of me. It was going to be difficult surviving past the final war. Just a mere thought of that sent a shiver down my spine. Screech! A loud metal screeching sound rang throughout the field where the academy's future cadets were standing in wait. In the next moment, the giant black steel gates of the academy swirled open, which caused everyone to turn their attention up front. A girl dressed in a white one-piece uniform with blue linings under a long blue coat stepped out from the gates, and elegantly stood in front of the crowd. She had waist-long silver hair that was tied into a long ponytail and deep merlot eyes, which seemed to have a shine of their own. Her skin was slick like silk, and she possessed a slim yet attractive figure that was honed for battle but was still irresistible enough to make heads turn her way. Nevertheless, the most distinctive feature of her was her slightly long ears, revealing her identity as a half-elf. All that, when coupled with her small face that carried a sense of dignity, made her stand up to the definition of the word pretty. She bore a very, very close resemblance to me in terms of appearance. That was natural since she was my elder sister, Yelena Morningstar. Or at least she used to be until my family disowned me. Oh yes, in case you're wondering, Lucas' mother was an elf. But unfortunately, Lucas didn't inherit her bloodline, so he had no elven features aside from his uselessly handsome face. Honestly, I couldn't imagine how charming he would have been if he had inherited the elven bloodline. Look! A blue and white uniform. That must mean she's one of the royals. You idiots! Do you not know her? She's the firstborn of the prestigious Morningstar family. Yelena Morningstar. As soon as Yelena stepped out of the gates, murmuring broke out among the crowd again. Even those who didn't know of Yelena's family background deduced that she was a high-ranking student after taking a look at her special uniform. The dress theme for normal cadets was black and red, while royals sported blue and white. Some kids standing near me stole a few glances at me. It seemed like they were hoping for some kind of reaction from me. But seeing my lethargic expression, they frowned and disappointedly turned their head to look back in the front. As if she was waiting for that cue, Yelena dramatically raised her hand to silence everyone standing before her. Every single person present in the field quieted down at that moment. That was the power a high-ranker or royal possessed. To be able to silence a crowd this big with a mere movement of the hand. I won't lie, but I felt quite envious of her. Calm down, everyone, a melodic, almost angelic voice resounded throughout the field right then. Even though the field was so big and she wasn't using a speaker or anything, everyone was able to hear her voice clearly. Almost as if she was standing right next to everyone. It was sound magic, her signature and first choice of magic in the novel. Yes, she was an important character in the first half of the novel. I'm Yelena Morningstar, the current queen of Global Military Academy. Q queen? No way. Wow. I knew she was incredible, but to think she was this strong. I love you, Yelena. The positions in the military academies are based on chess pieces. Everyone below the top 16 are called cadets. They hold no special authority of any kind. In the top 16, there are 8 pawns, disciplinary community, and 8 royals, cadet council. Royals range from king to rook. Exactly like chess pieces. It's as if they are telling us we are nothing but expendables, mere pieces which have no say in how they wish to move whatsoever. Yet, those rankings are the symbol of hierarchy and authority not only within this academy but also in this city. And Yelena just announced that she was one of the most influential people present here. Needless to say, the kids present in the field broke out in awe after hearing that. But Yelena didn't give them a chance to fawn over her much longer as she continued her speech almost immediately. Now, I know many of you are excited to be here while most of you just want your years at the academy to pass by as soon as possible, she said and briefly paused before continuing to speak. However, let me tell you one thing. You all are the hopes of this world. Soon, you'll be fighting in wars and defending our cause, protecting our lands from the vampires and our planet from Callus. I won't lie, it won't be easy. Callus are quiet for now, but soon they will begin their last-ditch effort to invade our planet. They will try to take our homes from us. Vampires are at a stalemate with us, but the upcoming war with Chaos will encourage them to push their borders on us from the north once again. In short, the times ahead are tough. When Yelena was done speaking all that, she took another brief pause and scanned the crowd before her. Everyone had grim expressions on their faces. The situation wasn't as dire as she was making it sound to be. Earth wasn't in any real threat for the next couple of years. The reason she was doing this probably was that she wanted to test the hopes of this world. Seeing that she might have scared the crowd too much, Yelena shook her head and began to recite her speech again. Tough times call for strong men. But strong men are not enough to win wars. What we really need are heroes. Heroes who can guide us to a bright new future, a peaceful future. But heroes are not born, they are forged. Through hardships and trials, they are forged to fight. But they fight not in order to subjugate. No, they fight to protect. And this right here is the place where we forge the heroes of tomorrow. This is where we forge the defenders of our world. So I ask of you, not as the eldest daughter of the Morningstar family and not as the reigning queen of the Global Academy, but as someone who was born into this world. Defend this world and embrace your destiny as heroes by stepping inside the gates of this academy. Seeing that everyone's faces began to light up, Yelena smirked and summoned a sword from her dimensional storage. She then raised her sword and exclaimed in the highest, most noble tone possible, for the glory of our world. Dash, for the glory of our world. Dash, yes. We will do whatever it takes to defend our homes. Dash, damn those vampires. Damn those callous. Dash, marry me, Yelena. As soon as Yelena finished her speech, the crowd broke out in cheers. Wow, even I was genuinely impressed by her speech. Had I not known about the future of this world, I too would have gotten roused like the rest of the people attending this event. But that was not the case since I knew what story lay ahead of us. I knew what was awaiting us, in the end, was nothing but a cruel fate. Chapter 11. Dash, wow. Did you see Yelena speaking? Dash, ah, man. I think I fell in love with her Tilda, dash, ha. She's way out of your league, bro. After a very fervent and flaming speech from Yelena, the cadets were asked to head to their assigned classes. The cadets were already assigned classes prior to coming here by the academy via email. Global Military Academy wasn't just your run-of-the-mill schooling infrastructure. It was a freaking castle in the middle with 5 skyscrapers surrounding it. All the skyscrapers were numbered from 1 to 5. These skyscrapers were where our classes will be held starting today. The modern-styled castle in the middle of these 5 skyscrapers served as the cadet council and disciplinary committee's dorm and office. Furthermore, calling this campus huge would be an understatement. If I have to put the campus size in numbers, then it could easily be well over 40 square kilometers. Yes. As I said, big. You would need to take the campus buses to get from one end of the campus to another. It was that big. Well, that was nothing to be surprised about. After all, this campus was equipped with state-of-the-art cutting-edge technology to train and assist cadets in any way imaginable. Looking around, I saw cadets from both elite and commoner backgrounds alike walking their way to their assigned class buildings. The class I was assigned by email from the academy was 1A1. 1 meant the building, and A meant the floor, while the other 1 represented my classroom number. There were 23 floors in one building and each floor contained 20 classrooms. The strength of one classroom was roughly around 100 cadets. And out of all those classes, I was assigned to the same class as the main characters. Well, it was to be expected since Lucas was in the same class as them in the novel too. After internally sighing one too many times, I started heading to the center right skyscraper where my class was located. Funny story. After entering building 1 and walking for a bit, I lost my way. Arg, my sense of direction is shitty even in another world. Not to mention this building was so uselessly big. How do they expect a bunch of 18-year-old dumb kids to navigate their way through this maze of a skyscraper? Dash, hey, did you find our class? Dash, yeah, it's here. Dash, honestly, I thought it would be trouble finding our class in such a big infrastructure. Dash, nah tilde, every floor is marked, and each floor has only 20 classrooms. Only an idiot would get lost here. Ha ha ha. The nerves on my forehead twitched as I heard some girls chatting in the background. Navigation is difficult for some people. No need to call them idiots. Sob sob. Are you lost, perhaps? As I was sulking over my shitty sense of direction, a melodic voice compared to that of an angel reached out to me. Turning my head toward its owner, I saw a short blue-haired girl meeting my gaze. She had a thin yet attractive figure and a small face, the kind which would make any man want to protect her instinctively. That innocent aura, paired with her bright deep blue ocean eyes, made her even prettier. From her long ears, which were longer than Yelena's, I reckoned that she was a girl of a pure elven bloodline. Elves are undoubtedly beautiful. Yeah, I'm a bit lost. Stuttering, I replied with a face full of embarrassment. Haha, no problem, we can help. Dash. Before the blue-haired girl could finish up her sentence, a girl walked up to her with ferociously quick steps and put a hand on her shoulder only to cut her off. No need. He'll be fine on his own, she said while glaring at me with what could only be described as a resentful glare. She was a black-haired beauty in her late teens with jewel-like forest green eyes. She was tall, around 5 feet 9 inches, with a curvaceous yet athletic figure. Even though her face currently had an angry look plastered on her face, the enchanting beauty it carried couldn't be suppressed. But, Amelia, his lost Dash Asta, as I said, he'll manage. Cutting her friend again, the black-haired girl dragged her away but not before giving me one last angry stare. I see. So they were Asta Aquaheart and Amelia Black, I noted as the girls walked away. Well, guess I should follow them. Yes, as you would have guessed from the uselessly long introduction, they were one of the main cast. They were the second and third girls in the protagonist's harem. TSK, the protagonist was really going around collecting girls like Pokemon in this novel. As for why Amelia was giving me the death stare? Well, it was because 4 years ago, Lucas tried to forcefully get into her pants. Basically, an incident happened back in high school where Lucas blackmailed Amelia into getting her to sleep with him. Amelia tried to step up for herself and took this matter to school authorities, but Lucas, being the second heir of General Reynold Morningstar, the head of the ruling family of the Western Continent, was untouchable. That was especially true since Amelia came from a low background. Her father was a small-time businessman. Her family couldn't afford to offend the prestigious Morningstar family. Lucas knew that, and he used that very fact to force himself on Amelia. He was only 14 when he pulled that shit. He was truly a disgusting man, I'm telling you all. Some of his thoughts and memories that I saw were so disturbing that I couldn't even begin to describe them. Lucas was the definition of a vile man with a pretty face. His only redeeming quality was that he once used to be somewhat of a nice person. But when he awakened his potential at 9, his personality flipped a complete 180 degrees, and all signs of his previous self vanished. Now one may argue that he only became this way because his family started neglecting him, but that still didn't justify his disgusting actions. I mean, he tried to R*P a girl, for fuck's sake. Anyway, before he could do anything to Amelia, her father directly confronted Reynold Morningstar and begged him to stop his son. It's not hard to imagine what transpired after that. Luca's father stopped him and gave up all hope on him whatsoever while Amelia swore to make him pay one day. However, all that wasn't my concern. I mean, I was in Lucas' body, sure. But I didn't do anything. Besides, I knew what tricks Amelia would pull to get Lucas into trouble. By extension, I knew how to avoid them. Thinking that, I kept following the main girls until we reached our assigned class. I stood in the distance and let them go in first. I wanted to avoid Amelia. Not because in the future she was going to make my life a living hell. But because I, for some reason, was feeling guilty. Why was I feeling guilty when I did nothing wrong? Even I didn't know the answer to that. Shaking my head, I walked up to the classroom door after the girls went inside and placed my hand on the door's handle. Never in my life did I feel so excited to open a classroom door. Chapter 12. Who? After collecting my breath, I twisted the doorknob in my hand and swirled the door open. As soon as I did that, a blow of cool air-conditioned air welcomed me. Stepping inside and closing the door behind me, I turned my gaze to look through the classroom. I saw descending rows piling upon rows of exquisitely arranged desks. I could almost taste the vibrancy of the cadets occupying these desks. The whole interior was neat and spotless, almost as if it was shining. Kids were chatting among themselves, friends were catching up with each other, and some diligent students readied themselves for the first day with their heads buried in the books. While in between, I also discovered a few students sneaking glances at me. Not because I was dead drop handsome, which I totally was by the way, but because I was a disowned elite. I was sure they were marking me. Since I only had a mid-level potential and no backing, I was an easy target. Acting like I didn't feel their piercing gazes on me, I walked up to an empty seat and sat down. No offense or anything, but can you sit somewhere else, Lucas? But as soon as I did that, I heard a bewitching feminine voice coming from my right. Turning my head toward the source of the voice, I saw a blonde girl sitting next to me with her arms crossed. She had an alluring triangular face and a near-perfect figure. That, coupled with her light pink eyes and silky smooth skin, was enough to convey that she was from a high background. I knew her. I instantly recognized who she was as soon as I laid my eyes on her. The novel description that I read about her helped, but I also knew this girl from the memories I inherited from Lucas. Her name was Grace Godwill. And she was one of the reasons why the duel between Lucas and Nero happened. You see, Lucas liked Grace. I mean, Lucas practically liked every girl with a beautiful face, but he was ready to fall to any extent to have Grace in his bed. I watched his memories, so I knew that Lucas had an intense obsession with Grace. Grace, who knew Lucas was so foolishly lusting for her, used him on many occasions in the novel. Lucas, stop gawking at me and go sit somewhere else. Sigh, she was a bitch. A psychotic, power-hungry, manipulative bitch. She was a vile person, even when compared to Lucas' standards. In the web novel, there was a whole arc dedicated to her, showing her true colors. On the surface, she acted like a refined young lady befitting her family's prestigious name. But on the inside, she was a jealous bitch who was ready to do just about anything to get whatever she wanted. In this case, she wanted the protagonist for herself. No, she didn't want him for his looks or anything. No, it wasn't a case of love, either. The reason she wanted the protagonist for herself was due to the monstrous talent he possessed. Simply put, she wanted to use him to further her own influence and rise to power. So, after assessing his talents and the value he could provide to her, she started seducing him. Or at least she tried to but failed miserably every time. During the span of the story, her desire for the protagonist got so strong that she started using any means necessary to get him. There was this time when she even drugged his meal and tried to bed him. And in one chapter, she even tries to kill the female lead in order to clear her path of having him for herself. I mean, now that I think about it, she was pretty stupid for doing that. Did she really expect him to come to her after she tried to kill the woman he loved the most? The lion, the witch, and the utter stupidity of this bitch. It was not until her last moments did she have a change of heart and gave her life to save Anastasia, the female lead, from a vampire attack. It showed that she was not a bad person at heart. She was capable of change. Her personality was just the result of her upbringing. Did you not hear me? I said. Grace opened her mouth and was about to ask me to move again. But before she could finish, I got myself up from the seat I was sitting on and occupied another vacant seat by the window. And then I started acting like an emo anime character. Why am I meeting all the main girls today? I thought in my mind as I sneakily stole a few glances at Grace. God damn, she was beautiful. Why do evil girls always have the prettiest face? Now before any of you start ranting about how I, a mentally grown-ass man, was lusting over a teenage girl, let me clarify something real quick. She was 18. What? You thought I would say I wasn't lusting over her? Why yeah, that too. I wasn't. Ahem. Just as I was indulging in my thoughts, the door of the classroom opened once again, this time with a loud slam. Slam. The one who opened the door was, just as I had thought, the female lead. She was wearing the girls' cadet uniform, which was a black miniskirt, thigh-high socks, a black shirt, and a black blazer with golden edges with red inner lining. Her black hair, which she had tied into a ponytail, was running down her waist as she panted like a cat out of breath. Her jade-like smooth skin was enough to turn heads her way, but when paired with her fetching face, she was nothing short of angelic. However, her most distinct feature was that pair of crystal-like golden eyes. They literally looked like a pair of jewels. It was mentioned in the web novel that she could see the flow of mana with those eyes of hers. But it was later revealed that she was capable of much more than just that. A big powerhouse is what she was in the novel. Although she never became one of the top 16 in the academy, she went on to become a section commander-ranked soldier in the United Military by the start of the 6th volume. If not for her, the central government would have suffered a major loss at the hands of vampires at the end of the 5th volume. See ya? What happened? Are you okay? Amelia asked in a voice full of worry while running up to Anastasia. Oh yes, Amelia and Anastasia knew each other prior to the start of the plot. Since they both were commoners, and they came to this city on the same train sitting next to each other, they bonded quite easily. In the future, this duo will be known as the Mad Dogs of the United Military. Oh no. I'm fine. I just thought I was late for the class. Anastasia replied with a flushed face while still panting like a cat. Cute. She was really cute. I could see why almost every boy was crazy about her in the novel. What Tilda? We still have half an hour before the class starts. Pfft. Amelia said while barely holding back her giggle. What? Really? I got up late in the morning, so I thought I was late. Panicked and embarrassed, Anastasia tried to defend herself. I couldn't help but faintly smile at the scene unfolding before my eyes. I knew these characters. I knew their fate. I knew their past, and I knew what would happen to them in the future. Even though I wouldn't say I liked the novel and had some problems with the story, I've been with these characters on their journey. I couldn't describe the emotions I felt when I saw the scene from the web novel playing out in front of me. It was a strange feeling, to say the least. These were the moments they were the happiest. Unaware of the truth about this world. Unaware of what's to come. After letting out a short sigh, I put my head down on the desk and decided to take a quick nap before the class starts. Chapter 13. I tried taking a nap, but I couldn't since the murmur in the class was just too loud. The noisy atmosphere of the classroom kind of reminded me of my time in high school and college. To think that I'd have to go through all that again. No, in fact, this time it'll be harder since I'll have to participate in army training before I get appointed in the United Military. And after that, I'll have to fight in wars. Survival in this world will prove to be challenging. But for some reason, I was too calm for someone in my situation. I mean, I died, and when I opened my eyes, I was in another world. I transmigrated. Something that only happens in fiction happened to me. I'll have to go through army training now. I'll also have to fight and survive not one, but 2 extinction-level wars in the future. Yet, for some reason, despite all that was about to happen, I was so unusually calm. It was almost as if I had done this kind of thing 1,000 times already. To be honest, if I look back at my life, I can't recall one instance when I lost my cool. Except for when I was held up at gunpoint. Only in my last moments when my life was in danger did I ever panic. It made me wonder, was there something wrong with me? Or was it that my mental strength was too high? Since the status screen doesn't tell us about mental strength, I had no way of knowing. Anyway, because I couldn't sleep and I had no friends to talk to because of my title of a disowned heir of a ruling family, I just watched people coming in and out of the classroom door. The class was about to start in a few minutes, and all of the named characters had already arrived by now. Except for the protagonist, of course. Why? Because he's the main character. They always arrive late. TSK. Anyway, I swept my gaze across the classroom and saw all the big characters from the first volume present here. A few lanes away from me was Ella Bright, sitting haughtily on her chair as if she owned this academy. Well, that wasn't so far from the truth as her father had a seat on the council of the global city. She was playing with her auburn red hair with a bored expression on her face. In the meantime, she was sneaking a few glances at the boy beside her. The boy beside her was a half-elf boy with emerald hair and soft violet eyes. Being a half-elf, he was naturally pretty handsome. In fact, his fair skin and small face made him look more like a girl than a boy, earning him the attention of many maidens sitting around him. Of course, he still couldn't be compared to me in terms of looks, but he was decent looking, I guess. Ahem. His name was William Sinoth, the future war hero and pride of elves. And in his arms was his mana beast cat pet, Rui. Rui was a black-furred cat capable of casting shadow magic. Although elves dislike shadow magic due to their natural affinity with light, Willem took a liking to this certain black cat. A few seats behind him was sitting a brown-haired youth. His sapphire-like azure eyes were fixated on the book in his hands. He was not as good-looking as William and certainly not as handsome as me, yet he was still fairly attractive for being a half-dwarf. His name was Elijah Steelforged. He was another one of the future war heroes and the savior of the dwarven race. He was a diligent student who was reading a book on mana beasts' anatomy even on the first day of the academy. A few seats in front of him was a human boy with long golden black hair tied into a bun. He was tall and had a well-built body with an angry resting look on his face. He was Chase Woods. He was the reason the protagonist survived a major incident in Volume 3. Although he had a massive ego and a vulgar mouth, he was part of the good guys because he had a kind and forgiving heart. Oh, and Chase was the protagonist's love rival since he liked Anastasia too. Unfortunately, his kind and forgiving heart resulted in his death in the First War. Slam. Shaking me out of my thoughts was the loud slamming noise of the main door. I expected the newcomer to be an extra, so I didn't even bother shifting my gaze to look who it was. However, at the next moment, I was forced to look at the door when the entire class, which was as lively as a fish market earlier, suddenly fell silent. So I turned my neck to look at the person who had just entered, but when our eyes met, I froze. I knew who the boy that had just entered the classroom was. The most frightening part about him wasn't the dreadful aura that he was oozing off, nor was it his first-hand experience in battle. The most frightening part about him was that he could control the atmosphere of an entire room just by walking in. That's just how famous he was, and how dangerous. While other cadets in this room were trying to forge their own legends, this boy, this man already was a legend. He had raven black hair that matched his tan skin, and his eyes, a deep shade of olive, were capable of entrapping anyone in awe. He was wearing the top 16 cadet uniform. Despite being the first year and this being his first day, he was already in the top 16. It was a feat unheard of. But that's to be expected from him with his near-godlike talent in dark magic. That, coupled with the fact that he had already experienced a few minor wars while being on the front lines, made him a force to be reckoned with. He was wearing a white blazer with blue embroidery and, underneath it, a white shirt paired with royal blue pants. He also wore a blue armband, showing that he was already part of the disciplinary community, the Pawns. This guy was a major antagonist of this story, Quinn Darkstar. an illegitimate son of Major Miles Darkstar and a war prodigy. After he finished glancing around the classroom, Quinn walked up to the back of the class and took a seat without muttering anything to anyone. The murmur in the class, which had previously died down, started again. This time though, everyone was talking about Quinn. Because the world of Chronicles of the Legendary Heroes had vampires and aliens threatening Earth, one may think that the book would have clear villains. I mean, the villains in this story should be the vampires trying to take over the continent and the aliens trying to invade our planet for resources, right? Wrong. This story was about the new generation of heroes making their own legends. And how does a person become a hero? By enduring hardships. Only when a person emerges victorious through their hardships can they be called a hero. But life isn't always sunshine and roses. People don't always emerge victorious since, sometimes, they fall. What if a person fails to endure hardships? Then what'll emerge wouldn't be a hero. It would be a villain. You see, the novel gets a lot more complicated by the end of the 4th volume. This world was the one where power reigned supreme, and some people took some questionable paths to achieve that power. One such man was the calamity bringer, Quinn Darkstar. Quinn always had an underlying inferiority complex toward Nero, the protagonist. He thought he would be the strongest among his peers. But when he found that someone out there was stronger than him, he felt uneasy at first. During their years in the academy, Quinn and Nero's relationship developed into a heated, cutthroat rivalry. Both of them were equal in terms of overall combat potential. Nero was stronger, and Quinn was more experienced. But when Nero started catching up to Quinn in terms of experience, the latter began feeling inferior. That inferiority complex burst out during the climax of the 4th volume. In the 4th volume, after being utterly defeated by Nero in the War of Union, Quinn went off the deep end. He came in contact with one of the 7 abyssal vampires in hopes of acquiring the power that could grant him his revenge. Quinn had something that the vampires wanted. Thus, Quinn decided to trade. He would give vampires what they wanted while they would give him a powerful dark spell. After that, at the end of the 4th volume, both Nero and Quinn engaged in a fierce battle. Although Quinn didn't get his revenge, he still came pretty close to killing the protagonist by using his new dark spell that he got from the vampires. Fortunately or unfortunately, none of them died during that fight. Quinn survived with heavy injuries, while Nero lost an eye. Then at the start of the 5th volume, Quinn was manipulated by the vampires and was tricked into fully switching sides. The vampires offered him strength much greater than the spell they had given him earlier. Unrivaled power that could make him the strongest person ever to exist. And honestly, he could have become the strongest if the protagonist hadn't existed. He realized that even after siding with the vampires and obtaining that said unrivaled power, he was still not strong enough to defeat Nero. Quinn was still in 2nd place. That realization broke Quinn once again. He went on a rampage and single-handedly waged war against the Union military. Countless soldiers and civilians were massacred during his rampage. Not even the strongest of the strongest were capable enough of stopping Quinn. Hence, Nero himself confronted him at the end of the 7th volume in order to stop him, kill him once and for all. But I don't know how it ended since the volume concluded before their battle could end. And it was the last volume I read of this web novel. Looking at him through my peripheral vision, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes, I was scared shitless. How can I not? This person will become a man who peels off people's skin for fun. While reading, you won't think much about it, but even sitting in the same room as this guy was scary. Shaking my head, I closed my eyes and rested my chin on the top of my hand. He isn't my problem. Nero will handle him when the time comes. I just need to not get beaten up to a pulp and survive the war arc. I thought out loud as if I was telling myself all that. Attention! A loud voice, comparable to that of a thunderstorm, woke me up from my thoughts right then. I looked at the podium where I heard the voice coming from and saw a violet-haired woman standing on top of the dais. Wait. When did she get inside? I was watching the door the whole time. With a confused frown, I looked around me and saw the stunned faces of other cadets. It seems like they didn't notice her either. Did she appear out of nowhere? No, I didn't appear out of nowhere. All of you are just pathetic, as if reading my mind, the woman spoke. Only 6 people noticed me. And I didn't even cast an illusion spell. Pathetic, all of you. Arg, this bitch. Who is she calling pathetic? I bet she's just an extra. I'm the Witch of Soul Harvest, Liz Snyder. I'm an immortal, 1-rank section commander of the Northern Defense Force. She said in an arrogant tone. Or at least I was until I was suspended for acting out and neglecting some useless orders. With an embarrassed face, she continued to speak. Arg shit. She was not an extra. She was actually a major character. How did I forget her appearance description? Dark violet hair and fierce purple eyes, a voluptuous mademoiselle-like figure, and light brown skin. And not to mention how stealthily she walked into the classroom. No shit, she was the Liz Snyder. Liz Snyder was an immortal 1-rank section commander who was tasked with keeping the North safe. She was a recurring character during the 1st to 3rd volumes and was later promoted to one of the main characters during the 7th volume. She wielded the darker shadow element, and her signature spell was Soul Harvest. It was a spell that allowed her to extract the souls of dead people around her and use them to do a variety of tasks. That spell and her unique battle style that was built solely to abuse that spell earned her the nickname of the Witch of Soul Harvest. The whole room fell silent as she revealed her identity. She was kind of a celebrity, after all. For reference, there were only 93 immortal rankers in this world, according to the novel. And she was one of them. For most, getting up to gold rank was the limit. My own potential was gold 3. Although I had a way in my mind to break that potential cap, for someone to naturally reach immortal rank was a big thing. And because I neglected orders, I'm being punished by being appointed as your head instructor. I'll also be teaching you all about battle strategies and controlling fire and shadow elements along with their variables. Don't make me regret wasting my time on insects like you all. She said while rolling her eyes as if she was already disappointed. Arg. Immortal ranked or not, she was a bitch. I even hated her in the novels. I mean, I hated most of the characters, but I hated her the most for her bitchy personality. Although looking at her now, she was nothing short of a hot MILF. Ahem. No. I must stay focused. I know you all were excited for your first day, so most of you didn't get any sleep last night. So let's keep it short today, yeah? In fact, we'll not do much for the next 5 days, so get to know each other in that time. Today, I'll simply take attendance and then let you all select your main weapon, Liz said while getting behind the podium. Oh, and I'll also hand you your rankings today. Oh. Maybe she wasn't a bitch after all. She was worried about us and our sleep. Perhaps she was a softie deep inside. Actually, I wanted us to do something more today, but it looks like you all are in pretty pathetic states, and I don't want to kill you all on your first day. Never mind, she's a bitch through and through, I muttered under my breath while shaking my head. Chapter 14. Aisha Loudermilk. Present. Academy rank 135780. Come and collect your ID card. Taking notice of the call, the girl, whose name was yelled, got up from her seat and walked up to the podium. There, Liz passed her a 3-inch flat metal cube. With a bitter expression on her face, the girl walked back to her seat. She was probably worried about her unusually low rank. But unbeknownst to her, the rankings at the start of the year didn't mean much. Since, as I've explained before, most of the cadets submitted incorrect data about themselves. After the first monthly exam that will take place next month, the rankings will start to fluctuate like crazy. Not to mention, her rank wasn't even that bad. With that, Liz resumed taking attendance. Kentakia hint. Present. Academy rank 122,212. Come and collect your ID card. After a short pause, she yelled again. Tim Hawking. Here. Academy rank 128,936. Come and collect your ID card. Liz continued. Tyler Erickson. Present. Academy rank 129,097. Come and get your ID card. The students kept coming as Liz kept calling out names and academy ranks. Grace Godwill. Yes. Academy rank 012268. Come and get your ID card. As soon as Liz disclosed Grace's rank, murmuring broke out among the cadets. This was the first 5-digit rank since the start of the attendance. But they weren't aware that the upcoming rank announcements would shake them even more. After all, the rest of the main characters were about to be called out too. Amelia Black. Present. Academy rank 009468. Come and get your ID card. Again, murmurs broke out amongst the cadets after a 4-digit rank was announced. Liz, on the other hand, didn't look too impressed. That was because she didn't believe in rankings as she knew they were unreliable as of right now. However, what she didn't know was that Amelia's and all the other main characters' rankings were authentic. Because not a single main character tried to fiddle with their rankings by submitting false stats. Elijah Steele forged. Academy rank 009467. Get your ID card here. Yes. Chase Wood. Academy rank 007989. Come and get your ID card. Coming. Anastasia Bigod. Academy rank 007231. Come and get your ID card here. Okay. After a full 10 minutes, most of the students were finally done with their attendance. Lucas Morningstar. Academy rank 116,969. Get your ID card here. Huh? Did she pause before announcing my rank? Why? Because I have 2 69s in my rank. I looked around and saw a few kids giggling among themselves after hearing my rank. It wasn't even that funny. TSK, damn these extras. Coming. I quickly got up from my desk and tramped over to the podium to collect my identification card. Liz, who was busy scrolling through the tablet in her hand, which contained the names and ranks of the cadets inside, absent-mindedly handed me a flat metal cube like everyone else. Quinn Darkstar. Academy rank 000018. Get you. Grabbing it, I turned around and left for my seat while Liz called out another name. On my way back, I pressed on the flat metal cube and a black translucent screen with white font popped out from it. User ID, Lucas Morningstar, face image, academy ranking, 116969, 138000 rank, Iron 2 potential, Gold 3 class, 1A 1 merit points, 0 == it was a holographic ID card. Once again I felt genuinely impressed by this world's technological advancements. Thud. Right when I was lost in my thoughts, my shoulder bumped into someone. But to me, it felt like I had crashed into a steel wall. Watch where you are going, I was about to give a piece of my mind to the person who bumped into me until I peeked a glimpse at who it was. It was Quinn. Seeing him glaring down at me with his icy cold olive eyes sent a shiver down my spine. What? He scowled back at me. Nothing, good sir. With an amicable smile that could put even the best of corrupt politicians to shame, I replied. Please don't mind me. TSK, for some reason, he clicked his tongue and walked past me. Phew tilde, I, on the other hand, just felt like I had escaped death. So with a relieved sigh, I went back to my seat. Look guys, don't get me wrong. I wasn't scared of him or anything. I just didn't think it was good to mess with a major antagonist right now. Yes, I was avoiding him for the sake of the plot. I was totally not scared of him. Got it? I was not scared of him. Anyway, as you might have guessed, classes weren't divided based on the academy rankings. Cadets were divided evenly but not equally so that the weaker ones didn't get left behind. Basically, high rankers and low rankers were paired together, while middle rankers were paired with other middle rankers. In short, the average of one class should be equivalent to any other class when compared. However, this was not the case, as rankings will fluctuate a lot in the future. Some classes will come out on top of others. Overcoming this difference in ranks will be our hero's first hardship. Slam. At that very moment, the door of the classroom was slammed open, making everyone shift their attention to it. I already knew who it was, but I still looked. Am I late? The one who said there was a black-haired boy, the perpetrator who slammed the door open. He had a chiseled face and dark brown eyes. He was neither slim nor too ripped. Lean-built would be the perfect description for him. Yes, he was the protagonist of this story and the person whom this world revolves around. He was Nero Dekrauf, the illegitimate son of a member of the central government. He stood still on the door saddle, not daring to barge in without permission. What do you think? Replied Liz with a question from behind the podium while eyeing the black-haired boy. Arg, maybe I'm a little late? Nero said while scratching the back of his head. No, you are 15 minutes late, Liz corrected while tilting her head with an "are you serious" expression on her face. So, can I come in? No, you are expelled. Oh, come on, master. It's because of the task you gave me that I got here late. Fighting a silver-ranked mana beast shouldn't be that hard. Shouldn't be that hard, my ass. Master, I almost died. Twice. Yes, Nero Dekrauf and Liz Snyder had a master-student relationship. When Nero's father, Mayor Blaise Dekoff of Helvidia City and a member of the central government, killed his mother, who was his concubine, Nero ran away from home. On that day, he swore that he would kill his father for what he had done. But there was a teeny-tiny problem. You see, Mayor Blaise was one of the most powerful people living on this planet. No, he was not strong. But he was one of the 12 members of the central government, the supreme legislative body of this world. That means he was an important person for the survival of this world. So you can't just kill someone as valuable as him even if you are perfectly capable of doing so. That was one of the most strictly enforced laws in this world. But Nero couldn't just accept that. He couldn't bring himself to forsake his oath of revenge. Even if his father was one of the most influential people on the planet. Even if he was protected by something as fickle as law. He could only quench his thirst for revenge with the blood of the man who murdered his mother. And Liz saw that thirst as an opportunity to create a perfect protege to her legacy. So she took him under her wing. And by doing so, she also created a monster. A monster whose only drive was to get stronger. But unlike most, Nero didn't take his thirst for power to the dark side. No, he managed to preserve the kindness in his heart. Even after all the things that happened to him, he didn't give up on people and turned heartless. If anything, he became even kinder. Master Tilda. Please let me in. It took you 78 minutes to kill a silver-ranked mana beast. Unacceptable. However, I must say the sight in front of me was quite a fuss. Everyone in the classroom had their jaws dropped as soon as they heard that a boy killed a silver-ranked mana beast all by himself in just a little over 1 hour. Remember I told you all about mana beasts? They are basically evolved animals who adapted to the changes in the world and started welding mana. Now, these beasts aren't really a threat until they are level 1s, ranking anywhere from Iron 1 to Bronze 3. However, silver-ranked mana beasts possess a great threat since they aren't just wild animals anymore after reaching that rank. They are now predators. And killing a silver-ranked mana beast alone within a little over an hour is an inhumane task. So why was Liz yelling at him? Not many in this room could do that. Even Quinn can't kill a silver-ranked mana beast alone under 2 hours mark. Yet, some no-name boy did that. Looking over at Quinn, I could see a conflicted look plastered on his face. It was as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. No, more like he was refusing to believe what he was hearing. I promise I'll improve. Please let me in, master. You are making a fuss. No. You are making a fuss. No you. No you. Oh God. I couldn't help but facepalm in disappointment at the immaturity of the argument. They both were fighting like a bunch of 9-year-olds. No, even 9-year-olds can initiate a better argument than this. Maybe this was the reason I started hating this web novel. Such immature writing. TSK. Miss Liz. At that point, someone finally decided to speak up and stop them. Need I say who it was? Only one boy in this room had the audacity to raise his voice in front of the Witch of Soul Harvest. Yes, it was Quinn. The whole class fell silent and everyone, including Nero and Liz, looked at Quinn, who was standing up on his spot. After confirming that everyone's attention was on him, Quinn opened his mouth to speak again. Let's just finish the attendance, yeah? We have yet to choose our main weapons. Liz's face stiffened up. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't. Go take a seat. We'll talk about this later. She barked at Nero, who was still standing outside the door. Yes, ma'am. Following Liz's instructions, Nero closed the door behind him and walked into the classroom before taking a front row seat. Frontbenchers. Always hated them. Chapter 15. Arriving in front of a huge chamber on the ground floor, Liz turned to us cadets and spoke loudly, ensuring her voice reached every ear present here. This chamber functions as a vault. And inside this vault is every weapon imaginable. The cadets couldn't help but gasp in marvel at that statement. Claiming to have every weapon imaginable in one room is a little unbelievable. Every weapon imaginable? Just how big of a room is it? I, too, didn't believe it. Since this scene in the novel was never shown, I didn't know what happened in the weapon selection. However, my question was soon answered when Liz started knocking on the door consecutively. Knocky after the third consecutive knock, the door started opening all by itself like it was automatic. And I swear to God my eyes came out of my sockets when the inside of the chamber was revealed. Dash, how is it that big? Dash, why is it so big? Everyone was stunned, and although their questions were misleading, they were indeed right. Why was this place so big? How can a single room be so big? From an outsider's point of view, it looked like every other room situated on this unusually big floor with nothing special about it. But after peeking inside it, one would consider checking in with an eye doctor. This room was not just huge. It was massive. Its proportions from the outside and inside weren't matching. It was almost as if this room existed in a hyperspace. At that moment, Liz spoke up again. Come inside, she said while walking into the vault. Stop gawking at it like some country bumpkins. It's just a room. Everyone bitterly followed Liz inside after her last statement. She was surely a bitch. I couldn't help but look around as soon as I stepped inside. I knew I was inside a fantasy novel where magic existed, but this was breaking the laws of physics. This room alone was as big as the whole floor it was situated on. And in front of us were hundreds of weapons kept on display. But I am still trying to grasp how it could be possible for every weapon known to man to be present in this location. While I recognize that this place is large and has a significant number of weapons, I find it hard to believe that every kind of weapon could be here. See these things? What shook me out of my daze was a captivating voice. It was Liz. She was pointing at some inscriptions on the walls. Those ancient-looking inscriptions looked like they were carved into the wall, and for some reason, they were glowing in a faint blue hue. These are spatial runes, capable of altering the very fabric of space within an enclosed area. Liz explained. Ah, that makes sense. Runes. Of course. In this world, there are two ways to use mana. Use it as a pure energy source to power machines, or use it for what it's meant to be used for, magic. Now there are several ways to use magic. Using magic is essentially asking the universe to grant you your wish. If you wish to create fire, you must converse with the universe and ask it to grant you the power to create fire. There are many ways to converse with the universe: drawings, writings, speech, hand signs, etc. The process of conversing with the universe is called casting spell. However, you need to have two things in order to get your wish fulfilled by the universe. 1. You need to have enough mana to cast your spell. Say, if you wish to create a fire hot enough to melt tungsten, you must fuel your spell with just the right amount of mana. If you don't have that amount of mana, then your spell will fall short. If you oversupply mana into your spell, then it will be hard to control. The second thing you need for casting spells is affinity. If you wish to create fire, you must have an affinity for the fire element. If you have an affinity for water and you wish to create fire, you will only fail. Drawing is another method of casting spells. These drawings are called runes. Runes are like one-time usable batteries. You create them, imbue them with mana, and let them do their work. They would disappear when the mana inside them would exhaust. Although, only elves know how to create them, and they claim it's something they can't teach since it's memories, passed down to them by their ancestors. Furthermore, it takes a lot of mana to draw even one normal rune, let alone a rune capable of altering space. And this room was filled with such spatial runes. It makes one wonder how much effort and workforce it must have taken to make such a wonder possible. Stop daydreaming, you insects. Hurry and choose your main weapon. Liz yelled and shook everyone out of their awe. Stand in front of your desired weapon, and I'll take them out of the display for you. She continued. You won't be able to change your main weapon till the biannual exam, so choose wisely. If there's anything you can't find, tell me, and I'll take it out from the dimensional rings present here. She said while pointing at several recessed shelves present on the walls. Ah. I nodded my head in understanding. There were several recessed shelves on the walls. On those shelves were placed dimensional rings. Dimensional rings are spatial storage devices. They have a pocket dimension within them which allows users to deposit and equip any inanimate object. Nothing too out of the box. Every other fantasy novel has storage devices like that. It helps with the flow of the story. So she wasn't lying after all, I thought out loud to myself. Maybe this room does contain every weapon in the world. Thinking that, I began pondering over what to choose as my main weapon. It was an important decision, after all. I can't just choose anything on a whim. A main weapon is exactly what it sounds like. The weapon that cadets will choose now will determine the weapon art they will be studying during their time in the academy. Daggers, spears, and sabers, also known as the Holy Trinity of weapons, were popular choices among most cadets. However, that doesn't mean there weren't other choices to choose from. There were shields, halberds, bows, gauntlets, guns, maces, etc. Wait, shields? Why were shields here? Who would be stupid enough to choose a shield as their main weapon? Wait, can a shield even be considered a weapon? And I swear to God if any of you say something like, oh, that superhero uses a shield, or shield hero uses a shield, I'll kill myself. Just because you are getting these weapons for free and they aren't relics or runic weapons doesn't mean they are cheap. Each weapon here costs around 10 million credits. Liz said something in the background, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I knew these weapons were expensive. Oh, by the way, credits are the currency of this world. Since the world's continents were merged into one, and now several other races live on Earth besides humans, many changes have occurred during the last few centuries. There is now only one government, the central government. Every member of the central government is irreplaceable, and there are no elections. Meaning one's position in the central government is hereditary. Furthermore, there is now only one digital currency acceptable throughout the world, which is credits or C for short. For reference, 10 million credits would roughly be around $1.25. Yes, each weapon here was a gold mine. However, it seemed like only commoners present here were thinking like me. Cadets belonging to elite households didn't think much of it since they were used to using weapons much more expensive than these. TSK, rich peeps. Nero walked up to a long sword and stood in front of it. Yes, the main protagonist had a talent for swords. Cliché. Anyway, Quinn was standing in front of a pair of daggers. Quinn was more of an assassin than a head-on fighter. However, his fighting prowess was nothing to scoff at. And when combined with his usage of shadow magic, Quinn was a force to be reckoned with. Yes, another character with shadow magic who uses daggers, real original. Anastasia walked up to a bow, and behind her followed Amelia. They both were archers. Ella chose a rapier as her weapon. She still had an uninterested look on her face. Was she always this lethargic in the novel too? William and Elijah were standing in front of a spear and a warhammer, respectively. While Asta was standing in front of a huge mace, which was at least twice her size, one would wonder, how was she even going to use that with her skinny arms? Chase, on the other hand, chose a pair of shield gauntlets, and Grace opted for a halberd. And while this was going on, I was just standing there clueless about what to pick. Yes, I had yet to decide on a weapon to pick. Yes, I know I had 14 days of time to think stuff like this, but I wasted them on eating and sleeping. I was tempted to pick a spear since I knew basic spearmanship from Lucas' memories. However, I wasn't very comfortable with close or mid-range combat. Not yet, anyway. Thankfully, Lucas had learned basic archery too, so I knew how to handle a bow. My next best option, or rather my only remaining option, was now a bow. Finally deciding after a few minutes of standing still like a statue, I walked up to a recurve bow and stood in front of it patiently. But soon after, a question shot across my mind, and I raised my hand. Yes, seeing me raising my hand, Liz gestured to me to voice my question. You said every weapon that we can think of is here, right? I asked. Not in those words, but yes. So, can I pick a nuclear warhead as my main weapon? Do you think this is a joke? No. I see. Let me rephrase. Every weapon that you can think of and can use in a battle is here. I wanted to retort that nuclear warheads can be used in battle too, but I held back. I couldn't help but notice a few cadets laughing at me. Even some main characters were also laughing. But I don't understand. What's there to laugh about? It was a genuine question. TSK, damn these people. Should I tell them that they all are merely some third-rate cliché novel characters? HMPH. However, their laugh soon died down, and the whole weapon chamber fell silent as one of the cadets walked up to a weapon and stood in front of it. The weapon that he was standing in front of was a gun. Chapter 16. If I ask you to think of a deadly weapon, you wouldn't think of a sword or a spear. You would think of a gun. Because in the modern era, guns were unrivaled. However, the world I'm in now isn't in a modern era. It's in a magic era. A fantasy world. And in this world of magic, guns are pretty much useless unless you possess an exceptional talent for mana manipulation. Why? Because it takes a lot of control and proficiency over mana to imbue a bullet with it. Unless it's a runic bullet, of course. Didn't understand? Let me explain. Swords have a large surface area, so one can easily coat a layer of mana over them to make them stronger. But a bullet is tiny. It would take a lot of effort to enhance just one bullet with mana, let alone a full magazine of them. If you apply too much mana on the bullet, it'll break. If you apply too little, it will be useless in the battle. It takes a lot of precision to coat a bullet with mana evenly. That's the reason why cadets don't usually go for guns as their main weapon, because most of them don't have that kind of mastery over mana manipulation. Yet, this boy was standing there in front of a pair of handguns like it was the most natural thing to do. And what's more, is that I don't remember a scene like this happening in the novel. I mean, weapon selection wasn't shown in the novel, but I'm pretty sure no character chose guns in the story. 38 cadets chose swords, 27 chose spears, 14 chose daggers. While 8 cadets chose clubs and maces, 6 chose bows, 2 chose gauntlets, 1 chose a scythe, 1 chose a shield, and the remaining 4 cadets chose battle hammers and axes evenly during the weapon selection. That was the line from the novel describing the weapons the cadets picked during the weapon selection. Although one maniac did choose a shield as the main weapon, no one chose a gun. So what's happening here? Why was some random character doing something that I don't remember happening in the web novel? Cadet Hugh Jass, you want to pick handguns as your main weapon? Liz asked with a bit of hesitation. His name was Hugh Jass. What kind of name is that? Who was he? I don't remember reading anything about a character named Hugh Jass. Yes. I want these handguns. Hugh replied with a nod. Cadet Hugh, if you get left behind due to the weapon of your choosing, you can't hold the academy responsible for that. That's right. If a cadet were to choose a weapon they have no talent for, then the academy won't take any responsibility for that matter. You'll be thrown to the battlefield by the end of your 3rd academic year regardless of the fact that you have mastered your weapon or not. That was one of the reasons why they let cadets choose their main weapon all by themselves. Yes, I'm sure. I want these handguns. Even after the warning from Liz, Hugh replied in assurance. Liz couldn't help but sigh before she gave her reply. Fine. Since instructors and professors aren't allowed to interfere in weapon selection, I won't say anything. She said before continuing. But know this, guns are totally useless against Callus. You may be able to kill lower vampires and a few mana beasts with guns as your main weapon, but that's about it. She uttered with a disappointed look. Liz was right. Duds, the people who can't use mana properly, are given guns to train and fight with if they volunteer to enroll in a military academy. But if a cadet, who can use mana just fine, intentionally chooses a gun, then that cadet is no better than a dud. Liz took out the guns from the display and handed them over to Hugh. Hugh, no matter how hard I tried to remember, I couldn't recall that name from the novel. And it's not like I can forget since I have a near-perfect memory. Yes, I'm flexing. Anyway, back to the more important question, who was he? An extra? But why did he choose a gun? And why was an incident this strange not mentioned in the web novel? It seemed like I wasn't the only one thinking about it. Dash, handguns. Is that guy stupid? Dash, he could choose a crossbow, at least. Dash, maybe he's really proficient in wielding mana. Dash, or maybe he's just stupid. The whole room was filled with murmurs like those. Just like me, everyone was trying to understand that guy's logic. Move. Shaking me out of my thoughts was the voice of Liz. She was standing in front of me with an irritated look. It looked like she had come to hand me the bow I picked. I casually stepped aside and made way for her. Liz took out the bow that I was standing in front of and threw it at me. She threw a fucking bow at me. Ark. I managed to catch it before it could fall and looked at Liz dumbfoundedly. But she just ignored me and walked to the next cadet to hand them their chosen weapon. What's her problem? I muttered under my breath. But the next moment, I remembered my reputation. She must have done a background check on her class. And as it so happens to be, I was in the body of a sexual assaulter. I looked around and saw a few cadets slyly smiling at me. The one who was enjoying it the most was Amelia. TSK. Why was I being targeted for the reputation that I didn't build anyway? Damn these third-rate novel characters. After the weapon selection was done, the cadets were asked to go to the main faculty office and collect smart bracelets from there. The Academy's smart bracelets functioned as portable storage devices like dimensional rings, so they were pretty expensive. In addition, they possessed several other notable features. These included the ability to function as a larger version of a smartwatch and the capacity to project their screens in holographic form. They also came with a built-in artificial intelligence assistant. Yeah, super futuristic, right? Unfortunately, first-year cadets can't use the AI assistant until the end of the first semester. But I could still use their dimensional storage. To use it, you just need to fuel it with mana and it could suck any inanimate object in it. Pretty neat, aren't they? I just received one of these babies and was on my way to my new apartment. Yes, we were assigned our new homes in the inner districts too. Mine was luckily pretty close to the academy, around a 5-minute walk away. Lucas, brother. But on my way to my apartment building, I heard someone calling my name from behind. Turning back, I saw a chubby plain-looking boy around the same age as me walking toward my direction. I knew who he was. There was no mention of him in the novel, but I knew him from Lucas' memories. He was a fellow young master of a noble family that served the Morningstar house. He was also the childhood friend of Lucas, Jake Stark. What's up, bro? Which class are you assigned to? Asked Jake after walking up to me. 1A1. You? I asked. 1C8. Haha, so you are in the same class as that girl? Jake asked with an amused face. That girl? I acted dense. Yeah, your sweetheart. Grace Godwill. Jake said with a grin, obviously teasing me. I don't care about her anymore, I replied before walking away. However, it seemed like Jake had no intention of letting me walk away. He followed me behind with quick steps. Really? Why? Does getting disowned enlighten you in some way? Ha ha ha. He chuckled loudly. This boy was clearly testing my patience. Yes, that's the kind of friend he was, the one who feeds off his friend's misery. How's Aunt Matilda? I asked while changing the topic. Mom? Yeah. I guess she's fine. Why? Jake answered, clearly taken aback by my sudden interest. Oh, it's just a silly rumor, but I heard that your parents are getting a divorce because your father had an affair or something like that. A smile slowly crept up on my face as I said that. What? No, what a nonsense rumor. Jake tried to deny it, but his face told me the truth I needed to know. Thank God. I knew Uncle Jermaine could never do such a thing, right? I said. This time I had an amused look on my face. Surely he wouldn't jeopardize the Stark family's reputation. Why yes. Of course. Jake couldn't help but avert his gaze from me. Then why such rumors? Remember the saying, where there's smoke there's fire. It was my turn to pick on him now. Dude. I said everything is fine. Jake snapped at me with a furious expression, seemingly unable to endure my accusations. Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. I slightly raised my hand before continuing. If it gets hard, you know where to find me. At that statement, Jake snapped again. I said there's nothing wrong with my parents' marriage. Dude, shut the fuck up. What kind of friend are you? He said before pushing me aside and storming off. The smile on my face only grew wider as I saw his fading figure. His back was trembling. I think he was crying. Poor kid. It must be really tough at home. He shouldn't have picked on me today with such weak mental resilience. After shaking my head, I started walking again, and in a few minutes, I arrived in front of my new apartment building. Without much thought, I walked inside and took an elevator to the 6th floor. The room I was assigned was 189. So I started searching for room number 189 as soon as I reached the 6th floor. After walking to the end of the floor, I found the room numbered 189. There was a fingerprint scanner located below the number plate, which spelled my name, Lucas Morningstar. The room was already assigned to me, so my fingerprint must have already been uploaded to the lock system. I put my finger on the scanner, and after a short scan, the scanner beeped once. Beeper with that beep, the door opened. But before I could step in, the door beside my apartment room opened up. It was my neighbor's. It's adequate to at least greet your neighbor if you see them, so I waited for the person living beside me to step out of the room. However, as soon as the person stepped out, I instantly wished that I shouldn't have waited to greet them. It was Grace. She was here before me. And she was assigned the apartment next to me. I thought about ignoring her and going inside my apartment. And it's not like our relationship was friendly. I had no obligation to greet her. But since she was my neighbor and all, and we were going to spend a lot of time living next to each other, I decided to greet her nonetheless. Hello, Grace, I said with the sweetest smile I could muster. How are you? But the bitch, on the other hand, just ignored me and walked away. What did I expect? Facepalming, I went inside my new apartment after successfully embarrassing myself. Come to think of it, is she going to the meeting of young elites right now? The plot is moving forward. Chapter 17. The room assigned to me was quite big compared to the outer district apartment that Lucas rented. There was a bedroom, a balcony featuring the city's view, a bathroom, and an open kitchen connected to the living room. Not to mention this apartment came with all the furniture and TV too. This place was huge for just one person to live in. It kind of made me wonder if an ordinary cadet's place was this lavish, what treatment would the top 16 receive? Slouching back on my couch in the drawing room, I looked at the smart bracelet in my hand. Using mana is pretty simple. It's like breathing. I can voluntarily move the mana from my mana core, which was located in my abdomen. So slowly, I focused on my abdomen and started moving the mana from my mana core to my right hand. From my hand, I started imbuing mana into the smart bracelet that I wore on my wrist. The bracelet then glowed with a light azure blue hue, and a bow materialized in my right hand out of thin air. I was stunned, to say the least. That fact that I really was inside a fantasy world was getting clearer day by day. The bow in my hand felt heavy, not exactly like how I imagined it to be. And this was only a normal bow without any runes or enchantments. What would it feel like to shoot an arrow from this? I pondered while touching the bowstring. It was a normal recurve bow, yet when I tried to pull the string, I had to use a lot of strength, a lot more than I expected. Tack! A loud tack sound resounded in the room when I let go of the string. Amazing! I remarked. I had never used a bow in my previous life, but after inheriting Lucas' memories, I knew how to shoot an arrow at least. It just felt right when I held it in my hand. Albeit, I'm not at the level of Anastasia or Amelia, as they both have worked all their life to master the art of archery. But I had a way in my mind to catch up to them. No, I won't be stealing another cheat item from the MC. Instead, I had something different in mind. Ding! Ding! Shaking me out of my thoughts was the loud chimes of the doorbell. Someone was outside my apartment. Right after, an electronic, almost robotic voice came from the other side of the main door. Global Military Academy, Year 1 Batch 27, Academy Rank 116969, Lucas Morningstar. Take your parcel. It was the voice of a robot. That parcel must be the luggage that I left at the Outer District apartment. Since Lucas originally rented that apartment in the Outer District only till February 29th, which was today, the landlord must be sending me my luggage. Throwing the bow on the couch, I opened the door and saw a 5-foot-short humanoid robot holding a fairly big box. Taking the box from its mechanical hand, I stepped back inside the room and closed the door behind me. Putting the box on a table, I used my fingernail to cut the tape and opened the box. There were many things inside: clothes, daily necessities, instant food packets, etc. I also found a few diary journals. These were all the things I left behind when coming to the academy. I knew I'd get them later, so I didn't waste my time packing everything. Anyway, most of the things here were useless to me. The clothes were too flashy for my taste, and I'm not a big fan of instant food. I'm also not a fan of reading someone else's journals either. Besides, I already knew what was written inside those journals since I had Lucas' memories of writing them. The only thing worth my interest in this box was Lucas' collection of luxury watches. Tilda to think that I could wear these expensive watches to my heart's content. Anyhow, one by one, I emptied all the box's contents on the table. Nodding in satisfaction, I was about to get up and tidy up the place. But before I could do so, my eyes fell on a shiny-looking red object on the ground. Huh? It must have fallen when I was emptying the box. Thinking that, I picked up the object and started inspecting it with a frown on my face. It was a red feathered pen, a very expensive-looking red feathered pen, to be precise. Frowning deeper in confusion, I put it aside. I didn't remember seeing this in the luggage I had left behind. Maybe the landlord sent it by mistake? I flipped the whole box over the table to see if something else was sent by mistake. And just as I thought, there was indeed something else inside the box. Something fell on the table as soon as I flipped the box. It was a white envelope. Narrowing my eyes, I picked up the envelope to see what it was. But when I picked it up and read the words written on it, my eyes widened in shock. The words, "From Joe," were written on the front of the envelope, in a very expensive cafe, the kind of which only rich kids can afford to come in. 5 students were sitting in a group. They were waiting for the group's 6th member to arrive, but it looked like she was running late. Although they belonged to elite and high-class households, they were looking nothing short of delinquents right now. Laughing loudly at even the smallest jokes, drinking alcohol, and smoking cigarettes in a public place. In the novel's first few arcs, they were basically the group of rich kids known as the young elites. Yeah, no really. That's what they called themselves. So stupid. They were a group of cadets consisting of the heirs of big influential and noble families. Their head was Kai Wiseman, one of the future antagonists of the novel and a cadet of Class 1A2. Quinn was also present there, but he wasn't socializing in the least. He was busy digging his mouth into his burger while quietly observing these kids who called themselves future elites. Although Quinn was not officially recognized as an elite due to his illegitimate birth, he had a reputation for being a skilled fighter. In fact, his battle prowess and talent in magic were on par with Nero's, another elite who faced similar discrimination and rejection due to his illegitimate birth. In the northern continent's border, where Quinn had fought on the front lines against the lower-class vampires for the most part of his teenage life, they called him the Calamity Bringer. Quinn had a long history of fighting, having been sent to the border to fight as a child. This was a common practice in the north, where he was from. Orphan children with exceptional abilities were often sent to the battlefield there. In this case, though, Quinn's own father sent him to the border. Not because he was his illegitimate son and he wanted him to die or anything. But because Quinn was his experiment. You see, Major Miles Darkstar, Quinn's father was an estranged practitioner of the spell of the dark element called necromancy. But using necromancy to bring the dead back to life and control them as puppets can negatively affect the mage's life as if nature's way of trying to maintain its laws and preserve life. Due to this natural restriction, Major Miles could never use the full potential of the necromancy spell. In fact, no one ever could. In an effort to overcome this limitation, he conducted a series of experiments on his own illegitimate son, Quinn. After that, at age 14, he sent him to the border for 4 years. For 4 years, Quinn assisted the soldiers in their missions there and sometimes even fought. As a result of his father's experiments and the challenging environment of the northern border, Quinn became a formidable force with exceptional control over the element of darkness, as demonstrated by his survival on the battlefield for all these years. Major Miles' experiment was therefore considered a success. He had, for the first time in history, created a perfect necromancer. Anyway, despite his extensive combat experience, Quinn was required to attend the academy, as it was mandatory by the law for anyone with the ability to wield mana to receive proper military training. To summarize, he was a famous figure. There were many articles written about him, and the media hailed him as a war prodigy. It won't take a genius to guess that Quinn had a bright future ahead of him in the military. So right now, Kai thought that making a connection with him would be good. As they say, the best time to make a connection with a successful person is when they are not successful. Ha ha ha. That's so true. A boy laughed out loud when Kai made a joke that wasn't even the least bit funny. Quinn only shook his head and continued eating his burger. In the next moment, their laughing and joking halted as soon as the cafe's door opened up and a blonde girl stepped in. "You are late," Ella commented when she saw Grace walk into the cafe. "Yeah, I met a pest on my way here," said Grace nonchalantly before walking up to them and casually sitting beside Quinn. Quinn shifted a little to his left when his private space was invaded by the blonde girl, to which Grace just frowned. "A pest, huh?" Ella glanced at Grace with questioning eyes. She had known Grace for a few years now, so she knew there were only too many people Grace would call names like pests. Feeling her questioning gaze, Grace spoke up, Lucas. That trash was assigned to the apartment next to me. Ah. Ella nodded with an arched eyebrow in understanding. Lucas Morningstar? The one they call disgrace of the Morningstar family? Kai, who had been drinking till now, placed the can of beer down and asked. Yeah, that trash. Not only is he disowned now for molesting a commoner girl, but he also has no redeeming qualities to speak of, except for his looks. He is pretty hot, not going to lie. Grace admitted before turning towards Quinn, who was quietly eating. Anyway, hello Quinn, I don't believe we have met yet. I am Grace Godwill, she said. I know, Quinn curtly replied while putting away the burger that he had been eating for the last 10 minutes. Just how slow was his eating speed? So, who is the strongest here? Asked Quinn as he eyed everyone. It was a strange question that left everyone speechless. That's not the kind of question you can expect beforehand, after all. But it looked like Kai had already anticipated a question like this from Quinn as he quickly answered. I am. He declared. I believe I am the strongest one here since I am bronze 2. It looked like Ella wanted to retort, but her tier wasn't anywhere near bronze 2, so she kept her silence. I see, Quinn just nodded and continued eating again. After a short silence, Ella tried to strike up a conversation. Who do you think is the strongest in our class, Grace? Ella questioned Grace. Well, if that boy, what was his name again? Nero. Yes, so if that new boy Nero really did kill a silver-ranked mana beast, then him, or else the strongest one would be Quinn. Grace answered while fiddling with her fingers. That was an honest answer, and even Quinn knew it too. If Nero really did kill a silver-ranked mana beast alone under an hour, then his battle prowess was leagues above Quinn's. Although Quinn was sure that if he were to go all out, he would still be able to defeat Nero with his necromancy and shadow pulse spells. However, it still hurt his pride a little, but he didn't let it show on his face. Yeah, true. And then there is that boy who chose handguns. I bet he was just trying to be different and ended up doing something foolish. Ha ha ha. Ella laughed after ridiculing a boy whose name she couldn't even recall. Wait, really? I thought it was just a rumor. Ha ha. Some idiot really did choose handguns. A bulky boy beside Kai laughed. What do you think about him, Kai? Meh, I'm not interested in trash, Kai commented. I'm not very interested in long-range fighters in general. Bullets or arrows against my fist, the result is clear. Quinn couldn't help but roll his eyes. The boy in front of him was clearly not very experienced in real-life battles and was just thinking about 1v1 strength. Quinn, who fights at extremely close range with his daggers, knew how helpful the covers provided by the snipers were. True. Snipers can never climb to the top ranks, especially a gun user. Ella remarked with a scoff. Okay, I'm done, Quinn said as he got up from his spot and started leaving, without even paying for his meal. Wait, we were thinking about touring the city. Kai tried to stop him, but the black-haired boy just exited through the door without looking back. He couldn't endure spending another single second with those stupid teenagers. If they really are the next generations of elites, then the world is doomed, he said before getting on his hoverbike and trailing off in the distance. Chapter 18. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Dull sounds of footsteps echoed throughout my apartment's living room as I continued to pace in circles around the center table. Placed on that center table was a red quill feather pen, and besides that pen was a white envelope. The words, from Joe, were written on the front of that envelope. Halting my anxious steps, I stared at the envelope with a puzzled gaze. What's going on? And what was in that envelope? I couldn't help but recall the face of that maniac author over and over again in my head as I kept staring at the envelope. The author who created the world I was in right now, the author who killed me for the crime of criticizing his story. A gazillion of questions bombarded my mind, and I had no answers to them. TSK. Clicking my tongue, I decided to give up on puzzling my head and open the envelope. Staring at it wouldn't give me any answers. I sat on the edge of my couch and picked up the envelope. Removing the stamp, I opened it up and found a letter inside. The letter was folded. I put the envelope aside and unfolded the piece of paper in my hand. From the looks of it, it was a normal letter, so I started reading what was written in it. Dear Lucas, wait, can I call you Lucas? Or should I still call you Noah? That was a trick question. I will call you Lucas regardless of what you want he. Anyway, after I forcefully made you transmigrate into this world, I reflected on my actions and realized that my anger was indeed a little unjustified. So, I thought about making it up to you. And what better way is there to make up than to give you a golden finger? You see, that red quill pen I sent you with this letter is your golden finger. If you hold that red feathered pen in your hand, you will be able to see the complete information of any desired object, including all its stats. But that's not it. With that pen in your possession, you can edit any desired object stats. For example, if you get a gold rank sword, you can edit its rank and change it to platinum rank. Not only that, but you can also add modifications to an object too. For example, you can remodel a knife to become a sword. You can even turn a normal piece of paper into a rocket launcher. Exciting, right? I'm giving you the power to tamper with reality. But there's always a catch. You will need to gain special points in order to use the red pen. The points that I call edit points. The more edit points you have in your balance, the more freedom you'll have in editing or modifying an object. How can you gain these edit points, you may ask yourself? Simple really. You'll need to make the story interesting. How can you do that? By being involved in the story as much as possible. Making significant changes to the story by altering the ending of story arcs, disrupting the plot, and adjusting the flow of the story according to what you see fit, basically create an interesting story. The more you do that, the more edit points you'll acquire. If you're still having a hard time following what I mean, then just touch the feathered pen and you'll understand everything. Oh, and one more thing, you won't be able to edit any living being's stats, only inanimate objects. This is my gift to make it up to you. I'm giving you the authority to edit a part of reality itself. From your best friend. With a blank face, I almost ripped the letter asunder when I read that last line. What best friend? You shot me to death. And what do you mean your outrage was a little unjustified? It was totally unjustified. I just wanted to drain the damn letter down the flush after reading things like that. However, I forced myself not to do anything irrational and calmed my mind. I read that letter a few more times but was still confused as to what exactly the red pen was. Maybe it was partly because of my sleep deprivation. Yes, even in another world, my sleep schedule was still messed up and now it was affecting my ability to process things. Ugh. Fuck it. After letting out a frustrated sigh, I did exactly what was written in the letter. I picked up the pen. As soon as I did that, I heard a mechanical beep in my ears, and my own status screen appeared in front of me. Beep. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human strength 20 defense 8, speed 39 stamina 32 accuracy 76 charm 439 intelligence 187 mana capacity, 500 rank iron 2 potential gold 3 profession spearman LVL 1 archer LVL. 1 techniques none affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low blessing mana burst possessions phoenixes embrace semi-divine unknown object equals looking at my pitiful stats again, I couldn't help but sigh. But in reality, my stats weren't that low. They were barely below the average. The only reason I was placed so low in the academy rankings was due to the lack of my martial arts studies. I was LVL 1 in both my professions, while most of the other cadets were at least LVL 2 by the novel's beginning. Looking back at it, I couldn't help but wonder, how was Lucas so stupid enough to challenge someone who was leagues above him in the novel? I was about to facepalm until I heard another high-pitched beep sound, and a red screen popped up in my vision. Beep. Editing the status window, editing the status window? What does that mean? My question was soon answered when in the next moment, once again, a red translucent screen appeared in my vision. Edit complete. Open the status window to see your gift. After reading the last line, I frowned a little before reluctantly calling out my status window. Status. I commanded, and instantly the familiar blue screen appeared in my sight. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human attack 20 defense 8, speed 39 stamina 32 accuracy 76 charm 439 intelligence 187 mana capacity, 500 rank iron 2 potential gold 3 profession spearman LVL 1 archer LVL. 1 techniques none affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low blessing mana burst possessions phoenixes embrace semi-divine editors pen divine edit points. 5. Create an enjoyable story. The more you entertain him, the more points you'll get. Edit points. Looking at the new section that was added to my status window, I uttered while touching my chin. I see. I got the gist of what was happening here. From the start, I knew my transmigration into this world wasn't a coincidence. How could it be? I had my doubts, but I thought I was just being paranoid. But now I know for sure. Joe, the author who killed me, was not a normal person. For starters, as ridiculous as it may sound, after he killed me, I woke up inside his novel. The very same novel that I criticized as trash. Then there was also that nonsense he was spouting before killing me. If I remember correctly, he said something like, casting time reversal and parallel timeline rebirth will cost me more than half of my life essence. Does that mean he was some kind of god or something who was capable of creating worlds and making people reincarnate in them and stuff like that? No, ridiculous. That isn't possible, right? Besides, why would a god as powerful as that would decide to be an author? More importantly, why would a god bother themselves with the opinion of a mere mortal? But regardless of what I might think of this matter, the reality of the situation remained unchanged. I was undoubtedly in the world of Joe's novel, and he had sent me this letter. After all, the words, from Joe, were clearly written on the front of that envelope. For some reason, though, I was feeling angry and frustrated. I still had many questions, but I knew I wouldn't be getting the answers to them anytime soon. So instead of deciding to stand there like a maniac, I put my questions aside and thought about trying to perform what was written in that letter first. It was mentioned that I could edit an object's stats. But what does that mean? Scratching my chin, I looked around me to find something that could serve me as my test subject. However, while I was looking around, I noticed that all the objects around me had a red dot over them. Frowning, I narrowed my eyes and focused my gaze on the red dot over my couch. As soon as I focused my gaze on it, the dot grew bigger, and a red translucent screen opened up in my vision again. No, it wasn't my status screen. Instead, it was a screen displaying the status of my couch. Item, ordinary couch status, normal durability, 20 condition, excellent abilities, none rank, none edit, ______, my eyes were wide open, and my heart slammed hard against my chest. I finally understood what this pen could do. Amazing. Chapter 19. Traying. Who are? Rubbing my eyes, I woke up from my sweet slumber when the alarm ring fell in my ears. Sluggishly shutting it off, I got up from my bed, walked up to the closet and took out a bathrobe before entering the bathroom. Although the clock was displaying 6:20 a.m. right now, I was still feeling fresh despite it being so early in the morning. Perhaps it's because I was now adapted to this routine, or maybe it's because I didn't sleep at all. Yes, my sleep schedule is still messed up. Anyway, my morning routine is something like this: I wake up early in the morning or do not sleep through the night at all. Then I freshen up and do a little exercise. After that, I dress up and go to the academy. It was a repetitive routine but not a boring one, as I was enjoying my time in this fantasy world. To some extent, I could even say that I have accepted this world as my reality now. It's been 5 days since I got that envelope and the red quill pen. I racked my brain all over the place to find plausible answers to my questions, but no matter how much I tried, I couldn't come to a logical conclusion. The only speculation I could come up with was that maybe, just maybe, Joe, the author who killed me, really was some kind of a god. So by extension, he was also the reason I was in this world in the first place. Maybe this served as my punishment for criticizing a god's work. But then the question is, if he was punishing me for belittling his story, then why in the world would he give me a cheat item? And why did he make me transmigrate as Lucas and not some other character who suffered more in the story? Don't get me wrong, Lucas suffered in the story a lot, but the saddest part about his life was that he got beaten up by the protagonist and was used by the vampires as their pawn. After those incidents, he was captured by the protagonist and his companions and was imprisoned by the central government for life under the charges of treason, but compared to many other characters, his life wasn't that sad. Even the prison cell he was given was a VIP cell. There were many other characters with a much worse fate than his. They suffered far greater tragedies than Lucas did throughout the story. If he wanted to make me suffer, then why not make me into those characters? I was not a religious person in my past life, so even coming to this conclusion and accepting the existence of a god made me abandon all my beliefs. And besides, why me? I mean, there were quite a few more editors excluding me who criticized his story. So why did he only kill me? Sigh. So many questions, but no answers at all. Arg. If I could, I would just find Joe, grab his collar, and make him spit out all the answers I need. Ahem. I mean, if I could, I would just find Joe and politely ask him to answer all my queries. Politely. After leaving the bathroom, I put on a bathrobe. My white hair was wet, so I used a towel to dry it. Standing in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but admire my own appearance once again. Yes, admiring my beauty has become a part of my daily routine now. This isn't what people call narcissism, is it? Tiny water droplets were dripping down my chest down to my slim yet shredded waist, almost making my body sparkle. And then my eyes went up to my face. Tilda slicking back my drenched hair, I smirked. Mirror, mirror. Who's the most beautiful in the world? Me, Tilda. Ahem. Nope. That was cringe as hell. Never doing that again. After admiring my face, which I thought looked as if it had been sculpted by the gods, I turned my gaze to look at the living room couch. As soon as my sight fell on it, a red translucent screen that I was very familiar with appeared in my field of vision == item, couch status, modified ability, cloud cushion condition, good rank, none edit, active a couch that provides a feeling of comfort and support, as if the user is sitting on clouds. == yes, I used the red feathered pen on this couch. I know. Out of all the things I could have tested my pen on, I decided to go for a couch. But there's a reason. Not a solid one, but still a valid reason. The reason was that I didn't know the capabilities of the red pen back then. I didn't know what it could do. Yes, there was an envelope and my modified status screen telling me its use, but how could I trust something at face value? So, I decided to play it safe. I decided to test the pen on the safest thing I had in this apartment. And what's safer than a couch, right? So I decided to test the pen and edit the living room couch. It took 1 edit point for the edit to finalize. Since I was given 5 free edit points at the start, after this test, I only had 4 left. Anyway, now I knew what the pen could do. The red feathered pen can help me view the status of any object. And in that status screen, I will be given an edit column. Anything that I write in that column would become true as long as I have enough edit points. Let's look at that knife on the kitchen counter, for example. == item, ordinary kitchen knife status, unable to modify. 1650 edit points are needed to complete the edit. Ability, none condition, rusting rank, none edit, discarded become a nuclear warhead. == yeah. I tried to turn a knife into a nuclear warhead. Aren't I clever? Anyhow, as I explained, as long as I have enough points, anything I write in the edit column can become true. Because I didn't have enough points to turn an ordinary knife into a nuclear warhead, my edit was discarded. The word discarded will appear in front of the edits that can't be applied to an object. Besides that, this pen has many more functions. For example, I can also edit the property of an object. Yesterday I lit a paper on fire and used the pen to extinguish it. I basically stripped the fire of its heat property, and it extinguished itself. In short, I can redefine the properties of existing items as long as I have enough points with me. I can alter their physical features. I can also reshape and reconstruct them. I can customize their properties, upgrade their overall capabilities, and even transform them into an entirely different type of item. That is, as long as I have enough edit points. One more thing, the closer an object is to the edit that I desire to achieve, the fewer edit point I would have to spend. Let me clarify. For example, if I wish to turn a normal kitchen knife into a sword, it would cost 20 edit points, whereas if I wish to turn a pillow into a sword, it would cost me more than 50 edit points. Similarly, the shape and size of an object also affect the cost of the edit I want to achieve. For example, transforming a 5-inch big knife into a sword would cost me 20 edit points, whereas transforming a 3-inch knife would cost me more than 20 edit points. But even with all these limitations, this pen was seriously overpowered. Just imagine. I could create relics without being a blacksmith. I could make high-quality potions without being an alchemist. I could do anything. If I dare say so myself, this power was almost godlike. But for some reason, I was feeling frustrated more than feeling happy for reviving such an overpowered gift. I don't know why I felt so, but I did. Anyway, I won't talk about big brain stuff anymore. There'll be many opportunities for me to use this pen in the future. Oh, by the way, a new section named Edit Points was added to my status window the day I received this pen. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human attack 20 defense 8, speed 39 stamina 32 accuracy 76 charm 439 intelligence 187 mana capacity, 500 rank iron 2 potential gold 3 profession spearman LVL 1 archer LVL. 1 techniques none affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low blessing mana burst possessions phoenixes embrace semi-divine edit pen divine edit points. 2 I only have 2 edit points left. 1 edit requires at least 1 point or more, depending on the extent of the edit. The more bizarre the modification I want in an object, the more points I need to have. 1 point was used on the couch, and 2 points were used on the fire experiment I performed. But what made me worry was how to gain more points. I mean, the way to obtain more points was clearly written in the envelope that I received. I have to create an enjoyable enough story to entertain him. It's a no-brainer that the him in question was Joe, the very man who shot me, killed me, and then made me reincarnate in his world. Enjoyable story, huh? Is my entire existence nothing more than a source of entertainment for him? If this deity truly holds the power of God and is watching over me, judging every move I make and every story I weave, then am I merely a pawn in his grand game of pleasure? Will my fate be determined by the whims of an all-seeing deity whose sole purpose is to be entertained by my life? Yeah, maybe this was the reason I was feeling so bitter the past few days. The realization that someone was using me for his own sick enjoyment sent a wave of anger crashing over me. I bit my thumbnail and came to a stern conclusion. I was going to do exactly what he wanted me to do. Very well, I said through clenched jaws, my voice low and dangerous. I will craft a story so mesmerizing, so filled with twists and turns, that it will leave you on the edge of your seat. And when it's all said and done, when the last chapter is written, and the final page is turned, I'll make sure you pay for your crimes. My revenge will be swift and unyielding, a relentless pursuit that will leave you nowhere to hide. Chapter 20. I was sitting in my regular spot, which was the seat beside the window. To pass the time, I was watching the students entering through the classroom door like usual. It's been 5 days since the academy started, and groups have already started forming among cadets. Friend groups. I still don't have a single friend. Well, that's to be expected since I was in the body of an assaulter, and not to mention I was also a disowned son of a prestigious family. To add insult to the injury, I was not placed very high in the rankings either. In simple words, other kids belonging to major backgrounds and elite families didn't see me as worth their time. After all, I had neither political value nor individual strength to offer to them. While commoner kids also avoided me, most likely because of the rumors that I assaulted a girl back in high school. Although I preferred solitude, I was never truly alone during my school or college years. In fact, I seemed to attract people and was often surrounded by others even when I did not desire their company. And although, as I said, I was not too fond of it, I was also used to it. So being ignored and getting treated like I was nothing but air by my classmates was getting really annoying. Maybe deep down, I liked being the center of attention. Then again, at the risk of sounding contradictory, I was also enjoying the silence that I longed for in my previous life. Calling it my previous life still feels weird. Clap. Clap. As I sat in silence, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere, a loud clapping sound interrupted my reverie. I turned towards the front of the classroom to see a guy standing up, clapping in an attempt to get everyone's attention. He scanned the entire class with his crimson-red eyes, and after confirming that everyone's attention was on him, he spoke, "Everyone, now that we've spent some time with each other, shouldn't we officially introduce ourselves?" The guy who spoke was someone whom I had been cautious around since the incident of weapon selection. It was Hugh Jass. -A? Introductions? It's already been 5 days. Is there any need to do that now? Someone from the back voiced their opinion. Actually, everyone was thinking the same thing. It's been 5 days since the academy started, and during this time we have only engaged in light physical training and basic general knowledge classes. Groups have already begun to form and there is no need for introductions at this point yet. Hugh shook his head. I know it's not our first day, but we've all been busy settling in. Now that we're all feeling more comfortable, I think it's a good time for us to get to know each other better. So let's take some time to introduce ourselves and get to know each other a bit more. Actually, what he said was not wrong. Our main classes will begin starting today, so it's appropriate to consider today as our official first day. And from the looks of it, it seems that I wasn't the only one who thought that. Sure, let's do that. The one who said that was Nero Dekrauf, the protagonist. He practically jumped from his seat with an excited look on his face. Sigh. To get excited over introductions. He really was a weird protagonist. Okay, I'm glad everyone is on board. So I'll go first. Hugh said with a sincere smile on his face. To be honest, I was more than a little curious about this boy's origins. Hugh Jass. No matter how much I tried to remember, I couldn't seem to recall a single instance of this name being mentioned in the web novel. If I presume that he was nothing more than a side character in the web novel, that's why he wasn't mentioned, then why is he actively taking part in the story now? During these past 5 days, I tried to investigate him to the best of my abilities. And by investigating him, I meant searching him up on social media. What? You can't expect me to go full on Sherlock Holmes and investigate a stranger thoroughly when I myself am still trying to get accustomed to my new environment. So my name is Hugh Jass - before Hugh could even get past his name, a couple of giggles broke out in the classroom. PFTT, to be honest, even I was struggling to hold back my laugh. How could he say his name with a straight face? Haha, I know it's a funny name. Anyway, I'm 18 years old and I like to play video games. I am a sniper, and my preferred weapon is a handgun. I would like to get along with everyone. Thank you. After concluding his introduction with a short, respectful bow, Hugh sat back in his seat. Wow, his demeanor was sincere and he gave off a friendly vibe. I could see he will be popular in the future. However, that begs the question, why wasn't he mentioned in the novel? Besides, the information he gave about himself was very basic. I can't deduce any logical conclusion on his situation just from that. Okay, I will go next. Following him, Nero stood on his spot. From the looks of it, he was very eager to start his introduction. I'm Nero Dekrauf. I'm 18 years old and I like to. I already knew all about his character, so by extension, I knew what he liked and disliked. Yet, I kept listening to him to check whether what he said would match the contents of the web novel or not. Yes, it did. After Nero, one by one, the rest of the cadets stood up and introduced themselves. I made a mental note of what every main character spoke in their introductions, as some of them mentioned stuff that wasn't originally told in the novel. The more I know about the main characters, the better it will be for me. Even if it's a minute detail, I can't let anything escape. Just like that, a few minutes passed and almost everyone was done introducing themselves. The ones left were only Quinn and me. When everyone turned their gaze to Quinn, he respectfully declined to participate in this little class event. Fuck off, he said. With that, everyone turned their gaze to me. Exhaling, I stood up and started my introduction. My name is Lucas Morningstar. I'm 18 years old and I like to make unwanted sexual advances toward girls. Before I could finish, someone cut me off. I must admit, I had a feeling this would happen. A sly smile spread across my face as I faced the young man who interrupted me. He was just an extra. But judging by his gleaming golden hair and costly accoutrements adorning his well-nourished form, it was clear that he hailed from a life of opulence and luxury. So he was a rich kid. After noticing me staring at him, the boy shot me a scowl. What? Why are you looking at me? Do you have a problem with me? I. It's not just me. Everyone has a problem with you, but this time, before he could finish, I cut him off. Because if you do have a problem with me, then I would have to kindly ask you to write it down on a piece of paper. Huh? Of course, he was confused by my reaction. My smile grew wider as I said, yes. I want you to write down the problem you have with me on a piece of paper. Then I want you to roll it nice and tight and put it in your pocket since you seem to have something already shoved up your ass. I think it took him a minute to process what I said. And as expected, when it hit him, the boy got up from his seat. His face was red with rage and nerves were twitching on his forehead. You. What did you say to me? Do you know who I am? I am Chris Wright. The youngest son of the prestigious Wright family. How dare a nobody like you talk back to me like that? Aha. I was right. He was a rich kid. But I was only half right. He was not an extra. He was Chris Wright, belonging to the Wright family. Although he was not very active throughout the story, he was a recurring character with a haughty attitude that frequently caused minor annoyances for the protagonist and his allies. Like the Morningstar family that controls the Western continent by serving under the central government as a ruling family, the Wright family controls the Northern continent. The Wright family is also a military family, similar to the Morningstars. The heads of their family have often held high-ranking positions in the United Military. They are known as the Lions of the North for their role in the border wars against the vampires for all these years. But I could not give one fuck about all that. So? I shrugged. If you truly hail from a prestigious family, you should be aware of how to conduct yourself. Was it not you who interrupted me during my introduction? Chris was gritting his teeth in anger and appeared as if he was about to lash out at me, but at that moment, the door to the classroom opened. Click, looking over, we saw it was our head instructor, Liz, who had entered the classroom. Seeing that, Chris gave me an angry, I will kill you next time, look and quietly sat back in his seat. Only then did I realize that all the eyes present in the classroom were focused on us. I made a fuss. Sighing and massaging my eyebrows, I too slumped back in my seat. Get a grip. You are an adult, and these are kids. I told myself. Ding. 7 editor credits have been rewarded. To my surprise, a red translucent screen popped up in my vision the next moment. The fuck? Acting out and making a fuss like a kid? That's what is deemed interesting. Wait. Right then, a thought hit me. I jerked my neck to the left and looked over at Chris Wright. He was sitting on his spot, clenching his fist while mumbling something to himself. His face was red due to the sheer amount of anger he was holding back. I see now. I've triggered a young master. Class, attention. A booming voice swept over the classroom and redirected everyone's attention by force to its owner. Behind a podium on the raised platform that was placed at the front end of the classroom stood Liz with her usual annoyed look plastered on her face. After making sure everyone was paying attention to her, she began speaking. Now that you have been at the academy for 5 days and have had a chance to become accustomed to your new surroundings, it is important to familiarize yourself with some rules. Although the academy has provided you with a list of rules via email, I would like to explain one of the rules in more detail. It is important to understand that, regardless of your background or any outside support you may have had, it will not matter at this academy. As she said that, Liz took a good look at every young lord and young lady present in this class. After a brief pause, she continued, money won't work here, so don't bother trying to show off your family's wealth to anyone in this city. But now, a question arises, if money doesn't work here, then how does this city's economy function? As you may already be aware, most of the city's population consists of cadets in training. As cadets, you will be expected to adhere to strict discipline. The reward and punishment system will be utilized to ensure that this discipline is maintained. At the end of each month, you will be awarded merit points based on your academic performance of that month. In addition, your academy rank will increase the total number of your merit points through the use of bonuses. The higher your rank, the greater the bonus applied to your merit points. In this city, you can purchase nearly anything with enough merit points. This includes both basic necessities and luxurious items. For the first month, everything in the city will be free. However, after the end of the month, you will need to earn merit and pay for everything you use. There are many ways to earn merit points, such as doing well in training drills or selling mana beast parts to the academy and many more. In contrast, there are only 2 ways of rising in academy ranks. The first is to perform well on semester-end exams and in combat tournaments. The second is to challenge a student 1 rank higher than you to a duel. If you win the duel, you will advance in rank. This academy is designed to prepare you for service in the United Military by providing a competitive environment that helps you become stronger and more resilient. In times of war, physical strength and resilience can be crucial for survival. By training hard and striving to become as strong as possible, you can increase your chances of success in the military and in any challenges you may face. After causing the entire class to fall silent with anxiety, Liz nonchalantly continued speaking. That's all for the rules. Now let's get to the roll call. Right, I remember that the Academy City used merit points as its currency. Sigh. I don't know who came up with the idea to put thousands of young adult teens into one single city and completely strip them of their backgrounds and wealth, but I admire the sadism. I couldn't help but let a smile curl my lips, despite the weight of the grim future that loomed ahead. But at this moment, I allowed myself to revel in the excitement of what was to come. I knew that my time here would be filled with challenges, but I also knew that it would be a time I was going to enjoy. And so, I let the anticipation of what was to come wash over me, ready to embrace whatever came my way. Yeah, maybe I really am insane. Chapter 21. The world of Chronicles of Legendary Heroes is filled with wars, deaths, and tragedies. After all, the world is currently facing two extinction-level threats, vampires on land and Callus in space. Over the course of 7 centuries of warfare, the soldiers of the Union military have developed several strategies for fighting against them. But even still, throughout the span of the first half of the novel, there were numerous wars with uncountable casualties. However, not all wars were fought against vampires and Callus. Nah. There were few instances when humans had to fight against elves, dwarfs, and even fellow humans. Why, you may ask yourself. There were many reasons. First and foremost, vampires can compel other races and control their minds. They can make you fight against your own kind. The second reason is the power struggle. Yes, power struggle. Since the last few years have been relatively peaceful and the world isn't in any immediate unforeseen danger for now, the struggle for power has been presumed. People have started fighting themselves instead of the threats they should be focusing on. Yeah, I know, foolish power-hungry bastards. Anyway, the third reason was even more foolish, the difference in races. Elves are too prideful. Dwarfs are too rude. And humans are the greediest of them all. So needless to say, a few conflicts were unavoidable, and one should be ready to fight at any given moment against anyone to maximize their chances of survival in this world. In simple words, my point is that a good cadet should be ready to face any kind of danger that's thrown at them. That's why, after Liz was done with our roll call, we were sent to the training field. Currently, we are going through a drill exercise called anti-personnel combat training, the first thing in the morning. Now I personally don't have a problem with it, but it's exhausting to move my body in the morning since I'm not a morning person. Anyway, it's an hour-long class where cadets spar against each other with their preferred choice of weapons. It doesn't need to be the weapon they chose during the weapon selection, it could be anything. After all, a soldier should at least know how to get around using as many weapons as one can. They could use any martial arts as long as it's not lethal. They could also not use mana in their attacks. So for that, everyone was gathered in the concrete training field, and since it was technically our first day, we were using practice weapons. Practice weapons were made of wood and carbon fiber to make this class a little less painful for the cadets. Looking around, I could see the main characters paired up against other main characters for this training drill session. Nero, the male lead, was sparring against Chase. Elijah was barely holding his own against Quinn. Asta was valiantly going up against Anastasia, the female protagonist, and so on. Ah, what a brilliant sight, tilde young cadets sparring against each other, bonding and enjoying themselves for a little while. What about me, you ask? Ha ha. Funny story. I was paired up with Amelia. Yes, the girl Lucas tried to, you know. Breaking the suffocating silence with a dry cough that was filling the gap between Amelia and me, I let out a wry smile. So, been a long time. What are you up to, Kaya? Swish. Before I could spat some weird nonsense, an arrow brushed past my face. A red line formed under my right eye and a drop of blood coursed down my cheek. I couldn't even follow her movements. When did she shoot? And even if it was a practice arrow, it was ridiculously sharp. Was she aiming for my eye? TSK, I missed, the black-haired girl clicked her tongue in frustration. She was totally aiming for my eye. Flashing a smirk, I jerked my head. Nothing left to do but face her head on. Instantly, I knocked an arrow on my bow and swish. Aik, and before I could even draw the string, another arrow shot past me, barely leaving my eye intact. It was so unexpectedly fast that it startled me and a girly shriek escaped my mouth. Do you want to take my eye out? I yelled. As she was enjoying watching me suffer, Amelia mockingly shrugged while feigning ignorance. Accidents can happen, she said. It's not an accident if it's intentional. I barked at her in a ridiculing tone. Paying no mind to my wailing, Amelia knocked another arrow on her bow, drew the string, and quickly aimed at me. Widening my eyes, I drew back my bowstring too. Locking my target on her, I released the bowstring and shot my arrow at her. To counter, she too shot an arrow of her own at me. Damn, she was fast. Tack, swish. I tried to duck and dodge her arrow, but another cut appeared on my face. I was too late to react, instead she was too fast. Her precision was amazing. And despite being so fast to shoot, her aim was perfect. And if that wasn't enough, she was quick on her feet too. Despite us shooting at the same time, she easily managed to avoid my arrow by tilting her head. Sigh. Even in the novel, Amelia was an amazing archer and a brilliant fighter. In one arc, she was poisoned by the vampires. Even when she was losing consciousness and all her senses were shutting down due to the effects of the poison, Amelia managed to hit all her targets and subdue her poisoners. Her talent in archery was only second to Anastasia, the female protagonist. And even that's because Anastasia had a cheat. Even now, she was intentionally aiming slightly below my eye, or else I would have ended up with only one eye by now. But even so, it doesn't matter how good she was or how much of a big shot she would go on to become in the future, I can't let her trample all over me. Even if her talent is second to only one in the whole world, I will not let her win this swish. Eek. Arg. Fine. She was now asking for it. Gritting my teeth, I started running in her direction. A sniper's weakness is close-range combat. That's why they carry a secondary weapon with them. However, since this was merely a practice session, no one bothered to grab a secondary weapon. Not me though. I was smart. I knew something like this could happen, so I grabbed a dagger and concealed it under my right-hand sleeve. Mwahahaha. I will close in on her, take my dagger out and swish. Thrub. Arga. Before I could even close half the distance, an arrow collided with my leg. Although it didn't pierce through, it felt like I was hit by 10 paintballs at once on a single point in my leg. Did you bring a secondary weapon? Aren't you smart? Amelia shot a smirk, but it's all pointless if you can't close the distance on me to use it. Baring my teeth and enduring the pain in my right leg, I got up. Throwing the bow to the side, I pulled out the dagger from under my sleeve. Fine, I'll play along. With a bored expression plastered on her face, Amelia shrugged and threw her bow aside too. As if I was no threat to her whatsoever, she started walking toward me. Oh, she shouldn't have done that. An archer allowing their opponent to close the distance is akin to them digging their own grave. A taunting grin formed on her face as she came face to face with me. Does she think she can beat me in close range? I admit Lucas wasn't the strongest or the toughest, but this guy was still elite. Despite his slacking off most of the time, he was trained in various kinds of martial arts since childhood. So there was no way I would lose to an archer in close combat. And besides, I was up against a girl. The difference in our gender's evolutionary biology has already given me an edge over her. Thinking that my victory was already assured, I gripped my dagger hard in my right hand and swung it directly at her neck. If she were to duck, I would hit her in the face with a knee. If she were to block by hand, I would hit her with a kick to her open side. And if she grabbed my hand, I would twist her grip, pull her close, and clutch her in a submission lock. Yes. How do you like this, you arrogant bitch? This is my perfect victory, whoosh. Huh? Thwack. For a second, the whole world turned upside down and I saw my dead grandma looking down on me from heaven. Then the next second, everything turned black. When my vision returned, excruciating pain spread all over my body. Argak. It seems like using my own momentum against me, Amelia managed to flip me over her shoulder. Huh, it was a blunder on my part. Arg fuck dash, whoosh. However, before I could get my pain-stricken body to get up and move, Amelia held my right hand and locked me into an armbar submission lock. Ah, fuck. Over-the-shoulder flip followed up by an armbar. She was using jiu-jitsu. An archer was using modern martial arts at close range. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I didn't think of this. There was no such thing mentioned in the novel since Amelia never had to display her close combat skills. Agaha. It felt like my arm was going to be ripped off. And knowing how much Amelia hated Lucas even in the novel, I had no doubts that she would actually break my arm if I let this drag on. No, no, no. I don't want that. Submit. While I was locked in an armbar submission lock, Amelia's cold voice fell into my ears. Submit? Was she asking me to tap out and admit defeat? Hell no. As if she had read my mind, Amelia bent her back and doubled the intensity of the armbar. Aga. Tap out, you bastard. Aga ha ha ha. Let go, you bitch. I was struggling for my dear life. But as if hellbent on making me suffer, Amelia didn't let loose the grip on my arm. Fine. She wants to play it that way. Using my left hand, I grabbed one of her legs that was holding my right arm in place. Then I pulled her leg to my face and using all the strength I had in me, I bit her leg. Hike. Ooh. What the hell? Let go. Let go. Let go. You pervert, she started squeaking. Now she was the one who was struggling for her dear life. Shoo let go pashed. You let go first, gnashing on her leg, I shot back. My strange action had turned the surroundings silent. Was everyone watching us? But I had no time to think about it. For now, all my focus was on this leg. This leg. I will eat it off. I swear I will eat it off. This is a warning, Lucas. Let go. I said, let go, you bastard. I will eat this leg piece today, even if it's the last thing I do. I'll eat it down to the bone. Why you, grabbing the bow she threw away earlier by reaching it with one of her hands, Amelia raised it up, intending to hit me with it. In my vision, I saw a wooden bow speeding toward my face. Ah fuck. Once again, I saw my dead grandma in the clouds. She was waving her hand at me from heaven. I have no recollection of what happened after that. Chapter 22. Ding. 7 editor points have been rewarded. A dull ache kept pounding in my skull as I walked through the corridors of the academy. Ah, Amelia, that bitch. I cursed the person responsible for my current state and began massaging my forehead in an attempt to alleviate the pain. She didn't even hold back. Dash ah ha ha ha. Look, it's him. Dash aren't the morning stars called wolves of the west? Dash some wolf he is. Getting owned by an archer girl in close combat. Dash the way he was biting her leg, he looked more like a dog than a wolf. Ha 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 ha. As I made my way from the infirmary to my next class, I overheard some of my classmates laughing and mocking me. Well, I kind of expected it to happen anyway. TSK, damn these third-rate novel extras. To be honest, I can't blame them. I did lose pitifully. Still, these people who are making fun of me right now won't be able to hold their own against a main character of Amelia's caliber for more than a few seconds. So in that aspect, I did pretty well since I lasted for more than 5 minutes, right? Arg. Who am I kidding? It was bad. It was very, very bad. I think it's a cue for me to start building my strength immediately. I mean, I wouldn't have lost if I had been going all out by using my armor and edit pen, but still. Even if I have a divine armor that has made me nigh invincible, that's all I have. This was merely a spar. However, in a real battle where I have to put my life on the line in order to survive, I would die if I had no offensive strength. After all, you can't win if you solely play on defense. And on a battlefield, if you don't win, you die. Putting my hand to my chin, I started thinking of ways to boost my strength. If I remember correctly, there may be a few ways that I can use to get stronger. Of course, it won't be an easy task. Since I won't be stealing any cheat item unlike last time, I was going to struggle quite a bit. What will I do, you're wondering? I'll work hard. How do I plan to do that? Before I answer that, let me tell you this, centuries ago, when mana started flowing in this world, people found quite a lot of ways to harness its power. The first was very simple. They used mana as a clean, unlimited energy source. The second way was even better. They used it to bend the laws of the mortal world and achieve supernatural phenomena, calling it magic. However, some people also discovered a third way to use mana. Mana, in theory, was a very similar energy to Qi of ancient martial arts of China. I mean, of course there were differences between the two, but mana could also be used to strengthen one's body like Qi in martial arts. Not only that, but if paired with martial techniques, one could achieve devastating results by using mana in the same manner as Qi. Thus, the arrival of mana brought one more thing along with it, the revival of ancient Chinese martial arts. Now although the academy itself will provide martial techniques to cadets in the future, I won't be counting on them to make me very strong. I have my reasons. First, the technique they will allot me will at best be a low-grade LVL-2 technique. After all, they will provide level 5, the highest level of techniques, only to their top cadets. Second, the first arc of the novel, the Class Wars arc, was about to start soon. At the near end of this first arc, the duel between Lucas and Nero will happen. It's already March 6th and the duel was supposed to happen on March 31st. And I don't think I can face Nero with some low-level weapon art. Hence, I needed strength to assure my safety in the coming days. Of course, I will be taking every safety measure from my side to avoid the duel as much as I can. As a wise man once said, a fight avoided is a fight won. I will not needlessly beat any girl as Lucas did in the novel. I will also not be acting out like a trashy young master. In fact, I will do everything opposite to what Lucas did in the novel. Yes, I will become the exact opposite character of Lucas in the novel. I will become generous, kind, cheerful, and forgiving until March 31st. However, even if I do all that, I still need to be prepared in case the duel does happen. Only a fool would not ready himself for the worst-case scenario. As the saying goes, a sailor is always prepared for a storm while setting sail in the ocean. Now, in this world, there are thousands of military academies. But only two of them are considered the best of the best, Global Academy and Ethereal Academy. One may ask, why is that? Are their instructors war veterans? Do they provide the best equipment and state-of-the-art training facilities? Do the soldiers trained by them go on to become the finest on the battlefield? The answer is all of the above and more. Besides their good record and war veteran instructors, Global Academy and Ethereal Academy provide one more crucial thing. They teach their cadets not only to fight, but also to survive. After all, as long as even one soldier is standing, the war won't be over. Anyway, since they teach their cadets how to survive, they also provide them alternatives for after their survival. Let me explain. According to the law passed by the central government, any individual who can use mana has to serve in the United Military for a mandatory time period of 4 years. But the majority of the people remain in the military even after serving their mandatory 4 years. Why? Because they are trained to become soldiers as soon as they turn 18 to 19 till they turn 21 to 22 in military academies, and after that, they are thrown into the battlefield for the next 4 years of their life. That's 7 years of their life gone. In short, most people who can use mana spend their whole youth being a soldier. They don't know how to do anything else but fight in wars and follow orders. But top-tier military academies like Global Academy and Ethereal Academy let their cadets dream of a normal life after their mandatory service time. They do that by making their cadets opt for an additional subject to study. That way, after their time in the military, they can create their own careers and lead normal lives. You can think of it as additional classes in college or something. And the variety of these additional subjects is huge. They range from simple cooking and baking classes to more complex ones like robotics and engineering lessons. Anything that can help cadets build their life after their time in the military is provided here at Global Academy. That's one of the reasons why every parent in the world wants their children to attend either of the top 2 academies. However, the world is a cruel place. To enroll in the Global Academy, one needs to either have exceptional talent or a rich family background. Since the enrollment fees alone are worth a whopping billion credits, not everyone can afford to enroll here. And the same goes for Ethereal Academy too. Well, that's to be expected since these academies need to maintain a pretty big fund to keep on functioning the way they function. Ah, that reminds me, even though Lucas is disowned by his family, the fees for his 3-year course in the Global Academy are already paid for in advance. Not only that, but I, on paper, can still carry the family name of Morningstar. Even though from my memories I could tell Reynold wasn't really fond of his son, I think he still couldn't bring himself to cut him off completely. Anyway, currently I was standing in front of my additional subject classroom. In the novel, Lucas opted for robotics. He was put in the same class as Nero, the protagonist. He once lashed off at one of his classmates there and Nero witnessed that scene. From there, Nero's impression of Lucas worsened. So I decided to change that. No, I won't try to change the impression Lucas left on him. Nah. Instead, I will completely avoid the protagonist like a scared little cat. So I decided to change the plot once again and chose a subject Lucas could have never even thought about choosing in the novel. I chose cooking. I know. It's not the most exciting class, but that's precisely why I opted for it. Since there were quite a few main characters in the novel, not all of them were deeply explored in the early chapters. As such, I don't know what everyone took as their additional subject except for a few handfuls of them. And that's why I decided to avoid taking any class that could bring me closer to the main cast of the novel. So what better class to attend than cooking to avoid the named characters? A bland and easy class where no drama can't ever happen. In other words, it's a class for total extras and side characters. Aren't I a genius? Smiling thoughtlessly while appreciating my intellect, I grabbed the doorknob of the classroom door and twisted it open. Click! And entering the classroom, the first thing I saw was a crowd of around 120 first-year cadets filling the room. It was a joint lesson that combined 2 first-year classes, so there were bound to be many people present here. However, one face among the crowd of first-year cadets stood out like a sore thumb. Ah fuck. Amelia Black. It seems like I won't be able to run from here now. Ding. 9 editor points have been rewarded. Chapter 23. Ding. 3 edit points have been rewarded. Did you choose this class purposefully? After my additional subject class ended, I was confronted by Amelia. As fate would have it, I chose the same class as her. Honestly, fate is such a prude little bitch. Anyway, currently, in an almost empty kitchen classroom, Amelia was standing right in front of me. Her silky raven black hair, which complemented her fair complexion, was tied into a bun while her emerald eyes, which appeared to have a shine of their own, were staring deep into my soul. Ahem, with a dry cough, I suppressed my nervousness and answered. What do you mean? Narrowing her eyes, Amelia doubled the intensity of her gaze at my answer. From her look I could guess that she was clearly trying to hold her anger back. OOF. If only looks could kill. Just know this, I'm not the same weak girl as back then. If you try to pull anything, I will certainly bring you down. And this time, morning stars won't be able to save you. Without bothering to even wait for my response, Amelia turned around and left through the door. Not the same weak girl, huh? No one knows it better than me. Amelia was one of the most developed characters till Volume 7. In her flashback arc, she was described as a shy, timid girl. She attended the same middle school as Lucas. When she was 14, he tried to force himself on her. Because Lucas belonged to the ruling family of the Western continent, there was no legal action taken against him. That event made Amelia realize how weak and powerless she really was in this world. It inflicted severe trauma on her for years to come. Even though she changed schools, that incident still haunted her in her dreams. There is no justice in this world unless we make it, she thought to herself. To overcome that trauma, Amelia pursued strength. After discovering her talent with the bow, she became more confident in herself. From a daughter of a small-time businessman, she went on to become the second greatest archer of all time. Prior to the events of the final war, she pushed back the army of 50,000 vampires alone for 7 whole minutes. The 7 minutes that she bought were later proven to be crucial for the reinforcements to arrive. Although she lost her life in the process, she made her name known to the whole world. Amelia Black, the girl who sought justice, was hailed as one of the greatest war heroes to have ever lived. So I know just how right she was when she said she isn't the same weak girl as back then anymore. However, she was still not strong enough. Even in the novel, if she'd been only a little bit stronger, she could have lived and helped during the final war. If that would have happened, thousands of more people could have survived the war. Whatever. The final war won't be happening anytime soon, so it's pointless for me to think about it right now. After letting out an exhausted sigh, I went and exited the kitchen classroom for my next class. Mana, as you all may know already, allows one to bend the laws of the universe and grant them the power to make the impossible happen. And it was time for the class I had been waiting for this whole week. Starting today, cadets will be learning about mana theories. Yay! Mana and magic, the base of most fantasy. Needless to say, I was more than excited to learn about it. Although most of the cadets present here already know what mana is and how to manipulate it to control elements, our instructor, Liz, still decided to go over the basics. Now, I know many of you present here have already learned a spell or two, so you all may know this, but can someone tell me what exactly manipulating mana can let you accomplish? A few hands raised when Liz asked the question, and without delay, she picked one of the cadets who raised their hand to answer. Manipulating mana lets us control elements of nature like fire, water, wind, and earth. It can also strengthen our body to inhumane levels and let us accomplish feats unheard of in the past. Wow, that was a perfect answer. But it looks like Liz had something more to add to it. True, but mana grants us much more than the ability to control elements. Aside from controlling the basic elements, you can control their variables. Now, who can tell me what variables are? Again, as soon as Liz shot a question, many hands were raised instantly. With a satisfactory smile, Liz again picked her own protege, Nero, to answer. Each of the basic elements has a higher version of itself. These higher versions are called variables. One element can have more than one variable, and individuals with affinity to 2 or more elements can sometimes unlock a completely new variable. For example, the variable of fire is lightning. But the earth has 2 variables, metal and gravity. Also, if you mix earth element with fire, you'll create a new variable, magma. After concluding his answer, Nero slightly bowed and sat back in his seat. As expected, brilliantly answered, Liz commented. It was clear that she was showing favoritism towards Nero. But well, his answer was indeed beautifully summed up. Anyway, as I was saying, while mana grants us the ability to control elements of nature and their variables, we can control so much more than that. For example, people born with an affinity toward light can control light, and the same for the people born with an affinity for darkness. Both light and darkness are not related to nature. As such, both of these elements have so many unknown variables. For example, I use darkness to manipulate the souls of the dead. Some darkness users can even use necromancy. Whereas some light element users can move at the speed of light, bend it, and use healing magic. At this point, half of the class was in awe. Although all of the things which Liz just said were widely known facts, it doesn't make these things any less amazing. Also, since affinities for light and darkness are rare, most of the cadets present here don't have it. As such, they will never be able to achieve the feats Liz was talking about. Oh, by the way, fun fact, Lucas was born with an affinity for light. But of course, the elements of light and darkness are hard to train as much as they are rare. So Lucas never once learned a light spell. Sigh, he was truly an example of wasted potential. Anyway, for now, let's end here with theories and start practicing some real magic. As soon as Liz spoke those words, the whole class started beaming with excitement. Now, those of you who have already learned some spells, come forward. Those who have yet to learn, remain seated. And just as we were instructed, a handful of cadets got up from their seats and walked down toward the podium where Liz was. Since Lucas had learned 2 basic spells before coming here, I too got up from my seat and started moving. After counting the number of the students who got up and came forward, Liz nodded. Okay. Those who haven't yet learned any spells, I will personally give you all some basic spells according to your elemental affinity. Liz took out a few scrolls from her dimensional bracelet as she said that. After that, she started distributing those paper scrolls among the cadets who were still sitting. Most of the cadets who didn't get up were commoners. Even Amelia and Anastasia were sitting. It's no surprise since spells are filthy expensive. Only rich families could ever hope to afford them. As I've explained before, there are multiple ways to cast magic spells, drawing, hand signs, chanting, etc. Of course, one can't mimic a spell merely by reciting a chant they overheard or redrawing a rune they saw somewhere. No, to cast spells, one must not only know the meaning of those chants, drawings, or hand signs, but one must also know the particular way they have to move their mana in order to create a successful spell. Learn the spells written in these scrolls by next week. Since you all can already move mana within your bodies, spell casting won't be very difficult. The language written in these scrolls is High Elven. It's very similar to Latin and it's translated word by word in these scrolls for you all to grasp easily. After allotting spell scrolls to the rest of the class, Liz turned toward the ones who were standing. Now then, you all. Since you all have already learned to cast spells, show me the best you can do. I couldn't help but sigh after hearing those words from Liz. However, the rest of the cadets standing beside me didn't react so calmly. They were confused. Dash, show you? You mean hit you, from my left, someone asked. In reply, Liz nodded. Yes, hit me with your best spell one by one. Chapter 24. The classroom was spacious, with 10 rows of seats arranged in an ascending pattern. At the front of the room was a small stage, on which stood a podium. The distance between the stage and the rows of seats was quite large. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I'll say this again, the class was quite spacious. So there was no problem if cadets were to use basic magic spells inside the classroom. But our instructor, Liz Snyder, didn't just ask us to use spells. No, she asked us to hit her with spells. There were around 20 cadets standing with me, and everyone looked pretty baffled. It was clear that these poor souls had no idea what to do and how to respond to this absurd order. Should they really hit her with magic spells? What if something happens? Sure, Liz was strong. She was a section commander, which is like the second highest rank a soldier can achieve in the military, and an immortal ranked warrior. No way a bunch of kids with very little to no prior martial arts or magic education could injure her. But their worries were understandable. Offensive spells, even the most basic ones, are extremely lethal. To understand the logic, you can compare offensive spells to hot weapons of modern times like guns. If a person with a bulletproof vest comes up to you and asks you to shoot them, you wouldn't immediately agree to it, right? Exactly. Although everyone present here knew that they couldn't hurt Liz, they were still hesitant to follow her order. Of course, for every cadet who was hesitant or confused to act on Liz's orders, there were also some who weren't all that panicked. These people were the ones with first-hand battle experience, Nero and Quinn. Both of them had already started to circulate mana in their body. For the record, I wasn't hesitating either. That's because I had two reasons. First, I was excited to use a magic spell. Although I had Lucas memories of him learning and using magic during his childhood, I myself had yet to try it. Second, I knew how much of a monster Liz was. It would be a miracle if anyone in this city, cadets and instructors alike, could even scratch her. Oh, Nevi, Winter. From my right, the first one to finish conjuring his spell was Quinn. Quinn had his right palm facing toward Liz. He had no expression on his face as he yelled out his chant in Elven tongue. I don't know the grade of the spell, but since Quinn had only had an affinity for darkness, it was bound to be a shadow-type spell. And in the next moment, I was proven right. Quinn's right hand was engulfed in pitch-black darkness, almost like it was shrouded in shadow. KZZZZZ. In an instant, the formless shadow transformed into a pitch-black snake and lunged at Liz. With its gaping maw and intent to devour Liz, the shadow snake bore its dark fangs at her. Of course, Liz wasn't just standing there waiting to be attacked, though. She channeled mana into her right index finger and raised her hand in preparation. In the next second, Liz made a quick downward swipe with her finger through the air. Swoosh, one slash. With just one slash of her index finger, Liz was able to dispel the shadow snake before it could even reach her. TSK. Quinn clicked his tongue in frustration. Although he had expected this, and this wasn't the strongest spell in his arsenal, to think someone would dispel his shadow magic without any effort. Clap, clap, wah-wah. As expected of Master Tilda, while Quinn was grumping, Nero started applauding. No, he wasn't impressed by his master's performance or anything. Rather, he knew she was just trying to act cool, so he interrupted her performance to irritate her. You brat, with eyebrows twitching in annoyance, Liz gritted her teeth. I've told you not to call me that during academy hours. Now, come forth. Sure, Tilda, I'll keep that in mind, Master Tilda. While continuing to irritate her further, Nero stepped forward and started speaking in High Elven. LVA Tormentorum. At the same time, using his right hand to mimic a handgun, Nero pointed his index and middle fingers at Liz. From all around his surroundings, particles of light started to cluster at the tip of Nero's handgun. The whole class brightened up. It looked like Nero had created a mini sun at the tip of his fingers. The cluster of blinding light was about to break and shoot at Liz when... Swoosh! With a quick, panicked swipe of her finger, Liz dispelled Nero's magic. She had a look of disbelief on her face when she yelled, "When did you learn this?" Huh, confused, Nero looked at Liz like he was looking at a mad woman. Weren't you the one who asked me to learn this spell? It was true. A few months ago, prior to Nero's enrollment in Global Academy, Nero asked his master, Liz, to provide him with some high-grade spells. Liz, of course, avoided that request, but Nero kept pushing it. In the end, Liz handed Nero a mid-grade light elemental spell and asked him to master it. Light element, much like dark element, is a tricky one. On top of that, Nero, who was on Silver 1 rank, could only dream of mastering a light elemental mid-grade spell. Unfortunately for Liz, Nero was the protagonist of this world. Achieving something impossible was his normal Tuesday routine. In the span of 2 months, Nero managed to master a mid-grade light elemental spell and left his master puzzle, once again. Facepalming, Liz didn't even know how to act in this situation. Shaking her head, she said, "Fine, go back to the line. Next cadet, step forward." Huh. What do you mean by fine? You should say something like, "Good job, dear handsome disciple. I'm lucky to have you as my protege." At Nero's response, a nerve quivered on Liz's forehead, but the latter managed to calm her temper down quickly. With a dead scary smile, Liz said, "Do you not love your life anymore, dear handsome disciple? Want me to end it for you?" A chill ran down Nero's spine. He quickly straightened his back and yelled before getting back in line. "Gnome. Sorry. Everyone was just as confused as the person beside them. No one knew how to react to this. Should they be more surprised at the fact that a mere 18-year-old cadet mastered a mid-grade light elemental spell, or at the fact that Liz easily dispelled a mid-grade spell with one finger? Dispelling a magic spell is very simple in theory, but very hard when applied practically. To dismiss a magic spell cast by someone else, you need to overwhelm the area they had cast their magic spell on with your own magic power, mana. Sounds simple, right? However, simple doesn't mean easy. There are two restrictions to dispelling a magic spell. First, you need to overwhelm the area with your mana where the opponent has cast their magic on. To do this, you must keep a few things in mind. You need to predict the exact location the spell is being cast on by your opponent. It would be best if you had a bigger mana pool than your opponent because dispelling takes a lot more mana than spell casting. If your opponent has cast a spell of opposite elemental affinity to yours, you'll need to overwhelm them with 60 times more mana they had used. Meaning, if your affinity is with fire and someone has cast a water spell, you'll need to use 60 times more mana than they have used in order to cancel whatever spell they've cast. You'll also need to be wary of the area of dominance. Area of dominance refers to the area where a mage has absolute control over mana. Everyone who can manipulate mana has an area of dominance around their own body because no one can control mana inside someone else's body. It's a natural law. As a result, no one can cast a spell inside someone else's body because that area is under the complete control of the person it belongs to. Only they can manipulate the mana in their own body. Additionally, the closer a spell is being cast to someone's area of dominance, the less control others have over that area. So, if I cast a spell close to my body, it would be really difficult for someone else to dispel it because it's close to my area of dominance. By training, it's possible to expand one's area of dominance and create a domain where only they can cast spells. However, doing this is very, very challenging. The second thing to keep in mind is, it is advised to cancel someone's magic spell before it is fully materialized. For example, if I cast an Earth Bullet spell, dispelling it after the Earth Bullet has been created would be nearly impossible since mana has already taken a physical shape. Yet, Liz managed to do both of those things. She nullified a magic spell that was opposite of her affinity, she has an affinity towards darkness, and she also cancelled 2 spells after they materialized. Truly, she's the very definition of defying common sense. Chapter 25. A few minutes passed since Liz asked us to show her our best spells. One by one, cadets stepped forward and displayed their magical abilities. Since most of them were young lords or young ladies of prestigious families, their spells were impressive, to say the least. In the web novel, this wasn't an event that dragged on for too long. It was over in a paragraph. I remember reading Liz asking cadets to show her their spells and Nero surprising everyone with his mid-grade light elemental spell. That was it. It was barely a 2 to 3 lines long scene. But now, when I was experiencing it, the scene that was supposed to end in 2 to 3 lines was taking much longer to play out. Things like these couldn't help but make me wonder, is this life real? Is this world real? It's not some elaborate, high-end illusion, right? I have spent over a few weeks in this world, but I still couldn't believe that I was inside a novel. Most of the things that will happen, most of the things that have happened, and most of the things that are happening, I know them all. I know these characters and their feelings. I know their fate and I know their future. I know them better than they know themselves. And because I know all this, I know this world is destined for doom. The irony is, precisely because I know all this, I am the only one who can change the course of the story and correct the mistakes before they can even happen. But although I do say that, there are also many things about this world that I don't know. Like how this story would end, for example. All I know from reading till volume 7 is that most of the world will be destroyed in the next few years. So I doubt this story was supposed to have a happy ending. Aside from that, there are still many things that I have no idea about. Like, why is there a character that the novel didn't mention? I turned my gaze to the right and glanced at the cadets patiently sitting in their seats. They were the bunch who had not learned any spells yet. That indicated that they all belonged to common families. While sweeping my glance across them, my eyes stopped at one particular face. It was a handsomely chiseled face of a boy with dark hair and pretty scarlet eyes. That boy was peculiar in more ways than one. Hugh Jass. A character that was not mentioned in the novel, yet he was actively taking part in the class. He was a huge mystery to me. A big question mark. An unexpected variable. But at least one thing was clear. His sitting. That means he's from a common family. In the world of Chronicles of Legendary Heroes, the world is owned and run by the central government. Even the Union military has to answer to the central government. There are 12 seats in the central government, but logically speaking, 12 people alone cannot run the whole world, can they? To deal with that, the central government bestowed governmental titles to 4 families, essentially giving them the authority to rule over certain parts of the world. These titles are inherited within families and passed down through generations. The families who hold these titles are known as ruling houses. It is worth noting that new ruling houses can only be established if a current ruling house is completely wiped out, or removed from power by the central government. The 4 families with governmental titles are, the Morningstar House which oversees the Western continent, the Wright House that rules the Northern continent, the Netioth House that governs the Southern continent, and the Verma House that supervises the Eastern continent. These are the 4 ruling houses of the world. They all possess authority only secondary to the central government. These ruling houses have many vassal families that serve under them. Those vassal families are also called noble families. Aside from these few elite families, all other people are called commoners, and their families are called common families. It's a chain command system that is very similar to aristocracy, but it doesn't have any major flaws. Not to mention, this kind of command system is highly efficient in a time of planetary level war like the one we are in right now. Of course, it doesn't give people much freedom like democracy, but as someone said, freedom and youth are the first victims of war. Lucas Morningstar. Stop daydreaming and step forward at once. Shaking me out of my thoughts was an enraged shout. It was Liz. She was yelling at me for some reason. I looked at her cluelessly and said, yes? Can't you hear me calling for you? She yelled back at me. You called? Yes. You're the last one remaining. Come forward and display your spell. Ah. Looking around, I found I was indeed the last one remaining. Without much delay, I nodded and stepped forward. I was a little nervous. I haven't used a single magic spell till now. I had tried moving mana from my body, but that was all. I knew what to do and how to use magic spells from Lucas' memories, but I had yet to execute my knowledge into practicality. Shaking my head, I cleared away my nervousness. I had nothing to worry about. If something goes wrong, then Liz will handle it. After intently nodding my head once, I closed my eyes. Foo, I took several long deep breaths and focused on my abdomen region, precisely around my solar plexus. Soon I felt a warm feeling surging out, almost as if it was replying to my call. I guided that feeling to my right hand before raising it up and pointing my open palm at Liz. In my mind, I imagined a ball of fire forming in front of my open palm. As I did so, mana started pouring out of my hand. According to my memories, this was the right time to chant and cast the spell. In a low voice, I quickly muttered, Ignis Ratium. And almost as if waiting for that cue, a sphere of blazing red and orange fire quickly lit up before my palm. I opened my eyes and willed the fireball to shoot at my target, the dark violet-haired instructor in front of me, with all my might. Swoosh! Sure enough, the sphere of fire heeded my command and shot at Liz with breakneck speed. Thwash! In response, Liz quickly raised her arm up high and struck it down as if she was doing a karate chop and broke my fireball in half, diminishing the flames that I had created with ease. That's it? She looked at me and asked. Huh? Confused, I cocked my head a little to the side. Was she mocking me? Never mind, she shook her head. Your mana control is good. It's a shame you decided to waste all that talent. Thanks. So she wasn't mocking me. I'll take that as praise. Go back to your seats, all of you. After an awkward exchange of words, Liz asked us to get back to our seats with a gesture of her hand. After everyone settled down, she started explaining, well, there are two things I would like to address. First, starting next week, we'll apply the magic theories we're going to learn in this class to combat training class. So till then, I want all of you to familiarize yourself with magic casting fully. Practice the spells I gave you today. Second, after this class, you all will be assigned into groups of 5 via text messages that you'll receive on your smart bracelets. Wait. Fuck. This is the thing I was forgetting. The group you'll be put into will be your unit, and you'll perform group drill exercises together. Once assigned, you'll be part of this unit until graduation. You'll be awarded merit points based on your synergy and comradeship with other members of your group, so get to know each other. Also, those of you who can use magic spells will have to help the members of your group who can't. Remember, this will affect the merit points you'll get. Don't think you can trick us because our AI will be monitoring you all through your smart bracelets all the time. That's all. Class dismissed. Ah. Why? Why does fate love to play such twisted jokes on me? Why does God hate me so much? What did I ever do to you, God? I knew who the people in my unit were going to be, and I was not a bit happy about it. I mean, I decided to avoid interacting with the main characters when I came here. How am I supposed to do that now? Ding. Right when I was in the middle of cursing the universe, the smart bracelet on my wrist rang as a notification popped up on it. Touching the screen, I opened the text message. As I did so, tears formed around the corner of my eyes. I don't know when, but one day I'll kill the author of this story, and I'll enjoy it. Chapter 26. Cadet Lucas Morningstar, rank 116969, has been assigned to be part of Class 1A1's 18th unit. The other members of your unit will be rank 122212, Kent Takia Hint rank 000025, Nero Dekrauf rank 007231, Anastasia Bigod rank 009 for 68. Amelia Black. Remember, it is essential to maintain positive relationships with your team members, as in a combat scenario. The trust and support of your comrades will be equally important to your survival as your own skills and equipment. Arg. Lying on my bed, I couldn't help but let out a frustrated groan after scrolling through the text message again and again. Each time, I expected the written contents of the text message to change. But it didn't happen. No matter how many times I may scroll through it, it was the same. I was assigned to be in Unit 18, just like in the novel. Well, it's on me. I forgot about this and did nothing to change the outcome. I was too focused on staying away from the protagonist and stealing a cheat item. Ah. Just fuck me sideways. In the novel, Unit 18 of Class 1A1 consisted of 3 main characters, 1 side character, and the first minor villain of the novel. This unit played a huge role in moving the plot forward. Members of a unit must not only work together during training, but also cooperate with each other during events in order to showcase their teamwork. This cooperation ultimately affects the number of merit points they will receive at the end of the month. In short, in order to preserve their individual gains, the cadets were forced to cooperate together for mutual benefits. Please, kill me already. I put a hand over my face and let out a lazy groan while rolling all over my bed. In the novel, the role of Unit 18 was to develop the relationship between the 3 main characters and ruin their impression of Lucas even further. That, in turn, infuriated Nero, the protagonist, even more during his duel with Lucas, causing him to go out of his way to humiliate the disowned noble boy. Ding. Right, when I was in the midst of wailing like a spoiled child who found out Santa wasn't real, a notification sound rang in my smart bracelet. Frowning, I scrolled down the notification bar and saw it was from the Academy's messaging app. Without thinking much, I clicked on it but instantly regretted my decision. From the screen of my smart bracelet, a holographic chat window projected out in front of me. Rank 000025 Nero Dekrauf created Unit 18 group chat on March the 5th, 2723 you were added, Nero Dekrauf is typing, Amelia Black, I told you not to add him. Kent Takia Hint, he did already. Anastasia Bigod, how do you use emojis again? I almost threw away my smart bracelet as soon as I accidentally opened up the group chat. It seems like not only was I added last, but from the looks of it, I wasn't wanted there to begin with. The smart bracelet provided by the Academy can function as a communication device. If you want, you could request the contact information of your peers from the faculty by providing them with a good enough reason. And I guess being in the same unit together was a good enough reason for Nero to obtain my contact information. And judging from the circumstantial pieces of evidence, after Nero acquired my contact information, he added me to the group chat that he created before Amelia could persuade him not to do that. Letting out an exasperated sigh, I started scrolling through the text messages, lurking silently. Anastasia Bigod, how do you use emojis again? Nero Deckrauf is typing, Amelia Black, dude how long does it take you to type a sentence? Kentakia hint, lolol. And he's a top ranker. LOL. Amelia Black, IKR. One might think he would be fast with his hands, Kentakia hint, XD, Anastasia Bigod, guys. Stop ignoring me. TT, good grief, they talk like a bunch of annoying toddlers going through puberty. Oh, wait, they are teenagers. Never mind, my bad. Nero Deckrauf, guys, remember. The Academy will allot us merit points based on our synergy with other things. So it's in our best interest to work with each other. Amelia Black, I don't agree. Kentakia hint at Nero _Deckrauf hash 000025 you chat so formally. With all the punctuation marks and all. LOL. Anastasia Bigod at Amelia _Black hash 009 for 68 you know Nero is right. The merit points we'll get can be useful when buying weapons or martial art techniques. We should try to make the best of what we are being offered. Amelia Black, arg. Fine. I'll work together with that ass, but if he dares do anything funny I'll shoot him with an arrow in his fucking nuts. Kentakia hint, lololol. As I read that, I couldn't help but involuntarily grab my groin region. A young maiden shouldn't be using such words. And talking about shooting a man in his family jewels? Blasphemy. It's a crime worthy of death. Nero Deckrauf, okay, now with that out of the way, what do you all think about meeting at my place in an hour? You know, since only 2 out of 5 people in our unit know how to use magic spells. Kentakia hint, yee. I was about to ask you to teach me myself. Anastasia Bigod, in an hour. You mean at 5:30? Sure. Amelia Black, fine. And after that, suddenly the chat group went silent. Maybe they all went to get ready. And since I was lurking, I could just not go and probably make an excuse later about how I missed the text because I didn't check my smart bracelet. Yes. I'm a fucking genius. Phew. Crisis averted. Amelia Black, why is that guy not answering? Kentakia hint, is he ignoring us? Amelia Black, see? I told you. That guy is unreasonable. He probably thinks he's too good to grace us peasants with his presence or some shit. Anastasia Bigod, someone ping him. I think he's not reading. Amelia Black, it's showing a blue tick under all messages. Everyone, him included, is reading, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? What in the name of God's fuck? Instantly, I checked, and sure enough, 2 blue ticks were displaying under all the text messages that were sent in the group chat. Why? Just why? Why does this app have a blue tick system? It's the worst enemy of us chat lurkers. Anastasia Bigod, still he could be AFK. Someone ping him. Nero Deckrauf at Lucas _Morningstar hash 116969 see me and answer our question. Can you come to my place in an hour? Amelia Black at Lucas _Morningstar hash 116969 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 Anastasia Bigod, hey don't ping spam him, Kentakia hint, lololol. Me at Nero _Deckrauf hash 000025 yeah sure I'll be there, Anastasia Bigod, C, **, Amelia Black, TSK, Nero Deckrauf, great. I'll send my location here. As I put down my smart bracelet, tears dripped down my face. I just wanted to jump off this bed and end my life. I blundered. Never in my wildest dreams did I think the Academy's messaging app would have a blue tick feature. Well, it could have played down even worse, but I think I handled the situation pretty well, right? Foo-oo. Letting out a sigh, I clenched my fist. Fine. If I can't avoid the main characters now, then I'll do my best to give them at least not any reason to hate me even more. By doing that, I'll not make myself a target of Nero. I think? Chapter 27. Ha. Panting heavily, I trudged my boots up the stairway 1 stair at a time. Funny long story short, on my way to the location Nero had sent us, I got lost, again. But this time it wasn't my fault, I swear. The GPS of my smart bracelet is trash. Given all the technological advancements that this world has achieved, you'd think they would create something more reliable than this trashy GPS system. But no. I still have to rely on this unreliable GPS and cross my fingers that it will lead me to the correct destination. TSK. Well, anyway, after I got to the apartment building Nero sent us the address of, I decided to run up the stairs instead of waiting for the lift. Big mistake. I severely overestimated Lucas' physical capabilities. And more than that, I gravely overestimated the comfort level of my leather boots for running upstairs. But I had to admit, the white and black leather boots I wore looked sick. Coupled with black jeans and a loose blue t-shirt, I looked quite handsome. A smile crept up on my sweat-covered face as I thought of my beauty. Yeah, being this hot should be illegal. Hee ha 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 ha. My soft giggle turned into hard gasps as the stairs going up showed no signs of ending. Just how big was this apartment building? I knew high rankers were receiving better facilities, but goddamn. Instead of an apartment building, it would be more suitable to say that I was climbing up the stairs of a skyscraper or something. Finally, after a few too many curses and desperate gasping for air, I arrived in front of apartment number 567. This was the room number Nero told us to come to. I looked at my smart bracelet to check how late I was. 5:45 p.m., the time showed. Yeah, it's fine. I was just 15 minutes late. It's fine, it's fine. It's totally fine, right? Right? Right. Without wasting another second, I sighed and knocked on the door thrice. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, a loud, crisp voice came from the other side of the door. After a second or two, the door opened inward, and Nero peeked his head out. After checking that it was indeed me, he opened the door wider. He was in his casual clothes with black trousers with a matching t-shirt under a loose hoodie. Wait, hoodie? Why was he wearing a hoodie in March? What kind of psychopath wears a hoodie in March? I knew Nero had a few screws loose, but what the hell? Lucas, you came. Shaking me out of my thoughts was Nero's voice. He greeted me with an expressionless face and stepped into the hallway. Sorry I was late, I said and stepped in myself. After following him to the drawing room, I added, I got lost on my way here. Oh, that happens. It's a confusing neighborhood. Nero waved his hand and spoke up with a look of reassurance. HMPH. What kind of idiot loses his way while using GPS? Right when I thought the welcome was warm, a bewitching yet irritating voice resounded in my ears. Who else could it be but Amelia? This girl had some serious problems with me, or should I say with the former owner of this body. Amelia, you agreed to cooperate. Trying not to let this situation escalate any further and stopping it from possibly turning into an all-out fight was Anastasia's voice. She was sitting on the short edge of an L-shaped couch right beside Amelia. Ooh, the atmosphere is so intense, ah ha ha ha. And on the long edge of the L-shaped couch sat a boy with long, pointy ears. His light blue eyes matched perfectly with the color of his hair. He had a face that was both idiotic and cute, with sharp features that were accentuated by his messy hair. This combination of rugged handsomeness and boyish charm made him quite attractive to young maidens. Loose red artsy t-shirt and black cigarette pants hugged his thin body and masked his frail-looking pale skin. Dare I say that for an extra that played a comparatively non-significant role in the story, this guy was handsome. Not more handsome than me, of course. HMPH. On the other hand, both girls were dressed casually too, with Amelia wearing a yellow off-the-shoulder crop and black high-waisted jeans while Anastasia sported a loose cherry-colored top and blue denim shorts. And while Amelia bickered about how she thought I would only drag the group down, Anastasia tried to calm her down. As it happened, Ken just kept laughing with an idiotic goofy smile plastered on his face all the time. Fine. I'll cooperate, but I don't trust this guy one bit. After declaring that, Amelia turned to face me and gave me a fierce look. Got that? What? Was that supposed to be a warning? Ha. Because it did sound like one. And the chills I got all over my body after meeting her fierce gaze only affirmed further that it was a warning. I wasn't scared of her though. So in retaliation, I clenched my fist and yelled, fuck off, bitch, or at least I wanted to. But instead, I found myself awkwardly shrugging and mumbling, yeah, whatever. A frown appeared on Amelia's face when she heard my casual response. Huh? Was she not expecting me to reply so calmly? Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, but I have decided to be on my best behavior around Nero in order to improve my standing in his eyes, and avoid receiving any beating from him. Clap. You guys done? Right then, Nero clapped his hands from behind me. Lucas, Amelia, I know you guys had a past, but I don't want it to get in our unit's way. With a serious look, Nero looked at me and Amelia one by one and then said, I don't want you to be friends, and I don't expect Amelia to forget what Lucas did or anything like that, but don't let your emotions get in your way while working together. Whoa. He was serious. I almost forgot he had this side to him as well, his dark side. In the novel, most of the time, Nero played the role of comic relief despite being the main protagonist. There were only a handful of instances when Nero lost his composure and dropped his cheerful act. On the top of my head, the scene when he went out of his way to humiliate Lucas during their duel and beat the crap out of him comes to mind. That class clown persona of his sometimes made people forget about the monstrous strength that he possessed. On the outside, Nero was just a happy-go-lucky goofy guy who used jokes and sarcasm as his defense mechanism. That personality of his was just a mask, however. In reality, Nero was a goal-oriented boy with a sense of purpose driving him to push through his extreme limits. More than anything, Nero sought justice. Justice for his mother, who got killed by his father for just giving birth to him. But it was not that easy. His father was one of the 12 members of the central government. He was above the law itself. And Nero, well, he was just too powerless and young to do anything at the time. In fact, no one in the entire world possessed enough power to go after his father. Because, as I said, his father was above the law itself. He was untouchable. So after learning that there's no justice in this world unless we make it ourselves the hard way, Nero made that his goal. He decided to make his own justice. And by doing so, he realized that he could only achieve his goal by getting stronger and gaining power. Unimaginable power that no one in this world, not even the central government, can ignore. Thus he became obsessed with getting stronger and taking revenge for his mother's murder. I don't know whether he achieved his goal in the novel at the end or not, but I hope he did. For a child, this boy had seen too much darkness. Understood? Nero's voice shook me out of my thoughts again as he asked whether we got what he was trying to tell us or not. Instinctively, Amelia and I nodded our heads as his dead serious gaze fell on us. Seeing us nod, the seriousness on Nero's face vanished, and an amicable expression took its place. His lips curled up into a warm smile, and he announced with his usual cheerful face, great, with that out of the way, let's get this spellcasting training session started y'all. Chapter 28. Lucas, you can relax on the sofa and have some snacks while I teach them how to cast. Your participation isn't necessary. But won't our lack of interaction negatively impact our merit points? The whole reason I was called here was to demonstrate our synergy and teamwork, right? Meh, I don't think so. The judging criteria shouldn't be that hard right now. They can't expect strangers to become all buddy-buddy on the very first day. Fair point. Okay, you three, take out the scrolls that Instructor Liz provided you. While Nero started instructing the group on how to cast spells, I was told to sit back and relax since I didn't need to do anything. In other words, I was just nicely asked to stay away and not interfere by Nero. And in all honesty, I can't blame the guy. It was visible that no one here was comfortable with my presence in this room. Again, I can't blame any of them. Lucas was a brat. He whined and cried and complained all the time in the story. It would be foolish to expect any sort of help from him since causing trouble and offending people was the only thing he excelled at. So then, why was I asked to come here? Because of the smart bracelets on our wrists. You see, these pieces of technology that were wrapped around our wrists were more than just upgraded versions of smartwatches or smartphones. Aside from acting as spatial storage devices, the smart bracelets provided by the Academy had built-in artificial intelligence in them. And not just any artificial intelligence either. They possessed Athena 2.0, which was considered to be the epitome of AI evolution in this world. The Academy uses Athena to monitor the cadets and grade us merit points according to our efforts. By doing so, the Academy not only tracks our every movement, both in the real world and cyberspace, but they also ensure our safety by dispatching a rescue team at the first sign of any danger to a cadet's life. Of course, there are ways to counter that feature since there were like a gazillion times, when the cadets were attacked and killed before the Academy could even react to the situation in the novel. Anyway, since first-year cadets can't command Athena and use her features until the end of their first semester, I had yet to experience the so-called epitome of AI myself. So I just casually slouched back on the sofa as I opened a game of online shogi on my smart bracelet and instantly, a holographic shogi board was projected out in front of me. Do I know how to play shogi? Hell no. I was just trying to look cool. Hey, don't judge me. I'm not that shallow. I know how to play chess. In fact, I'm pretty good at it. Rated above 2,200. Yes, that's right, mortals. Bow down before me. Anyway, since playing shogi looks more cool and enigmatic than playing chess, I started moving pieces randomly on the holographic shogi board with no fucking idea of what I was doing all the while acting like a mysterious anime character. 37 minutes later, Ventus v Vel. No, you're doing it wrong. You need to imagine and then boom. Then shoot out and then swoosh. Like that. And it's pronounced as Ventus. Ventus. Not Ventus. But don't focus on that. The hell does that even mean? Just focus on the boom and swoosh feeling. Okay, once again, the hell does that even mean? Nero decided to teach Amelia first. But even after more than 30 minutes of continuously trying to cast a basic wind magic spell, they got nowhere. While that was happening, Anastasia and Kent were sitting there with blank faces, probably dumbfounded by the rather childish way Amelia and Nero were arguing. They were arguing so loudly that I couldn't focus on my game, so I closed it and acted as if I had one. All that aside, spellcasting for Amelia shouldn't be that hard. In the novel, she was an excellent archer and a deadly magician. She possessed two elemental affinities of wind and dark, and despite never being able to fully master dark magic, she was an incredible spellcaster. So yeah, this girl definitely possessed talent. Some might even argue that she was a genius. Then what was the problem, you ask? The problem was our main protagonist. You see, Nero's talent in spellcasting exceeded the level of that of a genius. He was a monster. In the novel, he was the first among his peers to use dual spellcasting, and the first in centuries to create an entirely new light elemental magic spell. But it's precisely because he possessed such a monstrous talent that he was an extremely bad teacher. He never experienced the hardships of learning, so he could never share the experience of another person trying to comprehend something. By extension, he could never teach anyone. It is indeed as they say, it takes an intelligent person to understand something but a brilliant person to explain it. Oh my god, you're dumb. You are just a bad teacher. What do you mean by boom and swoosh? What does that even mean? Good lord, facepalming, I couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This had been dragged on for far too long. At this rate, it would take them the whole day to get anywhere near learning how to cast a spell. As if reading my mind, Anastasia got up from her spot and said, okay, guys, stop fighting. At this rate we'll get nowhere. How about this? We let Lucas help us. What? I can teach just fine. It's Amelia who can't understand. I'm not taking his help. I'd eat dirt and do a backflip. Do both. Nero had a mocking smirk on his face as he said, brain dead. Why you? Amelia gritted her teeth and shot a mad grin. You really don't love your ugly face of yours, huh? Because you're practically begging me here to punch it. Ha. Nero scoffed, your mom is so ugly that she looks like me. Wait. Dude, was that your comeback? Your mom's a comeback. Wait. What? What? Just what? Oh god, this is dumb. At this point, I was just sitting there massaging my eyebrows, trying to calm down the migraine that I was getting from hearing Nero's comebacks. Guys, you know fighting can affect our merit points, right? Finally someone said something sensible. It was Kent. As if waiting for that cue, the yelling and wailing in the room died down instantly, and everyone went quiet. Okay, this was my chance to intervene. I got up and looked over at Amelia before speaking up. I know you have a problem with me and honestly, I can't blame you. I'm fine with you not trusting me or not wanting to do anything with me. However, disputing over such silly matters will only affect our merit points negatively. I'll put down my pride and teach you the basic theory of spell casting. I'll also give some pointers on what I see you doing wrong. After that, Nero will take over. Surely you won't have a problem with that, right? Silence. An overwhelmingly long moment of awkward silence enveloped the whole drawing room. In the atmosphere as thick as syrup, Amelia stood there with a taken-aback expression plastered on her face. But almost immediately, that expression turned into an irritated one as she started gritting her teeth and gave me a fierce look that could kill. She couldn't deny my offer even if she wanted to. Why? Simple. I told her that I couldn't blame her for hating me and I'll put down my pride. Essentially what I said could be translated as me offering a helping hand first by acknowledging her problem with me. I took the moral high ground. If Amelia were to decline my offer of me teaching her, she would very well be saying that her pride is more important to her than our unit's success. It was a psychological checkmate. Soon, Amelia stopped gritting her teeth and closed her eyes. After a long pause, she nodded her head and uttered but one word, fine. Good. Because if she had continued giving me that fierce look, I'd seriously pissed my pants. Foo-oo. I thought I would die choking from all the tension in the air, completely ignoring the atmosphere of the room, Kent commented with a laugh. Well, I still think it's Amelia's fault for not grasping my amazing teachings, but thank you, Lucas, for offering to help. Nero chimed in, still refusing to admit the lousiness of his teaching methods. Sighing again, I shook my head before turning to Amelia once more. From what I've seen, you're focusing too much on pronouncing the spell. The most necessary element for spell casting is not the pronunciation of the chant, but your will, your imagination. Focus on the feeling. Just think that the chant is merely there to help you visualize. It won't help if you can't visualize your spell at all. So, instead of the pronunciation, focus on the feeling you get when you move your mana. After that, imagine your spell coming to reality. Visualize a blade of wind manifesting and cutting through the air, moving toward your enemy. But don't forget to fuel it with enough mana. If you put too much mana, the spell will overload and go berserk. On the contrary, if you don't supply it with enough mana, the spell will collapse on itself and nothing will happen. I basically recited everything I remembered from Lucas' memories. I see. At my slightly lengthy explanation, Amelia hesitantly nodded her head. Right at that moment, Nero spoke out with a frown. That's exactly what I said. How do you understand him but not me? That's so not what you said, was what everyone wanted to reply, but everyone restrained themselves. Sure enough, after grasping just the basic concept of spell casting, Amelia started progressing rapidly. I helped her with pronouncing the chant correctly too. Since Lucas' mother was an elf, he had a pretty good understanding of the elven tongue. In fact, he could speak High Elven very fluently. With his understanding of the language, his lineage and his background, Lucas should have been a strong character in the novel despite only having gold 3 rank potential if only he had trained his lazy bum more diligently. Not to mention, Lucas was quite intelligent in his childhood. Not only he learned High Elven by the time he was 7, but he also used to study war tactics from his father. His intelligence stat was around 187. The guy was basically a genius. It kind of makes me wonder why a guy who was supposed to be so smart acted so stupidly in the story. Even during his childhood, he used to be a dreamer. He was ready to work hard to achieve his goals. But instead, when he awakened a low potential and his family started neglecting him, he started slacking. He went into depression and when he crawled out of it, he gave up on his dreams. Not long after, he started acting out. He reduced himself to his family's name. He would get into trouble and expect his father to clean up his mess, he did all that only to get his attention. Instead of working out or training hard to prove his family wrong to prove the world wrong, he became complacent. In simple words, he became a brat. TSK, he was truly an example of wasted potential. Ventus Vel. After only a few tries, Amelia chanted her spell and manifested a weak gust of wind from her open palm. Yes. That. Memorize that feeling. Nero shouted almost instantly. At the same time, I too got up from my spot and yelled, focus on that feeling and draw it out again. Cast your spell again, but supply it with a little more mana this time. Amelia nodded with sparkles in her eyes and pointed her open palm at the wall. With fierce determination, she drew in a deep breath and chanted once again, Ventus Vel. As if waiting for that cue, the air started to swirl in front of her open palm. Swoosh! Track! In a blink of an eye, a sharp crescent gust of wind shot forward from her open palm and hit the wall of Nero's drawing room, engraving a deep cut on it. Kaya. Sorry. The smile on Amelia's face shifted into a wince when her spell made a cut on the wall. No. No, it's fine. Nero promptly waved his hand in assurance. More importantly, you did it. Yes. I did it. With an excited expression, Amelia practically started jumping up and down in joy. Ha. Congrats, Amelia. Anastasia congratulated her with a bright smile on her face, genuinely happy for her friend. Wow. Nice one, Amelia. Kent too joined in with a happy surprised look. While I watched this scene unfold, a feeling of delight welled up in my chest. I couldn't help but admire these kids. They have suffered so much and they will continue to in the future. Yet, they never gave up and kept moving forward. They kept fighting. In a world where war and death were common, they found joy in little things and smiled like they had no care in the world. I hated this novel. I hated these characters. But to be honest, the story wasn't that bad. The characters weren't one-dimensional and the plot was not really full of clichés. I simply exaggerated what I said to Joe in my last moments. Maybe I just felt mad at the author for writing such a frustrating story. Why did I hate this story? I don't know. I just hated reading it and I don't know why. I remember thinking, why don't they just give up, while reading about how the characters were suffering in the story? They were just kids, they didn't have to fight wars and shoulder the burden of the entire world. However, this world was cruel. It didn't give them the freedom to live their lives and decide their fate. Despite facing so many hardships, despite falling down so many times, the main characters just kept standing up. I don't know why, but it was infuriating for me to read. But why? Why fight so hard? Why suffer so much? Just surrender and stop fighting and end your suffering. I don't know. I just hated this story. Well, anyway, since I have now helped Amelia with her spellcasting, I think I have achieved my purpose of coming here. Albeit only a little bit, I redeemed my reputation in the eyes of the main cast while simultaneously changing Amelia's opinion of me slightly. Now don't get me wrong, I don't fucking care what Amelia thinks about me. However, Amelia was part of the main cast and she was much stronger than me currently. Frankly speaking, she's not an opponent I can face until I get at least 3 times stronger than what I am right now. So any chance I would get that could help me avoid conflict with her in the near future till I get stronger, I would gladly take it. Especially since I know to what extent Amelia went in the novel only to make Lucas pay. However, I also know she is a good girl with a kind, forgiving heart. And that spell was truly perfect. Aha, thank you Tilda. As I watched her fluster when Nero complimented her, the side of my lips curled up into a smirk. I couldn't help but think to myself, yes, she is too kind for her own good. In the future, if I play my cards right, she could become a great pawn for me. A ally. I meant ally. Did I say pawn? Nah, I totally said ally. She could become a great ally to me. Ahem. Chapter 29. Who are Tilda, yawning as if I had not slept for years, I drowsily navigated my way through the campus to get to my class. Even in another world, my sleep schedule was still messed up. I guess what they say is true, you can't escape your old habits. I still remember the day when my sleep schedule got fucked up so bad that I could never recover it. It all started the night before the graduation day of my college. By that time, I was already affiliated with several writing platforms as their content editor. I was making decent money while doing some side hustle, was about to graduate college and get a degree, had a pretty girlfriend and was part of a big social group. Yes, in a way, it was the perfect life. What went wrong, you ask? Let me explain. The night before graduation, I went drinking with my friend group and we got dead drunk. It was understandable since we were about to enter the real world soon. It was our last day as students. However, even after drinking to the point of practically passing out, we didn't stop. Oh, no. We decided to drink more and play a game of truth and dare. Yes. The stupidest thing you can possibly ever do in life is play a game of truth and dare while being drunk. Never, and I mean never, do that. Eat dirt and do a backflip rather than playing truth and dare while being under the influence. Anyway, extremely long story super short, we discovered that this guy from our group was sleeping with this other guy's mother. Yeah. Let's just say shit got messy. Both boys got into a fight and by the time our drunk asses could split them, they nearly killed each other. We had to admit them to a hospital and ask the doctors to keep them in separate wards so that they might not try to kill each other again. I got home late that night and since I had a graduation ceremony the next day to attend, I did not sleep at all. After the graduation ceremony, I had to go visit my parents across the country. I didn't sleep on the flight either because this woman right next to me couldn't keep her baby from crying right in my fucking ears. Anyhow, after arriving at my parents' place, I spent that whole night talking to them. Just like that, thing after thing kept on happening and I went 6 days without getting a single ounce of sleep. Yeah, 6 fucking days. When I did get to sleep on the evening of the 6th day, I slept for a full 24 hours. I woke up in the evening the next day. And naturally, I couldn't sleep that night because I had already slept for basically a whole day. Like that, night after night, I started staying awake. Before I knew it, it became a habit. And not long after, I started enjoying staying awake at night. The arrival of the moon at its highest point in the night sky brought a peaceful silence, which became my norm for completing my work. And that was it. All it took was one day and I could never recover from that. After that day, I would go to sleep late at night and would wake up late in the afternoon. I may recover my sleep schedule for a day or two at most, but not more than that. At that point, I had to accept my reality. I was not a normal person anymore. I had become something else. I had become a night crawler. Hey, stop. Lucas. Pat. AAA. Right when I was lost in my thoughts and reminiscing about the past while walking through the crowd of cadets to get to Building 1, a loud voice called out to me and I felt a sharp slap on my back in the next second, causing me to squeak in surprise. Shifting my gaze to the left, I saw a light blue-haired elven boy matching my gaze with a stupid grin on his face. Kent? I raised an eyebrow. That's it. I just said his name and stopped. Did he come to talk to me? But we weren't even friends. I don't know what to say. Should I say hello, maybe? God, was I always this socially awkward? Thankfully, Kent took the lead and started talking. Yeah, good morning, Lucas. Thank you for yesterday. Although I still couldn't cast my spell perfectly till the end. Ah ha ha. Ah yes, after teaching Amelia, Nero and I gave personal pointers to both Kent and Anastasia. To be precise, I was the one who assisted them while Nero just babbled some onomatopoeias like swoosh and fwoosh and called them pointers. Anyway, Anastasia managed to cast a perfect spell but Kent, even after practicing the whole evening, couldn't. To be honest, Kent did pretty well for someone practicing spellcasting for the first time. Being able to cast perfect magic on the first day of practicing spellcasting is borderline impossible. Anastasia and Amelia were able to do it because, well, they are two of the main characters in this story. This whole world revolves around them. Kent, however, is not a main character. He's not even an important character. The world does not revolve around him. The plot won't bless him with fruitful encounters or once-in-a-generation talent and stuff like that. But in spite of all that, Kent actually did pretty well. He was actually able to materialize his spell but couldn't find the right amount of mana to supply it with. That's why his spells kept on failing. Don't get worked up, Kent, putting up a reassuring smile on my face, I continued. With a bit of practice, you'll catch up to Amelia and Anastasia in a week. Oh, Kent looked at me with sparkly eyes as if he was looking at a holy being belonging out of this world. You are not bad. The rumors were far-fetched. They made you out to be some kind of brat from a rich family. No, the rumors were true. You're an angel. A kind and holy angel. No, you're just stupid. Amelia said that you may have had an ulterior motive for helping us, but I don't believe it. Whatever your past may have been, I believe that you have changed for the better. To reward your effort in changing yourself, I'll become your best friend. No, Amelia is right. I did have an ulterior motive for wasting my sweet evening by teaching spellcasting to a monkey brain like you. And let me tell you, okay, buddy? Calm down. Ha ha. I'm not that great, cutting Kent off since his voice was starting to give me a headache. I spoke up with the sweetest smile I could muster. But thank you, though. For believing in me, I mean. But it would be best if you don't associate with me. It's not good for your reputation. By this point, Kent looked like someone who was ready to get down on his knees and worship me. The guy was too easy to read. No, no. Thank you, dude, for believing in me and thinking about me, but despite my clear indications of asking him to stop, he continued talking. To express my gratitude, I, Hint, will teach you how to live life. The guy was too easy to read. However, he just can't take a hint of when to stop talking. He kept talking and talking and talking while walking beside me. I am not a morning person, so listening to him talk this much in such a loud voice felt as if someone was hammering a nail in my head. Every word that he spoke was just another nail being hammered in the head for me. When an extended sigh escaped my mouth, I gave up on making him stop talking as he accompanied me to our building. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you why I called you. Just as we were about to reach our class, Kent clapped his hands together as if he had suddenly remembered something. Yeah, what's up? I asked. Actually, on the way here, Amelia was following you like a stalker. I saw her and thought she wanted to talk to you, but she was hesitating. So I felt like telling you to go talk to her. Kent responded. What? Where is she? Right behind us. And suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as I was made aware of the pair of eyes stalking me. Abruptly, I turned around in hopes of spotting a black-haired girl amidst the crowd of cadets, and sure enough, she was indeed standing right behind me. Her cold and emotionless gaze met mine, which once again made me shiver. Of course, I didn't show it. On the surface, I acted cool. Why are you following me? I asked. Okay, I may or may not have been stuttering. But I did try to act cool. Give me some credit for trying. Following you? We are in the same class and this is the only way unless you want to take a detour around the hallway. Do you think I care that much about you to avoid you by walking extra steps? Amelia replied with a scoff. So you're saying you were not stalking me on our way here, as Kent implied. Easing down my tension, I raised my eyebrows as I questioned her. And sure enough, she replied with silence. After a second or two though, she finally spoke up. I meant to thank you. I didn't do so yesterday and I'm not so petty as to forget someone's favors. Even if that someone happens to be you. I know that, you dumb girl. I knew you wouldn't forget my gesture of goodwill. That was the main reason I volunteered to help you by forcing myself into the situation. Amelia and literally everyone else in the main cast was like that. They were heroes. They were the good guys. They are the type of people who'll suffer in your place so that you won't have to. They won't forget if you help them, and even the smallest gesture of goodwill will make them start to believe in you. Every single character in the main cast was the same in this story. And for some reason, that's something that disgusted me to the core about them. This is merely a story written by some third-rate author. However, in the real world, people like them are the first ones to be stepped on. The kind-hearted ones. The ones who blindly believe in others. The ones who are too good to get a real read on other people. They are the ones who get used by others. For example, I could bet that Amelia has already started to believe that I, Lucas, have changed. Although she won't show it and would probably be on guard for a long time, she won't make my life a living hell like she made Lucas in the novel. She may keep an eye on me, believing that I'm only putting on an act, but if I continue to show that I've indeed changed, she will eventually start to believe me despite her past experience with me. How stupid can she be? Let me be clear, being honorable, kind-hearted and forgiving is not wrong. Believing in others is not wrong. However, being kind-hearted and thinking that everyone else is the same is stupid. Blindly believing in others despite knowing their past is stupid. If a man has shot someone in the past for no reason, you would never willingly hand him a gun, no matter what he does after to make up for it. That's just common sense. But some people, like this girl standing in front of me, will hand him the gun anyway if the man would apologize. The ideology of believing that people change is just stupid. They don't change. People never change. They grow. That means their past will always be with them. Their past will always be the same. The man who has shot a person for no reason in the past will always be the man who has once shot a person for no reason. Just because he has grown into a different person doesn't mean that his past has disappeared. Blindly believing that he would not shoot you too if you hand him the gun after he has apologized will only get you killed. This ideology is flawed. So flawed that those who practice it are just plain stupid. And their stupidity disgusts me. Even now, I was barely able to hold myself back from frowning when I listened to Amelia talk. I wanted to lecture this girl about how stupid she was, but I restrained myself. Why? Simple. I'm not the person who blindly hands over the gun to the man. I am the man who takes the gun from people like her. As long as it's benefiting me, you can follow whatever ideology you want, and I could not give a single fuck about it. So putting on a sweet smile, I calmly said, no need to think of it as a favor. I only did it to make my place in the unit. Amelia gave me a strange, conflicted look. In her mind, she was fighting over whether to believe me or not. She averted her eyes and pondered over the situation for a second. After nodding, she gave me a stern look. Fine, I will not think of it as a favor, she said understandably. Her gaze was still as cold as ever. In return, I will act as if I didn't watch you acting like you knew how to play shogi. Without waiting a single second, she flicked back her hair and walked past me to enter our class. Dude, I think she's into you, Kent commented without reading the atmosphere. This guy just can't take a high. Chapter 30. Attention all cadets. My name is Raven von Matterhorn. I'm a retired soldier and my former rank was captain. Starting today, I've been asked to train your pathetic asses. As of right now, you will all address me as Instructor Raven and nothing else while you will answer to maggots. Am I clear, maggots? Yes, Instructor. Standing right in front of the neatly filed lines of cadets was a tall and intimidating man. He was bald and had prominent wrinkles on his forehead with dark circles around his eyes. He had a small beard growing from under his chin. He was sporting a tight, black hoodie tracksuit that did nothing to hide his ripped, muscular body. His mere presence seemed to have infused a sense of fear into the cadets standing on the concrete field. What a weird name he had. Well, it's not like I could talk since I too possessed a chunny name. HMPH. Instructor Raven scoffed before yelling in the loudest possible tone, I will be in charge of training you maggots in combat arts and help you utilize your blessing to the fullest. Ah, blessings. I totally forgot about them. I think I've explained them before. Let me talk about them a little anyway. Blessings are akin to unique skills in games and fiction. Every blessing is different from the other. They could have the same function, but none will be exactly the same. Their functions can range from simple tasks like letting an individual cast magic efficiently to more complex tasks like summoning divine weapons. What? That last blessing sounded broken to you all? Ha! It's because it is broken. And guess who has it? Yes. Nero Dekrauf, i.e. the protagonist of this story, possesses the blessing called Swords of Heaven, which allows him to summon 6 divine swords that let him grant complete authority over the 6 basic elements. The 6 basic elements being wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. Of course, such a godlike ability does not come without a cost. The cost for summoning the divine swords for Nero was a bit of his life force every time. So yeah, thank the author for not making him completely broken. And yes, these blessings are not something you should publicize to the world. If you possess a blessing, you keep it a secret. Why? Well, because firstly, blessings are rare. And by rare, I mean super rare. Only 1 in 1,000 kids are born with it. Yes, blessings are something you are born with. You can't learn them, and you can't steal them from someone who possesses them until they are alive. Aha. The emphasis here is on until they are alive. Blacksmiths can extract a dead person's blessings and use them to forge relics. So yeah, you can understand why you don't want people to know what blessing you possess. You want to know what my blessing is? Well, in the novel, Lucas had a blessing called Mana Burst, and honestly, it was not something broken, but it was still pretty powerful. Mana Burst allowed Lucas to reinforce his body by infusing it with magical energy for a split second. The sudden flux of mana upon its activation would cause a burst of energy in the atmosphere, and recreate a phenomenon akin to a jet blast. Simply put, it was a skill that strengthened his body for a split second and caused an explosion to occur. The more mana he infuses his body with, the bigger the explosion. If used in conjunction with fire magic, the result would be a flame explosion. Unfortunately, Lucas only ever used it in the novel once before he was captured and put into prison for treason. Sigh, now that I think about it, it was a good blessing. Lucas wasted everything. So to start it off, run 100 laps around the training field and follow it with 300 squats. Dash, is he joking? Dash, oh hell nah. Dash, I will die. I will seriously die a virgin. As soon as Instructor Raven barked at us and told us what to do, the cadets started crying and complaining. Their wailing was reasonable. The training field was huge. 100 laps around a field this big would kill us, and after that, we have to follow it up with 300 squats. If you all don't start running immediately, I'll double the laps and triple the squats. As if every one of us had discovered a newfound motivation, we started moving our feet and running laps around the training field almost instantly, 50 minutes later. Hee-ha. Hoo-oof. Half. The sound of heavy panting resounded across the training field as cadets could be seen sprawled on the ground with deadpan eyes. Everyone, except for a few main characters like Nero and Quinn, was on the verge of passing out. I too was one of those people. My lungs were burning and my legs were aching so much as if they were cursing me for putting them through such abuse. The sky was spinning and my dead grandma was waving back at me from behind the clouds. Huh? Wait. She was not waving back. She was calling me. Hell no. I'm not dying yet. I'm not coming there. Fuck off, grandma. Right when I was in the middle of my hallucination, Instructor Raven yelled again, "Get up, maggots. It's time to learn some martial arts." Oh, hell no. This guy was dead set on killing us. No. No matter what happens, I won't get up. This cold, hard ground is mine now. I won't leave it. Or do you all prefer to run 100 laps more? Fuck you, Raven von Matterhorn. When I get strong enough, yours will be the first life I will take. Your name is in my death note now. While cursing the bald instructor in all the worst possible ways I could, I managed to move my shaking legs and weakly got up on my feet. My whole body was screaming at me to stay down, but I knew if I fell here, I wouldn't be able to get back up again for the next few hours. By the looks of it, everyone present here was in the same boat as me. Pathetic, as Instructor Raven looked around the concrete training field, he couldn't help but utter in a disgusted tone. To think that I've handed down the future of this world to the likes of you, Instructor Raven continued to trash talk as the cadets got up. My daughter can stand up faster than you all and she's paralyzed from the waist down. Oh my god. Will this guy ever shut up? No, I won't shut up until you all get up, as if reading my mind, he yelled again. Finally, after a few minutes, everyone stood back on their legs and got in an attentive position. Ha, shaking his head, Instructor Raven muttered as his gaze fell on the cadets' sweat-damped, lifeless faces. I guess it can't be helped. Sucking in a deep breath, Instructor Raven yelled at the top of his lungs, "Okay, maggots. Seeing your pathetic asses has moved me to pity. So I have decided to bestow upon you a breathing technique before I teach you any martial art. You will learn this breathing technique and you will be grateful for it. Got it? Yes, Instructor." Out of breath and mustering a weak voice, everyone replied in unison. Seeing such a pitiful sight, Instructor Raven shook his head again and began speaking, "Listen up, maggots. I want you all to close your eyes and take a deep breath from your nose until you can breathe in any more. Once you can't breathe, open your mouth and breathe in just once more. Then you release your breath in short bursts around 10 to 15 times. Do that while drawing in mana from your surroundings into your body. Start." As soon as the instructions were given, we started doing what we were told. Taking in a long breath from my nose, I filled my lungs to their extreme by breathing once more through my mouth. After then, I started releasing my build-up breath into short bursts while subconsciously drawing in mana from my surrounding in a meditative state. Ha! And when I was done, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in astonishment. I was not feeling fatigued or tired anymore, at least not as much as before. I looked around me and saw that everyone else was just as bewildered as me. Neat, right? Instructor Raven commented. It's a simple breathing technique that helps in relaxing your body. It won't vanish your fatigue completely, so you will still need rest to function properly. Still, it would help you keep your body in its optimum condition for a long time, which could prove to be useful in a plethora of situations. It's called Breath of Vitality. Oh, he's not a bad guy. He was thinking about us. And he even gave us such a useful technique. Man, this guy was an angel. I guess underneath all his harsh exterior, he's just a big softy inside. Heh. Fine, I'll take out your name from my death note, you big tsunder. Anyway, now that you all are feeling good, do 200 push-ups. Never mind. He's dying by my hands all right. Chapter 31. 2 hours. 2 fucking hours. We did that horrendous physical training on that fucker's instructions for 2 fucking long hours. After Instructor Raven was done with us, none of the cadets were in any shape of learning combat arts, so he had to let us go. That guy is not a human. He is a demon. A part of me is already starting to believe that he likes torturing kids. I swear to God I will put him through something much worse one day. Just let me get strong. Anyway, right now we were dragging our tired bodies to the training hall situated on the ground floor. The Global Military Academy course for first-year cadets is divided into 8 classes: Mana Theory, Mana Arts, Anti-Personnel Combat Training, Combat Arts, Weapon Arts, War Tactics, High-Order Thinking Skills, applying scientific and mathematical theories to Mana Arts. And lastly, an elective course, Extra Class, allows cadets to select a specific field of study that'll help them build a career later. In a day, one cadet has to attend 5 classes according to the timetable provided by the Academy, where one of them is a joint class session between 2 class sections. Yesterday, my extra class was a joint session with Class 1, G14. Today is our first day of Weapon Arts class and we will be sharing it with Class 1, C8. You want to know why the hell I'm telling you all this useless information? Well, because starting today the first arc of the story will be set in motion. And oh boy, I'm excited for it to begin. You want to know why I'm so excited about it? Well, firstly, there was finally going to be some juicy drama to keep me entertained. Even though I was in a fantasy world now, I was trapped in a monotonous rhythmic routine. Get up, come to the academy, train, go back, sleep and repeat. I was in desperate need of some nail-biting juicy drama tilde. And secondly, this arc will provide me with some good opportunities to get stronger. So as I dragged my feet and descended the stairs to get to the training hall, my eyes absent-mindedly started searching for this story's protagonist. There he was. While all the other cadets around me looked like they were about to drop dead any moment now, that guy on the other hand seemed as if the abuse we all just went through was akin to a morning jog for him. Nero Deckrauf. In the novel, this upcoming arc established his presence as the main character of the story. It started when a cadet of Class 1, C8 began picking a fight with William, a part of the main cast, on something so trivial that I can't even bother to remember it. Like a knight in shining armor, Nero jumped in and took a stand for his fellow cadet in need. Let's just say that little feud transpired into a chain of events and morphed into a full-blown clash between the 2 classes. That in turn forced the Queen of the Global City, or shall I say, Cadet Council's Vice President, Yelena Morningstar, to interfere. She proposed an idea of a mock war between classes 1, C8 and 1A, one in the virtual world on the condition that the losing class would give up their total monthly merit points to the winning class. Both of the classes willingly accepted, of course. But amidst all this, there was a traitor in Class 1A1 that leaked all the crucial information to the enemy. From their war strategies to battle formations everything. That traitor was Grace Goodwill. She had no goodwill for her own class. Hee. Get that? Goodwill. Wordplay. Hee. Anyway. To avoid getting caught, she framed Lucas as the traitor and set him up. Of course, Lucas' brilliant reputation didn't help him and everyone instantly believed Grace. But Grace was a cautious woman. She had the habit of hammering an extra nail to the coffin. To make sure no one would ever believe Lucas if he were to try and plea for innocence, she paid a commoner girl to provoke and get beaten up by him. Long story short, right after the end of the first arc, Nero engaged in a duel with Lucas and thoroughly embarrassed him for assaulting a helpless girl. By doing that, he made his name known to mostly everyone in the academy. After all, it's not every day a descendant of a ruling family is beaten to a pulp. Erg. Just remembering that last part sent a shiver down my spine. Arg. I'll have to avoid that fate at any cost. What happened to the mock war, you ask? Well, the arc concluded with Class 1A1 scoring a dangerously close victory over Class 1C8 after 6 long days of the hard-fought war. The reason for their victory? Nero Deckrauf. Out of 20 squads of Class 1C8, Nero single-handedly wiped out 6 of them. That act gave Class 1A1 a major number advantage over their enemy. So despite their whole strategy being leaked, they won through brute force alone. After that event, Nero's rank was updated from 000021 to 000019. Now, although the first arc was largely irrelevant to the plot, it marked the start of the main story. Not to mention, it brought all the important main leads together, forming a bond amongst them that set them up for the challenges ahead. That said, I would much rather prefer if the ending does not feature my fragile as being used to wipe the floor by a monster like Nero. So, will I be taking it upon myself to change the ending of this arc? Hell yeah. By doing so, will I potentially alter the plot in a way that could come back to bite me later on? Hell yeah. After dragging my tired feet across the corridors and down the stairs one floor after another, I finally arrived at the training hall. As the name suggests, it was a huge hall. Actually, instead of a training hall, it would be more accurate to call it a dojo. In front of us was a raised platform, a stage covered with cushioning mattresses. At the back of the hall, several pieces of training equipment, practice dummies, and combat dolls were neatly placed. I looked around and saw all sorts of bladed weapons packed tightly on the walls. Axes, scythes, whips, swords, all kinds of blades. I also noticed that even though 2 classes and by extension, 200 cadets were sharing the training hall, it was still nowhere near its full capacity and everyone had plenty of space to do just more than move around. It made me wonder, exactly how big was this dojo? Attention cadets. Shaking me out of my all right then was a loud booming voice. It was coming from in front of us. Naturally, everyone shifted their attention to the stage where the voice seemed to have come from. Surely enough, we saw a man with a lean build and long crimson hair tied into a braid, seemingly in his mid-40s, glaring back at us. A pair of enchanting crimson eyes adorned his perfectly chiseled face. Even though a large scar was running down his left cheek, it did nothing to hinder his beauty. He was wearing a loose dojo robe with a deep V-neck that completely revealed multiple other scars on his bare chest that he must have received during his time on the battlefield. I knew who he was. I am Leo Kurogami. I'm currently on a year-long leave from the military. My rank is captain, and from this moment on, I will be your weapon arts instructor. He was Leo Kuro-io, he already introduced himself. You will all address me as sensei starting today, and I will call you all by your names. Follow my instructions without fail. If you don't, be prepared to face consequences that'll follow. He was of Japanese lineage with mixed Mexican blood. Not that any of those countries exist now, but it's rare to see someone of Asian roots alive in this world. Why? Because during the demon invasion that happened 7 centuries ago, which lasted for 6 days, the first countries to be annihilated were mostly Asian countries. Almost 62% of humanity was wiped out by demons, and roughly 48% of those casualties were Asian people. After that, bloodlines and cultures started to blend together when the landmass of the world began to collide into one. It was difficult to even keep one's traditions alive at that time because of how chaotic everything was back then. But on the bright side, religious, cultural, and racial conflicts were ceasing to exist drastically with each passing year. Discrimination and prejudice were becoming things of the past when the world was literally brought together. Well, that was until the central government was formed, and they proposed a law that stated that every individual who can wield mana has to serve in the United Military for 4 years. In itself, that wasn't such a bad proposal since the northern continent needed more soldiers to defend its borders from the vampires. Space defense stations required more soldiers to deploy too, since the threat of Callus seemed to have been growing with each passing day. So yeah, the central government's decision had the world and its people's best interests at heart. However, Asians, who had already lost the majority of their population, were firmly against the notion of sending their sons and daughters to the border to fight in an extinction-level war. So they protested against it. Or at least, they tried to until their voices were silenced as the government imposed strict laws, and suppressed dissent. After that occurred many similar incidents in which the central government demonstrated its power, and shut down people's voices and opinions, essentially stripping them of their freedom of speech. In the following years, the members of the central government declared themselves as the supreme authority of the world. They made it very clear that anyone opposing them would be suppressed. The people of Earth had their birthright, their freedom stolen from them just like that, and they all were just too powerless to do anything. After all, what right does the weak have against the will of the strong? They could do nothing but endure under the utter monarchy of the central government. Well, at least that's what most of them thought they could do. There were some individuals who wanted to reclaim their birthright, some who wanted to take back their freedom, decided to overthrow the central government in order to rid the world of its perceived tyranny. This sentiment of overthrowing the one supreme authority of the world gave birth to an organization that very few know of in today's times, Spider. Spider was a group that sought to achieve complete anarchism by dismantling the hierarchical system of governance established by the central government, whereas most people treated the existence of Spider as a myth, an urban legend, or a conspiracy. A select few people knew the truth about them. They really did exist. And since they were a shadow organization, no one knew who their members were. It was possible that anyone, your brother, your friend, a person you sat next to while traveling on the train, your own parents, your lover, or your weapon arts instructor, could be a member of Spider. You see, the very idea of Spider's existence posed a threat to the central government. This is because anarchism, which is the goal of Spider, seeks to eliminate hierarchy and governance altogether in favor of replacing it with voluntary cooperation and mutual aid. As such, the existence of an organization like Spider challenges the very foundations of the society created by the central government, but that was not the reason why they were so considered to be so dangerous. The reason for them being so dangerous was that, according to some conspiracy theories, few of the most influential people in the world were affiliated with Spider. Some of them even acted as its legs. Oh, the organization was structured with 9 main seats, 8 legs, and 1 head, and all the other people affiliated with Spider were referred to as workers or cells. I think even the dumbest of you must have understood where I'm going with this by now, right? No? Gosh, you really are dumb. Fine, let me write it out for you. Leo Kurogami, also known as the Second Coming of the Sword Saint, our weapon arts instructor, was one of the Spider's legs. Chapter 32. Now, I won't claim to be an expert of every weapon in existence, Leo shrugged. In fact, some of you might even be able to use your main weapon better than me. But where I excel is in fighting solely with weapons. My fighting style is forged around the various weapon arts I've studied and mastered over the years. From Mount Hua to Southern Edge to even some lesser-known dojos, I've learned in countless martial arts sects and schools and honed the craft of wielding weapons to its near perfection. The more Leo continued to babble about his accomplishments, the more the cadets listening to him felt enthralled by him. I had to agree. This guy was charismatic as fuck. The girls present here were already bewitched by him, but even the boys couldn't help but admire him. Maybe that's why he was one of the top-ranking members of a huge shadow organization. Anyway, I think I never explained the lore of martial arts in this era, right? Oh, I did? Let me talk about it a little anyway. After mana started flowing in the world, people discovered that it was very, very similar to the qi mentioned in the ancient Chinese martial arts scriptures. And so, the age of the revival of martial arts began. Sects were formed and schools were established to spread the knowledge of martial arts by veteran practitioners. Even duds of the people who were incapable of using mana started taking a keen interest in it. And as such, martial arts regained the fame it once held in the ancient past. Although many known sects of the past were re-established, only 3 of them came out on top. These 3 sects were hailed as the 3 great sects, Mount Hua of the north, Wudang of the east, and Shaolin of the south. Don't worry. I'm not going to talk about this Murim shit for too long. Yes, I don't like Murim either. Okay, maybe a little. Anyway, my point is, practicing martial arts became a viable career. In fact, some retired soldiers go on to teach martial arts to make a living. Martial arts can be broadly classified into 2 categories, combat arts and weapon arts. Combat arts involve techniques that are designed to help you engage in hand-to-hand combat with your enemy by making you use your body as a weapon. Movement arts and breathing techniques are subdivisions of combat arts. Weapon arts, on the other hand, focus on the use of various weapons, such as swords, staffs, nunchucks etc. to defeat an enemy. Techniques in martial arts are ranked from LVL 1 to LVL 5, with LVL 5 being the strongest. Each level is then further divided into 3 grades, low, mid, and high. Mastery over one's professions, such as spearman, archer, swordsman, tanker, assassin, is also divided from LVL 1 to LVL 5, with the latter being the highest point one can reach in their profession. It is believed that the more you practice your profession, the higher your profession will level up and the stronger you'll become. What better way to do it than learning some weapon arts related to your profession, right? Well, yeah, but the level of difficulty in mastering different weapons can vary. Some weapons may be easier to learn and use effectively, while others may require more training and practice to become proficient. For example, mastering to use a gun would be much easier than mastering to wield a sword. Not to mention, there are not so many weapon arts for guns while there exist thousands for swords. And because of that, even if someone has a profession of LVL 5 gunman, they could still be weaker than a LVL 3 swordsman. Of course, weapons are just tools and the ferocity of their use can vary greatly depending on their wielders. Anyway, it is also worth noting that talent can also play an important role in how easily someone is able to master their main weapon. And yes, there are other professions such as crafter, alchemist, or rune master, but they are not considered to be the main profession since they are no help in combat. The way to level up those professions is essentially the same: work hard, improve, and master your proficiency in them. What? Some of you still can't grasp what I'm saying? Fine, you'll understand once you see everything I said play out in the story. For now, I would just like to clear this up: Leo Kirigami is a monster. In the novel, there were only so many people who were able to fight him head-on. He was called the Second Coming of Sword Saint and God of War. The reason for those chunny titles? It's because there was not a single weapon in existence that he had not at least used once. He had learned over 500 different weapon arts in over 65 martial arts schools and sects over the world. He was LVL 3 to 4 in over 50 while LVL 5 in 20 different professions. And he was only 32 years old. I know with that age, he couldn't be considered young, but he wasn't very old either. To achieve what he did in his life would be near impossible for most people. Out of all the weapons he had mastered, his weapon of choice was either a ninjato or a katana. Heavy emphasis was put on the fact that if he were to use his secret weapon art against you, you are as good as dead. He was a person no one wanted to have as their enemy. Unfortunately, the central government had just that. They had him as their enemy. There will be a civil war in 3 years' time, which would later be called the War of Union, and in that war, this man will be the United Military's enemy. Sigh, days ahead sure are tough. Well, he's not my headache. Nero will deal with him when the time comes. So, is that understood? Leo finally ended his super long speech about weapons this and weapons that and asked his students if everything was clear. Yes, sensei, everyone replied in unison. Excellent, Leo nodded and surveyed the crowd of cadets before speaking in a firm voice. Now, I will assign each of you a weapon art based on your academy ranking and the primary weapon of choice. However, if you are already practicing a different weapon art or wish to continue doing so in the future, that is completely fine. But please be aware that this does not excuse you from learning the weapon art that I am assigning to you. As soon as Leo was done speaking, he stepped down from the stage and started walking up to a cadet one by one. After walking up to a cadet, he would ask them their rank and main weapon. And after getting the answer, he would take out a thin technique cultivation manual from his dimensional ring and hand it over to them. Name, ranking, and primary weapon? Lucas Morningstar. 116969, bow. Swoosh, here you go. It didn't take long before he reached me and handed me an archery art too. Following that, in around 20 minutes or so, Leo was done providing manuals to the 200 cadets present here. With a nonchalant attitude, he walked up to the training hall exit before turning around and shouting, "Follow me. We're going out in the field." If we had to go out in the field, then why did we walk back here in the first place? Is what everyone wanted to ask, but we held our tongue and bitterly followed Leo as he trailed out of the training hall. Chapter 33. I kind of expected this, but I'm currently witnessing a guy make a complete fool of himself. The whole class was ridiculing him. Hugh Jass. This guy, on top of being a complete mystery to me, was a gunman. There were no complex weapon arts for guns. How could there be? The use of a gun is so simple. Aim, shoot, handle recoil, that's it. And this guy right here was simply taking out the twin handguns from the holsters on his waist, pulling their triggers and putting them back in the holsters real quick. That's all. That was his two-movement gun art, quick draw and shoot. Just who was he and why in God's name was he using handguns? You know, he kinda reminded me of the MC of this one novel that I read. I forgot that novel's name and plot, but I do remember the MC and it was a transmigrator. He used to deagle in a modern world of sword and magic, and he was kind of cool, I have to admit it. However, guns. Arg, as I watched Hugh handle his guns, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't help but shudder at the mere sight of them. I was killed by a gun. Maybe that inflicted some kind of trauma on me and caused me to grow some kind of phobia toward guns. TSK, clicking my tongue and shaking my head, I averted my gaze from him. Finally deciding to start my own training, I navigated across the concrete field, where cadets practiced various weapon arts provided by Leo Sensei. The training field was vast and divided into 3 sections: an open area where cadets could practice freely, a dummy practice area where cadets could practice with close-range weapons like swords and spears, and a shooting range where cadets with long-range weapons could practice. In addition to this, there's also a training hall where we were before. It's an indoor and smaller version of this training field. Oh, and the academy also has multiple gyms, personal and public, which are equipped with some super advanced equipment. However, I've not been there myself. Why? Because I was too busy lazing around. Yeah, I know. I should be getting stronger and all that, but old habits die hard, especially when you have a messed up sleep schedule like mine. Anyway, upon arriving at the shooting range, I noticed 40 lanes with circular targets positioned at the end of each lane. These targets had a set of concentric circles labeled on them. I noticed Amelia and Anastasia, along with several other snipers from Class 1C8 and 1A1, using the targets to practice their weapon arts. Without paying much mind to any of them, I went and stood a few meters away from one of the unoccupied target lanes. I had to focus on myself. The first main event of the story was about to start any moment now, and I had to get ready for it. From now on, no more procrastination. This world is cruel, and if I don't put in the effort required to succeed, I will lose. And in this world, losing means death. I must be proactive and determined if I want to thrive in such a challenging environment. And I have a definite idea of how to do just that. According to my estimation, a cadet from Class 1C8 will instigate a fight with William within the next hour. Leo-sensei will dismiss the altercation as a mere children's brawl, but it would escalate in the coming days and lead to a huge conflict between the two classes. That would mark the start of the first arc in the story. I had set 2 goals in mind for the first arc, to seize every opportunity that can and will help me to grow stronger. And to alter the arc's ending in a way that allows me to avoid having a duel with Nero. With that decided, I nodded and started reading the technique manual provided to me by Leo Kirogami. The name of the archery technique I was going to practice was Thousand Falling Lightning Needle Strike. Yes, I know. I know it's a chunny name. I can't do anything about it, okay? Good lord. Anyway, it was a mid-grade LVL-1 weapon art. This archery art allows the user to infuse an arrow with mana. Upon release, the mana on the arrow will split and form into 10 mana arrows and rain down upon the target. The technique can be combined with an elemental spell too. So why did it have Thousand and Lightning in its name? The fuck do I know about wuxia naming sense? Anyhow, as I was saying, I was provided with a mid-grade LVL-1 art. Although it was a good technique, I could never hope to catch up to my peers with just this. So what is my plan, you ask? My plan is to focus on my goal number 1 as of now, to seize every opportunity that can and will help me grow stronger. Archery techniques are not very strong. In fact, no long-range weapon art is strong enough when compared to the close-range weapon art. A LVL-1 sword art will always be stronger than a LVL-1 archery art. I chose a bow as my main weapon because I didn't want to engage in close-quarters combat. Why? Well, because it's too messy for someone coming from a peaceful world like me. I would much rather shoot from a distance and let all the other brutes do the fighting for me. That said, I knew what I wanted was unrealistic. I can't just hope never to be put in a situation where I'll have to fight at close range. Thinking that would be stupid. And what stupider would be not readying myself for such a situation. I think you all must have understood where I'm going with this, right? What I need to do first is buy a spear art. Since I know how to handle a spear from Lucas' memories, it would be a perfect weapon to master. In fact, Lucas was originally a spearman in the novel. What's more, a spear is a mid-range weapon. So I won't have to fight someone super up close while using it. After that, I'll start practicing some good unarmed combat arts just in case I ever find myself in a situation where I don't have any weapons on me. So my arsenal would look something like this: archery for long range, spearmanship for mid-range, and hand-to-hand combat arts for fighting at close range. Yes, it would be perfect. Coupled with magic spells that I'll learn and my near-invincible armor, I would become the most versatile fighter among my peers. Okay, not the most, but at least one of the most versatile fighters among my peers. Of course, achieving all that by the start of the mock war will simply be impossible. So instead, I decided to just focus on buying at least a LVL-3 spear art and mastering this LVL-1 archery art for now. Let's start practicing. An extended sigh escaped my lips before I stretched and loosened my body. Opening the first page of the technique manual in my hand, I started following exactly what was written on it step by step. 55 minutes later. Ding. Your knowledge about your profession has increased. Techniques Thousand Falling Lightning Needle Strike, LVL-1, progress, 11%, finally. After spending around 55 minutes on it, the status notification popped up and acknowledged my hard work. Although, the progress level of my technique was still at 11%. I don't know how long it will take to master it and get it to 100%. Oh, by the way, did I ever fill you all in about what this status screen actually is? Don't worry. I won't start a super long explanation. In short, 7 centuries ago, when mana started flowing on Earth, people who could wield it started seeing a translucent screen. That translucent screen presented them with information about themselves, such as their name, race, profession, skills, magic potential, etc. It also provided them with a numerical representation of their physical and mental condition like attack, defense, charm, and intelligence. Over the years, humans started calling it status screen. The dwarfs simply called it universal window. And the elves and vampires called it Akashic records. OOF, so many flashy names. What's wrong with people's naming sense in this world? For the sake of simplicity, I'll just refer to it as the status screen like the rest of normal humans. Anyway, with the arrival of the status screen, everyone was able to decipher what area they had to work on in order to improve and grow stronger. And yes, before someone asks, much like in any other fantasy novel, only the owner can see their status screen. Also. Oh wait, this explanation has stretched for far too long despite me promising not to let it. Then I think you get what it is now? Pretty generic fantasy stuff and nothing special. Anywho, after taking a short breather, I resumed training again. I raised my bow and knocked an arrow on the string. Drawing magical energy from my mana core, I coated the arrow with a thin layer of mana before taking aim. Sure enough, the arrow was enveloped in a light azure blue hue. Pulling back the bowstring, I calmed my mind and let out a deep breath. Foo, swoosh. Tack. As soon as I released my grip from the bowstring, the arrow shot forward and struck the center of the target. Bullseye. But my arrow still didn't multiply. If I had performed the technique correctly, the mana I had coated on my arrow should have split into 10 mana darts, creating the illusion that my arrow had multiplied. Maybe I did something wrong? It's possible that I was not using the correct breathing pattern or my posture was wrong. It's also possible that I did not coat the arrow with the right amount of mana or that I was not releasing the arrow correctly. Scratching my head in half confusion and half frustration, I summoned the martial manual Leo gave me from my dimensional bracelet. Page by page, I started taking a look at it, desperate to know what I was doing wrong. What did you say to me? Suddenly, the fierce shouting of a young man snapped me out of my deep concentration. I whipped my head around to see the source of the disturbance. There, I saw a muscular black youth towering over a smaller boy with bright green hair and matching eyes, blocking his path with anger in his eyes. I recognized the scene instantly and couldn't help but whisper to myself in a tone full of excitement, Aya. It's starting tilde. Chapter 34. Drama. Drama. Drama tilde. Ever since childhood, I have loved drama. No, it would be more appropriate to say I hated the monotonous lifestyle. I sought excitement and thrill to keep me entertained throughout my days. I used to be the person who thrived on chaos. If I couldn't find it, I would create it myself. How did I achieve that? Well, I was the type of student WHO would always remind the class teacher about homework. I was the best friend who would manipulate girls into breaking up with their boyfriends and vice versa. I was the guy who used to instigate discord between two friends and watch them fight. Remember the story where my friends from college and I played truth and dare while drunk? Guess who gave them the idea of doing so? It was me. Why did I do something so horrible? Because I knew I would get a good drama out of it. Of course, it negatively affected me in the end by messing up my whole sleep schedule, but meh, whatever. It was totally worth it. My point is I worship chaos. I love drama. I like seeing the peacefulness of life getting disrupted. I know all the things I said make me look like a bad person, but I don't care. In my past life, as I grew up, I physically felt my emotions drifting away from me. The happiness and sadness I used to feel as a child stopped coming to me. I could hardly remember the last time I cried. I had a girlfriend, but I could never love her the way I saw my friends loving their partners. I had parents, but I never felt close to them. I had siblings, but we never shared any secrets. I had friends, but being with them felt suffocating. My life was boring, and the lack of stimulation drove me to insanity many, many times. I always felt like I was lacking something in life. To cover up that lack of feeling, I started doing things that a good person would never do. But it's not like I killed anyone or did anything bad. You could say I just anonymously played little pranks on my friends. I just wanted to feel something, anything that could make me feel a little alive. So when I came to this world, I was happy. I was finally inside a war fantasy novel. There was chaos everywhere around me. And right now, I was witnessing the start of something that would later turn into huge chaos. I put the martial manual I had in my hands back in my dimensional bracelet and took out a packet of popcorn. Yes, I brought popcorn. Training could wait. Watching this scene takes priority. What did you say to me? A bulky black male yelled at a small structured emerald-haired elven boy's face. He was ripped, and the black blazer he wore struggled to contain his giant biceps. With a height of around 7 feet 4 inches, he possessed an imposing figure capable of inducing fear into anyone's heart. It was hard to believe that he was only 18. His name was... I don't know. I forgot. Yes. I did claim to have a near-perfect memory, but even I can't remember all the useless small details. Do you know who I am? I'm Alberto Okoro. I'm the right-hand man of Kai Wiseman, the ripped guy yelled again, his deep, booming voice thundering across the training field. The onlookers quaked in fear for the safety of the petite elven boy facing the giant man. Those who had not been watching the scene before were surely paying attention now, turning their heads to see what was happening. Yes, I remember now. His name was Alberto EO, he already introduced himself? Anyway, he was the right-hand man of EO, he said that too. Dude, why are you so mad? I just asked you to move from this spot politely, while everyone else quietly watched in horror. The elven boy in front of Alberto spoke calmly without a shred of fear visible on his face. He was William Sinoth. His family background wasn't that special. Sinoths used to be a powerhouse in the past, but now they have lost most of their influence and political standing. Why? Because most of their members were massacred. Why? Well, I can tell you, but I'm afraid I'll go off topic. So let's put this talk aside for another time. Sinoths still serve the Netioi family, the ruling family of the southern continent, as their vassal, but are barely a noble house anymore. However, they are still known for their pride as an elven family. Despite no longer holding the fame they once had, they maintain their dignity in their bearing. And the pride and dignity of the Sinoth blood shone through in the way this boy held himself. Standing tall against a man twice his size, he exuded an air of determination. What do you mean you asked me politely? You literally said, and I quote, "Oi, move from here, you're taking too much space, does that sound polite to you?" Alberto spat out in a ridiculing tone. And who are you to tell me what to do anyway? For an outsider, this may seem like a childish reason to fight. After all, Alberto's whole basis for the argument was that William rudely talked to him. Alberto was a weak in front of strong and strong in front of weak kind of guy. And William was a little too haughty for his own good. You put their kinds in front of each other and you'll get to see them start a fight over something trivial in under a minute. Well, in William's defense, elves are known to be prideful. But that wasn't the whole truth. You see, Alberto was asked to start this fight by Kai Wiseman, the leader of the group who called themselves Young Elites. I still can't get over how stupid Young Elite sounds, but anyway. Why did Kai instruct Alberto to do that? Well, because he's a third-rate novel villain. Causing inconveniences in the plot is his whole reason for existence. As I've explained before, there are two internal authorities that govern the cadet body in this academy: Cadet Council and Disciplinary Community, also known as Royals and Pawns. The Cadet Council, also called the Royals, consists of the top 8 ranking cadets of the academy. They possess individual titles such as King, Queen, Bishops, Knights, and Rooks. They have the power to make significant changes and set new rules in the academy. The Disciplinary Committee, also known as the Pawns, consists of the next 8 cadets ranked from 9 to 16 and is responsible for enforcing the rules set by the Cadet Council. Quinn, who is ranked 16, is technically a member of the Disciplinary Committee. But if I remember the plot of the novel correctly, he has not yet attended any of their meetings and has not yet actively joined the committee. If my estimation is right, then he will soon be forced to join them though. It will happen before the start of the mock war. Anyway, Kai's goal was to acquire the position of the king, the cadet council president and rule this city during his time in the academy. In order to achieve his goals, he needed to understand the strengths and weaknesses of those who would be his competitors. Nero, to no one's surprise, was one of those people who would be his competitors for the rank of king. In fact, he and Quinn were the only real threat to him. That's why Alberto's goal here was to create a spark that could later be turned into a forest fire. And seeing how his future competitors will deal with that fire would tell him everything he'd like to know about them. And from the looks of it, he was being successful in doing so since Alberto was doing a good job enraging William. What are you talking about? I never said that. It looks like you're trying to blame me for something I didn't do, William said, frowning. I just asked you to move a little because I wanted to practice here swinging a great sword around like it's a toy. You could hurt someone with that. Oh, is that right? So you're saying I heard wrong? Alberto raised his voice. I'm sorry to tell you this, Shorty, but unlike your long ears that can't seem to function properly, mine works perfectly. Ooh. That was a low blow. Elves are really sensitive about their ears. And short guys are really sensitive about their heights. I'm 6 feet 1 inch by the way. HMBH, bow down to me, you mere mortals. After a few seconds of silence, the emerald-haired elven boy puffed his chest in anger and yelled, you know, I never said anything you're claiming I did, but now I am. You are uselessly big. Go fuck off elsewhere instead of making a fuss here and disturbing everyone around you, he scowled. OOF, even I wouldn't have taken that if I was in Alberto's place. What? Why the fuck would I care about anyone else? And if you have a problem with me, then you move. In fact, run. Run before I punch that stupid face of yours. Alberto barked and clenched his fists as a warning. So you accuse someone of something they never did, you refuse to be mindful of your surroundings, and to top it off, you threaten to carry out a physical assault against a fellow cadet. William voiced Alberto's violations out loud, seemingly giving him one last chance to retreat. But instead, Alberto shot a wide grin and continued his barking. Yeah, I do. What the fuck will you do about it? Go cry to your mama, you little baby? Is that supposed to be a comeback? Because if yes, then it was childish and stupid. William gritted his teeth and mockingly cocked his head to the side. God, I pity you. To be both stupid and ugly. Life must be hard for you. Burn. I call it a burn. As soon as those words left William's mouth, Alberto raised his right hand up. He channeled mana to his dimensional bracelet and equipped a great sword in his hand. The elven boy didn't back down, either. He took a low fighting stance and summoned a spear in his right hand. Crunch, crunch, munching on the popcorn, I enjoyed the sight in front of me in anticipation of what was about to happen. Whoosh. But before Alberto could swing down his sword and William could thrust forward his spear, a black-haired boy appeared out of nowhere in between them. TSK. Who else but Nero can be counted on to ruin a perfectly good fight before it even starts? Stop it, you two! Nero yelled while using his hands to push back the two cadets and create some distance between them. And Alberto, raising a weapon at a fellow cadet is a violation of rules. I will report it to the cadet council if I see this sort of behavior ever again. What? Jerking Nero's hand that was pushing him back off his chest, Alberto shouted. He has also pulled out his weapon on me. You were the one who did it first. You surely don't expect William to let you hit him without fighting back, do you? Nero narrowed his eyes while retrieving his hands. Alberto was about to start barking again when a guy from his class came forward and took a stand for him. And you surely don't expect Alberto to let William keep insulting him, right? I mean, if we are really going to the cadet council, then let's also tell them how rudely William talked to him. The guy who came forward argued. Before Nero or William could respond to that comment, Anastasia stepped up and inserted herself into the argument too. To be fair, he is a big guy, she pointed at Alberto and said. Not to mention he's using a great sword. There's plenty of space in the field, he shouldn't swing that thing around near someone. If William wanted him to give him some space, he could have done that. Is that a reason to start insulting someone about their physique? Your classmate called Alberto uselessly big in front of everyone. In response, a girl came forward from class 1C8 and answered back to Anastasia. Not to mention, your classmate could have also gone somewhere else to practice. From the looks of it, both this girl and the other boy were probably part of Alberto's unit. And is that a reason to pull a weapon on someone? Nero shot a counter-argument. Mind you. He pulled out a real great sword on him. That weapon is meant to kill. And if that wasn't enough, be quiet. Just as they were in the middle of shouting at each other like cats and dogs, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the training field right then and silenced the cadets. Oh look, it seems that the instructor has finally remembered that it is his job to supervise the cadets. After being unable to bear the disturbance any longer, Leo-sensei walked over to the cadets who were making a fuss and yelled in their faces. Enough. Cease this childish quarrel now. Get back to your training and remember why you are here. You all are the future of this world, so start acting like it. But sensei, he pulled a weapon on me. William exclaimed, seeming unhappy that Alberto was receiving no punishment. He was the one who picked a fight with me. I said enough, however, Leo sternly told William to drop the topic. If you take this matter to the council, both of you will be punished. Now go back and resume your practice. Only when Leo ended the confrontation with them did the cadets drop their heads and nod. As they dispersed, the whole training field was plunged into an awkward silence. Crunch, crunch, some of them wanted to argue further, while others wanted to take this matter to the authorities. However, they could do nothing but return to practicing their weapon arts in bitter silence. As they did, they hoped that the events of the morning would never be brought up again. Little did they know, it would be brought up again and unbeknownst to them. As I was lost in thought, I noticed that the cadets near me were giving me a look as if to say, are you serious? What? Why is everyone staring at me? I didn't even do anything. Then it hit me. In the tense palpable silence followed by a heated argument, the sound of someone munching on popcorn echoed across the training field. It was me. Putting away the popcorn packet in my dimensional bracelet, I equipped my martial manual back in my hands. Ignoring all the looks of disbelief and ridicule directed at me, I began practicing my weapon art again. Well, time to get back to training. The drama was only about to get spicy from here on out, but I needed to get stronger to enjoy it to the fullest. Chapter 35. As you all might have already heard me say this many times before, I was in dire need of a spear-based weapon art. So, to get it, I went on the internet. What? You all expected me to have some future knowledge of the plot that would lead me to enter a cave and acquire a super cool weapon art, after conversing with the ghost of its creator? Unfortunately for you all, I already used that cliché when I acquired my armor. And besides, guys, listen to me. Why would I need some stupid plot knowledge in order to get what I want when I can just shop for it online? Or at least that's what I wanted to say. Click. 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 In the deafening silence that filled up my apartment room, the monotonous sound of continuous clicking could be heard. The room was completely dark, with the only source of light coming from the holographic screen that was being projected out from my smart bracelet. Sitting at the edge of my bed, I surfed the internet and visited several online shopping sites that were made for weapon arts purchases in hopes of finding a good deal. However, I was disappointed with the options available, so I continued to either repeatedly click to the next page or close the window one after another. My otherwise beautiful face was marred by puffy dark circles under my eyes, which were a sign of my exhaustion from constantly doing nothing but clicking on the holographic screen for the past few hours. What does my current appearance have anything to do with the narration of what I was doing, you ask? Nothing really. I just like to remind you all uggos how extremely beautiful I am. HMPH. Anyway, like that I wasted a few more hours on the internet searching for good weapon art and going through some memes. What? Don't judge me. I have a whole new world's pop culture to catch up to. And what better way to do that than reading up on some good memes? Anyway, after 5 hours of internet surfing, I gave up and closed the holographic projection. Even the search results were starting to get repetitive now. Hooah, a yawn escaped my mouth as I lazily stretched my body and fell back on the bed. This is stupid, I admitted as I rolled my eyes. But the clock is ticking. The event that'll start the first arc has already happened. Yes, the event that'll start the first arc has already happened. That means, in a few weeks, the mock war will start. The main story will start. So many things will happen once the main story starts. I have to start getting stronger now if I wish to survive those events. To do that, I need two things. A good weapon and a good weapon art. The former was not a problem. With my edit pen, I can easily create a good weapon. Now all that's left is the other problem, finding a good weapon art. However, despite searching so much, I couldn't find any good weapon arts on the internet. The best I could get was low to mid-grade LVL 2 martial manuals. And the weapon arts in them weren't very special either. It's not like money is the problem either. If I sell 2 to 3 watches from Lucas Collection, then I can easily buy a good martial manual. So I didn't filter the search results by the cost price either. Yet, I couldn't find anything good. I mean, I knew something like this could happen since most well-known martial arts schools and sects keep their weapon arts exclusive to their disciples, and don't sell them online. Only small schools and sects do that. The only way to learn their art is to either enroll in those big sects and schools or learn from someone who has already studied there. Both of those options were unavailable to me at the moment. There were many characters who were disciples of those great sects in the novel, but I doubt I could get them to help me in time. Not to mention, with my current reputation in the academy, not many people were willing to interact with me. I also can't enroll in those sects right now because I am currently in Academy City, which is located on an island in the Southern Ocean. I would have to wait until the end of the semester for a vacation break to do that. Now with those options out of the way, what do I have left? I know. I can steal someone's spear art manual. Yes, of course I'm not serious. There's no way I could accomplish that with Athena, the Academy's AI, strictly supervising the cadets all the time. TSK, arg, I could only think of one way to get me out of this predicament. Honestly speaking, what I was thinking of doing was not a very wise thing to do this early on in the story. But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. What am I thinking of doing, you might ask yourself? Well, before I tell you that, let me tell you this. The Global Academy is peculiar in more ways than one. For starters, this academy isn't scared to throw its cadets into the unknown by stripping them of their titles and wealth during their stay here. The academy claims to do that in order to let its cadets become self-sufficient and resilient. However, more than that, the academy does that in order to turn them into obedient, unquestioning soldiers. That's why it even implements a reward and punishment system to train them. If they perform well during their training, they will be rewarded with a promotion in rank and additional benefits. If they do not perform well, they may face demotion in rank, lose access to academy benefits, and may be required to spend additional time in training. It's a meritocracy-based system that makes something very clear to everyone: follow orders, do well at what you're told to do and get rewarded. This system is effective at creating well-disciplined soldiers. Now, let's get back to what my plan is. During the first month of the academy, first-year cadets are able to access all services and make purchases in Academy City without incurring any charges. Everything, I repeat, everything is free for us here during our first month. Or at least that's what the instructors claim to be the case. In truth, if I were to go inside a weapon shop right now and ask the shopkeeper to hand me a weapon for free, the shopkeeper would spank my ass and kick me out of his shop. The same would happen if I were to go to any potion shops or martial art manual stores. Anything in this city is free for the first month except the things that could help the cadets get stronger. So, does that mean I can't buy a weapon art in this city for the first month of my stay here? No, I cannot. Does that mean I can't ask anyone else to buy me a weapon art either? Say, a second-year cadet? Yes, but I can do. However, there's a teeny tiny problem. In this city, one's wealth, social status, and outside connections are completely useless. This means if I wish to ask an upperclassman for a favor, I would have to give them merit points in the future. You can say I'll be taking on debt. And, as I've said before, considering my reputation of trash of the Morningstar house and spoiled bratty young master, not many would be ready to help me. So naturally, those who will agree to help may ask for a high price, knowing that I am desperate, which could result in me accumulating a significant debt of merit points. To pay off the debt, I may even be forced to sell my haught body. Okay, fine. I'll stop with my jokes. Anyway, besides paying a high price to a second-year cadet to help me get a weapon art, I have no other choice. But that's not the main problem. The main problem is finding a second year that's willing to lend me a hand. Traying. Right when I was lost in my train of thought, my smart bracelet started ringing. I frowned and brought my hand to my face to look at the screen of the bracelet. Kent to Kia hint accept decline, it was Kent. For a second, I questioned how he got my number, but then I remembered we were in a chat group. The next obvious question would be, why was he calling me? Well, even I didn't know the answer to that. Since the day at Nero's place when I helped him with spellcasting, he has been talking about teaching me how to live life and all that. I'm sure it's about that. So without much thought, I was about to decline the call when an idea hit me. Wait a second, I narrowed my eyes at a sudden realization. I can use him. Chapter 36. Casually entering a crowded cafe a few streets down my place, I took a seat at a table where a light blue-haired elven boy was already waiting for me. Lucas. You're here. Let's go to a club and I'll teach you how to live. Yeah, dude, no. Fine. First we'll get you a weapon art and after that I'll show you how to live. First you'll get me a weapon art and then I'll go train. Dude. Lucas. Dude. You're my best friend, I'm not. And as your best friend, it's my duty to show you the wonders of life. And as soon as I took a seat, Kent went on to talk about showing me how to live for a few more minutes. Why was I meeting him, you ask? Well, 2 hours earlier I got a voice call from this guy. Just as I expected, he had called me to talk nonsense. He proposed the idea of going to a club and partying all night since it'll be our day off tomorrow. Naturally, I said fuck off to that idea. Respectfully. Then I gave a counter-suggestion which included a meeting in a cafe and him helping me get a spear-based weapon art. There were quite a few reasons why I asked him to help me out. For starters, these past 6 days I've been keeping a close eye on every cadet in our class. I've been deeply observing them. Every movement they make, every conversation they have, every action they take, everything. I've been analyzing their personalities and traits while trying to get a good read on them in case I ever have to use them in the future. Interact with them in the future. I meant to say, in case I ever have to interact with them in the future. Anyway, the thing I found about Kent was that he was a very social person. He was outgoing and fun, easy to talk to and charismatic. Although he can't take hints and social cues sometimes, despite his ability to not being able to read the room, he's quite popular among the commoners. He's the life of the party kind of boy. Side note, he's a player. And a huge one at that. The guy knows how to flirt like a master of Riz. So I figured he might have had a connection or two which could help me get a spear art. And sure enough, when I talked to him on the voice call, he agreed to help me. My other reason for asking him to help me was that, well, he was the only one in the academy willing to associate with me. Anyway, are you sure you know someone who can help me, Kent? Changing the topic, I asked. Yes, Kent nodded and replied in an assuring tone. There's this hot chick in our class and she has an older sister. I called her and asked her to request her sister to buy a mid-grade level 3 spear art and bring it to us here as a favor. Honestly, I was impressed. This guy has already made connections. Keeping him around could prove to be useful. I was also jealous. Why? Because I'm more handsome than him. If only I had a good reputation, I wouldn't need anyone's help. But there's nothing I can do to change that though. So sighing internally, I asked Kent another question. And what price will she be taking for it? Since her own sister is purchasing the spear art, she won't be taking any commission when selling it to us. She will only charge the retail price, which will be around 300 to 500 merit points. Whoa, that's good. That was actually a good deal. I don't know what others would have charged me if I had gone to them, but I know for sure that no one else would have forego taking a commission. What a kind person this girl must be. Of course, it's good. After all, I set you this deal, Kent puffed his chest. So, what do you say now? After this, let's go hit a bar and enjoy. Dude, as I said, I need to train. You can train on weekdays. Besides, bar and club entries are only free until the end of this month. We shouldn't miss this chance. Exactly, we shouldn't miss this chance to build our strength. Oh come on, Lucas. We're best friends dash, no, we're not. And we're in our teens. We must go to clubs to pick up girls, party, and get drunk. Rolling my eyes, I continue to argue with Kent. Can't this guy take a hint that I'm not interested in hanging out with him? Swee. In the middle of our talk, we noticed the door of the cafe swirling open and a fetching young girl sporting a loose, casual black hoodie and high-waisted denim shorts coming in. She had dark hair and matching eyes and a triangular face that complemented her athletic but slender body. She was beautiful but nowhere near the same level as Amelia and Anastasia. After entering the cafe, she scanned the surroundings with a lost look on her face as if she was looking for someone. Lily, you're here, like a true gentleman. Kent got up from his seat and walked up to the girl before bringing her over. Oh, hey Kent. As soon as she spotted Kent, her eyes lit up and her hands, which had previously been tucked inside her hoodie pockets, emerged and began fidgeting. Oh, I see how it is. This girl is not kind. She has hots for Kent. Lily, this is Lucas. Yeah, I know. When Kent introduced me to her, she curtly sent a nod my way and immediately turned back to face Kent. By the way, Kent, this is what you asked for. Without further ado, she took out a wooden binder from her dimensional bracelet and handed it over to the elven boy. In today's world, with advanced technology, wooden binders and paper books are no longer necessary. Technology has made it possible to access and store information in more efficient and convenient ways like inside cyberspace. Why do they still use it? For aesthetics. You won't like learning martial arts from online PDFs, right? Chinese-styled wooden binders give you that feeling that you're actually learning something ancient, something forgotten. Pretty stupid reason, I know. Plus, it raises the manufacturing prices of these manuals. And those greedy sects won't let a single chance escape to milk pennies. Yes, martial arts sects and schools produce martial manuals that they either sell to military academies or directly to individuals. Of course, the techniques described in those manuals are not as refined as the ones they teach to their direct disciples anyway. After a short inspection, Kent handed me the martial manual. I grabbed it and glanced at the words inscribed on its wooden cover, the words, 6-movement lance style, blossom-shattering blast. What'll be its price, Lily? Kent questioned the girl in the hoodie. My big sis brought it for 5,200 merit points. As I've mentioned, I won't take any extra charges, but she will be charging a commission of 600 merit points, bringing the total to 5,800 merit points. Lily replied nonchalantly. That seems fair, I nodded. You don't have a problem? Kent asked me. No, it's around what I expected. I shook my head. Despite being slightly more expensive than the price Kent mentioned, the deal was still quite affordable. Not to mention, I'll have plenty of chances to earn merit points in the future. Plus, I'm pretty sure this martial manual belongs to the Mount Hua sect. They may be known for their swordsmanship, but they can definitely hold their own with other weapons too. After sword arts, their area of expertise lies in spear arts. That's why I'm certain that this would be a technique worth learning. Well, Tilda, I should go, with a short sigh, Lily said. But before Kent could reply to her, I jumped in. Oh, no, don't go. Kent here was thinking about asking you for a coffee date. I said, pointing at the blue-haired boy. What? With visibly flushed cheeks, Lily widened her eyes. I was? Kent raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, he's too shy to actually ask you for it, so he asked me to tell you. That's why he invited you to a cafe. I nodded and kept weaving lies. Damn, I'm a good liar, I thought in the back of my mind, seemingly impressed with something I already knew about myself. I did, even more confused than before. Kent looked at me. You did? Lily turned to Kent, clearly blushing her cheeks off. Yes, I did. So will you accompany me to a cup of coffee? Clearing his head, Kent offered. Sure. The girl blushed, tucking her hands coyly into the pockets of her hoodie as she shyly nodded her head. Oh. She was cute. Taking my cue after playing the role of Cupid, I got up from my seat and said my greetings. Well, you too, enjoy your date. But as I was about to walk away, Kent grabbed my hand and pulled me in close. He whispered in my ear, thanks for the great wingmanship, bro. I knew you'd make a great best friend. But sorry, looks like we won't be able to hit up that club now. What? Was this guy dumb? I did this precisely because I didn't want to hang out with him. This guy seriously can't take a hint. Nevertheless, I played the big man role as I said, don't worry, dude. We'll go next time. Like that, I patted his back and quickly trailed out of the cafe as Kent kept on watching me with stars in his eyes. Phew. Now that I've averted that inconvenience, I can start practicing now. Chapter 37. After leaving the cafe, I made my way to the Global Academy campus by taking a cab and then transferring to the campus bus. As I've mentioned before, the academy, which was known for its advanced training facilities, was made up of 5 tall skyscrapers. 3 of these buildings were reserved for first, second, and third-year cadets where they attend their classes, while the remaining 2 towers were filled with training facilities and gyms for everyone to use despite their academic year. Of these facilities, there were 3 main types of training gyms: the Mana Arts Gym, where students could practice their magical spells and combinations; the Combat Training Gym, which allowed students to hone their martial techniques; and lastly, the Physical Training Gym, where students could work on their physical fitness. As I arrived at one of the Combat Training Gyms on the 5th building's bottom floor, I was surprised to see only a handful of first-year cadets practicing their martial arts. I had expected the gym to be way more crowded than this. Well, then again, most of the first years decided to take advantage of the first month of their enrollment by enjoying the various amenities offered by the city, such as arcades, clubs, bars, and cafes. Since everything was free for us during the span of this first month, it contributed to the lower-than-expected turnout at the training gym. To top it off, most of the second and third-year cadets had yet to return from their annual academic missions. Annual academic mission is like an end-of-the-year exam that, if completed, would significantly affect their ranking. Due to these reasons, the training gym I was currently in was relatively empty. Well, more space for me. The martial arts training gym where I was standing was a spacious, well-lit room filled with a variety of training equipment and facilities. Rows of punching bags hung from the ceiling while mats covered the floor. Combat dolls and practice dummies were placed at the back end of the room which cadets can use to practice their techniques. The walls were adorned with various martial arts weapons, such as nunchucks, bow staffs, and wooden katanas, which cadets could use to practice their forms and techniques. In the clamor of fists and feet hitting the punching bags and mats, the scent of sweat and determination lingered in the room. After scanning through the gym and making sure no familiar face was present, I walked up to a practice spear hanging on the wall and took it off. As soon as I picked the spear, I was impressed by how sturdy and heavy it felt. The wood had a smooth texture and felt a little cold to the touch, and the binding cords provided a nice, grippy feel. The tip was blunted, of course. Foo-oo. Letting out a sigh after I was done inspecting the spear, I walked up to an unoccupied practice dummy. After that, I took out the martial manual I had just acquired through Kent and started turning its page. 6-movement lance style, blossom-shattering blast, as expected of a mid-grade level 3 weapon art. This technique had 3 different forms. Forms are basically different ways a single technique can be performed. In its base form, the user channels mana that swirls around their spear, draws it back, and then thrusts it forward with great force, causing significant damage at the point of impact. If the user uses the technique by not pulling back their spear and pressing it against an object before twirling it to create a drilling effect, this would be considered the second form of the technique. In its third form, the user is capable of unleashing powerful drilling blasts in the air toward their opponent, making it a long-range attack. Yes, no matter how I may look at it, I can see this martial manual being a great help to me in the future. For a spear art, it was quite versatile. So after inspecting what the weapon art that I'll be learning was, I closed my eyes and calmed my breathing. Clenching the practice spear tightly in my right hand, I began moving as it was instructed in the manual. Pressing my left foot on the ground, I drew back my right arm and started channeling mana around my spear. In a few seconds, as I had intended, the wooden spear in my hand was engulfed in a light azure hue as tendrils of blue energy coiled around it. Swoosh! Grinning in excitement, I thrust my spear forward at the practice dummy with full force. Thwack! Nothing. Upon striking the practice dummy with my spear, nothing happened. As I continued to wield it, the magical energy surrounding the spear gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Had I done it right, my spear would have been able to drill through the dummy without any effort. Ha! I couldn't help but sigh as I took a few steps back and got ready to practice again. I was aware of my mistake. I was unable to effectively manage the flow of my mana. With a resolution to rectify my error, I resumed my training by repeatedly wielding my spear. Pa! Hoo-oof! Ha! Your knowledge about your profession has increased. Technique 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL 3, progress, 10%, fuck this. After spending nearly 3 hours practicing without interruption, I collapsed, out of breath, onto the floor. 3 hours of continuous practice and I was still nowhere near mastering the first form of the technique. Why? Simple reason. Continuously swirling mana around the spear is actually very, very difficult and takes a lot of effort. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't seem to maintain it till the full duration of the attack. Arg, I should have just gone for a low-level technique. Should I give up on this technique and buy some low-level spear art from the internet for now? I mean, I'm in need of something that I can learn fast and master completely by the time that Mock War starts. Ah. But a frustrated groan escaped my lips when some unwanted memories of my past life raced through my mind. Those were some memories I don't want to remember ever. They weren't dramatic or sad, they were just bland. Each day was a struggle back then as I dragged myself through the monotony of my existence. I couldn't find any joy or purpose in life, and so I simply went through the motions, never truly living. It was a lonely and unbearable existence, and my heart ached with a sadness that I could not shake. Although I had everything a sane person could ask for, I longed for something more, but I couldn't see a way out of my malaise. I never put any effort into anything, whether it was learning new things, building meaningful relationships, or pursuing my passions. Well, it's not like I had any passion for anything to begin with. I felt like nothing in life truly mattered to me, so I never felt attached to anything or anyone. But despite my apathy, I trudged on, studying even when I had no interest in academics, making friends only to exploit them for my personal gain, and getting into relationships without truly understanding the complexities of love. I yearned for a spark, a reason to wake up in the morning with excitement and anticipation. And I tried finding that spark everywhere I could think of. I took up hobbies like drawing, gaming and writing, but quickly gave up on them at the first sign of difficulty, judging them as something not worth my time and effort. But even then, I was always the first one to criticize others and judge them for their mistakes. Maybe that's why I did such a good job as an editor. Well, unlike me, at least they were actually trying to put work into something they loved. I wanted that too. I wanted that burning passion for something, anything. But in the end, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find anything that made my heart race. Day after day, I lived my life feeling empty, continuously giving up on things until I was killed. When I came into this world, I was excited when I felt my heart beating after a long time. However, now I am concerned that if I grow too accustomed to my new existence, my heart may cease to beat once again. I'm concerned that if I go down the same path as my past life, if I keep giving up on things, I'll start feeling dead inside once again. I don't want that. I don't want to live that life again. That monotonous cycle of a never-ending loop that I called my life, I can't endure it again. No, I won't endure it again. With a bitter taste in my mouth, I gritted my teeth and gripped the spear hard in my hand. I summoned the remaining strength I had left within me and stood up on my legs after barely keeping them from shaking. Swoosh! Ignoring the fatigue in my body, I started welding my spear again. Chapter 38. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human _____ attack 32, plus 12, endurance 18, plus 10, speed 39 stamina 34, plus 2, accuracy 76 charm 439 intelligence 187 mana capacity 009, 500 ____ mana core rank iron 2 mana core potential gold 3, profession spearman LVL 1 archer LVL 1 techniques weapon arts, 1000 falling lightning needle strike LVL 1, 11%, 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast LVL 3, 23%, combat arts, none breathing technique breath of Vitality ____ affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low blessing mana burst possessions phoenixes embrace semi-divine editors pen divine edit points 16 == a hey ha 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 ha. E ha ha ha. A dimly lit gym room housed a silver-haired boy, his bright red eyes alight with maniacal giggles. Dressed in black joggers and a sweat-dampened loose hooded sleeveless white t-shirt, he continued to laugh, despite the exhaustion obvious on his face. His surroundings were empty, with all previous occupants having long left, the clock striking past midnight. In front of the silver-haired boy stood a human-shaped practice dummy which was made of super steel reinforced carbon fiber. The dummy, designed to withstand the impact of a charging ball, now had a deep dent in its upper torso, as if someone had attempted to drill open a cavity in it. Yes, of course, it was me. I did that and I was laughing at the practice dummy. Not only that, but I was also trash-talking him. How do you like that, you fucker? Try acting all high and mighty now, you bitch. Ah ha ha ha, I have no excuse. I was acting crazy. But hey, try putting yourself in my shoes. I started practicing this spear art at 4:32 p.m. yesterday, and it is 2:55 a.m. right now. Yes. I've been training for around 10 hours now. 10 fucking long hours. Only when I ran out of mana or felt like passing out did I take short breaks, but immediately got back to training after recovering. Like that, after going at it for about 10 hours, I managed to learn the first form of this technique. And let me say this technique is destructive. With a wooden spear I managed to create a deep dent into a practice dummy that was made of super steel reinforced carbon fiber reinforced, and I wasn't even in my best condition when I dealt that attack. However, the backlash from the technique caused the wooden spear I was using to rip to shreds. With pity in my eyes and maybe a little sleepiness present somewhere there too, I looked at what was remaining of the wooden spear in my hand. Goodbye, dear friend, I said before shrugging. Anyway, I threw the bits of broken wooden remains away and picked up the martial manual from the ground. Putting back the martial manual in my dimensional bracelet, I exited the training gym and headed to my apartment. Honestly speaking, I was beyond exhausted, famished, and parched. My whole body was aching in pain and my limbs were protesting at every little movement. My throat felt dry and my eyelids were as heavy as lead. I badly wanted to lie down on the mats back at the gym, but I knew I would fall asleep if I did. So I dragged my body out of Building 5 and took a campus bus. It was 3 at night, but campus buses were still running. Well, that's nothing shocking since instead of a human driver, robots drive these buses. In fact, all the transportation vehicles in the global city are operated by robots. These robots are connected to the Academy's AI, Athena, so there's nothing that can go wrong. It's for the safety of cadets. But of course, in these kinds of stories, the unexpected events that occur are often the ones that could not have been anticipated. Anyway, after taking the bus to exit the Academy campus, I booked a cab home from my smart bracelet. Sweet! It didn't even take a full minute before the cab arrived in front of me. Taking note of the humanoid robot driving the cab, I got into the backseat and closed my eyes. Yes, for those of you wondering, it was a flying car. Or should I call it a hover car? I mean, the body of the car stays only a few inches above the ground. That's hovering, not flying. I don't know why they are called flying cars. Anyway, as the car jumped to life and began moving forward, my mind started drifting into a world of thoughts of my own. Never, will I ever do such a long training session ever again. I should be training in moderation with properly timed breaks in between. While I'm at it, I should also stop eating junk food all the time and maybe fix my sleep schedule. Since I've already been doing basic exercises daily to improve my physical condition, my attack, defense and stamina stat has seen an increment. However, there's a problem. I'm improving at a very, very slow pace. At this rate, I can forget catching up to the main characters. Why am I worrying so much? Because the first arc has already started. The start of the main story has already been set in motion. From here on out, things will only get chaotic. Yes, I know I told you all about my devotion to the all-consuming chaos, but let it be known that my allegiance wavers when it comes knocking at my own door. The chaos ahead isn't some little pranks or petty fights. It's much worse. Death is looming on the horizon. I must steel my resolve and start preparing. For if I falter, my lifeless body will join the countless others claimed by the chaos. The chaos ahead is death. So what will I do to improve faster? What else? I'll drink potions and break through ranks. The easiest way to improve your physical condition is to increase your mana core rank. My current mana core rank is Iron 2, and frankly speaking, it's pathetic. Most of the first-year cadets right now are on Iron 3, or Bronze 1, while the top first-year cadets are on Bronze 3, or Silver 1. Well, Nero is the only first-year who's on Silver mana core ranking, but you get the idea. Even if I don't compare myself to Nero and the rest of the top cadets, I'm behind most. To cover up that difference in strength, I'll have to put in a lot of effort in training and a lot of money on potions. Well, to be honest, potions won't be that big of a problem. I have my edit pen after all. I could simply buy a mid-grade potion and make it a high-grade one. Hell, with enough edit points in my balance, I can turn an ordinary glass of drinking water into a precious elixir. So yeah, getting good potions shouldn't prove to be a challenge. After this mock war ends, I will start focusing on breaking mana core ranks, as a bigger mana pool will help me in training martial arts too. Squee! Shaking me out of my train of thought was the jolt of the cab stopping. Opening my eyes, I exited the car and headed into my apartment building. Whoa! However, on my way inside, my eyes fell on the night sky above me. Unlike in my previous world, the people of this world have already found a clean energy source. This world has tackled many problems that were still present in my world. Pollution is one of them. And since this world produces comparatively way less pollution, the night sky here is that much brighter. What I saw was a sky ablaze with a dazzling array of stars, their twinkling light creating a mesmerizing display. Against this backdrop, the city lights added a touch of magic, illuminating the scene and casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. The whole view was breathtaking, with the streams of stars cascading through the darkness, painting a breathtaking picture. That moment of standing in the middle of the labyrinth of light and taking in the beautiful vastness of the night sky was of pure tranquility and escape, giving me a sense of escape and freedom. Oh, how I wish I could see this from a mountain or someplace high. I was tempted to go to the terrace instead of my apartment, but I dismissed that idea. I was way too sleepy and hungry to do anything else aside from eating and sleeping right now. Chapter 39. NOM. NOM. Dash, wow, just look at him. Dash, isn't he supposed to be a royal? A descendant of a ruling family? Dash, I know, right? Where are his manners? Even commoners know how to act more elegantly than him. Dash, guys, he's disowned. He's not an elite anymore. He can act however he likes. Dash, he still has Morningstar in his name, you know, the Wolves of the West. He should at least try to live up to that reputation. Oh god, do these side characters ever shut up? Let me eat in peace. You want to know what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Yesterday, when I got home at around 3 AM, I instantly fell on my bed and slept like a fucking horse. I woke up straight at 6 PM after that because I felt extremely thirsty. Yes, I had forgotten to drink or even eat before sleeping. So I drank water, ate instant noodles, and came back to the training gym to practice again. I finally went back home at 11 PM, exhausted from all the training. I went to bed and only woke up when it was time for the academy. To sum it all up, it's Monday now and I haven't had a proper meal since Saturday evening aside from that one packet of instant noodles. You have no idea how hungry I am. That's why, as soon as the lunch break arrived, I bolted down to the cafeteria and ordered half the items on the menu. When my food finally came, I scarfed it down like I hadn't eaten in days. I wasn't worried about manners or how messy I looked, I just needed to satisfy my hunger. Some people, with nothing better to do, began gossiping when they saw me stuffing my face like a caveman. Do they think I can't hear them? Well, I can. I'm just not reacting or making a fuss by replying to them because I'm hungry. Dude, Lucas, you okay? While I was busy pushing food down my mouth, a worried voice resounded from my right. Without stopping my hands and mouth, I turned my head to look at who it was. Of course, it was Kent. He held a tray of food in his hands and gazed down at me with a worried expression. Quotient, ish who? Oh Kent, it's you. Dude, either eat or talk. Kent casually placed the tray on the table and sat down across from me as if we had been friends for a long time. The way you're eating makes you look like a slob. How long have you been starving for? Saturday. I replied, biting down on a slice of garlic bread that I was saving for the last. Saturday? Kent exclaimed in shock. Since you left the cafe after meeting me? Yush, I nodded. Bro. Did you do nothing but practice? Hurrah, after finishing my meal and gratifying my hunger with a satisfying moan, I downed a full bottle of water. Only when I was done I finally replied to Kent's questions. Yeah, I kind of lost myself in practice. Dude, practicing is good and all, but don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't. I wasn't lying. I really got lost in training. When was the last instance where I became so engrossed in an activity that I lost track of time? The last time I could remember getting so lost in doing something was back when I was just a kid and I had started playing chess. Oh god, I used to love chess back then. I was around 8 or 9 I think. My father gifted me a chessboard for my birthday and taught me to play. At first, I found the game to be quite dull, but as he patiently walked me through each move, something inside me clicked. I became utterly absorbed in the game, losing track of time as I strategized and planned my next move. After that, at some point, that 64-squared black and white board became a way for me to escape my bland reality. I joined the school's chess club, participated in inter-branch tournaments and started thinking about going pro. However, I quickly found out I wasn't cut out for it. I started choking against players. Not because they were good at the game or I was bad, but because I started feeling bored. Like every other thing, chess started to lose my interest too. It became monotonous. I tried reading tactics books, applied new strategies, solved complicated puzzles, and challenged high-ranked players, but nothing helped. By the time I was 13, I had lost any sense of connection I had to the game. Playing it wasn't exciting anymore. That was the first and last hobby I enjoyed before I started reading fantasy novels. Tilde novels. I got lost in the pages, in the stories, in the worlds, but even that wasn't enough to keep me entertained for long. After a while, the endings of the stories became obvious, the excitement faded, and all the authors became nothing but a disappointment. Hey, Lucas, are you listening? Right when I was lost in my thoughts, a slightly annoyed voice shook me awake. Huh? What? I asked, wiping my mouth with a handkerchief. I said, that girl I was with, Lily. I got to meet her older sister. Her name is Rose. Oh, is that so? Yes, and you know what? Yeah. I made a move on her. You what? I made a move on Rose. But she kept telling me that she had a boyfriend. I guess it's her way of telling me that she's still not married, huh? What do you think? I think you're stupid. I was at a loss for words. I knew this guy had trouble picking social cues, but dude. Take a hint. Kent, take a hint. Yeah. I said, take a hint. Yeah, that's my name. Kent take a hint, fuck me. Bam. Just as I was about to explain to Kent what the phrase, I have a boyfriend meant, a loud bam sound resounded throughout the whole cafeteria. Instinctively both me and Kent and literally everyone else in the cafeteria turned our heads toward the source of the disturbance. We saw a huge, imposing tan-skinned boy who had bumped into a boy with jet black hair and dark brown eyes. It was Alberto, and he had collided with Nero. The tray of food Nero was holding slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents onto him and staining his school dress. Ah, it's that guy. Kent exclaimed, recognizing Alberto. You know, the guy who baselessly accused William. Yeah, I remember, I said, nodding my head. Oh, of course you do. You were eating popcorn while standing in the front row, ha ha ha. What? You saw that? Dude, the whole training field saw that. Ha ha ha. Arg, embarrassing. Anyway, I shifted my focus back to Nero and Alberto. I knew what would happen, but I still wanted to watch the scene play out. Are you blind? Can't you see a person twice your size walking toward you, you twat, putting on his signature annoying smirk, Alberto scoffed. Alberto, I was standing here. You were the one who bumped into me. What are you talking about? With a look of confusion plastered on his face, Nero asked. Oh wow, is everyone in your class a liar? You clearly walked and crashed into me. Ask anyone in my class. As soon as Alberto said that, as if waiting for the cue, several people from his class started nodding their heads and exclaiming dash, yeah, you bumped into him. Dash, class 1A1 are a bunch of liars. Ha ha ha. Dash, wow, they really have no shame. In response to the taunts and ridicule from class 1C1, our class also didn't remain silent. Dash, what? What do you mean by liars? You guys are the ones lying. Dash, why do they always come searching for a fight? Dash, what is wrong with them? I saw Nero was just standing there. You guys are lucky your class has so many pretty girls. The one who said that last sentence was Kent from in front of me. So naturally, I gave him a disgusted look. What? Noticing the look on my face, Kent shrugged. You gotta agree. Their class has so many hot chicks. Well, he wasn't wrong. Actually, now that he has mentioned it, I have yet to come across an ugly person in this world. Is everyone in this world beautiful? Wait, does that mean I'm nothing special either? Gasp. No. My charm stat is definitely high, so I can rest assured about that. I'm definitely handsome. Yeah, I am. Okay, everyone, calm down, loudly yelling and ensuring his voice could reach every ear present here. Nero raised his hands to get everyone's attention. We don't want to start a fight inside the academy. It will only affect us and our merit points. As soon as Nero brought that point up, everyone who was earlier making a fuss quieted down. After nodding adequately, Nero put on a wide bright smile and turned to face Alberto. And you, although I stand by what I said, if you still think I had bumped into you intentionally, which would be crazy considering the food I was carrying spilled on me and not you, so I gained nothing out of it, then I'm sorry. Without bothering to wait for a response to his apology, Nero picked up his food tray from the ground and walked past Alberto to reorder his lunch. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a cruel smile crept up on Alberto's face. Apology accepted, Horson, he said. Although he only murmured it under his breath, his voice seemed to have echoed in Nero's ears, causing him to stop in his tracks. Chapter 40. Horson. It was one word Nero hated the most. He frequently heard that word in his childhood. His father, his father's lawful wife, and their daughter, who was also his half-sister, used to call him that. However, that's not the reason why Nero hated that word so much. You see, in this world, governmental titles are hereditary. So obviously, those who own these titles like to highly value their bloodline. It's not rocket science. Imagine you are a mayor of a city. Now, naturally, since you own a city and you're no saint, you'll want to bed every jade beauty you see. Yeah, here's a problem. You can't do that. Why? Because you wouldn't want thousands of children claiming to be the successor of your title, since that would mean an internal conflict, a civil war. And as of right now and for the foreseeable future, it's not safe for the world to even think about having a civil war. It is for this reason that the central government has enacted legislation stipulating that men holding government positions are permitted to have only one legal wife and may maintain mistresses, but shall not enter into matrimony with them, and these mistresses must be incapable of bearing children. In simple words, you can fuck around and bed as many jade beauties as you want, but those jade beauties should be sterile. So that's why when Mayor Blaise Decrauf, Nero's father, took in a prostitute as his mistress, he made sure she was infertile by checking her medical reports. And it turned out she couldn't have kids. However, fate, being a prude little bitch, played one of its twisted jokes again. A few months later, the mistress that Blaise Decrauf had taken in became pregnant with Nero. Of course, the mayor was not happy to hear that news. He thought he was lied to and got deceived. Even though his mistress told him time and time again that she didn't lie, he never believed her. He wanted to kill her. However, there was a problem. She was now pregnant. And it is an absolutely unforgivable crime, even for a member of the central government itself, to kill an unborn child. Why? Because that unborn child could have a heaven-defying potential that the world could use. So he didn't kill her. However, that didn't stop him from making her life a living hell. Every kind of physical abuse one can think of, he put her through even when she was pregnant with his child. Even after Nero was born, the abuse didn't stop. The poor guy had to grow up watching his mother getting beaten day in and day out by his biological father. Until one day, Blaise Decrauf finally decided to stop the abuse and kill her. He drove a dagger right through her heart in front of Nero and asked him to etch that scene into his mind. As he did so, he said, "You know why your mother has to die? Because she gave birth to you, you horse and bastard." Those words scarred his soul. He realized his mother died because of him, because she gave birth to him. He realized that his mother had to die because he was a horson. That's why when Alberto referred to Nero as the very thing he hated himself for being, he lost the leash on his emotions. With a cold and emotionless expression etched on his face, his eyes void of focus, he slowly turned around and began to make his way toward the towering figure of the giant black boy. "What did you say?" I said, "Apology accepted, you horson." Of course, Alberto, who had no idea what that word meant to Nero, kept using it to insult him with a mocking smile on his face. He thought he was annoying Nero, when in reality, he was angering him. Seeing that this verbal conflict was about to turn into a physical confrontation, Amelia, Anastasia, and William got up from their seats in hopes of grabbing Nero and calming him down. Almost in response, several students from Class 1C1 got up from their seats too. OOF, the tension was high. "Should we go too?" Kent, who was sitting across from me, asked in a worried tone. "Fuck no," I replied without even entertaining the idea of getting close to Nero right now. He was in a dangerous state of mind and he was not going to differentiate between allies from enemies. "But we're in the same unit," Kent tried to argue. "We should help him." "Kent, if you want to help someone, then call an ambulance." "For Nero?" "Of course not. For everyone present here." "What does that mean?" Before Kent could even react to my words, a crushing pressure swept over the whole cafeteria, suffocating everyone present there instantly. The sound of once lively chatter and clanking of utensils ceased and the whole area was plunged into silence, when all the cadets present here started choking on their breaths. Coo-oo! Kent was also subjected to the same fate. Even Amelia, Anastasia, and William, who were running toward Nero in hopes of calming him down, stumbled and dropped to the ground under the intense pressure in the air. Yes, Nero was oozing off that pressure. It was his Silver 1 ranked mana pressure. Since most of the people present here were around Bronze 1 rank at best, no one was able to withstand Nero's fury. Even Alberto was the same. Although his condition was a little better than the treat, he was on one knee, panting like a dog out of breath. Harara, my condition wasn't very good either. I was choking on air too. Of course, I could have used my Phoenix's Embrace armor to endure Nero's fury. I was not stupid enough to reveal the ace up my sleeve for something as trivial as that. I manned up and faced the crushing mana pressure head on. While everyone else lay on the ground with their body convulsing under the crippling pressure, I used the fork in my hand to stab myself in the thigh. It wasn't enough to draw blood, but it was still enough to keep me functioning. However, even after that, it was still not easy for me to breathe. Just how strong was this monster? After overpowering everyone with his strength, Nero walked up to Alberto and stood over him, who was struggling to get back up but was unable to do so under the former's presence. "I'll ask again," Nero coldly stated. Think very carefully before answering because it could be your last sentence. What did you say? Seeing the unfocused look in Nero's eyes, Alberto's heart was struck with a feeling that he could only describe as fear. He trembled as we weakly muttered, sorry. Thwack! A kick landed flat right across Alberto's face, making him fall to his right side and knocking him out cold. As soon as he hit him, the emotionless look in Nero's eyes disappeared, and his face returned to normal. After looking around and seeing how many people he had made suffer, Nero quickly withdrew his mana pressure and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, everyone, he shouted and trailed out of the cafeteria. Arg, groaning in pain, I weakly got up to my legs and looked around me. Everyone was sweating profusely, with some even unconscious. With a curious look, I swept my gaze at the main character to take a look at what everyone was thinking. Some were lost in awe of Nero's strength, some had fearful looks on their face, some were worried that this would become a big matter, and some were envious of the power that Nero possessed. Chapter 41. So, a few days have passed by and it is the 18th of March today. According to the novel, the mock war will start on March 24th and will last for 6 days. On March 31st, Nero will challenge Lucas that's me to a duel. That's not my biggest concern, however. Right now, my focus is on getting strong enough to survive those 6 days of the mock war. Why am I so desperate to survive the mock war? For starters, those who survived till the end of the war were given some extra merit points. And I'll be needing those extra merit points in the future. Anyway, the progression of the events has been going just fine. In the last few days, since Nero unleashed his fury on Alberto in the cafeteria, things have begun to get rough. Even side characters in both classes have started to fight with each other. The reason for that? Kai Wiseman's influence over both classes. He has been pulling the strings from the background, and honestly speaking, I'm impressed with the guy. He not only successfully instigated a significant discord between classes 1A1 and 1C8, but he did that without revealing himself. If I hadn't read the novel and known the story, I would have never guessed him to be the suspect. I mean, for God's sake, I haven't even seen him personally yet. Anyway, my point is that in 7 days, the mock war will start. What have I been doing to ready myself for it? Techniques weapon arts, 1000. Falling lightning needle strike, LVL 1, 88%, 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL 3, 53%, combat arts, soul smashing killer fist, LVL 2, 15%, breathing technique breath of vitality I've trained my bow art, and brought its progress up to 88% while I also trained my spear art to 53%. Being a mid-grade LVL 3 weapon art, my spear art is hard to make progress in. Despite that, however, I can confidently say that I'll manage to make it above 70% by the time the 25th of March arrives. By the way, I attempted to use my edit pen to upgrade a martial manual to level 5, but it was unsuccessful. It appears that the information contained within the manual is considered knowledge. My edit pen can only manipulate physical materials and objects, not abstract concepts such as knowledge. Oh and yes, Instructor Raven has started teaching cadets close combat martial arts. The technique I received is not anything extraordinary. It's a mid-grade LVL 2 combat art that combines physical movement with mana circulation to deliver a powerful punch. How it works is when the user's fist makes contact with the target, the user sends their mana into the target's body, causing some serious internal damage. The effectiveness of the technique depends on the user's mana pool and control over it. The more mana and control, the more powerful the punch will be. Honestly, I don't know why Instructor Raven provided me with this particular technique. Sure, my mana control is good according to Liz, but my mana core is still on Iron 2 rank. I don't have nearly enough mana to use it at its full potential right now. Perhaps he was thinking of the future instead of right now. Arg, who knows what that torture-loving psychopath thinks. Anyway, right now, I am in a personal training gym. I've told you all about training gyms, right? There are 2 types of training gyms in the academy, public and private. It's exactly as it sounds. In a public training gym, a cadet has to share space and equipment with other cadets. In a personal training gym, you get all the space and equipment to yourself. Moreover, personal training is dedicated to helping the user practice a specific weapon. For example, I was currently at a personal training gym that was made for snipers. I held my bow tight in my left hand and knocked an arrow on the bowstring. In front of me was a shooting range with 10 holographic moving targets. I drew back the bowstring and started coating my arrow in a thin layer of mana. Locking my aim onto a moving target, I gripped the bow tighter in my hand. Foo, exhaling a deep breath after I was satisfied, I let go of the string and my arrow shot forward at breakneck speed. In mid-distance, the mana on my arrow split into 6 mana darts and created the illusion of multiple arrows branching off from one. Swoosh! Thunk! Ha! 4 arrows pierced the moving target while 2 of them missed by a hair's breadth. Arg, I still can't produce 10 mana arrows. Frustrated, I rubbed my eyebrows. If done correctly, the mana on the arrow should form into 10 mana arrows. What's more, 2 out of my 6 arrows missed the target. That means my accuracy still needed some work. After standing there for a few seconds, I heaved a deep annoyed sigh and packed my bow into my dimensional bracelet. It's enough for today. I looked at my smart bracelet to check the time and it showed 8:30 p.m. I started my training at 4:56 p.m., which means I had trained for more than 3 hours today, which was sufficient. After that day, when I trained for 10 hours straight, I swore never to overdo it ever again. My limbs and joints were aching in pain the next day, cursing me for abusing them to their limits. Even walking to the academy was a struggle for a few days afterward. I felt like my legs would give out whenever I tried to move. Hence, after packing my stuff, taking a cool shower, and changing clothes, I exited the personal training gym. As I made my way out, several thoughts crossed my mind. I think the progress I've made in my archery art should be enough for now. Starting tomorrow, I should get back to practicing my spear art. I have a reason for doing that. If I want my plan to succeed, I'll need my spear. Yes, I do have a plan ready. You want to know my plan? Yeah, I don't think so. Let the mystery and surprise brew up. Anyway, as soon as I stepped out of the training room, I saw a black-haired girl also coming out from the personal gym next to mine. Who else could it be but Amelia? As soon as our eyes met, I raised my hands in defense. Now before you take any wrong idea, let me tell you, I didn't follow you here, I said in the calmest tone possible, taking a few steps back ever so often. In reply, Amelia cocked her head in confusion and looked at me with a frown on her face and said, of course, I know that. This is one of 5 floors in Building 5 which features personal gyms for snipers. Wow, so she does have that much sense. Shrugging my shoulders, I uttered my greetings before walking past her. Well, good night then. Amelia nodded her head in reply. Yep, I can already see the difference in her behavioral pattern. Before, she used to give me only enraged and disgusted looks all the time. But lately, she's been a lot calmer. Oh, and, if you love your life, do not be late for tomorrow's unit test. As I walked past her, a cold, threatening voice reached my ears. I couldn't help but roll my eyes and say, sure. It's true that lately she's been a lot calmer. However, it's crystal clear that she still very much hates me. Honestly speaking, I'm growing more and more tired of her attitude. But then again, I kind of get why she hates me so much. After all, what Lucas did to her wasn't an action one could forget easily. Past cannot be changed. However, it can be overwritten. I will do something in tomorrow's unit test that will overwrite my past if I succeed. Anyhow, after taking a cab to my apartment complex, I started going over things that were going to happen in the future. For starters, tomorrow is unit practice. It was a joint test between classes 1A1 and 1C8 in which all units took part in. They will be asked to hunt down 4 specific mana beasts in the 5th District Forest. The first 4 units that'll complete the hunt will be claimed as winners. Yes, this little test will affect the merit points will revive at the end of the month. Frankly, I was not worried in the least about this test. We have Amelia, Anastasia, and Nero in our unit. Even if Kent and I just stay back, we'll easily get carried by the 3 main characters. So yeah, it should be fine. Sweetie. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, my destination arrived and the cab stopped. Exiting the flying car, I headed toward my apartment. But just as I was about to enter the apartment complex, I saw something interesting. At the entrance of the building, a blonde girl was talking to a huge, bulky boy. It was Grace and she was talking to Alberto. For a few days now, I have been wondering about something recently. At what point did Grace choose Lucas as her scapegoat in the novel? When did she opt to accuse him as the traitor? Well, it all makes sense now. I can't help but curl my lips up into a smirk in understanding. It must have been around this time. Lucas likely spotted her and Alberto together. Grace, to prevent any potential danger from Lucas, chose to frame him as the traitor. A scoff escaped my lips as the final parts of my plan formed in my mind. Fine, let's play along. Chapter 42. In front of me, at the entrance gate of the apartment complex, Grace was talking about something with Alberto. I knew all that was being discussed between them. Okay, maybe not everything, just a gist of it. The point is Alberto was asking her to be a spy for them. Kai Wiseman, the puppet master of the first arc, has already anticipated a mock war to happen between the 2 classes. I couldn't help but be surprised by Kai's genius again. The guy was basically predicting the future here. In the novel, despite being only a minor villain, Kai was considered very smart with an intelligence stat of 179. The intelligence stat is like a measure of someone's IQ, but it also takes a lot of other factors into account. Yeah, you can guess how smart he is. He. I like smart people. Breaking them mentally is really fun. Talking with them is really fun. I meant to say talking with them is really fun. Good lord, my tongue is slipping so much these days. Anyway, I casually started walking toward the main entrance without even trying to hide. Lucas, and sure enough, Grace noticed me. In response to her call, I merely gave her a quick glance and kept walking. Wait, she shouted, but I, of course, kept walking. The lady is asking you to wait. And just as I had expected, Alberto suddenly appeared before me and blocked my way. Good lord. Now that I was seeing him up front, I couldn't believe how tall this guy was. Was he really just 18? But did I feel intimidated? Hell no. And who are you? I asked as a smile formed on my lips. This lady's knight? No, I'm the man who'll beat the shit out of your face. The smile on my face turned into a smirk. His response was just as I had predicted. Was I now feeling intimidated? Hell no. So I gradually raised my hands and got into a boxing stance. In response, Alberto arched his eyebrows in confusion. But in the next moment, he too raised his hands, ready to fight. The smirk on my face deepened. In the very next second, I moved my foot an. I'm sorry, good sir. Bowed my head and apologized. What? Even Alberto was confused by my actions. I raised my head and gave an amicable smile. I should have stopped when the lady had asked me to. My bad. Yeah. The poor guy didn't know how to respond. He was ready to fight me. It's not like fighting him would be a problem with my armor and my spear art. Unfortunately, I am not going to reveal my trump card here, especially in this stupid situation. A wise man once said, beware of indulging in battles for the show, for when you face a true adversary, they shall be left astounded by the depth of your might. That's why, for now I will play along. Lucas, with a sigh, Grace called out to me again. Did you hear anything? What were you guys talking about? No. I faced Grace and shook my head. I see, in reply, she closed her eyes. You can go. Okay, nodding my head, I quickly exited the scene and went inside the complex. As Grace watched Lucas fading back, a deep frown formed on her face. Are you sure about letting him go, right then? Alberto asked the blonde girl. Of course not, she replied almost immediately. The way he acted, I think he heard us. What do you want me to do? Should I go and beat him up? Grace couldn't help but roll her eyes at Alberto's suggestion. Does this man know nothing else but violence? And another thing she didn't like about him was that he always had to have someone telling him what to do. It was like he couldn't function without a master. That's the reason that despite being almost as strong as Kai, Alberto was working as his henchman. Yes, Grace herself was also working under Kai, but that was only to achieve her goal of gaining power. In a way, both Grace and Kai were very much alike. They both craved power and influence and were willing to do whatever it took to get it. Whereas Kai wanted to become the Cadet Council President, the King, Grace wanted the position of the Cadet Council Vice President, the Queen. The other reason Grace was associating herself with Kai was that, out of all the first-year cadets, not only was he one of the strongest, but also the smartest. In fact, she recognized the fact that he was even smarter than her, despite her valuing her own intellect very highly. Of course, he was very arrogant. She knew she could never tame him and make him her pawn due to his level of arrogance, so she decided to work for him instead by being a part of the young elites. For her, Kai Wiseman was nothing but a free ticket to her success in the academy. Grace, I asked a question. Should I go beat, like a puppy? Alberto was waiting there for orders. But before he could repeat his question, Grace cut him off. No need, she said while rolling her eyes again. He's not a threat. For starters, no one would believe him even if he were to reveal our plan. But him exposing us could still make at least some cadets suspicious. At Alberto's response, Grace couldn't help but think to herself, for a dog who only knows how to follow orders, he does make some pretty logical arguments. Crossing her arms, she touched her chin as she said, it's fine. I'll dispose of him before he can reveal our plan. Grace's calm and confident demeanor caused Alberto to agree passively by meekly nodding his head. Despite his intimidating physique, he was submissive toward her. The power dynamic between them was apparent. However, even though Alberto couldn't dispute her further, he desired to propose taking action against Lucas immediately. He wanted to neutralize him right here and right now. Since he came from slums, Alberto has lived his life by fighting on the streets. But soon he figured out he was not like other kids his age. He was tall and strong. He was physically gifted with brute strength. So to no one's surprise, he started using his monstrous brute strength to dominate the streets, and not long after, he made a name for himself. The rush of adrenaline he used to get while drawing the blood of his enemies was a feeling unrivaled for him. Over the years, he engaged in numerous fights and learned from both his victories and defeats and created his own empire, his own gang. Sure, they weren't the strongest in the city, but he and his 165 gang members were proud that they were at least the strongest in their area. Well, this belief of theirs shattered when one boy came knocking on their door, looking for a fight. His reason was that he wanted to beat up the person who dared to hit on one of his girlfriends. That person was in Alberto's gang. Everyone thought that the boy had lost his mind or something. After all, who in their right mind would challenge more than 100 people to a fight alone? They tried to send him off and spare him a beating of a lifetime, but the boy didn't budge. So naturally, they decided to thrash some sense into him. However, they soon found out that they were no match for the boy. In only about little more than an hour, that boy single-handedly took down the whole gang and made their leader, Alberto, grovel before him. That day, Alberto became acutely aware of the despair that comes through the difference in strength. That day, for the first time, Alberto sensed an unfamiliar feeling quelling up deep within his heart, fear. So many years have passed, but to this day, Alberto still can't forget the look in that boy's eyes, the look of sheer insanity and dominance. That boy was Kai Wiseman. Kai, being the opportunistic bastard he is, used the fear he drilled into Alberto and made him his pawn. That was the first and last time Alberto experienced that kind of fear, that kind of darkness from someone. Until earlier, when Alberto matched Lucas' gaze, he saw the very same look in his eyes, the look of sheer insanity and dominance. He saw the very same darkness looming over him. Although in his mind, Alberto knew that Lucas wasn't a threat to him, his instincts, on the other hand, were telling him to run. Chapter 43. Emotional blackmail is a powerful form of manipulation. It clouds your mind with a thick fog of fear, obligation, and guilt, leaving you feeling trapped and powerless. It's a manipulation tactic that preys on your deepest fears and insecurities, leaving you at the mercy of the manipulator. Fear is the most potent weapon in the arsenal of emotional manipulators. It is a universal emotion that can be triggered in anyone, and once the manipulator discovers what triggers that fear in you, they hold power to conquer your mind, body, and soul. It's a dangerous game, one where the stakes are high and the consequences severe. However, there's one more tool. Albeit not as effective as fear, it still has its own perks, guilt. Unlike fear, which directly targets the victim, guilt is a subtle form of manipulation that can be just as effective in controlling the victim. It makes the victim feel responsible for the manipulator's feelings or actions, causing them to take actions they wouldn't normally take. Why am I telling you all this, you ask? You'll understand soon enough. Anyway, right now, I was just getting ready for today's event, the unit test. All cadets from classes 1A, 1 and 1C8 are going to be at the 5th District Forest for this test. No, unfortunately there will be no drama today. Yes, there will be some accidents since both classes, at this point, hate each other, but nothing major. Of course, just because there's supposed to be no drama today doesn't mean I can't create it myself. Starting today, I'll set my plan for the mock war in action. After stepping out of the bathroom, I glanced at myself in the mirror, ensuring I looked presentable. Even after a shower, I still felt sleepy. Normally I would have made a narcissistic comment on my beautiful appearance, but today I was in a hurry. I've been working hard the last few days to develop a plan. I made sure to think through every little detail and account for any potential surprises. I made sure to make my plan foolproof, so I didn't want to mess up by showing up late to the training session today. So I promptly walked to the side table next to my bed, opened one of its drawers, and found it filled with various stationery items such as pens, papers, tapes, and a thermocol cutter. I removed all of the items, emptying the drawer completely. Once the drawer was empty, I opened a hidden compartment by tapping at the corner of the bottom of the drawer, which flipped open to reveal a false bottom. Upon taking out the false bottom, a shiny red quill feather pen was revealed, eliciting a smirk of excitement on my face. Why did I hide it here instead of keeping it in my smart bracelet? Well, I keep it in my smart bracelet during the day and then shift it here at night before going to bed. Anyway, I took the pen out and glanced at it for a moment. Nodding satisfactorily, I grabbed the thermocol cutter and one of Lucas' old wristbands. I placed the cutter over the wristband on the bedside table and took a step back. Foo, letting out a short breath, I aimed my pen at the cutter and immediately a red translucent rectangular window popped in my sight. Item, ordinary thermocol cutter status, normal condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, item, ordinary wristband status, normal condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, for the past few weeks, I've been experimenting with the pen. I've noticed that even a small involvement in the plot earns me some edit points. I've been using those points to test the limit of my pen. And honestly, I'm pretty amazed to say I can do anything. This pen has the ability to completely rewrite reality and change an object to anything I desire, as long as I have enough edit points, of course. It would have been awesome if I could control the living creatures with this pen too, but oh well. Even without the power work on living creatures, this pen was absolutely broken. With this pen in my hand, I can even combine two objects to make a new one. And that's what I was about to do here. I began moving my pen and started writing in the edit section of the two object status screens. Item, ordinary thermocol cutter status, normal condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, become an automatic retractable hidden blade. Item, ordinary wristband status, normal condition, good abilities, none rank, none edit, become the strap of the hidden blade. One more thing that I've discovered about the pen is that if I have a clear picture in mind of what I want the object to look like after the edit, I can be as vague as I want and I would get exactly what I want. Finalize your edit for a total of 14 edit points, yes or no. Suddenly, another red translucent screen appeared in my vision. Arg, 14 edit points. That's nearly everything I have. Touching my chin, I contemplated for a moment or two before finally gritting my teeth. TSK, fine, clicking my tongue in frustration, I tapped on the yes option on the translucent screen. In an instant, the cutter and the wristband started glowing in a brilliant white light, forcing me to squint my eyes in discomfort. In a second, however, the light subsided and I was able to look at the object in front of me. There it was, a retractable hidden blade. I have always been a fan of the hidden blades from a game I used to play during my childhood, as I found it very cool. So ever since I transmigrated into this world, I desired to have something like that for myself. And here it is. After only a few days of coming to this world, I've acquired a hidden blade for myself. Now all that's left is to create a group of assassins and make this weapon our trademark. Mwahaha. Kidding. I'm obviously kidding. Anyhow, I quickly picked it up and, with sparkling eyes, wrote it on my right wrist since my smart bracelet was already on my left. The wristband had transformed into a black leather brace that extended along half of my forearm. The blade was hidden within the leather material and I discovered it was securely encased in a metallic sheath. To release the blade, I closed my wrist and gave it a swift flick. Click! I heard the sound of the spring mechanism deploying and instantly, a narrow steel blade emerged from the leather brace. Cool! It was so cool. Kaya tilde. Coughing to hide my overly excited face, I quickly calmed myself down. I need to focus. This isn't the time to fawn over a new toy. Shaking my head, I retracted the blade back and wore the Academy's first-year red and black tracksuit, hiding the blade by covering it with my jersey's long sleeve. Okay, everything was ready. I should start going now. But before I could even walk a step, I remembered something and halted my steps. Instead of leaving the apartment, I walked towards my wardrobe and opened it. Inside, I found a collection of 47 luxury watches in the lower compartment. Arg, a frustrated sigh escaped my lips as I thought of something. Fine, I said to myself and took out one of those watches before putting them in my smart bracelet's dimensional storage. Now, let it begin. Chapter 44. You're late. I told you not to be late. Calm down, Amelia. The test has yet to start anyway. Still, he's late. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the 5th District Forest, I saw around 200 cadets from 2 classes standing in 4 neatly formed lines. Amelia was the first to spot me and she immediately began scolding me. Kent was the only one who spoke in my defense and tried to calm her down. I'm only 5 minutes late. What is her problem? Ignoring her barking, I leisurely started walking toward my unit. In my previous world, around the year 1998, author Robert Greene wrote a book called 48 Laws of Power. I will not get into details, but it was a guidebook on how to acquire and maintain power in personal and professional relationships. Although many laws were outlined in the book, one of them was what came to my mind when I found I had transmigrated as Lucas Morningstar on my first day in this world. So much depends on your reputation, guard it with your life. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked in all directions. You should make your reputation unassailable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them. That's what you should do in an ideal situation. However, my situation is far from ideal. Before I came here, my reputation was already sabotaged by the previous owner of this body that I am currently in. You can see where my ruined reputation has put me. Even in my own unit, no one likes to have me around. Amelia, obviously, has a grudge against me. Nero is distant towards me. Anastasia speaks to me but with a guarded attitude, as if ready to attack me if I make one wrong move. With a slightly better reputation, my undeniable charm would have been a powerful weapon for me, effortlessly drawing valuable pawns to my side. But alas, in my current state, I stand alone, with not a single soul to call friend, no underlings to do my bidding, no pawns to sacrifice in my grand game of power. Yes, there's Kent, but I don't know where his loyalties and priorities lie or what even his aim is. I can't trust him not to betray me when I'm in a vulnerable position. In short, I needed people that I could trust. People who I could throw under the bus or use as meat shields. And I'll start working on that starting today. Starting today, I'll begin collecting some pawns of my own. My first step towards that goal would be fixing my reputation, or at least improving it to a not a creep level. Hey, Lucas, see Mia. Join us. Speak of the devil. Right when I was lost in my thoughts, Kent's voice shook me out. He was waving out to me. Beside him Amelia was standing with sealed lips. Whoa, he managed to shut Amelia up. Anyway, I sent a short wave back and started walking toward them. Hey, you, stop right there, but before I could even take a few steps towards them, a sharp voice reached my ears. I turned to my right and saw an angry man in a blue-colored guard uniform furiously marching in my direction. Ah, it was the fatty guard who I encountered on my first day in this world when I visited this forest. Oh, he must be coming here to say hello. Such a nice fella. You fooled me, coming face to face, the fatty guard started yelling. You said you were General Reynold Morningstar's son, but in reality, he has disowned you. Ah, never mind. I think it's safe to assume he isn't here to say hello. TSK, such an irritating fella. And also, before the fatty could continue his ranting, I took out one of the watches that I had packed from my smart bracelet's dimensional storage. Without waiting, I grabbed his hand and placed my watch in his palm before whispering in an almost inaudible tone. This is the reward for helping me, I said. It's just a watch, but aside from being made completely of platinum, the numbers have real diamonds engraved in them. Huh? Of course, the poor guy was in complete shock to even form a proper reply. But in a moment, a greedy smile that can put even the best of con artists to shame formed on his chubby face and he said, "Pleasure doing business with you, young master." Okay, first, don't call me that since I find it offensive, I said while rolling my eyes, acting like a Karen. Second, I have another request for you. Oh, is that so? What is it, young master? Did this piggy bastard ignore me? Me? Ha, exhaling a short sigh, I began explaining my plan to him. 5 minutes later. I can't do that, young master, with a sweat-covered forehead, the fatty guard waved his hands and spoke in a shaky tone. My job will be at risk. Rolling my eyes as I had already expected this, I threatened, oh, and what about when I tell the cadet council about how you allowed me to enter the forest when I wasn't even an official first-year cadet? You even accepted a bribe from me. Will your job still be safe then? But it was you who lied. Before the fatty could continue arguing, I cut him off and started speaking. Listen to me, piggy. The worst I'll receive as punishment will be some increment in my training time. While you, on the other hand, will lose your job. My math is weak, so you tell me, who's at a loss here? I am. Yes. Now, if you help me, I'll reward you with 10 more watches like the one I gave you. If you sell them all outside this city, you'll get anywhere between 7,300 to 8,000 credits. That's equivalent to your 6-month salary. As I said, my math is weak, so you tell me, who's in profit here? 10 more. Wrong answer. I asked, who's in profit here? I am, young master. I am. Good, I'm glad you understand. So do as I said and I'll see you get rewarded handsomely. Like before, the poor guy could only meekly nod his head as I walked past him to join my unit. What the hell was that? As soon as I joined my unit between the lines of cadets, Amelia jumped at me with suspicious eyes. What? Startled, I replied in confusion before finally understanding what she meant. Oh, that? He's a friend, so I was saying hello, that's it. No, I saw you handing him something. What was that? Amelia refuted before shooting another question. Oh, good lord. She's annoying. Leave it, Amelia. Nero chimed in from the front. Yeah, give the guy a break, Kent said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. No, that was definitely something suspicious. If he doesn't tell me, then I'll directly go ask that guard, HMPH. Flicking back her raven black hair, Amelia was about to walk over to the fatty guard when I suddenly spoke up. Good lord, Amelia. It was nothing suspicious. His son's birthday was coming up, so I just gave him my present. I said as I rolled my eyes again. Ha. You? As if I would believe that. Why would a self-centered, narcissistic trash like you care about anyone else other than yourself? Amelia spat out while giving me a ridiculing look. No one from our unit stepped up and stopped Amelia from speaking like that to me, not even Kent. These guys were supposed to have my back out there on the battlefield. Yeah, right. Honestly speaking, I was fed up with them and their attitude toward me anyway. They only talk to me when it's convenient for them. The other times, they avoid me. I know what Lucas did in the past was unacceptable, but why the fuck would I need to suffer this crappy treatment for his actions? I was just done. For the last few weeks straight, I've been noticing people giving me looks like I was some kind of trash. I bet other noble kids have done something much worse than what Lucas did in the past. But all their actions were covered so they could walk with their chin up high. What right do people like them have to judge me? What right does anyone have to judge me? Why would I, a wolf, need to concern myself with the opinions of sheep like them? See, now he's not replying. I'm telling you he did something suspicious. Let's go talk to the guard. Lucas, just tell her what you handed to that guard. Nero looked at me with distant eyes, advising me. Yeah, Lucas. Don't drag the matter. Anastasia too joined in from the front of the line. Bro, just tell her at this point. No need for an argument. Kent said, patting my back. Meanwhile, I, who had been silent till now, finally parted my lips to say, didn't I already tell her? I gave a gift for his son's upcoming birthday. And I said, I don't believe you. Amelia barked. Lucas, I won't tolerate it if you are trying to cause any trouble for our unit. I'll forget you helped us during the Mana training assignment. Nero, with a narrow-eyed look, openly threatened me. Hurrah, letting out a deep breath, I merely shrugged my shoulders. If you all don't believe me, then go ahead and ask the guard what I handed to him. After a few seconds of silence, Amelia uttered, fine, I'll go ask. But before the black-haired girl could start walking, from the front of the crowd of cadets, Instructor Liz and the homeroom instructor of Class 1C8 announced loudly, attention, cadets. A wolf pays no heed to the meaningless opinions of sheep. He alters their perception, and with it, seizes control, reigning supreme over the very creatures who once dared to judge him. Chapter 45. Attention, cadets. Instructor Caroline Gray, the homeroom teacher of Class 1C8, addressed a crowd of cadets who were standing in orderly lines. She had chest-length light brown hair that was curled at the bottom with bangs on the right side, purple eyes, and a slim but well-endowed figure. Standing in front of the entrance of the forest, Caroline shouted, "I am aware that both of your classes have been engaged in a dispute for about a week now. As instructors, it is not within our purview to involve ourselves in the affairs of cadets. Therefore, I will not address that issue. However, it has been arranged that all units from both classes will participate in a joint unit test today. I expect all of you to conduct yourselves in a professional and respectful manner during this session." Nodding to her fellow instructor's words, Liz continued the explanation by outlining the rules of this test. The rules for this unit test are as follows. Participants will receive descriptions of 4 specific mana beasts through their smart bracelets. The first 4 units to hunt any of these beasts will be declared 4 winners. Additionally, units can also hunt other mana beasts they come across. The unit with the total mana beasts hunted will earn 5th place. In short, to win, you either need to hunt the 4 mana beasts that you'll be provided the description of or kill as many other mana beasts as possible. Entering the inner forest is prohibited and hurting other cadets, no matter their class, is not allowed. The session will end once the 4 designated mana beasts are hunted. Got it, cadets? Yes'm. To Liz's explanation, every cadet present here replied in unison. Good luck, said Liz. Best of luck, Caroline joined in. And do not fret if you find yourself in a perilous situation. The AI on your smart bracelet will alert us if that happens and we will rush to your aid. Now, let us commence the test. And with that, the 2 super steel reinforced giant entrance gates of the 5th District Forest opened up inward. Without waiting for even a moment, all the present cadets dashed inside. No one even had gotten the message describing the 4 mana beast targets yet, still they all instantly trailed inside to get in the lead. Not me, of course. I wasn't in a hurry. I didn't care about this stupid test. Our unit was assured of being placed in the top 5 winner rankings. My goal here was just to repair my reputation. Only after doing that will I be able to gather my pawns and acquire power. In this academy, no. In this world, power is necessary for survival. Power includes strength, money, and influence. As long as I obtain all 3 of those factors of power, I'll win this world. I looked down at the track shoes I was wearing with a frown. Soon an idea popped into my head and I touched my smart bracelet. Swee, a soft white light flashed in my hand and an object materialized in my palm, a red-colored quill feather pen. Without waiting for a second, I pointed the pen at my shoes and an item description box appeared in my vision. Instantly, I wrote a few words in the edit box. Item, ordinary running shoes status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, none rank, none edit, enhance my stamina and speed. As soon as I was done writing, another translucent red screen appeared before me. Finalize your edit for 16 points. Yes or no note, you only have 2 edit points left. The edit will be discarded if finalized. Ah, fuck. I only had 2 points left. I need to do something else. Maybe I should add a time limit. That ought to decrease the edit cost. My hand started moving again, the nib of my red pen writing in the air. Item, ordinary running shoes status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, none rank, none edit, enhance my stamina and speed for 1 hour. Finalize your edit for 8 points. Yes or no note, you only have 2 edit points left. The edit will be discarded if finalized. Ah, it worked. But it still wasn't enough. To make my edit happen, I kept on trying until I succeeded in decreasing the cost to 2 points. Item, ordinary running shoes status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, none rank, none edit, enhance my stamina and speed for 30 minutes. 1 time usable. Finalize your edit for 2 points. Yes or no, I quickly clicked on yes and my track shoes were instantly enveloped in a bright white hue. The edit was completed. I could feel it. But just to make sure, I opened the status of my track shoes one last time. Item, relic running shoes status, normal condition, 1 time usable abilities, enhance the user's stamina and speed for 1 hour. Rank, iron edit, activate enhance my stamina and speed for 30 minutes. 1 time usable. Since I added an ability to my shoes, they evolved into a relic. This is the thing I've noticed, the lower the rank of the relic I want to modify, the fewer edit points I would have to spend on it. If I turn an ordinary object into a relic, I would have to pay even less. For example, if I try to perform edit on an ordinary object, I would have to pay much fewer edit points compared to if I try to do the same on a relic. This one time, I tried to modify my armor, but it showed me that I had to pay 600,000 edit points. Yeah, it was that expensive. Well, then again, my armor is a divine, ranked relic, so it's understandable. Lucas, come. Suddenly, a loud worried voice shook me out of my thoughts. I looked up and found the figure of a blue-haired boy standing at the entrance gate. And by the way he was huffing and puffing, I think he had come back to get me after going into the forest. I should get going. Chapter 46. Hey man, I'm sorry by the way, Kent said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry? For what? I asked, confused. You know, I should have said something when Amelia was, he replied, avoiding eye contact. But before he could complete his words, I cut him with a shrug. It's fine. We aren't that close anyway. We walked in silence for a moment, the only sound being the crunch of leaves under our feet as we made our way through the dense woods. Fortunately, we came across the rest of our unit pretty quickly. Everyone except Anastasia was huddled under a towering tree. The thick canopy provided much-needed shade from the sweltering sun, and the sturdy trunk offered a good resting spot. There you guys are, Nero waved at us with a wide smile. Honestly, I cannot read this dude. One moment he's quiet and cold, the other he's grinning and acting normal. I bet he must have slowed Kent down, pointing at me, Amelia accused. Actually, I was the one who fell and Lucas had to walk back to help me, Kent waved his hands, lying in my defense. Liar, Amelia humphed. You fell but there's no dirt on your jersey? Ayak, you're smart, dropping his head, Kent admitted to lying. Rather than her being smart, you are just dumb, you idiot. Whatever, you both are now here. Now all we got to do is wait for the message. Yo, it's here. Training. Right when Nero was in the middle of his speech, a message notification popped up in all of our smart bracelets. However, as if agreed upon beforehand, all of us ignored the message and only Nero clicked on the notification. We all gathered around him when a bright blue holographic screen projected out from his bracelet. It says here, our praise our winged jaguar, pass. Hard pass. No thanks. Did I know what a winged jaguar was? Hell no. But still, no thanks. Black-scaled bull, silver-skinned giraffe, and lastly, steel-winged eagle. All of them are described to be Bronze 1 ranked mana beasts. There's also the map of the outer forest linked with the message. Those are all hard choices. Amelia touched her chin and commented. I think we should discuss our team's composition first. Agreed, nodded Nero. We have 3 archers, 1 swordsman, and 1. Wait, Kent, what are you? Oh, me? I'm an archer. The silence was deafening. 4 archers in a team of 5. Is this academy serious? What's with this unbalanced composition? Ha 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 ha. I'm kidding. Oh my god. Look at your faces, you all. Nah ha 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 ha. This guy. I was barely holding back an urge to beat the living shit out of this elven boy's face. One look and I could tell Amelia and Nero were on the same boat as me. Gee guys, stop gritting your teeth and clenching your fists. I was only joking. Sighing, I rubbed my eyes and said. Just tell us what you are. I'm a scytheman, Kent confessed. Although I wanted to use a bow like my mom and dad, I had a talent for scythe. You have no talent for sharpshooting even though you're a pure-blooded elf? I asked, genuinely curious. Kent shook his head. Weird, I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Elves are known for their exceptional skills in sharpshooting, while dwarfs have a natural inclination toward crafting and forging. Additionally, humans are known for their ability to adapt and vampires for their ability to deceive. There's even a saying in this world on that, act like a vampire, shoot like an elf, create like a dwarf and adapt like a human. Hey, expecting me to shoot well just because I'm an elf is racist, you know. But there's even a saying on that saying is racist too. But racist. They say a racist. Your mom's racist. Okay fine, I'm sorry. Good. After one-sidedly winning an argument, Kent finally got an apology from me which he accepted with a goofy smile. You guys done? Asked Nero with a sigh. Now let us focus on the test at hand. Since we have 3 long-range, 1 close-range, and 1 mid-range fighter, our hunting target should be steel-winged eagle. So does anyone have any objections? Nope. Same here, we waited for the third person present here to answer Nero's question but the response never came. As a result, we all turned to look at Amelia, who was standing with her back against a tree, deep in thought. Her charming forest green eyes were lost in a world of her own and her fingers were pressed firmly against her chin. Amelia, Kent called out to her. Yeah, shaking out of her thoughts, Amelia replied. I asked a question, said Nero. Do you have any objections to setting steel-winged eagle as our hunting target? Oh, no. Not at all. Okay, so it's decided, declared Nero before turning back to Amelia. By the way, what were you thinking? Oh, you know we have 3 archers in our unit. That doesn't seem to be the right team composition. Right team composition? Yeah. You know, the Academy assigned us the units based on our rankings and preferred weapon of choice. So why did they think putting 3 archers in one unit would be a good idea? Wait, they assigned us the units based on our rankings and primary weapons? Yeah, I didn't know that either. They did that? At Amelia's explanation, both Nero and Kent frowned in puzzlement. One look at us and it's clear to see, I interjected. Kent and I are at the bottom of the ranks here. My potential isn't great either. To balance things out, the Academy paired us with 3 high rankers. I see, said Kent, scratching his head. Man, I should start training seriously. Oh, I never noticed, Nero frowned his eyebrows even deeper. Amelia, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief in her eyes. What? Did she not expect me to notice something so basic? Although, in a split second, the look of disbelief in her eyes vanished and it turned cold again. As he stated, Amelia said. Additionally, upon examination of other units, it is apparent that their composition is not as disorganized as ours, for the most part. Exactly, I replied. If you look at other units, you'll find they have 1 to 2 long-range fighters, that's it. Yes, so the question arises, why is our unit assigned 3 archers? I really don't understand, the black-haired girl clicked her tongue. Well, it's because your theory has one big hole in it, you dumb girlie is what I wanted to say to her. You see, the Academy didn't assign us the units based on our primary weapon usage. They assigned us the units based on the weapon and type of fighting style we have the most potential in. For example, Lucas, in the novel, was a spearman. Anastasia, despite being the best archer in the world, excelled more at hand-to-hand combat. So both of us were not using the weapons we had the most potential. It wasn't the Academy's fault that the composition of our unit was messed up. It was our own. Wait, what if someone in our unit has a dual profession? Suddenly, Amelia snapped her fingers. Whoa, she guessed it. This girl's analytical abilities were good. Unfortunately, she would never be able to guess who has the dual profession in our group. Oh, that? Isn't. Right at that moment, Kent spoke and I remembered he knew I had a dual profession. When I asked him to provide me with her LVL 3 spear art, I had to tell him that I had 2 professions, archer and spearman. Fuck. I don't want him to reveal that information to everyone now. As Kent slowly turned his head towards me while speaking, it felt as if time had slowed down. I also turned my head to look at him, and through my eyes, I conveyed to him the message to stop talking. No. No. No, you idiot. Stop talking. Isn't Lucas, huh? Oh. He stopped. He stopped talking. He took the hint. I gave him a hint and he took it. This guy can take a hint. What? Isn't Lucas what? Amelia frowned. Oh. I was saying, isn't Lucas looking kinda pale? What? Really? I asked while touching my face and putting on an act. This heat will be the end of me. What? How does that relate to the topic we were discussing? The black-haired girl spoke in a ridiculing tone. Step. 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 However, before Kent could reply, we heard the sound of someone coming our way. Kent and I immediately guarded up, but Nero nonchalantly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. It's Anastasia. I sent her to do a reconnaissance of our surroundings since she said her eyesight is good." Chapter 47. Avoid this route, said Anastasia while running through the woods, dodging one obstacle after another. Unit 7 of 1C8 had set up a trap here. Thanks to the reconnaissance search she did earlier, we were now aware of most of the enemy's position. We knew which routes to avoid and not fall into traps, and which unit would be our competition for the steel-winged eagle hunt. Sure, cadets can't directly hurt other cadets, but that doesn't stop them from setting up traps and stuff to slow others down. How big is this forest anyway? Panting like a dog out of breath while following behind Anastasia, Kent asked. 760 acres, Nero replied from right next to him. And that's just the outer forest's area. I'll die. I could practically see Kent's soul leaving his body after he got his answer. Fortunately, the running shoes that I edited were a great help. Speed 101, plus 62, stamina 96, plus 62, both my speed and stamina stats were increased by 62 points. That created a big difference in my overall physical capability. I could easily keep up with Anastasia, Amelia, and Nero without even breaking a sweat. We were heading towards the northeastern part of the outer forest, as indicated on the map we received. The steel-winged eagle, an evolved eagle with mana-hardened steel wings and a large wingspan, was located there. While it is known for its speed and sharp wings that can cut a grown man's neck, it does not possess any other extraordinary abilities. There. Right when I was about to open my smart bracelet and check our live location in maps, Anastasia yelled. We found it. An eagle with black plumage, slightly larger than average, possessing a pair of enormous gleaming blue wings, circled through the sky as if it were the ruler of the winds. From the looks of it, we were the first unit to arrive here. There were 2 ways of winning a spot in the top 5. Either kill as many normal mana beasts as possible or kill one of the 4 instructed mana beasts. It was no surprise that many of the units chose the first option since it was safer and easier. Careful not to let it touch you with its wings, Nero stated the obvious. You'll be cut before you even notice it. Yes, nodded Anastasia. I can see a great amount of mana circulating in its wings. Anyone can see that, Anastasia. Its wings were literally glowing in an azure blue hue. You don't need special eyes to see that. Okay, what's our plan of attack? Asked Amelia. Shoot and bring it down, what else? I shrugged. And I was ignored. No, he's right, Nero chimed in. Fire at it from all directions and when it'll have nowhere to go, I'll jump at it and kill it with my sword. You can jump that high? Kent asked in amazement. I can jump higher, Nero grinned. Without waiting, I took out my bow and quiver full of arrows from the smart bracelet on my wrist. Slinging the quiver on my back, I took out an arrow, coated it in a thin layer of mana, knocked it on my bow and aimed it at the flying eagle. Both Amelia and Anastasia quickly got into motion too. Amelia climbed a tree and prepared herself while Anastasia dashed away from my location, drawing an arrow and readying her bow while aiming at the same target as me. Now. Anastasia yelled. As if waiting for that cue, both Amelia and I let go of our bowstrings and released our arrows. Swoosh! In midair, the mana on my arrow split into 6 mana darts and shot at the steel-winged eagle. Simultaneously, Amelia's arrow erupted in a brilliant blue light and hurtled toward the eagle at breakneck speed. CI. The steel-winged eagle let out a harsh, high-pitched whistle as it noticed our attempt to hunt it down. Phew! Effortlessly dodging our attacks, the eagle, instead of going higher in the sky, dived down, intending to take us at close range. Incoming! Anastasia yelled. It'll try to use its wings to attack us. Nero shouted back. Instead of wasting time by shouting the obvious, Amelia and I drew back our bowstrings and readied our arrows for action. Swoosh! Swoosh! Once again, my arrow shot forward and split into 6 mana arrows before raining down on the incoming eagle. The steel-winged eagle expertly maneuvered through the air and dodged all my arrows. TSK, it was fast. However, just as the bird avoided my final arrow, Amelia's arrow appeared in front of it out of nowhere. She had used my attack as a distraction and had brilliantly predicted the eagle's movements based on it. As my mana arrows limited the bird's options for escape, Amelia took advantage of the opening and launched her arrow to strike it down. Truly, she is a genius marksman. Or markswoman. What's the word? I can't remember. Tan. However, the eagle was not defeated yet. It crossed its wings in front of its body and used them as a shield, successfully blocking Amelia's arrow from piercing through. After blocking Amelia's arrow, the steel-winged eagle expanded its wings and charged toward us from the sky once again. Fuck, cursed Amelia. It registered no damage. Don't worry, but right then, Nero barked and drew his sword from his smart bracelet. I got it. The sword in his hand was surrounded in a bright azure blue glow as he coated it with a thick layer of mana. I was honestly amazed. I was standing 12 steps away from him and I could still feel the energy coming off his sword. This boy, this monster right here was the real deal. Stomping his foot harder on the ground, Nero prepared to launch himself toward the approaching eagle. Crevices formed where he was standing, and in a sudden burst, his figure disappeared from view and reappeared in front of the eagle in midair. Ski! As Nero displayed his unmatched speed, the eagle let out a confused scream. Without hesitation, the boy mercilessly swung his sword, executing an upward diagonal slash. Whoosh! But before Nero's sword could connect, a huge boulder came flying at him. Widening his eyes, Nero called off his attack and created a mana barrier around him. Thwosh! Fortunately, Anastasia reacted quickly and shot an arrow infused with mana at the boulder and shattered it into pieces. Tack! Landing back on the ground, Nero and everyone else looked in the direction where the boulder was thrown from. Of course, I knew who it would be, but I still looked anyway. Nice reflexes, pretty girl. From the shadowy covers of the forest, a tall young man with muscles which were too ripped for his jersey to hide appeared. If it weren't for you, this boy would have been crushed like an insect. Yes, it was, drum rolls, please. Alberto. Are you crazy? Amelia exclaimed, her eyes filled with anger. You could have seriously hurt him. I'm going to report this to the instructors, Anastasia added with an irritated expression. Wow, look at them. The heroines are angry on behalf of our hero who wasn't even hurt. Truly, such a beautiful and heartwarming scene. TSK. These bitches. I personally just want to bash Nero's head with a rock. No, in fact, let me just push him under a truck myself. Oh, you'll report? And say what? With a smirk, Alberto mockingly cocked his head to the side. He is not injured anywhere, is he? I was just trying to hunt that eagle like you guys. Honestly, more than Nero's strength, I was impressed with this guy's persistence. Even after being humiliated that day in the cafeteria, he was still targeting Nero. Before Amelia could start her rant, Nero walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. TSK, she clicked her tongue and held her words. Let's go guys, Nero said and started walking away. The steel-winged eagle had escaped. Since the Academy had put a tracker on it beforehand to make it distinct from other steel-winged eagles in the area, we merely had to open the Maps application on our smart bracelets to know its location. Chapter 48. Why are they walking behind us? Just ignore them, Kent. But dude, they are literally behind us. As we paved our way through the forest, Kent talked about Alberto and the 4 members of his unit following us. Nero asked him to ignore them, so we kept walking. Who are Tilda? I was getting bored. I've done nothing but eat and sleep since I came to this world. Sure, I've been doing some intense training for the last few weeks, but that's it. I wanted something challenging. Something life-threatening. Something that could give me an adrenaline rush. Sure, the mock war is ahead, but I'm getting bored right now. I can't wait for it to happen, Tilda. There, suddenly stopping in her tracks, Anastasia shouted before pointing to the sky. Up ahead. Following her index finger, we saw the steel-winged eagle we were looking for resting on top of a tree branch. Rustle. However, before any one of us could make a move, we heard a rustling sound of leaves from behind us. Well, what do you know? People are already here. We looked back to find it was Grace Goodwill. And walking behind her were William Sinoth, Elijah Steelforged, Ella Bright, and the mystery guy, Hugh Jass. When Nero and William's gazes met each other, they greeted each other with a nod. These two had already started to get along. Nice to see the plot developing so smoothly. Nero and William, in the future, these two will share an unbreakable bond. Over time when they'll graduate and serve in the United Military, their duo will come to be known as the Reapers of the End. Yes, we came here first, Amelia snorted. So obviously that hunt is ours. Are you stupid? Chortled Grace. By that logic, we saw it first, so it's ours. I'm glad to see these two girls are not getting along since this is part of the plot too. Amelia and Grace hated each other in the novel. Since Amelia was part of Nero's harem, she was obviously hostile to Grace, who didn't miss any opportunity to seduce the main hero. TSK, this guy gets heaven-defying talent, good looks, hot MILF as master, and a harem. While reading, I didn't think of it much since this much is basic in power fantasy novels, but right now, standing here, I was honestly feeling a mix of jealousy and anger. Anyway, that wasn't the only reason why they both hated each other. They both had a mutual disdain for each other because Grace viewed Amelia and Anastasia as obstacles in her pursuit of power. Amelia reciprocated these feelings, and their enmity grew over time, while Anastasia chose to ignore her. Even right now, these two girls were barely holding themselves back from creating a big fuss. Actually, you both are stupid. While Grace and Amelia were busy locking gaze, Alberto chimed in. The right to hunt should go to the strongest. So, Nero? Anastasia responded. What? Alberto raised an eyebrow. You said the right to hunt should go to the strongest, Anastasia repeated Alberto's words. That ought to be Nero. Remember the cafeteria incident? You bitch. Before Alberto could show any hostility, Nero stepped in front of him with a big friendly smile on his face. Now, friend. Do you really want to do this here? Asked Nero with a calm voice. Do you think I'm scared of you? TSK, boring. This is the same old courting death scene. The author really had no creativity. Bored out of mind, I stopped paying attention to the scene in front of me and picked up a pebble from the ground. Fiddling with the pebble in my fingers, I waited for the scene to be over. Why is that pebble slimy? From my left, a curious voice fell in my ears. I turned my head to look at the owner and found out it was the mystery boy. Hugh Jass. Huh? Was he talking to me? Noticing his words, I looked at my hand and saw the pebble was indeed slimy. Tack! Instantly, I threw it away with a disgusted face. Don't know. What the hell is this slime? I said, looking at my hand. Hearing my words, Kent leaned in to look at my hand and said, oh, this? This must be the saliva of a three-eyed toad. Ooh. Ooh. Both Hugh and I grimaced in disgust. Do you need a tissue? Asked Hugh. Yes, I nodded and extended my hand. If you don't mind. Yeah, sorry, but I don't have it either. So why the fuck did you ask? Are you stupid? Don't worry bro, it will dry up shortly, Kent gestured. Interestingly, when it dries up, it creates a film on your hand that can be removed. It doesn't leave behind any fingerprints, so you could even commit a crime and not be traced. Kent, I'm both utterly weirded out and immaculately interested in that fun fact, I replied matter-of-factly. Yeah, same. Hugh nodded. Where did you even learn something so weird? Hee, my father taught me the ways of a Boy Scout. Kent blushed, seemingly taking our comments as compliments. Shut the fuck up, you three. Right when we were in the middle of our weird talks, Grace yelled at us out of nowhere. If you can't add anything to this discussion, then don't talk about useless things and disturb me either. Bitch. That's what all three of us thought at the moment, but we held our tongues. Fine, here's the deal, Nero offered a proposal. We'll all play by the rules and work with our units to independently hunt it down. That sounds so much fairer than what your teammate suggested, Grace said before continuing in a coquettish tone. Then again, we can also work together. This girl is literally stupid, Amelia facepalmed. Why would he work with you when he's not even in your unit? If you had a brain, you would have understood I was merely joking. No, I have a brain and I understand what you're doing here. Do you want me to show you to the streets? How dare you, commoner? Watch your tongue or I'll have it cut. That registers as a threat, you know? You. HMPH. You fuckers do whatever you want. While the two girls were busy fighting like cats, Alberto spoke up in a cocky tone. My unit has already hunted down one of the assigned mana beasts already. Of course, his unit has already hunted Winged Jaguar and claimed one of the spots in the top 5 units of this test. So why was he following us? He was instructed to keep a close on Nero and observe his every movement. As a matter of fact, Grace was given the same instruction by Kai. Whatever, Nero rolled his eyes and started silently walking toward the tree where our target bird was resting. He signaled us to follow him and we, of course, obliged by starting walking behind him with silent steps. In response, Grace too started moving and asked her unit to follow her. Eek! Ah! When Grace walked past me, her foot slipped and she tripped forward. But before she could fall face first on the ground, I instinctively caught her by her waist. Get your hands off me, instead of thanking me, however, she scowled. Fine, shrugging, I took my hand back. A week. And as expected, since I let her go before she could regain her footing, she tripped and fell to her knees. Did you just push me? She bared her teeth at me and asked in an angry tone. Okay, I might or might not have pushed her down before she could regain her footing. Who knows? Ignoring her, I kept walking. What I didn't notice back then was that the frustrated look on Grace's face turned into a vicious smirk. Or at least that's what she thought, but I noticed her facial expressions changing. Chapter 49. It's been 20 minutes since the second attempt to hunt down the steel-winged eagle had started. Go for it, yelled a black-haired girl with crystal-like golden eyes. Cut it down, Nero. I got it. Nero replied to Anastasia while willing mana into his legs, strengthening them to make a jump. In front of Nero was a pretty big eagle. Ski, the eagle whistled in desperation. It was already down on the ground with multiple wounds clearly visible on his body. It had no strength to fly anymore. Nero's figure disappeared and appeared right before the fallen eagle. Don't let him get to it, from the back, Grace yelled at her unit's marksman. On it. Hugh, the marksman of her unit, yelled back. He aimed the barrel of his twin handguns at the wounded eagle and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud, sharp noise, 2 bullets shot forward at the eagle. Amelia! Nero cried for help from his teammate. Amelia has already acted quickly. She had already launched an arrow by now. Tin. With deadly accuracy, the arrow Amelia shot collided with the 2 bullets and deflected them easily. Tilda, while all that was happening, Lucas casually stood under a tree, enjoying the shade being provided by it, and watched the ongoing hunt from afar. Aren't you going to help your unit? From his right, Lucas heard a deep, intrigued voice reaching his ears. Lucas turned to Alberto, who had asked him a question, and nonchalantly replied while pointing at Kent. Look at that guy. He's trying to help them, but what's he doing? Kent was standing in position with a scythe in his hands. His job was to protect the archers of the unit if the eagle were to come after them. He's doing nothing, Alberto concluded. He's useless right now. Exactly, nodded Lucas. I'm the same as him. In this situation, I'd be useless to them. There are already 2 archers present, they're giving him cover fire. With a suspicious look, Alberto looked at the silver-haired boy in front of him. There was something off about him. He could feel it. On the outside, this boy was nothing special. He wasn't very weak, but he wasn't strong either. He had a reputation for being a brat, but he didn't act like it. He had good looks, but that's about it. Yes, no matter how much Alberto looks at Lucas, he can only assess him as a weakling, someone inferior to him. Nothing more, nothing less. So why were his instincts telling him to stay the fuck away from this guy? Alberto, let's talk. Right when Alberto was lost in his thoughts, a member of his unit came and tapped on his shoulder before making him walk off with him. Left alone, Lucas quietly observed the hunt in front of him. He was actually counting seconds and waiting for his plan to take action. Yes, he had already set a plan in motion. A plan to restore his reputation among his teammates, a step that would eventually allow him to create pawns for his exploits. LVA Tormentorum. Right when Lucas was counting down the seconds, he heard Nero invoking a chant in High Elven. Nero had his hand mimicking a handgun and pointed his fingers at the fallen eagle. Since members of Grace's unit tried to stop him from approaching the mana beast, in frustration, Nero decided to use magic instead. Light particles started converging at the tip of his index finger, and in an instant, the whole area was bathed in a blinding white light. Thwoosh! The flash of light caused everyone to squint or shield their eyes with their hands in discomfort. When the light subsided, the whole area in front of Nero's handgun was destroyed and whatever was left of the trees and grass was set ablaze. The body of the steel-winged eagle was nowhere to be seen. Not even its ashes remained after Nero was done with it. And despite being injured, that mana beast was on bronze rank. Knowing the fact that his spell could seriously injure or even kill anyone present here made everyone shudder unknowingly. Not Lucas, of course. He didn't feel anything as he watched the scene with emotionless eyes. But in the next moment, he started moving as that spell marked the start of his plan. You did it, exclaimed Amelia in joy. Hell yeah. Nero raised his hands in a show of victory. We aced this unit test. Anastasia too jumped in excitement. Yeah, although I didn't do much, we won. Kent nodded with excitement. You did more than certain someone. Oh, come on Amelia, Lucas helped a bunch too. HMPH. While the winners were busy celebrating, Grace was clicking her tongue. TSK, she looked at Hugh, giving him a death glare. You are useless. I am useless. Hugh retorted. I did everything I could. You guys can't win against Nero. True, William nodded. That guy was too strong. Same, Elijah sighed. All of us did everything we could to keep him away from the eagle, but he still managed to hunt it down. Ella walked up to her friend and placed a hand on her shoulder. Grace, it's a fair loss. No one is to blame here. Shut up. Grace burst out, slapping Ella's hand away and pointing at Hugh. Your guns are useless. Oh yeah? Why didn't you accomplish something with your rapier then? Hey, watch out. Before Hugh could finish his counter-argument, however, he saw something. His eyes widened as he shouted out a warning. A red-furred wolf emerged from behind the cover of the woods and charged toward Nero's unit. The wolf, seeing Amelia as the closest target, leaped at her from behind. Nero, who was facing the black-haired girl, was the first to notice the red-furred wolf jumping on her from behind. He quickly reacted to the situation and tried to protect Amelia by instinctively moving his body toward her. However, he was too far away, and by the time he could reach her, the wolf would have already bitten off her neck. Anastasia and Kent were also facing their back to the wolf's side, so they had no idea about it either. And there was no time to alert them. Hugh tried to shoot the wolf, but his magazine was already empty. He'd have to reload, and again, there was no time for that. The element of surprise and proximity of the wolf to the group made it impossible for them to avoid the attack. Worf. When Amelia sensed the presence of something behind her, she abruptly turned her body. She could only widen her after seeing a red-furred wolf inches away from her face. Ha! A short gasp escaped her lips in shock and fear as she realized the danger she was in. Time seemed to slow down as she stared into the wolf's eyes, unsure of what to do with no time to react. At that crucial moment, Amelia felt a sudden force pushing her out of the way of the wolf. She stumbled to the side, narrowly avoiding the wolf's canines, which would have ripped her face apart. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of strands of silver hair flashing before her eyes. It was a boy dressed in a black and red jersey of the academy who had saved her. Yes, it was Lucas. Ruof. As Lucas pushed her out of the way, the wolf turned its attention to him. The silver-haired boy had his left hand outstretched, trying to fend off the wolf's attack, but the wolf's weight and momentum made him fall back as it jumped onto him. Agha! He couldn't help but let out a beastly scream when the wolf bit down on his left hand. However, he was prepared for this. Click! Flicking his right wrist, a hidden blade extracted from below the sleeve of his jersey, which he used to stab the red-furred wolf right around its jaw. Splurt! Bang! Swoosh! Almost instantly, a bullet pierced the wolf's skull, killing it immediately. But as if that wasn't enough, Nero swung his sword and cleaved off its head. Are you all right, Lucas? Nero shouted with genuine concern for the boy who had risked his own life to protect one of their teammates. Lucas! Hey, man, hey! Kent too rushed to his side with a face full of worry. He's losing consciousness. I'm calling the instructors. Anastasia announced before tapping on her smart bracelet. Is he okay? What happened? What was that? Grace's unit came to the scene of the incident too. But Lucas was already closing his eyes. The red-furred wolves, also called venom wolves, had neurotoxins in their teeth that could paralyze their target, and it was taking effect. Amidst the commotion, Amelia was left stunned. With a lost look on her face, she sat there, utterly confused. Why did he save me? Or did he really save me? Those were the only thoughts echoing in her head. Despite the clear evidence, she couldn't believe what had just happened. Lucas, on the other hand, while losing consciousness, mustered all his strength to move his hand and point his finger at some people standing in the distance. They were Alberto's unit and they were watching the scene in confusion. Despite clearly being present there, they did nothing to provide any kind of help. It was them. They did this, with the very last ounce of his strength, the silver-haired boy whispered before his consciousness drifted into the darkness and his hand dropped on the ground. He had done his work. His plan was a success and now he would rest and watch the results he had wanted to create unfold. Chapter 50. And since matter can't be created, according to the law of conservation of matter, we all are as old as the universe since we too are created from matter. What are you trying to say, Kent? I'm trying to prove a point. So what if she was a minor? Dude, you. Get the fuck away from me. Joke. I'm joking. It's been 3 days since the incident in the 5th District Forest. All I would like to say is my reputation has improved a lot. And by lot, I actually mean a lot. Nero has been talking to me without that distant look in his eyes. Anastasia has started to put down her guard around me. Amelia has been awfully quiet in front of me, which is a very good thing since I don't need to listen to her annoying voice and remarks anymore. And Kent is Kent. By playing the sacrificial hero, I showed them how much I had changed. Sure, I didn't need to do something so dramatic as to let a fucking wolf bite me, but hey, I was really getting frustrated by their behavior. Not to mention how many edit points I got by pulling that off. 57 edit points. Can you believe it? Although their behaviors didn't undergo a complete transformation, they ultimately aligned with my plan to a significant degree. You're confused. Oh, yeah, I never revealed my plan, did I? Well, by now even the dumbest of you must have understood what I did. But for the sake of those who didn't grasp the plot yet, I'll explain. In short, of course. Remember the fatty guard? Yeah, so basically, I bribed him and shared with him my live location. Then I asked him to come to my location in exactly 57 minutes and bring a low-ranked venom wolf along. I instructed him to release the wolf right after he saw a bright light, which would be Nero's spell, and make the mana beast attack Amelia. The guard had the ability to compel low-rank mana beast, so for him to make the wolf target a specific person and attack them wasn't a difficult task. I knew everyone would be distracted at that time, so it'd be the perfect time to create trouble and play the hero by solving it. Yes, I calculated everything. I had foreseen the encounter with Alberto and Grace's unit, the inevitability of Nero using magic, and even the specific spell he would likely cast to hunt the steel-winged eagle. After that, all that was left for me was to calculate everything by the minute, and I was done with orchestrating a perfect plan. And do you know what's funny? This unit test event was skipped in the novel as the story directly jumped to the mock war arc. That means the unit test was only briefly mentioned and not much information was provided about it in the novel, so I had to make do with what little information I had. And even then, I executed a plan that not many would have been able to come up with in my situation and perfectly pulled it off. Matilda, sometimes my own genius scares me. What did I lose? My left hand and 10 watches from my collection. What did I gain? Restoration of my reputation, chaos and drama. What's the chaos and drama in it? You see, the Academy dismissed the Venom Wolf's attack as an unexpected, unfortunate accident. But our class is still hellbent on believing that Class 1C8 was somehow involved in it, as I basically accused them right before I lost consciousness. Later, when I was asked to clarify my accusation by Nero, I told him that I overheard Alberto's unit talking about a secret plan or something. Intentionally, to make it more believable, I left my explanation as vague as possible. And sure enough, the fools bought every word that came out of my mouth. Word spread among the rest of the class and the spark turned into a full-blown forest fire. They had no reason not to believe the rumor since Nero was the one who confirmed it. Class 1C8 attacked us, he said in front of our whole class. Right now, the situation is that classes 1A1 and 1C8 are at each other's throats. By now the majority of the cadets from both classes have been in conflict. This was supposed to happen anyway. I simply made it more intense. Just 3 more days are left for the mock war to start and I couldn't be more excited about it. Oh, by the way, how's your hand? While walking our way toward the class, Kent asked. I see it's still covered in bandages. It hurts, I lied. But yeah, it's healing, I guess. I still can't believe the Academy didn't give you a healing potion. Well, the healing potions are expensive and cadets usually have to buy them with merit. Since I wasn't gravely injured, they didn't need to use it on me for free. Still, isn't it hurting? Yeah, but according to the medics, it'll fully heal in a week. And if it still hurts, I can go take a healing potion and they'll put it in my tab. That makes sense. Kent's worry was reasonable. I lost consciousness, but according to medics, the wound on my hand was deep and I lost a lot of blood. Even right now, my left hand is completely wrapped in bandages. I can't move it even a little. Of course, I can heal it anytime I want by using my pen to create a low-grade healing potion. Anyway, while making small talk, we arrived in front of our class. As we entered the classroom, we noticed a boy sitting at the front desk with a visible bruised face full of wounds. What the hell? Kent exclaimed. Several cadets were already surrounding the boy in the spotlight while angrily murmuring amongst them. Oh, Kent. As we approached the group of cadets swarming the bruised boy, a short-framed dwarven boy present there greeted Kent with a nod but pretended not to see me. The side characters were still too skeptical of me to acknowledge my presence. Which is fine since I knew my reputation couldn't be completely changed overnight amongst everyone and nor do I care. People tend to only remember the one mistake you made in the past, even when you've done 10 things right. Kent nodded back and inquired, what happened to him? Unfortunately, he was assaulted by some members of Class 1C8, the boy replied with a sigh. What? Isn't that a violation of the rules? Indeed it is. William, Nero, and a few others have gone to file a complaint with Instructor Liz. My ears perked up as I overheard the conversation between the blue-haired elven boy and the short-framed dwarf. My mind instantly raced as I turned to look at the boy who had allegedly been beaten by the cadets of Class 1C8. Oh, I could only raise my eyebrows in understanding when I saw the face of the victim. It was Chase Woods. One of the future main cast of the novel and he was known for his foul mouth. I swear to God, there was not one dialogue of his in the novel where he didn't curse. In fact, some of his curses were so innovative I couldn't help but admire the author's creativity. Oh, if only he had used that creativity in the story. According to the plot, today a group of individuals from Class 1C8 had an altercation with Chase. They tried to exploit his high temper. As Chase has a tendency to use profanity, he began to verbally, for lack of better words, talk shit about them. After that, the argument very quickly escalated into a physical conflict as the group of cadets had originally wanted. Since one can't use magic spells and martial arts against a fellow cadet unless, in a duel or combat exercise, Chase had to fight them the good old way, hand to hand without using mana. It's not hard to imagine how he got his ass handed to him after that. Sigh. Keep in mind guys, you should never fight against a group alone. If you've ever been put into that situation, run, beg or do literally anything else you can to avoid it. Unless you're a masochist and you like pain, of course. Ahem. Anyway, after he was beaten shitless, the patience level of Class 1A1 reached its limit. And as a result, the mock war was declared to occur between the two classes in the following 2 days. Whatever Tilda, sighing, as if all this had nothing to do with me, I took a quick glance at the beaten and bruised boy. That looks painful, Anastasia calmly approached Chase and carefully touched his swollen face. Are you sure you don't want to go to the infirmary? As Chase stared into Anastasia's deep, golden crystal-like eyes, he felt a sense of calmness washing all over his body. The pain and aching he was feeling in his body disappeared for a moment and he felt utter tranquility. Only when Anastasia shook him and repeated her question did he finally come back to his senses. No, I'm fine, he said, stuttering. I want everyone to see what those fuckers did. Well, you should still get it checked though, Anastasia persisted. I let out a contented sigh and made my way to my seat next to the window now that my interest had been fulfilled. The plot was progressing as it should be for now. That little gesture of worry and concern from Anastasia sparked an unknown yet warm feeling in Chase's heart. Over time, he began to feel envy toward Nero for his constant proximity to Anastasia, which ultimately drove him to improve himself and gain strength. Unfortunately, his fate was just to be one of the sidekicks of the main hero. In the end, his strength wasn't enough. In the end, he died protecting Nero from the members of Spider in Volume 3. In the end, he wasn't strong enough. TSK, poor guy. Didn't get the girl and didn't get a proper ending. Although, if he had been alive during the final war, then maybe, just maybe, the United Military wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. Anyway, all that doesn't matter to me. When that time comes, Nero will deal with it. As I've told you all before, I can't do anything regarding that matter. But instructors can't intervene in disputes between cadets unless it's a matter of life or death. This is one of our academy's policies. In front of a crowd of cadets, a woman with the darkest shade of violet hair and matching eyes stood. Calmly, she tried to reason with the angry crowd of cadets. As soon as Liz entered the class, everyone swarmed her and began to request her to issue some kind of punishment against the group of cadets of 1C8 who ganged up on Chase. Then what should we do? Fight back? Because if we were to do that, you know as well as me, I will not hold back. They have been on our back for days now. Nero, who entered the classroom right behind Liz, voiced his frustration, to which Liz only facepalmed before suggesting, go to the cadet council. However, you must have a solid proof ready if you wish to have the council involved. Look at him, Nero pointed at Chase, whose face was still swollen and bruised. That is proof enough. Dash, yeah. Dash, this is really getting out of hand now. Dash, such antics should not be forgiven. Following Nero's speech, several other cadets from the crowd began to express their own opinions. It is really not, Liz shook her head and the crowd silenced. Bruises and wounds can easily be dismissed as self-harm. Then you all will be charged with defamation and attempted slander instead. As she finished speaking, the cadets present were left silent. They couldn't argue with her reasons. Despite clearly being in the wrong, they had no definite proof against Class 1C8. All right, now that everyone understands, please gather at the training gym for the first class, said Liz, before leaving the classroom. Once she was gone, the murmuring among the cadets broke out once again. TSK, Chase got up from his seat and clicked his tongue. I don't care. I'll beat those motherfuckers myself. Chase, calm down. Nero yelled, clearly annoyed by the situation himself. If you do that, you'll give them one more win. So what should I do? Chase slammed his fists on his desk. Those bastards. If only I'd used mana, I would have reshaped their faces. Chase, as I said, calm down, Nero repeated. Doing that would accomplish nothing. Dash, yes, Chase. He's right. Dash, let's not be hasty and make the wrong decision. Dash, they really are crossing the line here. Others surrounding Chase started to calm him down. After a long pause, he finally nodded his head. Fine, I'll dash, he spat out, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. However, before he could utter another word, a chill crept through the room, sending shivers down the spine of every cadet. Suddenly, the temperature started plummeting as if a door to the Arctic had been flung open. The classroom was enveloped in bone-chilling cold, causing everyone to hug themselves for warmth, their breath visible in the freezing air. Clomp. 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 In that eerie moment of that sudden cold and confusion, she made her appearance. Chapter 51. Clomp. 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 As the door of the classroom swung open, a fierce gust of icy cold wind swept through the room one after another, sending chills down the spines of the cadets present. And then, she appeared, a vision of power and beauty, her every step a declaration of her authority. She was a young woman in her teenage years with a figure that was both thin and athletic. Her skin was like silk, a porcelain white that seemed to glow in the light. Her hair was a striking silver color, cascading down her back in a waist-length waterfall of shimmering locks. But it was her eyes that truly commanded attention, blood-red orbs that seemed to possess a light of their own, burning with an intensity that was both captivating and mysterious. She was an elf, her long ears a dead giveaway of her elven heritage, and a member of the cadet council, her white one-piece dress with blue trim and a blue armband on her left arm confirming her status. Her mere presence seemed to have dropped the temperature of the atmosphere drastically, leaving the cadets to shiver and chatter with their teeth in the cold. What about me? Nah, I'm fine. I knew this was going to happen, so I wore a thick inner under my uniform. Heh. Permit me to introduce myself. My name is Yelena Morning, and it is likely that many of you are already familiar with it. I hold the esteemed position of the Queen, or rather, the Vice President of this Academy city. Only when Yelena elegantly walked up to the center of the classroom and started speaking did the temperature begin returning to normal. Her words echoed right into everyone's ears as if she was standing right beside everyone else. Sound magic. It was her favorite choice of magic after ice magic. Looking around, I saw the confused look on the cadets' faces. Yet, despite their clear confusion, no one dared to utter a word. It was as if they all knew they were in the presence of a queen, and their best course of action was to stay silent and listen. I'm here to tell you that Class 1C8 has filed an official complaint against Class 1A1. However, their silence lasted only until Yelena informed them about the current situation. Instantly, a chain of loud murmuring broke out among the cadets. Dash, what? Dash, ridiculous. Why are they the ones filing a complaint against us? Dash, yes, it should be the other way around. Dash, indeed. It's them who started this mess. I don't care who started what, Yelena declared, silencing the cadets. I only care about what's happening right now. Now Nero Dekrauf and Chase Woods, come stand forward. With a frown of confusion plastered on their faces, both the guys whose names were called walked to the front of the class. I'm Nero Dekrauf. And I'm Chase Woods. Nodding at their introductions, Yelena continued, Class 1C8 has charged you for assault, she announced while pointing to Nero with her chin before turning to Chase. And they have charged you for threats and disrespectful behavior and assault. Nonsense. Chase exclaimed. Those fuckers were but again, before he could complete his sentence, an eerie chill ran down his spine. He felt the Grim Reaper's icy grip around his throat and felt like he would really die if he were to utter another word. As I said, I don't care, Yelena repeated in an uncaring tone, her cold gaze piercing his soul. And you might want to watch that tongue of yours in front of me. To her clear warning, Chase meekly nodded his head up and down like a pup. Satisfied by asserting her authority, Yelena tapped on her smart bracelet and a holographic screen projected out of it. The holographic screen displayed a video of the recent cafeteria incident where Nero employed his mana pressure to force Alberto to kneel before delivering a brutal kick, rendering him unconscious. In the next moment, with a flick of her finger, Yelena altered the playback to an audio recording of Chase's altercation with the members of Class 1C8. In the recording, Chase's language was littered with foul and obscene words directed toward the other cadets of 1C8. The level of vulgarity became so extreme that Yelena was compelled to discontinue the playback. By the end of it, both Nero and Chase had their heads down. They wanted to retort, say that in both instances, Class 1C8 was the first to provoke them, but by now Yelena had already made it clear that she had no interest in their defense. In both cases, your class was out of line, Yelena spoke. You guys broke the cadet code of conduct. The excuse that they started it first wouldn't be applicable here. I know it's our fault, Nero, with his head down, muttered apologetically. So please only punish us and not our class. Chase nodded to his words. I guess even he was feeling responsible for all this mess. Punish only you? Yelena raised an eyebrow. And what will that accomplish? Huh? What do you mean? Confused, both Nero, Chase and everyone else looked at the silver-haired elven beauty. Punishing both of you could worsen conflict with 1C8 and further complicate the situation, especially since most third-year cadets, including those in the disciplinary community and cadet council, have yet to return from their annual exam mission. Yelena calmly spoke before taking a brief pause and continuing. That means if I were to punish only both of you here, that would only create more work for me in the future. And I hate working. What I do love is drama. Oh wow, someone's copying me. Additionally, Class 1C8 is not without guilt, even though they didn't initiate the rule-breaking. I'm confident that I'll find solid proof if I investigate their rule violations, but I don't want to waste my time on a bunch of first-year troublemakers. But I also do not want to pass the wrong judgment. Quite a predicament, isn't it? So here's what we'll do. We'll settle this by a challenge, a sort of game, if you may. The one who loses will be charged guilty and would have to face the consequences. How does that sound? Yelena proposed in an amused tone. What? Is this your solution? Nero exclaimed, clearly taken aback. So, the winner is absolved of guilt despite clear evidence? That's not justice. Yes, that's not fair. Chase too voiced his concerns. If they beat us then they won't receive any punishment regardless of the fact that they were the ones who started coming after us first. As the two main characters spoke up, the rest of the class followed suit. Dash, yes, how is that fair? How is that just? Dash, you can't make this decision. You're acting outside of your authority. Only the cadet council president can suggest something like that. Dash, that's madness. Not to mention how uncivilized it sounds. She's only favoring the strong. She doesn't care about justice. Dash, I love you, Yelena. Snap. Yelena silenced the room with a snap of her fingers, stopping the buzz of student chatter in the classroom. A burst of cold air then swept through, reminding everyone at whose mercy they were on. Silence, she barked, her eyes as cold as ever and her face contorting with disdain. You worm-like creatures have no right to question my authority. I may not hold the highest official title in the cadet council, but at this moment, I am the law. And if any of you dare to challenge my ruling, let it be known, I will not tolerate insubordination. You cry out that this is madness, that it is not justice, that I am favoring the strong. Allow me to enlighten you all right here, you simple-minded fools. This world has always favored the strong. The weak have never, and will never, receive true justice. Why is that? Her words hung heavy in the air, and the class sat in stunned silence, digesting the harsh facts she had laid before them. They all knew that Yelena spoke the truth as they waited for her to finish. History is witness to the fact that the victors alone shape the notion of justice and morality, making it a fleeting and subjective ideal. The victorious are crowned with righteousness, while the defeated become mere footnotes in time, forgotten by the ages. The choice is yours. Which legacy do you wish to leave behind? Do you wish to become a memory, or do you wish to receive justice? Without bothering to utter another word, Yelena elegantly walked out of the room, leaving the cadets both in awe and shock. What others were too busy to notice was the fact that Quinn had gotten up from his seat and followed behind Yelena. Yeah, he was officially joining the cadet council today after being forced into it by the silver-haired elven beauty. Heh, my lips slowly turned into a smirk. In reality, Yelena already had enough proof against both classes. She could have punished them both and closed the matter right then and there. However, she decided against it because there were many things she needed to teach these first years. For starters, justice is not served, it's earned. And of course, there are consequences to one's actions however big or small they are. As the excitement built up in me, I bit my thumbnail with an erratic grin on my face. Let the game begin. Chapter 52. Swoosh. In the garden at the back of our mansion, Father was training like usual. Today, I mustered the courage to sneak a peek at his training. My father was a huge man. He had big broad muscles, a large figure, and several scars covering his ripped body. One could argue he was the epitome of masculinity. But unlike his scary appearance, my father was a kind-hearted soul. He was a big softy, at least to me. Swoosh. The garden was an oasis of lush green, awash with vibrant plants. At the center of it was a large pond, where I had spent countless hours playing. Birds soared through the cloudless sky above, perching on the garden's trees to rest and chirping merrily. The sound of a bamboo fountain, with its calming repetitive rhythm, could be heard throughout the garden, adding to the serene atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of leaves, illuminating a man practicing his weapon arts by the pond. With every graceful movement of his halberd, he trimmed the neatly trimmed grass even further. Thwah! Suddenly, he stopped his swing and shot a look in my direction. Eek, startled, I quickly hid behind the wall that I was peeking at him from, realizing that he had caught me watching him. How did he find out? I thought. I was sure he was going to punish me, but instead he simply chuckled and resumed his training. As he did so, I peeked my head out again. This time, I saw my father adopt a new stance for his swing, one that was unlike any normal stance for a polearm weapon. It was a sword stance. But my father wasn't a swordsman. His choice of weapon was a spear. My father assumed a swordsman's stance, pulling his halberd back as he grasped its handle with one hand and its hilt with the other. Watch this, he says, pretending to speak to himself but clearly directing his words toward me. I anxiously held my breath as my father tensed his shoulder and calf muscles. He grasped the halberd shaft tighter in his hands before. Whoosh! He swung it in a horizontal slash like a sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Even though he was roughly 10 meters away from the tree in front of him and he didn't use any mana, a deep cut etched onto its trunk. Whoa! I was left so mesmerized by the beauty and the power of the move that I didn't even notice my father had already appeared behind me. Ah! I exclaimed after finally noticing his presence. Father, I'm sorry. It was not allowed in our house to disturb father during his training. I remember Adele, my younger twin brother, once had to run 80 laps around the city for disturbing him. So of course, I was scared. But instead of anger, my father flashed a bright, loving smile at me and ruffled my hair with his giant hands. It's fine, son. Don't tell your brother I let you go without any punishment, he said before crouching down and rubbing his cheek against mine. He. Father, your beard. I cried out as I felt his porcupine-like beard tickling my skin. Traying. Ha. Ha-ra-ra. Ha-ra-ra. But before the scene could go any further, suddenly the high-pitched sound of the alarm ring fell in my ears. Drenched in sweat, I woke up from my slumber gasping for air and sat straight up. The fuck was that? I asked myself. Were those Lucas memories? Was it a dream? Those were indeed Lucas memories. But why did I see those? And in a dream, no less? Calming down my heart, I used the blanket I had over me to wipe the sweat off my face. Well, at least it wasn't a nightmare. Putting a hand over my face, I reassured myself. Fuck, I should get ready. Right, it was a big day today. I had no time to waste on silly dreams. I looked at things lying on my center table. With a finger on my chin, I analyzed every last item and made sure everything I needed was there. Item, stun marble status, normal condition, good abilities, a relic marble that will activate on the user's command and deploy a flash and stun combo on one target for 0.089 seconds. Rank, iron edit, activate flash and stun the target for a split second. Item, illusion face mask status, normal condition, excellent abilities, can alter the user's physical appearance and create an illusion to mask their identity for 20 minutes. Rank, bronze edit, active hide identity of the user for 20 minutes. Item, stamina recovery pill status, normal condition, safe for consumption abilities, a relic pill that will recover the user's stamina by half and help them overcome fatigue. Rank, iron edit, activate recover stamina and fatigue. Item, mana recovery pill status, normal condition, safe for consumption abilities, a relic pill that will increase the user's mana by 1/10 upon consumption. Rank, iron edit, activate recover mana. Item, null attribute light arrow status, normal condition, well-maintained abilities, a relic arrow can nullify a dark magic spell a user up to, bronze, rank and will severely weaken those above it. Rank, bronze edit, activate darkness nullifying light arrow. Item, low-grade healing potion status, normal condition, safe to apply abilities, a relic potion that can heal minor wounds, scratches, and bruises when applied on it directly. Rank, iron edit, activate heal minor wounds. Good. After finally checking everything one by one and satisfying my conscience, I nodded my head. Okay, this should be enough relics for it, right? Dressed in a black and red jersey provided by the academy, I stood in my room with a dazed expression. Bandages were still wrapped around my left arm. I could move it, but not without clenching my jaw in pain. Needless to say, I can't wield a bow, or any other weapon for that matter, right now. Foo-oo. Letting out a deep breath, I closed my eyes and started thinking. What traps have I laid in preparation for the mock war? What plans have I set in motion? Have I calculated everything that will or can happen in this mock war? Have I created enough countermeasures for any situation that might occur? No matter how hard I thought about it, in the end, only one answer came to my mind. I'm ready. With my preparations done, I picked up the items lying on my center table. 5 stun marbles. 1 illusion mask. 3 stamina recovery pills. 2 mana recovery pills. 3 null attribute light arrows. 1 bottle of healing potion. One by one, I put everything in my smart bracelet's dimensional storage. To create these items, I used up almost all of the 57 edit points that I acquired during the unit test incident. Right now, I only have 10 edit points left. I created stun marbles from some marble balls I found laying around. Then I got a disinfectant antiseptic liquid bottle and turned it into a low-grade healing potion. The illusion mask was created from a face mask I bought recently on my way to the academy one day. Lastly, the mana recovery and stamina recovery pills were made from some opioids tablets I discovered among Lucas' stuff. Yes, he used them to get high. Yes, he did drugs, but that should hardly come off as a surprise, right? All the rich kids are into that stuff. Anyway, after that I created some null attribute light arrows that can nullify or damage the dark magic spells and their users. Neat, I know, right? As for what am I going to use it for? You'll see, don't worry. After packing all the items in my smart bracelet, I threw in my bow and 2 quivers full of arrows in there too. Of course, I didn't forget to wear my hidden blade on my right hand either. With everything done, I was about to walk out of my apartment when I suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I almost forgot about it. I looked at my smart bracelet and a familiar red translucent screen flashed in my retina. Item, smart bracelet status, normal condition, excellent abilities, a special type of smart bracelet provided by the Global Academy to their cadets that has an inbuilt AI, Athena, and dimensional storage feature in it. Rank, diamond edit, _________ a smirk flashed on my face as I equipped my edit pen, and scribbled some words in the edit section of my dimensional. After a minute, I was done. Wiping the non-existent sweat off my forehead, I uttered, okay, all set. Nodding one last time, I left my apartment to get to the academy. Hola, Lucas. Good morning. Your hand hasn't recovered yet. Good morning, Kent. It'll be fine in a few days, I think. Can you even use your bow with your hand in that condition? Unfortunately, I can't. I tried, but my already pathetic aim is no good right now. Ouch, that's bad. Honestly, I don't want to fight Class 1, C8. Why are we fighting them? We were not even the ones who got involved in the dispute. It's her way of teaching us that we have no choice in which battles we want to fight in. Her? Oh, you mean Yelena? I guess you're right. Hey, I just remembered, you guys are siblings, right? Yes, but naturally, we are not on good terms. I see. As soon as I entered the academy gates, Kent spotted me and came to walk together. It has become a daily routine by now. I find myself spending more and more time with this blue-haired elven boy during academy hours. Even after that, after we go home, this guy either continues to text me, requesting me to join him in exploring clubs and bars or send memes. Anyway, if you still don't get it, today is the day the mock war will start. 2 days ago, Yelena came to our class and gave us a lengthy speech about justice and strength and whatnot. Yesterday, she officially announced the mock war event to happen between classes 1A1 and 1C8. And today is the day it'll start. Starting today, the first arc of the story will begin. My goal is to create and grab an opportunity to get stronger and acquire some pawnsy allies, acquire some allies. Arg. I hate slip of tongue. Anyhow, right now, Kent and I are on our way to the weapon vault. Since it's a war, we will need some secondary weapons, so the weapon vault was open for us. Are you going to pick something too? Kent asked, looking at my left arm. Hey, my right hand is still working, you know? I replied, waving my good hand. I'll get a knife or something. Well, knowing Nero, I don't think he'll send you on the front lines anyway. True. I knew that. I knew Nero wouldn't force me to fight if I was injured. That's one of the reasons I decided to pull that stunt at the unit test. Yes, the stunt I pulled was an improvised version of the plan I had in mind. Initially, I just asked the guard to let loose a low-level mana beast on our unit at my signal, the signal being a bright flash of light from Nero's magic spell. I was going to risk it all by throwing myself in front of the mana beast to protect a member of our unit and hope that the others would kill it before it killed me. But before executing my plan, I talked to the fatty guard and he told me about his ability to control low-level mana beasts. I improvised on the spot and asked him to control the wolf's action and safely bite my hand, and injure it just enough not to cause any long-lasting damage. I then also asked him to target a specific member of our unit, Amelia. She's the one I need to have in my control first. Of course, if it were not for him, then I would have used some other means to injure my hand and avoid being assigned a frontline position. In the end, luck played on my side and the fatty guard proved to be more useful than I thought. Oh yes, Nero has taken the role of Lord Commander during this mock war, so he was going to manage all our positions. Basically, he is in charge now. Surprisingly, Quinn had no problem with that. He let him take the role despite it meaning he would have to follow Nero's orders. Quinn didn't like following orders. So why did he let Nero take the role? I don't know. I didn't think much about it when reading the novel, but now that I'm here and I've been observing him for the past few weeks, it feels like it's out of character for him not to make any objection. Meh, who knows? Maybe I'm overthinking again. Chapter 53. After picking a spear and a dagger, I walked to building 4 with Kent while making small talk. Well, he was the one doing all the talking. I was just listening to him going about how these are our younger years and I should go to clubs with him and all that crap. Anyway, as I've told you all before, there are 5 buildings on the campus. Building 1, Building 2, and Building 3 are assigned to first years, second years, and third years for their classes respectively. Building 4 and Building 5, on the other hand, have all the training equipment that the cadets would require to hone their strength. That includes, but is not limited to, training gyms, weapon vaults, dojos or training halls, VR capsules, and stuff like that. Yes, VR capsules. I don't know if you all remember or not, but when I came to this world I mentioned how this world, after solving its energy crisis, has managed to create fully immersive VR worlds. And by fully immersive, I mean actually fully immersive. In there, you can feel pain and pleasure and stuff. Yes, you horny fucks, I said pleasure. Anyway, naturally, coming from a world where the most advanced invention in the field of technology was the smartphone, I was excited to see this fully immersive VR. I remember I used to read about it in fantasy novels back in my world. In fact, at one point, the VR genre became a trend in online novel writing platforms. So of course, I was excited to experience it firsthand. How many could say they have done that? None. Not back in my world, at least. Anyway, after we made our way to the VR room, which was big enough to be called a floor, we stood in line where the rest of our classmates were standing. Aside from our class, cadets of 1C8 were also present in the room. And may I add, the tension in the room was thick. Over the days, most of the cadets from both classes have gotten into a conflict with at least one cadet of the opposite class. It was clear both the classes present here didn't like each other. A few minutes after Kent and I arrived up and joined the line, all the other cadets were done showing up as well. But of course, for the Queen's appearance, we had to wait for another half an hour. Is everyone here? Finally, Yelena arrived in the VR room and gracefully stood in front of the cadets neatly standing in 2 separate lines. With her was a third-year cadet. From his blue and white uniform, it was easy to assess that he was a member of the cadet council. He had spiky bright orange hair, peach skin, and brown eyes. He was a fairly tall, lean-built young man who had a Japanese-styled katana tied on his waist. He stood exactly 2 steps behind Yelena as she swept her gaze across the spacious room. I think everyone's here, from the back, someone replied. Good. Then shall we review all the rules again? The winner of this mock battle will receive a prize decided by me and a punishment for the loser. The conflict ends when one side is completely defeated or their commander is killed. Nero Dekrauf is the Lord Commander for 1A1 and Alberto Okoro for 1C8. Bear in mind that commanders can't be changed during the war unless there's a good reason. The mock war will occur in the virtual world with a destroyed city setting. Dying there means elimination from the event. You can bring any artifacts you want in the virtual reality, either by storing them in your smart bracelet's dimensional storage or wearing it as an accessory artifact. And yes, I know that's not fair, but in the real war, you will be faced with countless such advantages or disadvantages, so put up with that. Also, you can't bring any kind of food or drinks with you to the game. Things like that wouldn't spawn with you even if you packed them in your smart bracelets. We will be closely monitoring everyone's vitals. You might feel real pain since nerve stimulation is at 80%, but you won't die, I assure you. If we think your life is in danger, we will eject you. As for what's the punishment and reward, you'll know it after the war ends. Any questions? After explaining, Yelena asked if we had any doubts or queries, but since none of us raised our hands, she nodded and continued. All right, let's commence the simulated war. When your name is called, come and take a nanotech suit and proceed to a VR pod. Class 1A1, occupy the VR pods on the right, and Class 1C8, take the ones on the left. The moment she said that, as if waiting for a cue, the orange-haired boy standing right behind Yelena stepped forward and proceeded to call out the cadets' names one by one. Cadet rank 116969, Lucas Morningstar, take a VR pod on the right. It didn't take long before my name was called. I approached the orange-haired third year, and he handed me a small metal ball. Place it on your chest before entering the pod, he said before calling out another name. Beaming with excitement, I spun around and headed toward a VR pod. The room was spacious, resembling a large floor, with 2 rows of VR pods on either side, allowing ample room for movement between them. A VR pod is exactly as it sounds, a capsule-like device with a shiny, white metallic exterior and a soft, red-cushioned interior that can be molded to fit the user's body form. When I got over to one of them, I saw it had a sophisticated helmet inside of it that the user had to wear to be able to slip into virtual reality. We can bring any relic with us inside the virtual reality. To make that work, the Academy's AI, Athena, will scan the stuff in our smart bracelet and convert it into data. After that, Athena will upload that data into our virtual world and stimulate a perfect reality. Yes, I know. Pretty impressive, right? Anyway, with no delay, I quickly pressed the small metal ball I was handed against my chest. Tack! The metal ball made a low tack sound as it collided against the ruby in my chest. In the next instant, multiple nanobots flooded from the metallic orb and flowed over my Academy jersey, wrapping my entire body in a tight layer of nanometal. The result was a sleek black combat nanotech suit, conforming perfectly to my form. Did I fail to mention? Nanotechnology is real in this world. I know. So freaking cool. Listen carefully, these suits will not only defend you but also provide you with a weapon in a pinch. You can control the nanobots to shape themselves into a weapon as they are connected to your neural network. However, it's only recommended as a final resort, as it compromises your own safety by lessening the number of nanobots in your suit. Also, before you get into the VR pods now, keep in mind, there's a time dilation effect. A day in virtual reality will be equivalent to an hour in the real world. Understood? Good. Now go ahead. As soon as Yelena gave us the green flag, I jumped into the VR pod and wore the helmet while making myself comfortable. Soon enough, darkness veiled my vision and I fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 54. Welcome, Cadet. I'm Athena. Please relax until I finish the checking procedure. Fingerprint scan, completed. Retina scan, complete. DNA scan, completed. Nanotech combat suit detected. Full body scan, completed. 1 relic on body detected, relic, Phoenix's Embrace. Armor type weapon relic. Rank estimated is semi-divine. Smart bracelet scan, completed, 15 low-grade relics detected, relics, 1 illusion mask, 3 mana pills, 3 stamina recovery pills, 5 stun marbles, 2 null attribute light arrows, 1 healing potion. Rank estimated, all iron to bronze. Full checkup complete. Cadet ID recognized. Rank 116969, first year cadet Lucas Morningstar, do you wish to start link? Speak yes or no. I do not remember for how long the scanning process went on, but at the end of it, when I was asked to answer yes or no, I quickly answered. Yes. Of course, I was too excited to wait any longer. Arg, I was acting like a country bumpkin. Starting link, as soon as I consented to start the link, a blinding bright light flashed in my vision, causing me to close my eyes. Finally, after a few long minutes, when the light subsided and I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on the terrace of a tall building. With curiosity, I looked around and found other members of my class standing there, probably waiting for the remaining ones to spawn. In the background, my fellow cadets were framed by a city in ruins, partially destroyed buildings, some with smoke still rising, broken roads, and vandalized vehicles. Lucas is here. That makes 99. Struck in awe, I walked up to the edge of the railing to get a better view of the destroyed city, completely ignoring the voice in the background that took my attendance. Beautiful, I couldn't help but mutter. Is it? I heard a crisp, feminine voice from behind me. Turning around, I discovered it was Anastasia. Wearing a tight-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her slim and mature figure, and with her hair pulled back in a ponytail, she exuded a mix of allure and athleticism. Still, this level of beauty was not enough to faze me. Of course, I replied. Just look, how beautiful it is. I don't know, Anastasia answered, shrugging lightly. Everything is either broken or demolished. I find it quite disturbing. Well, I personally found the landscape to be pretty amazing. Maybe it was just me. I remember when I was a kid I used to hope that the apocalypse would arrive. I always liked those kinds of things. Fall of humanity, brewing chaos, destruction of cities and stuff like that. There's a weird sense of joy and thrill in that, you know? To see the House of Cards fall. Anyway, let me tell you all this virtual reality really was fully immersive. I felt as if I was actually there. The thick scent of smoke that came from some smoldering rubble of buildings, the warmth of the sunlight falling on me, the rough texture of the concrete railing I had my hands on, I could feel everything to its fullest like it was reality. I had to say, that wasn't normal reality stimulation, no. That was reality creation. Nero Deckrauf is here. That makes 100. All cadets are here. Right when I was in the middle of admiring the destroyed beauty in front of me, I heard a voice confirming Nero's arrival. Whoa, Nero blinked his eyes a few times. That was spooky. I know, right? Anastasia, who was right beside me a moment ago, appeared in front of Nero God knows when and asked with her hands behind her back. This was my first time too. Whoa, she moves like a cat. After exchanging a few words with Anastasia, Nero cleared his throat and yelled in a clear loud tone, making sure his voice reached every ear present. Okay, now that we are here, it's time to discuss the tactical roles we all will have during this mock war. First off, we'll be needing 2 strategists. For that, I'll take 2 cadets with the highest intelligence stat. So those who have an intelligence stat above 145, raise your hands. Almost immediately, around 12 people raised their hands at Nero's words. Whoa, there were a lot of smart people here, huh? Oh. And Kent was one of them. Okay, we'll go start high now. Who's above 150? At that question, suddenly, around 5 hands dropped. The rejected cadets had bitter expressions on their faces. Maybe they didn't want to fight on the front lines. Heh, too bad. Okay, who's above 155? Again, 3 hands dropped. Only 4 people were left. Quinn, Grace, and Amelia were 3 of them. Oh yes, Grace, despite her questionable decisions in the novel, was pretty smart actually. Above 160? Heh, Quinn had to drop his hand this time. Instead of acting bitter, he was relieved that he was going to fight. What a battle maniac. Above 165? Both Grace and Amelia didn't drop their hands yet and locked their gazes, almost as if this was yet another competition for them, a way to belittle each other. So they were on this bad term already, huh? Women. Above 170? Still, none of the girls dropped their hands. Even Nero had beads of cold sweat all over his forehead by now. Above 175? TSK, finally, Grace had to back out from the competition. She had lost to Amelia. Her intelligence stat was exactly 175 while Amelia's was 176. HMPH, as if to kick while she was already down, Amelia gave Grace a haughty smirk that screamed, "I am better, bitch," in her face. Why you, the poor blonde girl could only grit her teeth in agony. I said, above 175. But before both the ladies could get into a catfight, Nero repeated his words and left everyone perplexed. This was it, right? Amelia and Grace had the highest intelligence stat, so why was Nero repeating his question? Yeah, no. It turns out, there was just one person left. He still had his hand raised. And as soon as the class noticed him, murmuring of disbelief broke out. What? Wait, him? No way, are you serious? He must be lying. Yes, of course that person was me. Lucas, I asked who's above 175, Nero gave me a skeptical look. I know what you asked, Nero. I know what you asked, you fucker. Just keep raising the bar and let me have my main character shocks everyone moment. Okay, Lucas, tell us what your intelligence stat is, he inquired. Huh? Is he asking me now? TCH. That's so anticlimactic. For supposedly being the main character of a fantasy novel, this guy had no sense of plot drama. But oh well, since a question was asked, I will answer. So I casually shrugged before giving a completely odd answer that made no sense at all. It is not. To prove it, I've already sent you a private text before we even entered the VR world. What? Utterly confused by my illogical response, Nero furrowed his eyebrows in a puzzled frown. What are you saying? Fine. Let's take the long way. I let out an exasperated sigh before answering Nero's question correctly this time. 182. My intelligence stat is 182. Oh, hell no. You mean to say I'm stupider than him? Him? Well, remember Instructor Liz did say that his mana control was good. You'll have to have a high intelligence stat for that. Still. An intelligence stat of 182 means he's profoundly gifted. But he doesn't look smart. Yeah. That's it. Give me the main character vibes that I deserve. Mwahahahaha. Lies. I refused to believe a word out of his mouth. And just like I had predicted, there was at least one person who went into denial and accused me of lying. But of course, it was Grace Goodwill. Lucas, are you sure you're not lying? Trying not to let a possible conflict escalate, Nero confronted me earnestly. Of course he's lying. Grace cried out in a fit of rage and denial. Do you really think this guy is smart enough to have an intelligence stat of 182? Grace, calm down. Seeing that the blonde girl was showing no signs to cool down, Nero yelled before turning his attention to me. Lucas, if this is any kind of joke, but before Nero could complete his whole sentence I cut him off. It is not. To prove it, I've already sent you a private text before we even entered the VR world. And then it suddenly hit him. I had given him this exact same answer before the conversation even got to this point. In realization, the frown on Nero's face loosened and his eyes widened a little. His mouth opened in surprise as he looked at me in confusion. The other cadets had no idea what just happened, of course. What I did either completely went over their heads or they were too stupefied, shocked or in denial to get a sense of it. Amelia and Grace, despite being the smart ones, were both in the second category. Nero, check your private message. But of course, the side characters didn't matter. I needed to get Nero's approval to be in charge of the strategies. So shaking him out of his daze, I called out to him. Huh. Yeah. He absent-mindedly nodded his head and began tapping on his smart bracelet. Yes, of course our smart bracelets came with us. Anyway, the stats in our status window can be tested and anyone can get a physical or virtual copy of it to show to others. For example, attack is simply one's physical strength and the force of their, well, attacks. Defense is one's physical endurance and ability to sustain damage from an attack. Both of them can be tested fairly easily. I don't need to explain how, right? You all are not that dumb, I suppose. Anyway, taking such tests is not mandatory by any means, but if someone wishes to confirm their stats and get a physical copy of it, then the Academy has the means to do it. I wanted to get my intelligence stat tested. So 2 days ago, I went to the faculty and asked them for an intelligence stat exam. To get it checked, all I had to do was answer a range of questions from a variety of different fields of study, and solve some really elaborate hypothetical situations. When I was done giving all the answers, my intelligence stat was recorded to be 180 plus and I saved that report. Then prior to coming here, I sent its PDF to Nero. Ah, it's there. The physical copy of his intelligence stat with the Academy's stamp on it. And silence. Utter silence. Ah, tilde yes. This was a great show. Although I don't like being the center of attention, I quite enjoyed this. To hit the final nail, I put on a very innocent smile and politely said, so I'll be one of the 2 strategists. Chapter 55. In the novel, Lucas kept his intelligence stat a secret from Nero. He felt that being a strategist was too much work, so he took on the role of the rear guard and often slacked off during the mock war. Due to the result of his actions, Amelia and Grace were appointed to be the 2 strategists for Class 1A1. That not only made Grace's work of leaking the war plans of Class 1A1 to 1C8 easier, but she was also able to easily frame Lucas as the traitor. Yes, you can see where I'm going with this, right? By taking up the position of one of the 2 strategists, I changed the plot once again. Well, to be perfectly honest, keeping the flow of the story similar to the novel's plot was never my intention anyway. From the start, I didn't shy away from disrupting the storyline. And after I acquired my very own golden finger, edit pen, I had no reason to hold back from changing the plot. Yes, the logical decision would have been to follow the storyline as it was in the novel, since that way I could have kept the knowledge I had about the future events. But what you all don't understand is the fact that I wasn't inside a normal fantasy novel but a war fantasy. This world is destined for doom. By Volume 7, most of the world was destroyed by either vampires or Callus, and most of the main cast were too powerless to stop it. If I just keep following the plot of the novel as it was originally written, then I won't be able to change a thing. And I will die a pathetic death. Of course, I don't want that. If sacrificing the knowledge I have on future events means being able to survive, then I'll gladly take that offer, thank you. Okay, has everyone got their roles? Yes. Hell, yeah. I'm in rear guard. Oh man, frontline soldier? TCH, just my luck. After around half hour or so, everyone was assigned a position and a role they had to play in this war based on their specialties. While some people were distraught about the roles they were given, some couldn't be any happier. While the background bustled with activity, I was leaning over the terrace railing with my gaze fixed on the picturesque scenery before me. Lucas, are you done staring at the scene? Right then, Nero's voice shook me back to reality. I turned around and faced him. Yeah, I said. I'm done. Good, Nero nodded. I was thinking about moving down on the ground and advancing. Advancing in which direction? Amelia cut into the conversation and asked. We don't know where the enemy has spawned. That's exactly why we shouldn't be sitting, Nero argued. I suggest we take the lead and find them before they find us, attack them before they get a chance to realize what hit them. Yeah, Nero, that's really a bad idea. Oh, come on. Attacking them head on is as simple as it could get. I didn't say it was difficult. I said bad. It's a bad idea. But I am with you all. With my strength, it's our assured victory. But it's way too risky. Okay then, tell me, giving up, Nero decided to listen to Amelia's reasoning. Why is it a bad idea? For starters, we don't know how far they have spawned, Amelia touched her chin. Aimlessly marching will tire our troops and expose them to an unexpected attack. After a brief pause, Nero nodded in understanding. Fair point. So what should we do? We should get on the ground, establish a camp, and let them come to us. What if they don't come to us? Then we will change our strategy. We'll maintain covetousness while trying to locate their positions. Once we find it, we will execute a perfectly coordinated attack. Closing his eyes before thinking for a moment, Nero nodded once again. Okay, I like this plan. Basically, Amelia suggested the famous war tactic combo, covetousness, reconnaissance, and ambush. It was nothing special. Any smart strategist would suggest that in this scenario, but a brilliant one would know better than that. You see, the main focus of this tactic lies in the act of covetousness. That means, to pull it off, you have to stay hidden. That's impossible when you have a traitor in your ranks. Though it may not be a pleasant thought, it is crucial to always be aware of the possibility of a traitor infiltrating your forces during a war. A wise strategist considers their next step before making a move, but a genius strategist predicts not only their own actions but also those of their adversary 10 moves ahead before the game even begins. Oh, right, Lucas, suddenly Nero remembered something as he called out to me. Do you have something to suggest as well before we make a move? What? Amelia frowned and spoke in a low, hesitant tone. Why are you asking him? You don't trust my suggestion? I do, Amelia, but there's a reason I've assigned 2 people as strategists. But I already clap. Before Amelia could complete her sentence, I clapped my hands loudly, causing everyone to look at me as a result. I get it. I exclaimed. It's so easy. Get what? Nero asked in a puzzled tone. I'll tell you. But first, Anastasia, can you shoot an arrow in that direction with as much force as possible? I pointed toward the northwest direction in the distance and asked Anastasia to shoot an arrow. There? Why? Anastasia walked up to me to take a clear look at where I was pointing and inquired in curiosity. Yeah, why? Nero too questioned with a confused frown on his face. I'll tell you, but first shoot an arrow. Make it go as far as you can, okay? I requested before raising my left arm. I would have done it myself, but as you can see, my arm still hasn't recovered yet. For a moment, I saw Amelia flinching when I brought up the injury on my arm. Sure. Shrugging her shoulders, Anastasia took out a bow and a single arrow from her smart bracelet. She knocked the arrow on the bowstring and aimed where I had pointed. 2 degrees to the left. Okay. After making a minor adjustment, she willed mana into her weapon and her arrow started exuding an azure aura. Swoosh! As soon as she released the string, the arrow shot forward at an astonishing speed before. Thwack! It hit an invisible wall and broke. Whoa, Anastasia, you shot that arrow pretty far. It went roughly around 573 feet give or take. Yeah, but I shot it with enough strength to easily go over that distance. How did it break? Did I coat it with too much mana? Anastasia winced her eyebrows in confusion, visibly bewildered as to why her arrow broke when Nero chimed in. It felt like it hit a wall or something. You're not far off actually, finally judging this as the perfect time, I began explaining, if you've played any game at all, you'll be familiar with the concept of barrier. It's a place that a character in the game can't cross. Think of this as the same. Obviously, since we are so close to the barrier and we spawned here, that means the other team must have spawned somewhere in the opposite direction. I spun around and pointed in the opposite direction to where I had pointed before, Ifat in the southeast. But that's just an assumption. What if they are not spawned in the opposite direction, but somewhere random? Amelia was the first to counter my reasoning. By the look on her face, I don't think she was trying to challenge me or anything. She was actually trying to analyze the situation. So in response, I calmly nodded and continued. Yes, that could happen, but that wouldn't be fair, would it? Look around you. This city looks like it's recently been destroyed. That means there are resources like food and water here. If you think about it, the reason we were not allowed to bring food is clear. Yelly, I mean, Cadet Council's vice president wants us to fight over resources. That's the theme here. The theme? Amelia looked at me with questioning eyes. Correct, the theme, I answered. Every war has a central theme driving it, such as revolution, justice, or survival. This war will be fought over resources. That implies a fair advantage will be granted to both sides so they can't object to the other team discovering the resources first. That's my explanation for my speculation that Class 1, C8 has spawned in the opposite direction from us. My prediction is there's something in the center, a mall or a shopping district filled with supplies, which will become a neutral territory, the location where we will engage in a full-blown war. Along with Amelia, everyone else was left bemused by my insight into the situation. Unbeknownst to them, I didn't come up with any of this explanation. In the novel, Amelia reaches this conclusion on the second day. I just repeated what she said. Heh, fools. Chapter 56. A silver-haired elven beauty made her way down the empty hallway with effortless grace, finally arriving at the door to the VR room. Her mind had been consumed with boredom, leading her to step away from her responsibility of monitoring the cadets who had dived into the virtual world. Click. As she pushed open the door to the VR room, she saw a weird sight. A spiky-haired orange boy was frozen in front of a glowing holographic screen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed intently at the scene playing out in front of him. The holographic screen displayed the situation of the cadets who entered the virtual world. Till Yelena was out, he was spectating them. Dylan, what's the matter? Yelena asked, a confused frown visible on her alluring face. She had known Dylan for essentially her entire life, but she had never seen him as unsettled as he appeared now. His face had lost its color, his eyes were wide with shock, and his mouth hung open in surprise. It seemed as though he had just encountered a ghost. What could have possibly transpired to leave her childhood friend in such a state? Through quivering lips, Dylan muttered, he found it. Did you say something? I didn't catch you, the frown on Yelena's face deepened. I said, he found it, Dylan repeated, still struggling to steady his voice. Who found what? Lucas, your kid brother. He found the theme of the war. He even predicted where the Class 1, C8 had spawned and the location of the neutral zone where we intended them to fight. It took a few seconds for Yelena to process what information the orange-headed boy had revealed. When, finally recovering from the shock, Yelena inquired. Not even 20 minutes after spawning, Dylan answered, the color gradually returning to his face. Without uttering anything, Yelena silently stood in front of the holographic screen and started watching the live telecast of the virtual world. She wasn't silent by choice. It was more like she didn't know what to say in the current situation. She knew Dylan wasn't stupid enough to feed her misinformation. But still, this was unbelievable. Of course, she was aware that it was only a matter of time before someone found out the theme and devised a strategy accordingly. But she would have never guessed that someone to be Lucas. Well, looking back at the memories of Lucas, she could remember him to be a true embodiment of intelligence and wit. At the incredibly young age of 8, Lucas had already acquired a fluent grasp of the highly intricate and rare High Elven language that she still struggles with. His thirst for knowledge and unwavering determination was evident in his dedication to learning the art of war tactics from their father. But his talents extended beyond just academics alone. He had a rare talent for weapons. In fact, he was more talented than both her and their youngest brother, Adele. Due to this, he was first in line to inherit their mother's sword art. Even though Yelena and Lucas were fairly close during their childhood, she couldn't help but feel jealous of him. In the den of wolves, he was a phoenix that shined brighter than any of them. He was untouchable. However, fate is a prude little whore. When Lucas and his younger twin brother, Adele, awakened, the hierarchy of the Morningstar siblings shattered. Lucas awakened Gold 3 rank potential and Adele was revealed to have the chance to reach up to Immortal 2 rank. Although Gold 3 is not a poor potential, but rather just average, it failed to satisfy the bar their parents had set for Lucas. Gradually, the love, attention, and affection that Lucas received during his childhood began to shift towards Adele, who had been living in the shadows of his twin brother. And although it was wrong, even Yelena started shunning Lucas. Much like Adele, even she was living in his shadows. The phoenix fell and the wolf bared its teeth. Soon Lucas became the target of bullying, both at school by his brother Adele and at home being treated indifferently by his family. This mental abuse was too much for a 10-year-old boy to handle. She recollected a night when Lucas entered her room, tears streaming down his face and his hand pressed tightly against his chest. Big sis, he whimpered, trying to keep his sobs at bay as he sniffled. It hurts, my chest is hurting. My heart, it feels like it's being ripped apart. She wanted to comfort him. She wanted to tell him, I'm here for you. She wanted to hug him and take a stand for him. However, at that moment, all the jealousy she had felt toward Lucas all her life suddenly burst out. Ha 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 ha. She laughed. As the 10-year-old Lucas stood there crying, she laughed at his unsightly face full of tears. She was only 12 at the time, but that was no excuse for what she did. After a while, she didn't remember when Lucas went back to his room. Starting the next day, he changed. He stopped coming out of his room for family dinners. He started acting out by getting into fights and skipping school. His actions only worsened as he grew up. He got into alcohol and drugs, red light streets became his daily stop, and he even started ditching his training. She couldn't remember how many times their father had to clean Lucas' mess. But his patience broke when he tried to force himself on one of his classmates. After that, he was disowned. And somewhere deep inside, Yelena blames herself for it. If only she hadn't laughed that day, if only she had listened to him, if only she had consoled him by saying all the things she wanted to, but at the end of the day, she couldn't change the past. Her brother, as she knew him, was dead. That gentle and kind Lucas was dead, and all that remained was his shell. It must have been a fluke, she concluded. Yell, I don't think it was a fluke. He gave logical reasoning to his conclus. I said, it must have been a fluke. I see. Who are Tilda, using one of the half-destroyed buildings, we have set up a camp for now. We have nothing to eat or drink and we are hungry. Well, they are. I'm sleepy. Yes, even in the virtual world, we can feel hunger, thirst, and lethargy. This stimulation is way too real. Talk about going overboard. Well, I guess they want us to experience the war in its real sense. Soldiers at the border sometimes go without food or drink for over a month, relying solely on mana circulation to sustain themselves. Yes, circulating mana within your body gives you a feeling of fulfillment, but it can't erase hunger completely. At one point, you'll reach your limit. Hence, they require strong willpower and determination to endure the deprivation and carry out their duties. Yes, this will be part of our training. At the near end of our first year, we'll be sent to a deserted island for a month with bare minimum supplies and be forced to fight in a battle royal. It will not be fun, but I'll be prepared for it like I was this time around. Since I knew what was going to happen, I ate a lot, and by lot I mean a lot, last night and this morning, so I think I'll be good till tomorrow. Heh, one of the perks of knowing the future. Anyway, currently, I was in a room that was given to strategists. Sitting on a broken, dusted sofa and eyes closed. And then I asked her out but she rejected me. I don't know why. Saying stuff like, I can't have a threesome with her and her sister. I mean, talk about being conservative, am I right? And guess who is right beside me? Yes, it's Kent. He was talking about something that was too bothersome for me to pay attention to, but I occasionally nodded my head and hummed and casually added, is that so? Or, oh, I see, in between. Oh, by the way, Lucas. Oh, I see. Lucas. Yeah. You shocked everyone earlier. It was impressive. The way you revealed your intelligence stat and then talked about all that big brain stuff was amazing. Tell me the truth, you didn't grasp a thing of what I was explaining, right? Ha, got me there. But I trust that what you said must be correct. I heard they even dispatched a recon team to verify your theory about a mall or shopping district nearby. My eyebrows wrinkled in a frown when I heard him. After a brief pause, I asked, why are you always with me? You know my reputation is not what one could call ideal to be friends with, right? Your reputation is improving a lot, especially after today. Beside the point. Do you not like having me around? Beside the point, I shook my head. Why do you hang out with me? Because we are best friends, Kent replied matter-of-factly. Okay, why are we friends? I saw Kent's forehead contorted for a moment before a troubled expression formed on his face. After a short pause, he answered, I'll tell you when we'll become best friends. But I thought you said we are best friends right now. When we'll become best bro friends. What the fuck? Before I could ask him what that phrase even meant, a young short, framed blue-haired dwarf barged into the room. What's up? I asked, noticing the look of urgency on the dwarf's face. Nero has called for you, the dwarf replied in a hushed tone. We have made contact with the enemy team. My lips curled into a smirk as I heard the words I wanted to hear from the dwarf's mouth. Everything was going according to my plan. Chapter 57. As I descended the dilapidated stairs, which were barely holding their own weight, I arrived at the ground where 4 cadets were standing in front of Nero. 5 cadets from our class were given the rank of lieutenants, and these 4 were among them. Our class, like every other class in the academy, consists of 100 cadets. A unit is composed of 5 cadets, so we had 20 units at our disposal. These 5 cadets who were given the rank of lieutenant had the task of managing all the 25 units in our class. These 5 people were William Sinoth, Anastasia Bigod, Quinn Darkstar, Grace Goodwill, and Ella Bright. Currently, Quinn was not present here as he was gone with the reconnaissance squad. In the novel, Grace was given the role of strategist instead of lieutenant. That position was filled by Elijah. I see. I have already changed a major point of the story. According to the plot, Elijah was supposed to help Nero on the front lines, and they would go on to develop a feeling of rivalry and friendship with each other. But now it has changed. He didn't get the position of lieutenant, Grace did. Of course, she wouldn't be able to hold on to that position for too long. What am I planning, you ask? Oh, nothing too bad. After sparing the lieutenant standing there a glance of recognition one by one, I turned to Nero and asked, what's up, Nero? The informality in my tone earned me a glare from everyone present there. Right, he was supposed to be our Lord Commander right now. Clearing my throat, I corrected myself. You summoned me, Lord Commander? Lucas, the reconnaissance team contacted us. They have found a shopping district 2 blocks down the road. You were right. Unfortunately, Class 1, C8 has also found the location. So we are expecting a conflict, yes? Yeah, Nero nodded his head at my words. It's earlier than we predicted, no. What? It's not earlier than we predicted. I counted on something like this to happen. You did? Nero's eyebrows wrinkled his face by forming a deep frown. He was finding it hard to believe my words. But unbeknownst to him, I knew this would happen. In the novel, Class 1, C8 found the shopping district first and captured it. After that, Nero's class had a tough time fighting for resources. But since this time I changed the plot, it was a tie. However, there was something off. In the novel, Class 1, C8 found the shopping district area by the evening of the first day. And right now, it was 1:46 p.m. It was afternoon. How did they find out something they were supposed to find later in the day so early? Yes, I disclosed. I knew this would happen. So do you have a plan of action in mind? Nero asked, genuinely curious about my response. I do. Before I could continue, however, someone interfered. I'm here. It was Amelia. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail and a bow was visible in her left hand. From how her chest was puffing in and out, it was evident that she was out of breath, probably from running a great distance. The reason for that was she had gone with the reconnaissance squad. The reconnaissance squad consisted of the 6 fastest cadets in our class, including Amelia, Quinn, and a girl named Jana, among others. Their objective was to survey the surrounding area and produce a 3-dimensional holographic map, using the 3D analytical recording feature of their smart bracelets. Usually field strategists do not participate in combat or carry out operations on the front lines. However, Amelia insisted that Nero allow her to go. So of course, the poor protagonist had no choice but to let her go by making her in charge of the reconnaissance squad. Amelia, you are back. Yes, she answered, recovering her breath. What should we do? As she said that, Quinn calmly appeared from behind her and walked over to where the rest of the lieutenants were standing. There's not much we can do. Before Nero could answer, William chimed in with a shrug. We have to fight them head on. That would be too risky. The first one to raise an argument was Grace, of course. You're not suggesting we let them take control of the shopping district, are you? Anastasia raised an eyebrow. Yeah, we can't let them do that, Amelia added in agreement with her friend. Our troops will be at a disadvantage if we let them do that. Then fighting head-on is the only option. Just when Nero was about to conclude the discussion, I spoke up. But how? Amelia turned to me. What do you mean by how? Heaving a lethargic sigh, I started speaking. Miss Amelia, how do you think Class 1, C8 found out about there being something like a mall or a shopping district nearby? I don't know, maybe the same way you found out? By deduction. Yeah, right, I couldn't help but scoff at that answer. There aren't many as smart as you or even Lieutenant Grace in this whole academy. You think something that you both overlooked was picked up by someone from their class? Are you really underestimating your enemy? Amelia furrowed her eyebrows in ridicule. You know one thing that every great war tactician said. Never underestimate your foe. But I'm really not, I shook my head. I'm merely speaking facts. It's unlikely that one of those fools deduced the underlying theme of this mock war and acted on it before me. Amelia looked at me as if she was looking at a dumb person and uttered, so it's about you, your ego? You think there's no one smarter than you? Exactly. I exclaimed. There should be like a few on par with my intellect, but for someone to outsmart me is impossible. Amelia simply rolled her eyes with a done expression. You know, I thought you had started to change after you saved me during the unit test, but thank you for showing me you're still an egocentric brat. Before Amelia could go on to continue her rant, I cut her off. Miss Black, take a step back and think, do you really believe there is no chance that Class 1, C8 might have gotten the information about the theme of the war from somewhere else? What do you even mean by Amelia stopped mid-sentence as the words I said to her started making sense in her head. What? What did you stop? Nero questioned Amelia, but upon getting no reply, he turned to me. I don't understand. What are you suggesting? Before responding to his question, I took a moment to look at the faces of all the lieutenants. Quinn and Ella seemed bored out of their mind as if they couldn't care less what we were talking about. Anastasia and William had their eyes focused on us and mouth agape from the anticipation of where this conversation was headed. Grace, on the other hand, reacted just as I had thought. Seeing her like that made me smirk for some reason. She didn't have a single speck of emotion on her face. I turned my attention to Nero and replied, I think I've made myself clear. Let's talk about this in private another time, but for now, let's develop a plan to take control of the shopping district. From the looks of it, Nero wanted to retort, but he understood my hint and didn't press the matter further. After that, we started discussing our strategies. Slam. A blonde beauty in her late teens opened the terrace door that was barely hanging onto its hinges and slammed it behind her. What the fuck? She roared in frustration while walking toward the railings. What the fuck is happening? Thwack. She kicked the railing to blow off some of her anger as she kept screaming, what the fuck? Foo-oo. After a few minutes, she finally calmed down. Or at least she tried to, but every time a certain silver-haired boy's face flashed in her head, it made her blood boil in unadulterated fury. Grace has known Lucas since they were kids. The Goodwill family, being one of the noble families of the West, serves under the Morningstar family, so it wasn't that unusual for them to see each other often. When she was little, she used to hear a great deal of things about him. Lucas is a genius. He's a prodigy. He will be the one to lead the West in the future. And honestly, he deserved his reputation. The young boy was undoubtedly a prodigy. Grace could vividly recall the few times she had conversations with him during their childhood before he changed for the worse. His mere presence used to emanate a dazzling brilliance that was awe-inspiring. He seemed untouchable, and it was evident that he would grow up to be a remarkable leader. Unfortunately, he wasted all that talent. He became unrecognizable. Alcohol, drugs, whores, he ruined himself with all that. To cloud his mind, he indulged himself in pleasure. She remembers how he even made sexual advances on her too. But he couldn't touch her since the Goodwill family is a very important asset to the Morningstar family, and none of them could afford to ruin their relationship with each other. So his father kept him on a tight leash. But even then, it didn't take him long to completely lose his former self. The last straw was when he sexually assaulted one of his commoner classmates. After that incident, he was exiled from the Morningstar house, stripped of all his authority whatsoever. From a prodigy to a fallen genius, this was the end of Lucas Morningstar's story. Or at least that's how it should have been. When Grace was notified that Lucas had entered the Global Military Academy, she didn't think of it much. After all, why would she bother herself over trash? That was until today. Not only did Lucas snatch the position of strategist from her, but he also deduced the existence of a traitor in their class and hinted at it openly. It was obvious he was challenging the traitor. Foo-oo! Foo-oo! Taking in long deep breaths, Grace massaged her eyebrows. It's fine, she told herself. He still doesn't know who's the traitor. I'm fine, Islam. Right when she was in the middle of consoling herself, the door to the terrace slammed open and Grace had to turn her attention there. Oh, my bad. Didn't think anyone would be here right now. It was Lucas and he had a mischievous grin on his face. Chapter 58. What the fuck do you want? Grace asked the silver-haired boy, unable to hide her bitterness. I just came here to take a selfie. Lucas closed the terrace door behind him and waved. It would be a shame if I don't take one with this view in the background. Selfie? Grace frowned as Lucas came beside her by the railing. Can you even take that back in the real world? Well, yeah, the silver-haired boy nodded while tapping on his smart bracelet and opening a holographic camera app. If you take a rock from here and store it in your smart bracelet, it won't manifest in the real world since it's just a bunch of codes. But a selfie is data which you can easily take back with you. Understandable, Grace calmed down her temper as she watched Lucas click picture after picture. Oh, pardon my manners. Do you want to join? Please no. When he asked her to join, she politely declined the offer and the silver-haired boy resumed his photo session. By the way, while posing for one of his pictures, Lucas initiated a conversation. Do you personally know Kai Wiseman? At that question, Grace took a long pause before answering finally. Why do you ask? It's just I've seen you talking to Alberto. He is Kai Wiseman's lackey. It wouldn't take a genius to guess that you probably know him. I do know him, but that's none of your business, Grace answered curtly. I can sense you're getting somewhere here, so I'll ask again, what the fuck do you want? The atmosphere grew tense as Lucas revealed his true intentions. I'm here to ask you to switch sides. Grace was taken aback by the request Lucas made and didn't know how to respond. Lucas continued, I know you're the traitor. And before you deny it, I have a picture of you and Alberto talking in front of our apartment complex, and I've recorded your communication with someone from Class 1C8 today. Earlier today, Grace had contacted someone from Class 1C8, revealing to them the theme of this mock war. That's what helped them to move so fast and discover the shopping district. However, before doing that, she had made sure that no one was eavesdropping. So of course when Lucas revealed that he not only listened to her but also recorded her conversation, she was in disbelief. That's a lie. You're bluffing, she barked. But Lucas' challenging expression made her doubt her own thoughts. You can take it as a bluff, he said. But there's always a chance that it's not. What will you do then? Grace was torn between the credibility of Lucas' claims and her own convictions. She couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration. However. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Suddenly, she burst out in a fit of erratic laughter, catching Lucas off guard. What are you laughing about? He asked, trying to remain calm. After a brief moment of composure, Grace spoke up. You caught me off guard, Lucas. For the first time in years, I saw glimpses of the brilliant mind you were once known for in your childhood. But you were one step behind me this time. Lucas looked bewildered. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you remember the unit test? How did you save me from tripping and falling? Grace clarified. Yes, I remember, Lucas replied, now more curious. Well, I have your fingerprints on my jersey from where you caught me, Grace continued. Lucas still appeared confused. How does that pose a threat? He asked, seeking further explanation. Don't you get it? If I give that jersey to the cadet council and claim that you tried to sexually assault me, what will happen to you? You'll be lying. They will investigate the matter. Investigate? You already have the title of a sex offender. Do you think they'll really waste their time investigating such a crystal clear case when the evidence is against you? Your reputation will be enough to close the case. A blood-curdling grin formed on Grace's face, her beautiful face turning frightening as she uttered, I will rip your social standing to shreds, make your life a living hell, and be sure to make them post you on the front lines at the northern border after your graduation. The best part is your family wouldn't lift a finger to save you. So ponder over this carefully, Lucas Morningstar. Do you really wish to stand in my way? Lucas was left staggered. Did she plan that much ahead? Did he really underestimate her? Did he blunder? Taking Lucas' shocked silence for his submission, Grace let out a victorious scoff. Good, now listen closely. If a single word about me being the traitor escapes from your lips, then the consequences will be dire. Lucas felt a wave of despair wash over him as he helplessly nodded his head, unable to articulate a single word in response. Seeing him resigning, Grace's lips pursed up into a mocking smirk before she turned around and left the terrace, leaving the silver-haired boy alone to wallow in self-pity. He had been truly and utterly defeated. Victory demands a mind that is always one step ahead of the enemy, a wise man once said. But that's easier said than done. And when Lucas stood amidst the ruins of defeat, he realized that all too well. For he had failed to outwit his adversary, and the cost was steep. He had lost. He tilde, or has he yet? As Lucas started at the back of the blonde girl, a mischievous smile formed on his face. This world is so fun, tilde. Meanwhile, as the sun set upon the land, marking the end of the first day of the mock war, a group of armed cadets stood guard at the entrance of Class 1C8's makeshift base. An abandoned structure had been commandeered by the class, and within its walls, a scene of tense anticipation unfolded. In the base hall, a huddle of cadets had gathered, their eyes fixed upon a towering figure of rippling muscles and commanding presence. This was no ordinary cadet, but a symbol of monstrosity and strength. Lord Commander Alberto, our situation presents us with two options, spoke the strategist, his voice ringing clear through the hall as he continued, we either engage in battle with Class 1A, one for control of the shopping district, or we allow them to take it. Why on earth would we simply hand them the shopping district, interjected a cadet, a note of disbelief in his tone. Our supplies depend on it. The strategist fixed his glasses, a gesture that only served to accentuate the intelligence sparkling in his eyes as he said, because, when they enter the shopping district, we can simply encircle them and trap them inside. They will have no means of escape. They'll just be sitting ducks and we can gradually wear down their defenses until victory is ours. Ah, I see your point. You're asking us to create a siege, the cadet nodded while considering the plan. But what of our own troops? They'll be too famished to fight effectively. The strategist's lips curled in a sly smile. And so will theirs. We will keep on striking them, giving them no time to rest and recover. That's good, the cadet gave a meaningful smirk before continuing. And God forbids if something goes wrong we have our secret weapon ready. Yes. I've contacted him and asked him to stay on standby, the strategist responded with the same mischievous smirk on his face. If we can't defeat them then we can just ask him to sabotage our enemy. We're going to win this either way. The two of them nodded after finishing their conversation and instantly turned their attention to Alberto, the towering figure of authority in the hall. So what do you say, Lord Commander? They asked in unison. Alberto scowled as if the answer was obvious. We will modify that strategy of yours. Instead of wearing down their defenses gradually, we'll hit them all at once. The strategist was taken aback. But why, sir? If we stay on the defensive, we can assure our victory. The cadet from earlier nodded in agreement. Yes, if we go all in at once, we will risk the chance of us winning. If we stay back and keep hitting them with long-distance magic spells and artillery, we'll win. They won't be able to sustain their defenses forever. Alberto remained silent for a moment. His brow furrowed in frustration. Then, with a deep sigh, he spoke. There are two reasons for my decision. Firstly, have you ever fought on an empty stomach? If we follow your strategy as you presented it, the battle could drag on for days. We may be able to sustain ourselves with mana, but food is necessary for our bodies to function. You don't know what it's like to fight while hungry. Your hands shake, your throat burns, and your body screams for you to stop. But you keep fighting, because if you stop, you lose. And if you lose, you die. Alberto spoke from experience, having grown up in the slums where hunger was a constant companion. He had seen people die from starvation, and he knew the weight of hunger all too well. His words hung heavy in the air as the other cadets considered the gravity of his words. A moment of contemplative silence passed until a young cadet raised her hand. What is the second reason, Lord Commander? She asked. Alberto's eyes lit up, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The second reason? It's that I am clearly the strongest, so there is no need for any other tactics. After a brief pause, he instructed, here's what we will do, we'll let them enter the shopping district, then encircle them. But we won't create a siege. Instead, we'll attack them from all sides at once. Alberto stretched his hand forward and closed his palm into a fist. We'll crush them in one swift move. Chapter 59. Night had fallen as the moon claimed the sky, signaling the end of the first day of the mock war. Around 8 to 10 armed cadets stood guard in front of a half-demolished skyscraper which the Class 1A1 was using as their makeshift base. You are stupid. I have told you, we can't fight them in the middle since we'll have to watch our flanks on both sides all the time. And I'm telling you, we don't have to worry about it. They won't flank us. Oh, and how do you know that? Because Alberto would most likely attack head-on. Trust me on this. Mr. Morningstar, we can't risk losing this whole war by trusting you, which we don't by the way. Miss Black, you're doing it again. You're letting your grudge against me cloud your decision-making. What grudge? You're not important enough to have my grudge. Don't flatter yourself. Right. Sure. In the grand lobby of the skyscraper, a circular table had been arranged. Atop the table lay Nero's smart bracelet, its screen facing up. The smart bracelet was emitting a holographic map of the surrounding vicinity. Around the round table gathered all the lieutenants, Lord Commander, and the two strategists, one of them being me of course. Amelia and I were arguing over our strategy for the war. Since we had made contact with our enemy troops earlier today, it's obvious that the main war will start tomorrow. The reconnaissance team used the three-dimensional recording feature of their smart bracelet to make a 3D map of the shopping district that we were using for reference. The shopping district comprises numerous stores and shopping centers. We have already marked all the shops that could potentially be sources of our necessities such as provisions for food and water. All that's left is to come up with a strategy to take control of the shopping district and then we'll win. And right now, we are in the process of doing just that. Actually, we've been doing this since evening. After a short break, during which I used to take some selfies and interact a little with Grace, we returned to our brainstorming session. Amelia and I, being the two strategists of our force, were coming up with a perfect plan to snatch this victory from our adversary. Actually, only I was making an effort to come up with a winning plan while Amelia was shooting every one of them down. It's not her fault. I have come to the conclusion that she is a book-smart individual, the type of straight-A student who excels in theories but sometimes overlooks the practical aspect of things. I'm literally the opposite of her. I work with the practicality of the situation and sometimes disregard the theories. If something can work, then we should try it even if it sounds stupid, that's one of my mottos. Anyway, as I was saying, we are polar opposites. However, that's what, I think, makes us a good team of strategists since we can cover every aspect of a situation. I like her. Not in that way, of course. I like her usefulness and the potential she has to offer. To be honest, I can't wait to break her and then make her dependent on me so I can use her to her full potential tilde. But that'll have to wait. For now, I'll have to make our class win. Okay, guys. Stop, seeing our argument was not going to end anytime soon, Nero interfered with our brainstorming session. One by one, state your suggestions. I'll go first, Amelia raised her hand and said, I propose we don't take over the shopping district. Instead, we form a small, mobile task force that'll get into one of those shops, grab the supplies, and swiftly retreat back to this base. Meanwhile, our main forces can engage with the enemy. Nero touched his chin and commented, that is actually not a bad plan. I know, right? Amelia puffed her chest with pride. After our troops have replenished, we'll attack them head-on. Yes, Nero nodded his head. This way, the battle won't be dragged on for too long. Is there something you would like to add, Lucas? He turned his eyes to me and asked. I eyed his figure up and down and took my time before answering. I had to say, this guy looked handsome in the bodifit nanotech combat suit we had donned. After building up some anticipation for my excitement and feeling enough jealousy toward Nero's good looks, I said, Miss Black's suggestion was honestly impressive, but there was one major flaw with it. Oh. And what might that be? Amelia shot back, seemingly offended. In your plan, you've automatically assumed that our task will safely get in and get out with enough supplies. You see, to put it bluntly, if something goes wrong with the task force, we'll be fighting our enemy with an empty stomach. In that scenario, we'll lose. In that case, we'll create more than one task force. Good idea, but that will deplete the number of soldiers on the front lines, which will in turn severely weaken our army. Why you looking only at the worst case scenario? But of course, I shrugged. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and at the worst possible time, Murphy's Law. Of course, she had no counter-argument ready for that. I know the way Amelia Black thinks. She just focuses on her moves and pays no heed to her opponents. That's the main reason that caused her to get poisoned by the vampires later on in the story. She's a sharp weapon, but her edge is flawed. I'll mold her to my liking so she will make a formidable tool for me in the future. And what's the best way to mold a blade? Beat it with a hammer mercilessly. What do you mean it's not the correct process? I'm wrong, you say? Damn. Well, then forget this analogy. You get what I was trying to say, right? Good. Sigh, I'll take blacksmithing classes in the second semester. That's a good argument, Lucas, Nero acknowledged. So, what's your proposal? I say that we split our forces into 2 equal divisions, I suggested. We'll send each army to encircle the shopping district and launch simultaneous attacks from 2 sides, trapping the enemy between our 2 frontal assaults. Nero pondered over my words for a moment before commenting, so a classic maneuver. It works, I shrugged. And in this case, our troops can use buildings as cover to encircle them and trap them. They'll never see us coming and we'll finish them in one fell swoop. That's a good idea, I won't lie, Nero touched his chin. Okay, give me a few moments while I think about it. All of us present there saluted in unison before we dismissed ourselves. Yes, Lord Commander. In the morning, that stupid idiot. You're so smart, yet you don't know those 2 words have the same meaning. He. Shut up, Kent. Geez, okay. Right now, I was standing outside the base building, watching our troops get ready to fight on the battlefield today. Nero had decided to carry on Amelia's plan of action, just like in the novel. In the novel, Amelia and Grace suggested 2 different approaches to fight Class 1, C8 in the Battle of Shopping District. In it, Amelia suggested what she had suggested yesterday, and Grace suggested a stupid plan that I won't even bother to tell. Grace wasn't stupid. She suggested a bad plan because she had a purpose. She wanted Nero to accept Amelia's plan. Amelia's plan consisted of creating a small task force and evacuating some supplies like food and water, something our troops needed, from the shopping district swiftly. Her plan, as I have pointed out before, had a major flaw. Too much depended on the task force. If they were to fail to grab the supplies and evacuate, Class 1A1 was doomed. And that's exactly what happened. In the novel, the task force was the most crucial element of Amelia's plan, but it failed to achieve its task. They walked into a trap. Someone tipped Class 1C8 and told them about their positioning and plan. Yes, of course it was Grace. She leaked that information. As a result of that, the task force was wiped out and Class 1A1 had to fight the rest of the mock war with an empty stomach. If not for Nero, they would never have won. But if not for his stupid decision to go forward with Amelia's plan, they would have never been put into that situation in the first place. That's why I suggested a better plan. However, Nero still made the same stupid mistake he did in the novel. Okay buddy, Kent placed a hand on my shoulder, jolting me out of my brooding thoughts about Nero. I'm going to go join them. By the way, let's make a bet. A bet? Yeah, so here's how it goes, between the 2 of us, who'll contribute the least in this mock war will get the right to punch the other one in the face 5 times. It's a punch bet. Ah, sure, whatever. I absent-mindedly replied before asking, what position are you in? Left flank, front line, he answered, gripping the long polearm side in his hand. And don't be hung up on Nero's decision. Not everything can go your way. Also, no backing out from the bet now. With those words of comfort, he walked off to join the rest of the members on the left flank, the comrades he'll be fighting with today. As I watched Kent's figure receding into the distance, mixing up with other cadets preparing for the upcoming battle, the sullen expression on my face melted into a wicked smirk. A glint of calculated madness sparked in my eyes as I declared in a whispering tone, but everything already is going my way. Chapter 60. Amidst the ruins of a decimated city, a group of approximately 100 cadets, now embodying the role of soldiers, proceeded with extreme vigilance, their weapons at the ready. They advanced in a semicircle formation, with their esteemed leader, Nero Deckrauf, leading the charge at the forefront, flanked by 2 of his 5 lieutenants, William and Ella, who commanded the left and right wings of the formation, respectively. Anastasia, her 3rd lieutenant, was right behind Nero, covering his back. In the center of this formation, a small task force of 12 dedicated soldiers followed closely behind. Who are? With a deliberate and elegant touch, Grace lifted each strand of her luscious, blonde hair that gracefully cascaded down to her waist while suppressing her urge to yawn again. Her skilled hands moved with precision as she deftly tied it into a tight bun, securing each strand in place while continuing to march forward. She cherished her hair, and it was one of the reasons why she didn't want to join the military, fearing they would force her to chop it off into a military cut. Aside from her attachment to her hair, there were obviously other reasons why she was hesitant to enlist. Like many kids her age, the thought of fighting on the front lines where death was a constant threat was a terrifying prospect. Grace had begged her father to intervene and help her avoid the mandatory service, but as usual, her father ignored her pleas, leaving her with no other option but to attend the Global Academy. Despite her reservations, Grace found solace in the fact that she had 3 years before graduating as a cadet of Global Academy and officially joining the military. If she excelled during this time and graduated as one of the top-ranking cadets, she might be able to buy herself some time before being sent to the front lines. With a little luck and strategic maneuvering, she could even secure a desk job in the military. If she manages to get a desk job in the military, then she wouldn't have to fear a thing. She could even get the position of strategist or something. However, Grace was painfully aware of her own weaknesses. She knew that making her dream a reality would prove to be a challenging task if she were to do it all by herself. It was obvious to her that she couldn't achieve her goal alone. She needed strength and influence. She needed pawns that she could use, people that she could sacrifice so that she could grasp her desires, even if that meant she herself had to become someone's pawn, even if she had to make a deal with the devil himself. That's why when Kai offered her a hand, she took it in a heartbeat. She knew Kai was someone who would make a great name for himself in the military. If she sticks with him starting now, then maybe she could secure a safe future. But at the first step in her grand quest of gaining power and influence, she failed. She failed Kai. A boy she had previously deemed trash not only revealed to have a higher intelligence stat than her, but he also tried to threaten her into switching sides. Switching sides? What does that even mean? Does she trust Lucas and become her pawn instead? He can keep dreaming about it. Grace was certain that sticking with Kai was a better deal. After all, he was superior to Lucas in every way imaginable. So obviously, she shut his mouth by reverse blackmailing him with the help of a trap that she had planted ahead of time. Although she messed up by not becoming the strategist for Class 1A1, she could still fix it. I can still do it, she spoke to herself. Did you say anything? A cadet who was walking right next to her asked with a worried expression on her face. Nothing, Grace immediately answered the girl walking next to her and gripping the rapier on her waist. A few hours ago, Nero approved of Amelia's plan to tackle this mock war. He handpicked 12 individuals and created a special task force. Grace was put into that task force along with Quinn, Elijah, and some nameless extras. 2 of the 5 lieutenants were in it. All the members of this task force were expected to cooperate and work together in order to successfully complete the mission. Their orders were simple: infiltrate the shopping district, gather enough supplies, and then run like hell. Meanwhile, the main army will engage the enemy troops in a head-on battle. Even Grace was confused as to why Nero picked this option when Lucas' suggestion was definitely better. However, she didn't ponder over it long as she had a role to play in this battle herself. Class 1C8 has already been given access to her live location, and despite her initial plan of becoming a strategist and sharing Class 1A1's attack plan with 1C8 failing, she is still determined to undermine 1A1 and gain Kai Wiseman's favor by gradually proving her worth. No one can stop her. Not Lucas, not Nero, and not even that bitch Amelia. She had won at the mere cost of making her class lose. Her lips quivered and a short ecstatic chuckle escaped her mouth before she quickly stopped herself. No, I can't laugh yet. I have to hold it in, she squealed from excitement. Halt, exclaimed a deep, manly voice, jolting her out of her celebratory reverie. She turned her gaze to the origin of the sound and saw that it was Quinn who had shouted. She furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings, noticing that all the other soldiers had also come to a stop. Up ahead, Nero had his right hand held aloft, indicating for them to cease their advance. Consulting the maps on her smart bracelet, which had been crafted by the reconnaissance team, she confirmed that they had arrived at the entrance of the shopping district. We've made it, bellowed Nero. Be prepared for the opposition at every corner. Keep your senses sharp and stay vigilant. Yes. Everyone replied in unison before unsheathing their weapon. With caution, Nero and his troops started their march and entered the shopping district. However, even after half an hour of continuous search, they came across no enemy. Did they move at night? Anastasia asked with a tint of hesitation in her voice. Impossible, Nero shook his head in confidence. I had people stationed near the area to look out. Then why are they not here? Wrinkling her forehead with a frown, she asked. I don't know either, Nero admitted before barking instructions. Everyone, break the formation and look individually. If you find any sign of the enemy, alert everyone on the open radio channel. Everyone nodded their heads and quickly dispersed. Back at their base, who are? The spacious room exhibited cracks along its walls and ceiling. A round table, accompanied by a few chairs, occupied the center of the room, but it was evident that they had been left untouched for quite some time, as a layer of dust had accumulated over them. At the top of the round table, a smart bracelet was set. From that smart bracelet, a map of the vicinity projected out with everyone's live location on it. Within the chamber, before the projected map, 2 individuals were visible, seated amidst the forlorn surroundings. Yes, it was Amelia and me. Seriously? Seeing me yawn out of boredom, Amelia raised an eyebrow at me, clearly judging me for whatever reason. What? I shrugged. Can you take this more seriously? I am taking this seriously. Right, that's why you're yawning. I'm bored. God, can she just leave me alone for a few seconds? Unbelievable, Amelia shook her head immediately and turned her gaze back to the holographic map. What? I asked. You're clearly jealous that Nero picked my plan over yours, she said with a mocking smirk on her face. And after that he made me the field strategist. There are 2 types of strategists, staff and head. Staff strategists devise plans and tactics to outmaneuver the enemy while head strategists can take charge of the battle and bark instructions in place of the Lord Commander. Their authority is only secondary to the Lord Commander, both of them can give out instructions that soldiers would have to follow. The only difference is that the Lord Commander fights in the field while the head strategist stays back in the base. Nero picked Amelia as his head strategist and it was clear why he did that. He trusts her more than me. He can count on her to have his back. But why was she bringing it up now? Was she trying to provoke me or something? Are you trying to provoke me or something? With genuine confusion, I asked. Dream on, she scoffed. And besides, EHQ, do you read? I'm QN2, do you read? But before she could continue, a static voice came from my smart bracelet. The smart bracelet not only serves as a storage device and an enhanced version of smartphones, but it also includes a military radio. Each device possesses a unique closed channel code, which is required to contact another person via radio. Alternatively, an open channel is available for communication without the need for a code, but it allows anyone in the vicinity to listen, including the enemy. For reference, this radio transmission was coming to me through a closed channel. Yes, we read you, QN2. Give your status report. I answered, bringing the smart bracelet on my wrist close to my face. QN2 was this person's code on the battlefield. A soldier on the battlefield will not go by his name but by the codename assigned to him. There's a whole process of how a codename is assigned, but I'll not get into that because who's interested? Certainly not me. We have not encountered a single enemy. We're going to the shops, gathering supplies, and coming back. Okay, QN2. Make sure to blow up the whole place before coming back so the enemy can't get the leftover supplies. I instructed. Roger that, and the radio transmission was cut. That's weird, Amelia touched her chin. Not a single enemy? Are they letting us take the shopping district? Of course not. What do you mean? As I slouched back on the chair, Amelia looked at me with confusion, hoping for me to answer. Think about it, I said as if I was talking to a child. If they are not inside the shopping district, where else could they be? If they haven't attacked us yet, when could they attack? What do you eat? But right as Amelia was about to ask me what did I mean, a realization hit her. Her eyes widened as she spoke. They have surrounded the shopping district. Good, I nodded. And when will they attack? Right about now. HQ. Do you read? We're under attack. HQ. Chapter 61. 5 minutes earlier, Lord Commander, we have secured the parameters. No signs of the enemy. A leaf green-haired boy with long ears and a face that could only be described as pretty walked up to Nero and reported. Good job, William, Nero absent-mindedly replied with a lost look on his face. Anything bothering you? Asked William. Nero brushed his fingers back through his hair before responding, yes, why haven't they attacked us yet? Maybe they gave up on the shopping district. Impossible. Conquering this area and getting supplies from here is a vital key to winning this mock war. What if maybe they have some other strategy in mind? I'm trying to figure out what they could be after. If they haven't attacked us here and now, then when and where will they? I mean, before William and Nero could continue chit-chat, they noticed someone running in their direction. Lord Commander. Lord Commander. It was one of the soldiers Nero had placed on the lookout duty. What is it, QH3? Inquired Nero. We have spotted movement, the soldier answered, huffing and puffing in between from either anxiety or having to run this much. Movement. Nero drew his sword from his smart bracelet. In which direction? All around us. They have surrounded us. Agar. Nero couldn't help but widen his eyes at his own stupidity and let out a grunt. He now comprehends that he had unwittingly fallen into the trap that his adversaries had laid out for him. Fuck, he cursed it out loud and kicked the ground, but immediately regained his composure. William, alert others. We're forming a defensive parameter here. Given that they have us surrounded, shouldn't we attempt to break through based on standard warfare tactics? William questioned, summoning his spear. We cannot take that risk, Nero rejected sternly. According to standard warfare tactics, we should only attempt to disrupt the enemy's encirclement before the siege is fully formed. However, at this moment, they have already surrounded and trapped us here. If we attempt to break out, we leave ourselves vulnerable to flank attacks. Okay, I get it, William nodded in understanding. But what about the supplies we came here to obtain? The rations and water, Equin's squad has already gotten them. Tell them to leave it for now and come assist us in the battle. We'll be needing every hand that can fight. Without uttering a word, William nodded and sent a radio transmission to all the other lieutenants. The task force members who were raiding the shops right now also got the message and they started packing up things. Of course, HQ was also informed. Even Amelia also instructed them to set up a defensive parameter. After all, there was no other logical decision that could get them out of this grim situation. The enemy surrounded them. There was no way out. Each possible solution could be countered with the risk of exposing their flank. In under 5 minutes, around 100 acting soldiers were done setting up a defensive line around one of the many half-destroyed shopping malls. They were using this shopping mall's building to castle themselves into a cover. Nero stood tall at the front while his soldiers stood right behind him, ready to support him. Quinn, do you have any suggestions? In the distance, Nero saw the silhouette of enemy soldiers rapidly advancing in their direction while the ground began to rumble. As their impending doom approached them, Nero asked Quinn, who was standing just a few steps behind him, for his opinions on the matter. Why do you ask me? Quinn replied, coming to stand beside Nero. You've been on the front lines, haven't you? Not with an incompetent leader like you. Nero inhaled a deep breath. He knew he deserved that for falling into such an obvious trap. All hands get ready. As he saw the horde of enemies getting closer, he yelled. Cling. As if they had practiced beforehand, everyone quickly unsheathed their weapons in unison. Meanwhile, Anastasia stood on the terrace of the shopping mall. She observed the ground below with the archers from Class 1A1 positioned on various other buildings and high-rise platforms. She took a deep breath and suddenly barked out an instruction, knock. At her command, all the archers present there took an arrow from their quivers and knocked it on their bows. Draw, they then drew the bowstring and imbued the arrow with azure magical energy. Take aim. Everyone took aim at the incoming enemy with sharp, focused eyes. Each archer aiming for at least one Class 1C8 cadet. As soon as the enemy acting soldiers stepped into the striking range of arrows, Amelia cried out in determination, fire. Tack, tack, tack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. And at that moment, several arrows rained down on the cadets of Class 1C8. Agar. My eye. I can't see. Get a hold of yourself, ARGHHHH. The arrows whistled through the air, piercing several troops who were rushing forward before anyone could even react. Only an azure trail was left in their wake. The scenery was starting to resemble a real battlefield as screams of pain filled the air. Some had lost their eyes, while others had gotten their hands or legs pierced. Of course, not every arrow found its mark. Some were dodged, blocked, or destroyed before they could hit their intended targets. Leave the wounded behind and continue charging forward. Do not stop, one of the acting soldiers of 1C8 yelled at his troops. Most likely, he held the position of general or lieutenant. Get close to them so their archers can't fire from above. And someone go take them out. Just as he commanded, the acting soldiers behind him quickly resumed their rush and sprinted forward with all their might while letting out fierce battle cries. Aha! Die, you fuckers! Meanwhile, Nero lifted his sword and pointed at the incoming horde of enemies. Charge, he yelled, and at his command, the troops positioned behind him advanced forward with their weapons out for blood. Cling, ting, cling. The sound of metal clashing against metal resounded throughout the surrounding area. Sparks flew, and blood was spilled. The first battle of the mock war had begun. Chapter 62. Arg-ha! With astonishing might, Nero struck down his sword, which was enveloped in a thick layer of azure blue magical energy, and split a person in half. How dare you, the comrade of the soldier who was split in half yelled at Nero and rushed at him with his sword pulled back. However, before the poor guy could even swing it, Nero formed a gun with his hand and pointed his index and middle finger at the advancing enemy. LVA Tormentorum, he chanted a spell in High Elven. Almost instantly, particles of light coalesced in front of the barrel of his handgun, and swar! Thud! A beam of light erupted from Nero's index and middle finger and blasted a hole in his target's head, killing him before his lifeless body fell to the ground. Ha! Letting out a short breath, Nero looked around him. He saw limp and motionless corpses of his foes and friends alike. Their limbs were torn asunder, their cries of agony filling the atmosphere, a sight of a young woman clutching her exposed intestines spilling out from a wound on her stomach. If hell was real, then it would probably look like this. It was complete madness, Nero thought. What was the reason for this senseless battle? A petty disagreement between two cadets? How could the Queen, the Vice President, even allow such carnage? Was she completely insane? Sure, all of this was not real, but virtual reality instead. However, the pain they were feeling and the pain they were making each other feel was all too real. Fuck! Nero gritted his teeth and cursed it out loud. It was too late for such thoughts. He could only do one thing now, move forward. Once again, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings, his sharp eyes flicking over the gruesome scene before him as he searched for his comrades. This time, however, he seemed a bit indifferent to the violence and gore around him. A wave of relief washed over Nero's face as he spotted some familiar faces amidst the carnage and chaos. Elijah was fending off two opponents, Grace had just now killed an enemy, Quinn had the upper hand against a troop, and Kent was catching his breath. No one was around him, so he was momentarily safe from harm. Just as Nero was about to let out a sigh of relief, something caught his eye in his peripheral vision. He saw a blue-haired elven girl on her knees, about to be struck down by a swordsman. A frown appeared on his face as the face of the blue-haired girl seemed to be familiar to him for some reason. Ah. He remembered. He had seen her with Amelia a few times. She was her friend. As the realization hit him, he found his body moving toward the girl. Die, the swordsman who was about to thrust his sword at the girl, yelled fiercely. The elven girl closed her eyes and her body quaked in fear as all she could do was await her end. Cling. Huh? However, the attack she was waiting for never came. Nero arrived right in front of her in time and deftly parried the attack with a swing of his sword, making the enemy swordsman stumble back in surprise. TSK, the swordsman clicked his tongue and jumped a few meters back before putting a hand on his ears. I have found Nero Dekrauf. He's on me, huh? Unfortunately, before he could even finish the transmission, Nero covered the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Kuwaish. Thud. Giving the enemy swordsman no chance to counterattack, Nero swung his sword at his neck and cleaved his head off. With a low thud sound, the swordsman's body fell limp to the ground as his head rolled off. That makes 4, he had slain 4 enemies in total till now. After making his kill count, Nero turned around and looked at the blue-haired girl. AR. Thank you, Nero, Lord Commander. The girl quickly bowed her head when she saw Nero looking at her and thanked him for saving her virtual life, flustered. No need, Nero extended a hand to the damsel in distress. You're Amelia's friend, right? Ah. Yes, taking her knight in shining armor's hand, the blue-haired elven girl stood to her feet. My name is Aster Aquaheart. Aquaheart? By any chance, are you related to Captain Gandalf Aquaheart? Nero frowned. You know my grandpa? Aster asked, surprised. Yes, he was called the Sword Saint and Callie's Winter of Death. He was one of the best space troopers, if not the best. He's the reason Alio Space Station survived the war against the Callie forces 3 years ago. He even denied promotions and stayed on the front lines throughout his military career. Unfortunately, because of that, not many know his name. Wow, you know a lot about Grandpa. Well, my master, Liz, made me study the biography of all the greatest soldiers that served in the United Military. I see. I'm glad to know people haven't forgotten his legacy and, behind you. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Aster's sharp shout, causing Nero to instinctively turn around. His eyes widened as he saw a spear hurtling towards him, aimed directly at his face. In a split second, Nero realized that he had let his guard down on the battlefield, allowing the enemy to sneak up behind him. TCH, he clicked his tongue in frustration as he quickly raised his left hand to shield his face from the incoming attack. Realizing it was too late to dodge the spear, Nero braced himself to let the spear pierce through his left hand, planning to retaliate and kill the enemy in one swift swing of his sword using his right hand. Tan. Oh. However, right when the spear was merely inches away from him, several hexagonal water shields manifested in front of him, forming an instant barrier and stopping the spear in its tracks. Without wasting a single moment, Nero pointed his index at the enemy who dared to snuck up on him and chanted in High Elven, LVA Tormentorum. A bright light flashed in the atmosphere and a gaping hole was blasted open in the enemy spearman's chest. Coup! Kua, the spearman violently coughed a mouthful of blood before his lifeless body fell back. Chapter 63. Nero turned around and saw Asta holding both her hands up. Her whole figure was constantly exuding mana. It didn't take him long to deduce that she was the one who had cast that water shield spell. Thank you for saving me, Nero expressed his gratitude to Asta. Don't worry about it, Asta replied, withdrawing her magical energy and waving her hands. I specialize in defensive spells and lack the talent for offensive magic, so it's all right, Nero cut off Asta, placing a hand on her shoulder. The blue-haired elven girl blushed, gazing into his abyssal black eyes and admiring his chiseled features as he continued, join me on the battlefield. I'll fight up front and you can cover my back. IEBZZZT. But just as she was about to accept Nero's proposal, his smart bracelet started buzzing and vibrating. Nero looked it up and found that it was a private channel radio transmission. Only his lieutenants, personal squadmates and strategic HQ had the authority or the means to contact him through the private channel, so he wasted no time accepting the transmission. Tick. Lord Commander, this is QD-1. The enemy forces are trying to break through from the back. I don't think our archers would be able to hold them off for long. QD-1 was the battlefield code name given to Nero's first lieutenant of choice, Anastasia Bigod. She was also tasked to protect the rear guard along with a squadron of archers. The front was being fought by Nero, Quinn, and Grace, meanwhile the left and right flanks were given to William Sinoth and Ella Bright respectively. Nero was sure that they both must also be facing the same situation as Anastasia. It won't take a genius to figure out what Class 1 C8 was up to by now. First, they let Nero and his troops enter the shopping district. Then they encircled them, trapping them there. And now, they were squeezing them from all sides. TSK. Nero clicked his tongue. To be honest, it wasn't like getting out of this situation was difficult. In actuality, he possessed the ability to overpower every cadet in the virtual world with ease by simply summoning one of the 6 heavenly swords, using his gift. Although in the real world, using his gift would deplete a minuscule portion of his life force, in the virtual world, he had no such concerns. Once he unleashed his gift, no one present could stand against him, he was that confident in himself. However, there was a minor predicament here. Prior to the commencement of the mock war, his master, Liz Snyder, had explicitly instructed him not to disclose his gift during the event. In spite of that fact, Nero could see no other viable option to get out of this situation right now. Fine, I'll deal with them myself. He had decided. He'll use his gift. He will summon the heavenly sword of fire and use it to control lightning, unleashing a colossal thunderstorm that would bring an end to this war right where they stood. Asta, get behind me. What? Get behind me and create a barrier around us. With an awkward nod, Asta did what she was told and swiftly got behind Nero before creating a water dome around them. At that moment, the boy started reciting something in a low, almost inaudible tone. The air grew thick with a palpable sense of foreboding as if the very atmosphere itself was holding its breath in anticipation. Suddenly, tiny sparks erupted around Nero, crackling and flickering like fiery apparitions. Oh Agni, hear my plea, he called out, his voice ringing out in the midst of the overwhelming tumult surrounding him. Grant me the strength to vanquish my enemies, to burn away their evil and leave nothing but ash in their wake. Grant me EBZZZT. Unfortunately, before Nero could complete the chant and summon the heavenly sword, his smart bracelet buzzed again, disturbing his focus. The sparks crackling around him died down as a result of him losing his focus. Clicking his tongue again, he was about to reject the radio call until he saw that it was from HQ. He frowned, wondering what Amelia might have to say at this moment. His curiosity got the better of him and he ended up accepting the transmission. What's it, Amelia? Nero, I might have a way to get us out of this situation. Huh? Nero widened his eyes at those words. Are you sure? Tell me. I can't tell you since it's a complex plan. Can you trust me and hand me over the command for now? Usually, here's how it works, the Lord Commander tells the troops what to do on the battlefield, and the head strategist figures out how to actually win the war with clever tactics and battle formations. But truth be told, both positions are pretty similar in terms of power and duties. A Lord Commander can totally brainstorm strategies and improvise on battle plans as needed, while a head strategist can take over commanding the troops if the Lord Commander has permitted it. The only real difference is that being a Lord Commander pays better in real life, probably because they have to brave the actual field, while head strategists can kick back in headquarters and just come up with ideas while looking at a live battle map. Of course, Nero trusted Amelia to take command here. If she had suggested it, then she really must have come up with a strategy that could get them out of this situation. Okay, I give you the authority to lead the troops. Tell us what to do. 10 minutes earlier, back at Class 1A1 HQ, as I told Amelia right before it happened, our troops were trapped by the enemy in the shopping district. Well, to be more precise, instead of telling her, I let her come to that decision on her own. Currently, she was staring at the holographic map in front of her with her mouth agape. On the map, there were several small dots, some of them red and others green. The green dots had codes like QD1 or CN6 hovering above them. From time to time, some dots would often disappear from view. Yes, the green dots were our allies and the red ones were the enemy present in their line of sight. We were using smart bracelets worn by our troops to track their live location. If they see an enemy, it will show up on the map as a red dot. Thanks to this genius system, strategists could easily monitor the battlefield from headquarters. Suddenly Amelia spun around to face me and started yelling nonsense at me. You knew this would happen. You knew they would trap our troops before it even happened. What? With a blank look plastered on my face, I arched my eyebrows. I didn't know. If you remember correctly, I didn't say a word about them trapping our troops, you came to that conclusion yourself. Slam. Lucas Morningstar, don't fuck with me, banging her hands on the round table, she roared a fierce warning. You clearly knew what would happen. How? Fine, I deduced a possibility, I answered, raising my hand slightly and leaning back on the chair to calm her down. I wasn't lying. I really did deduce the possibility of this happening. In the novel, the soldiers of Class 1C8 did not surround and trap those of Class 1A1 in the shopping district as they had done now. In the story, Grace had leaked the map that Amelia and I were currently seeing before us to Class 1, C8, allowing them to know every minute movement that our soldiers made on the battlefield. They had no need to set up a trap when they simply knew their enemy's live location on the battlefield all the time. But since in this timeline, Grace wasn't able to leak the battle map to the enemy, they had to resort to a more aggressive strategy. I don't know if it's for the better or not, how this story is progressing, I mean. Anyway, I came up with 18 different possible scenarios that this battle could go down in. Class 1, C8 encircling and trapping our troops was the 10th one. That's how I told Amelia what would happen. I didn't know of it. I just guessed it. You deduced it. I'm supposed to believe that nonsense. I pointed at myself and shrugged. Hey, intelligence stat above 180, remember? No matter how much of a genius you are, expecting something like this to happen before it even happened is virtually impossible. Well, I did the impossible. So what? The point is, I can get us out of this situation. Widening her eyes as she heard what I spoke, Amelia looked at me in disbelief. What? With a smirk, I repeated myself. If you let me, I know a way to get us out of this situation. How? Just as I had expected, Amelia immediately showed interest in my offer. First, give up your role as the head strategist, to me. Chapter 64. First, give up your role as the head strategist, to me. Yeah, no. Huh? What do you mean by no? No, as in, I'll not give you my position. B, but I can help. I doubt it. What, just give me? No. Please. Just no. I was baffled, bewildered, puzzled, confused, and literally every other synonym you can think of confused. Why is she not relinquishing the position of the head strategist? Our forces are cornered. There's no way we can win from here. Isn't it worth a shot to give me her position if I claim to have a way to get us out of this situation? Isn't it better than sitting here and watching us lose? So are you just going to sit here and watch us lose? I questioned, speaking my mind. No, I have a plan of my own. She replied, her eyes, a deep shade of forest green, brimming with determination. I can do this. Hearing her response, I shrugged and slumped back on the chair again. Fine, you'll come to me sooner or later anyway. Ha. Didn't know you were a dreamer. Letting out a scoff, she sent a radio call to Nero. TZZ. Almost instantly, Nero accepted the call from his side and spoke. What's it, Amelia? Nero, I might have a way to get us out of this situation, she informed. Huh? Are you sure? Tell me. I can't tell you since it's a complex plan. Can you trust me and hand me over the command for now? After a moment of pause, Nero confidently replied. Okay, I give you the authority to lead our troops. Tell us what to do. A smile formed on Amelia's face after hearing the response she had wanted to hear. She studied the holographic map that was displaying the live location of all of our soldiers in front of us for a moment before barking out instructions. Okay, I want you to move what's left of your squad towards Sector 7. We divided the whole shopping district into 25 blocks and called each block a sector. It was to make things easier when giving out strategic instructions. Roger, Squad 20 moving towards Sector 7, beep. And the radio call with Nero was cut. Amelia, however, didn't rest. She started making more radio calls to our troops instantly, barking instructions at them and moving them like pawns in a chess game. CN5, go forward and take a right turn. Roger. C3H, cover CN5 while slowly backing away to cover. Copy that. Anastasia, move your squad to Sector 7 and rendezvous with Nero's squad there. Moving Squad 16 towards Sector 7. E18 and GH2, assist William's squad. We have enemies on us. Squad 16 is moving towards you, don't worry and back off to assist William's squad. Trust me. Okay. Wow. Interlocking my fingers, I rested my chin on them. I was genuinely impressed by how effortlessly she was commanding our troops. It's almost as if she was made for this. I remember the novel mentioned Amelia had a talent for military strategy and tactics, although she never really did anything to hone this talent of hers. TCH, what a waste. I remember in the novel, she took charge of the army during their fight against the 5th Abyssal Vampire King when they went beyond the border. Even when being outnumbered 1-6 against the vicious vampire forces, the soldiers of the United Military won because of her being in charge. However, she never really considered being a strategist as a viable military career option. She wanted to fight on the front lines. What a psycho. Who in their right mind would willingly put themselves on the front lines? Well, anyway, those achievements she had in the novel have not happened yet. She hasn't accomplished anything as of now. I broke the silence in the room with a question. What is your intention? What do you hope to achieve by relocating everyone to Sector 7? One misstep and our soldiers will be trapped between the enemy forces in front and behind them. I'll be careful not to let that happen, Amelia responded in a haughty tone before flicking her hair back and continuing. As for what I'm trying to accomplish, shouldn't you already know, Mr. Genius? Rolling my eyes, I focused my attention back on the live holographic map. To be honest, I understood precisely what she was attempting to achieve. The shopping district comprises multiple malls, restaurants, and marts and can be accessed via 4 entrances, east, west, north, and south. It won't take a genius to guess that Class 1, C8 has likely positioned a squad or 2 at each entrance to obstruct any escape attempts by our troops. If they do try to escape regardless, then our soldiers would be trapped between enemy forces from both the front and back. To tackle that scenario, Amelia came up with a plan. Located near the north entrance of the shopping district, Sector 7 is a commercial building adjacent to another structure, a giant one at that is Sector 8, which marks the end of shopping district on that side. My estimation is that Amelia intends to relocate all the soldiers to the mart complex. From there, they could traverse to the adjacent building and flee the shopping district through that route. Since both north and west entrances are at a significant distance away from Sector 8, the enemy troops guarding those entrances won't be able to come to stop our fleeing soldiers on time. In essence, Amelia intended to have our soldiers break through the walls of buildings in a straight line rather than use the entrances to escape the shopping district. She isn't trying to win. No, rather, she's trying to survive to fight another day, a strategic retreat. It's a nice plan, but I highly doubt it'll work. Why won't it work? You'll see. BZZZT. Just when Amelia was done giving me a haughty look that screamed, I don't need you to win, her smart bracelet started buzzing. She quickly picked up the call and answered, this is the Strategic HQ, Anastasia, what's the status report? Dash, 2 of my archers have been hit. Remain calm. Abandon the wounded and enter the Sector 7 building. Once inside, offer support to our allies as they join you. Dash, roger that. There was clear hesitation in Anastasia's voice when she heard Amelia telling her to leave her wounded comrades behind, but even she knew there was no other choice aside from that. After a few minutes, Amelia safely managed to navigate all the soldiers to Sector 7. Breaking out and fleeing the shopping district was only a matter of time. Dash, Amelia, they are on our tail. If their forces block our way from the front, we'll be sandwiched. Nero contacted Amelia, his breathing sounded ragged from all the running and fighting he had done. Don't fret, reassured Amelia in a calm tone. If necessary, destroy the walls and enter the building that's adjacent to the one you're in right now, is Sector 8. Once there, break out from that building and make a run for it. The enemy troops stationed at the north and west entrances won't be able to catch up with you in time to block your path. You only need to outrun the enemy chasing from behind. Dash, roger that. After giving her orders, Amelia spun around and gave me a haughty look once again. Good lord, what does this girl want from me? Fine, I get it. She's a good leader. Unfortunately for her, I knew the smirk on her face was about to be wiped out just about now. Beep. Amelia, you there? It was Nero. His voice screamed urgency. Yes, I'm here. What's the status report? Before Amelia could even finish giving her reply, Nero cut her off. Sector 8. There's no Sector 8. Confused, a frown appeared on Amelia's face. What? What do you mean by there's no Sector 8? When we broke out of Sector 7, we found ourselves out in the open field. We could see the enemy forces on our right, and there's a whole lot of them on our back too. We'll be pincered. What? Be but how? The map. On the map, it's... Seeing Amelia starting to panic, I figured out this was the best time to interject myself into the situation. The map that the reconnaissance squad made is incorrect. Someone deliberately made the wrong map. What but why? Why would someone do that? Turning her attention back to me, Amelia focused her shaky eyes on me and asked with quivering lips. Oh, she was panicking like a helpless little girl. So cute. There's a traitor among our ranks. They created a false map to sabotage us, and it seems they have been successful. Their goal was to predict what strategy you would deploy in the situation we're currently in and craft a false map to mislead you based on that. I don't know if there's an easy way to say this, but Amelia Black, they read you like a book, and unfortunately, they defeated you long before the real war had even begun. Chapter 65. Ha! Amelia gasped hysterically, her forehead covered in cold sweat. As my words began to sink in, uneasiness and panic began to spread over her mind. I had hinted of there being a traitor among us here before, but Amelia never took it seriously. She entertained that idea for a little while before dismissing my words. Now all the regret, irritation, and a mix of whole diverse emotions were clearly evident on her face. However, the one emotion that displayed more than the others on her pale face was fear. Fear of failing her comrades. Fear of failing Nero, who believed in her. Fear of losing because she was weak, even after she promised to herself that she would never be weak, that she would never lose again. Amelia, at that moment, my firm voice shook her out of her thoughts. What are you doing? I don't know. I don't know what to do. We've lost. They'll pincer our troops from 2 sides. After that, it'll only be a matter of time. No matter how strong Nero is, even he won't be able to defeat them all. We lose, and it's all because of me. It's because of me. Me. Wrong. We weren't going to lose because of her. In fact, we weren't going to lose at all. Even if I don't turn around this situation, which I am going to, Nero will summon one of his 6 heavenly swords and defeat everyone. It'll be quite the spectacle when that happens. The whole battlefield will be plunged into what'll look like the fiery pits of hell. Unfortunately, I don't want him to do that. In the novel, even after sustaining heavy losses and losing so many troops, Class 1A, 1-1 because Nero alone butchered 7 squads on his own. That guy was basically a one-man army. Those weaklings, not like I'm any stronger than them, could never stop him no matter how many of them there were. However, to be able to do that, Nero had to use his ability, 6 divine swords of heaven, and summon the sword of divine fire. Not only that event shook the whole academy, but also the rest of the world. A kid who can gain absolute control over an element. That made one big news. That is understandable, since being able to fully control an element essentially sets you on par with the gods. Sure, casting spells using mana lets you control an element you have an affinity with, but even then, you can never fully control it. Some people even called him the boy who has touched the realm of the gods. There were cults made in his name. Some people started worshipping him, and some were in denial, unable to process how something as ridiculous as this was even possible. So no surprise there when this news reached the ears of one of the abyssal vampire kings. He sent 3 of his most powerful vampires to the academy to assassinate Nero during the king's tournament. Of course, they weren't able to kill him. However, that did create a massive uproar and chaos. And one of the 3 vampires who were sent to the academy made Lucas his pawn later in the story. Although, as I've established many times before in the past, I love chaos, I don't love it when it comes knocking at my own door. So I would very much like Nero not to use his gift right now and attract the whole world's attention. Plus, it would save many other minor inconveniences that would happen as a result of it. It's all because of me. I should have thought about there being a possibility of someone tampering with our map. It's all because of me. I led them to a trap. Oh, yeah. Almost forgot about her. I can think about the plot later. Right now, I think I should deal with this mess of a girl. Amelia sat at one of the chairs around the round table, holding her head with her hands and murmuring all kinds of gibberish in an incoherent tone. Her forehead was drenched in sweat and her eyes were shaking, completely unfocused. Wow, this girl really can't handle setbacks. It was pointed out in the novel that Amelia had developed a kind of atticophobia, a fear of failure, due to her past trauma. Well, in her case, it wasn't the fear of failure she was suffering from but rather the fear of being weak. We all know who's to blame for her trauma, so let's not point any fingers. Ahem. Anyway, that was the reason she tried so desperately to be the best at everything she was good at. Unfortunately, the plot wasn't merciful to her either. Not too long into the story, she found out that her talent in archery could never surpass Anastasia. But it really broke her when she realized that archery wasn't what Anastasia was even best at, it was hand-to-hand or unarmed combat. And it wasn't even archery. Amelia slowly realized that Anastasia was better than her at literally everything. However, the hardest part of it all was that no matter how hard she tried, she could never bring herself to hate Anastasia. She couldn't even be her rival. Anastasia was her friend. And despite being jealous of her talent, she had to keep it all inside her because, well, that's what friends are supposed to do. Her fate was that of a supporting heroine. The girl who would die so the main characters could get power-ups and character development. All her life, she was a disposable character who wasn't best at anything, who was weak. Even in her last moments, she cursed herself for being weak. That's how she died, cursing her life till the very last breath of her. I lost. They'll lose. And it's because of me? I can't. I approached Amelia, rolling my eyes and emitting a slightly empathetic sigh before kneeling to come face to face with her. She was on the verge of crying. Pathetic. What the hell are you doing? I asked in a cold, emotionless tone. My voice shook her out of her episode. I said, what on earth are you doing? You claimed you weren't the weak little girl I once knew, yet that's all I see right now. I screamed, inches from her face. As I shouted at her, Amelia's eyes began to shake less, and she regained her focus. Did you forget the reason you wanted to be strong? I yelled. Did you forget why you picked up a bow? I don't. I remember it. Through quivering lips, she let out a shivering voice. Tell me the reason, I demanded, rising to my feet. It was so that I would never again face injustice. It was so that I couldn't be oppressed by the powerful. It was so that I could assist the weak. It was so that no one could ever wrong me. It was so that I could win. Not only her voice remained some clarity and strength, but by the end of it, she was basically yelling. Seeing her find her resolve, I nodded. Right, now get up. You haven't won yet. But it's already a lost battle, and who decided that? Huh? Amelia looked at me like she was looking at a madman. Didn't you listen? The enemy already has our soldiers in pincer. It's over for them. No, it's not. Resign your position to me, and I shall grant you victory. No, rather, I'll show you how not to lose. I'll show you the difference between strategy and tactics. Chapter 66. It took a few minutes, but at the end of it, Amelia Black had no choice but to comply with my request. Fine, I surrender my position as the head strategist to you. She gave it up. She gave her position to me. It took all of the willpower I had in me not to burst out into a peal of evil erratic laughter right then and there. I did it. I broke her. A little. Amelia, in the novel, would have never given up her position to Lucas. She would have rather preferred losing than doing this. But right here, right now, Amelia Black willingly gave up her position to me, Lucas Morningstar. Heh. I don't know why, but it gave me a weird sense of satisfaction. Beep. Dash, Amelia, you there? Do you have a plan? Anything. The enemy has blocked our path ahead. Once their main force catches us from behind, we'll be done for. Anyway, now that I got the position I had wanted from the start, I should get working. Calm down, Nero. I can see your live positions on the map before me. I can see you're being pincered. Don't worry. I have a plan. Dash, wait, Lucas. Is that you? Where's Amelia? And I thought the map was wrong. Well, the map is wrong. But I can still see your live locations here. I turned around and faced the black-haired girl present in the room before putting a finger on my lips. And about Amelia, she can't come to the call right now, but she has told me what to do. So do as I say. Amelia shook her head as her forehead wrinkled with a frown, but I waved my hand at her. Dash, Fine, what's the plan of action? We'll fight them head-on, of course. What? Dash, what? Both Nero and Amelia voiced their mix of shock and disbelief at my matter-of-factly answer. Their overreaction was understandable. Dash, Lucas, we've been pincered from the front and back. Soon they'll cover our right and left flanks too. We'll be surrounded in the open field. Good, that means you all can fire in every direction. Dash, what it please, can I get Amelia back? Don't worry, I was joking. Besides, it's too late for that, I let out a dry cough and said, now do as I say and you all will come back alive. Dash, fine, what are your instructions? According to basic military tactics, pincer movement is where a unit or units attack an enemy from all flanks. Depending on the state of the war, if done correctly, trapping an enemy in a pincer move can prove to be a great help. But what to do when you're on the receiving side of that move? What to do when your enemy is trying to trap you and not the other way around? Fortunately, there have been tactics developed to counter that too. The most common one is full retreat. Before the enemy can even trap you, you must pull back all your forces in a full retreat. However, for us, it's all too late for that since Amelia basically led us into the enemy's claws. So what can we do here? The only option I can think of here which will result in minimum casualties is we focus all our attack power on one side. Since the enemy has surrounded us, they have split their forces which has made them weak. If we focus all our attack power on the front side, we can break through their forces and escape. Of course, while we do that, the enemy won't sit ideally. They'll try to attack us from behind. Once they do that, our soldiers, who'll be focusing on the enemies in front, will be massacred. Executing this tactic requires not only speed, but also sufficient strength to breach the enemy formation at the front before they can attack from the rear. A grin spread across my face as I realized how easy doing that was. Lucas, what are your instructions? Hurry. Yeah, calm down. Nonchalantly, I slumped back into a chair. Interlocking my hands, I rested my chin on them before intently staring at the map. One by one, I quickly began performing various calculations in my mind. What was the position of our troops on the map? Where were the enemy forces and how would they approach us? How should we fight them? What formation should we take? What would be the most effective way to move our soldiers? For every conceivable variable, whether anticipated or unforeseen, I meticulously calculated the most favorable outcome. I did all that within mere seconds. Once done with all that, I smirked. As I had predicted, this was going to be easy. Lord Commander, I think Alberto is somewhere up ahead. I'll move others in a way to clear your way. Meanwhile, you go and take him on. If we want to escape, we'll need to keep him busy. Despite only being a lackey of a side villain, Alberto was extremely strong, so much so that he was considered on par with Quinn himself during the starting years of the academy. At present, the only person who can engage in a fight with Alberto and come out with just a few minor injuries is Nero. Oh yes, Nero will have a difficult time fighting against Alberto, but I'm sure he'll win. No, I don't believe in Nero himself, but rather in his plot armor. Copy that. Beep. With a beep, the transmission with Nero was cut. I didn't waste any time and instantly started connecting radio calls to other people. NC4, can you hear me? I want you to advance forward and engage the enemy in front of you. What? Are you insane? They are on our backs too. We'll be butchered from behind if we ignore them. Shut up and follow the orders given to you. TSK, roger that. Beep. BU4, cover N squad's back. Assisting N squad now. Beep. Leave the enemy on your right, GH3. Fall back 19 meters and help our Lord Commander. Got it. Beep. Anastasia, do you copy? I do. Is that you, Lucas? Yes, I'll need you and your sharpshooters to perform a task for me. According to my estimation, the enemy will approach you from your left in 27 seconds. On our left. But on our left is a building, Lucas. I know. They'll probably come through the walls. Before they can do that, I want you and your archers to fire your best artillery spells at them. Shoot them through the wall in 24 seconds. Understood. Beep. CP3, take your squad and assist our archers. They'll shoot the enemy soldiers through the wall in 22 seconds. If they miss anyone, take them out in close combat. Roger that. Beep. GD4, turn 20 degrees on your right and fire a long-range spell. Copy. Beep. NG6, an enemy will try to sneak up on you from 3 o'clock. Take them out. Understood. Beep. ND5, assist NG6 and move forward. Break into enemy lines. For 27 straight minutes, Lucas continued to bark instructions through the radio in his smart bracelet, moving people around to fight like they were his personal pieces on the chessboard. It gave him an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. It felt like he was in control of everything. The battle is still ongoing and he did everything he could for now. He has cleared all my tasks at hand. Now he can only sit back and relax while the rest of his class does all the tough work. The enemy only has 3 options left and no matter what they choose now, they'll lose. They will have to retreat in the end. Every single damn thing, was going how Lucas planned long before the battle had even started. How? From his left, Lucas heard Amelia's stuttering voice, which was full of conviction and perplexity. He turned his neck to look at her and saw her standing there, looking at the holographic map in front of her with wide-open eyes and mouth agape in shock. It looked like she had seen a ghost. How did you do that? She asked. What does that question even mean? How did he do what? What do you mean? I instructed them. Before the silver-haired boy could even complete his answer, Amelia interrupted him. No, I mean, how did you move them so well? How did you give them such specific instructions? Your instructions were so precise that it seemed as if you knew each person's strengths and weaknesses and were orders to give to everyone. For example, it felt like you knew ND5 knew a supportive spell, so you asked them to help NG6 earlier. And like you knew CP3 was a good close-range fighter, so you ordered them to assist the archers. Furthermore, you seemed to anticipate the enemy's movements even when their positions were not yet visible on the map. How did you know all that? It's almost like you can see the future. Can you? Can you see the future? At Amelia's ridiculously innocent question, Lucas couldn't help but let out a short chuckle. Oh, that? No, Miss Black, I can't see the future. I just remembered what code names were given to everyone. For example, ND5 is the code name given to your friend Asta Aquaheart and she specializes in defensive spells. CP3 is a guy named Zach Millers in our class and he's a talented hand-to-hand fighter. And as for how I knew where the enemy would appear, I just predicted their movements. What? I can't believe it, gasped Amelia, utterly shocked and disbelieving as she heard Lucas' explanation. She was left speechless, her mind struggling to comprehend what she had just heard. As she tried to process the information, her thoughts were racing and her heart was pounding with disbelief. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, but the shock and incredulity were still apparent in her voice as she spoke. Wait a minute. You're telling me that you remembered everyone's code names, all 100 of them. And not only that, but you also knew everyone's strengths and strong spells? How is that even possible? But if that wasn't enough, you predicted the enemy's movement? Lucas replied with a casual shrug, as if his achievement was nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah, pretty much, he said. I'm just good at memorizing things. It didn't take me long to learn everyone's code names. Plus, I'm really observant, and I always watch everyone practice so I know how they think and fight. I strategically positioned everyone to make the most of their strengths. Once that was done, predicting the enemy's movements was a breeze. That was the final nail. Amelia's mind was blank by now. Not only Lucas remembered everyone's code names, but he also made sure to use them in a way that would make the most of their strengths, something that she could never do. In her defense, who can accurately remember hundreds of code names comprising alphabets and numbers within a day? No one can. She only remembered the code names of important people like Anastasia, Quinn, William, etc. Moving on, he also predicted the enemy's movement on the battlefield without physically being present there, and crafted a strategy to counter them on the spot. The image of Lucas Morningstar that she had built in her mind for the past few years suddenly shattered. She had been gravely underestimating him. The boy right in front of her wasn't an arrogant scum that she despised, but a calculating monster. Chapter 67. 15 minutes earlier, Rust outside the shopping district, a chaotic and brutal scene unfolded as two armed groups fought violently against each other. Blood was being spilled, lives were being taken, and the sparks flew as the sound of swords clashing against swords filled the air. It was as if both sides had been eagerly waiting for this moment to unleash their fury upon each other with no mercy or remorse. However, even an untrained eye could spot the fact that one of the armed sides was slowly starting to lead. Yes, it was Nero's troops. Although they were surrounded from both front and back, they were starting to fight back. Nero's troops were focusing all their attack power on breaking through the enemy formation on their front, completely leaving their backs unguarded. It was a crazy strategy, but somehow, someway, they were pulling it off. Seeing this sight gradually unfold, Alberto clenched his fists. Veins bulged on his forehead and his eyes turned red in rage. What the fuck is happening? He bellowed in a mix of anger and disbelief. Standing beside him was a broad-framed boy with a rugged appearance and a tough build, clearly of half-dwarf descent. He pushed his glasses up using his index finger and glanced around before letting out a deep sigh. Realizing there was no one around, he braced himself to become the target of Alberto's outburst. Jason! Alberto barked, glaring at the half-dwarven boy beside him through his bloodshot eyes. What the fuck is going on here? I think we're losing, Jason stuttered nervously. Oh. You don't say. Alberto spat back, his fury mounting with every passing moment. You think we're losing? You think? I guess. Jason trailed off, clearly intimidated by Alberto's anger. Guess? Are you freaking stupid? Alberto seethed, his voice rising to a shout as he gave Jason a death stare. What the fuck is happening? Just a few minutes ago, they were like mice caught in a trap. How are they suddenly putting up such a good fight? Jason let out another deep sigh. He knew how much of a thick skull Alberto was and he wouldn't be able to comprehend the intricacies of the battle. But Jason himself had been paying close attention since the beginning, watching and analyzing everything and had already figured out what was happening. He had observed how Class 1A1's cadets were changing formation in the middle of the battle and positioning themselves according to their individual strengths. He had also noticed how they seemed to be predicting their moves in advance. This level of coordination and foresight wasn't natural. Jason knew there was a mastermind behind it all, someone who knew Class 1A1's thought processes, fighting styles, strengths, and weaknesses as if they had been studying them for weeks if not months. There was a puppet master who had been pulling the strings of Class 1A1 from the shadows, instructing them what to do and how to move. As the head strategist of Class 1C8, Jason knew he would also share the blame if they lost this battle. He had tried improvising his strategy, implementing new tactics, and changing formations, but the enemy predicted everything he did in advance. It was as if Jason was indirectly playing a game of chess with this person. Needless to say, he was losing the game. Or better yet, he had already lost it. But who was he playing up against? According to Grayson, his secret source, Class 1A1 only had two strategists, Amelia and Lucas. Could it be any of them? From what he had heard about Lucas, Jason doubted the fact that he would have trouble outsmarting him. So maybe it was Amelia. But if that was the case, then why didn't she show this level of battle intelligence and foresight until now and let so many of her troops die? No, it couldn't be her. But if neither Amelia nor Lucas, then who? Just who was he fighting? This is so frustrating. Whoever we're up against is not only a brilliant strategist but also a keen observer who knows the strengths of their troops and how to cover up their weaknesses, Jason muttered, his eyes fixed on the ongoing battle. Despite his best efforts, he knew he had been bested. He had been utterly and truly defeated. Just who the hell am I up against? He wondered aloud, his frustration and disbelief palpable. Alberto shot a side glance at the boy standing next to him. Jason had been his companion practically since childhood. They grew up together in the slums, fought on the streets, formed their gang, and were both recruited by Kai Wiseman before attending Global Academy through his assistance. Yes, recruited here means beaten to a pulp by Kai before being forced into joining him. In short, despite Alberto never saying it out loud, Jason was a friend to him and a close one at that. And yet, he had never witnessed Jason so agitated before. He remembered him always being so calm and collected. He was the smartest person Alberto knew. Although he couldn't understand what was going on and how this battle had been turned around so easily since he was a bit of what Jason would call him from time to time, thick skull, he knew if even Jason was having trouble dealing with the situation then they were up against a genius mastermind. Alberto let out a breath before placing a hand on the half-dwarven boy's shoulders. Jason shook out of his thoughts and looked at Alberto. For a second, they both shared a moment of silence. Bro, I'm into girls. The first one to break that silence was Jason. Pat. And that little comment earned him a smack at the back of his head. Ooh. Ooh. You brute. I'm going in. What? I'm going in. I'll fight them head on. Alberto, it's too much of a risk. If they get you, then it'll all be over for us. Besides, I think the one calling the shots for them is some kind of war genius. Shut up, Jason. As I've always told you, you use your brain too much. Remember, everything can be solved with a little bit of force. If it isn't solved even after you used force, then that simply means one thing, you didn't use enough force. That's so stupid on so many levels. What the fuck? Just as they were wrapping up their conversation, Jason noticed something hurtling toward their group, causing his classmates to be sent flying. What the hell is that? Jason exclaimed, bewildered. It's him, Alberto replied through gritted teeth. In no time, he summoned his great sword by channeling mana into his smart bracelet. Ah. Stop them. Stop him. He's going toward the Lord Commander. Don't let him get to him. Arpa. Alberto's soldiers screamed in panic as the perpetrator continued to advance, finally hurling the last soldier who stood in his path to the side as if he was a ragdoll. Alberto bent his knees and took a low defensive stance, ready to face the black-haired young man in a nanometal combat suit similar to his, holding a longsword in his right hand. It's you, Alberto growled with contempt, recognizing him instantly. How could he not recognize him? This boy was the reason Alberto had to face so much humiliation. It was, to no one's surprise, Nero. He had expected this confrontation with Nero sooner or later, so Alberto wasn't caught off guard. Instead of shock or fear, a mocking smirk formed on Alberto's face as he spat, "I'll kill you, bastard." Shouldn't I be the one saying that? The black-haired young man assumed a fighting stance with his sword and retorted with a scoff. "I will kill you, you ugly virgin." A group of Nero's men trailed behind him, but they were met with resistance from Alberto's troops. Observing the skirmish, Jason removed his glasses and summoned an axe. "Jason, assist our soldiers. I'll handle this scoundrel." "As you command, Lord Commander." Without hesitation, Jason rushed to the aid of his allies, engaging Nero's soldiers in combat. With that, the two Lord Commanders were now left alone. "Remember how you begged for your breath the last time you dared to raise your head against me?" mocked Nero. Alberto remained silent, his grip on his sword tightening as he prepared to parry Nero's attacks. The tension in the atmosphere grew thick as the two commanders began to circle each other warily, like two predators sizing each other up before a fight. The air crackled with intense pressure as the battle raged on around them, but the only thing that mattered to Alberto and Nero at that moment was the fight that lay ahead. They were determined to emerge victorious, no matter what the cost. Arga! Alberto moved first. He let out a fierce battle cry and dashed toward Nero with breakneck speed. His sword pulled back, ready to unleash a powerful swing at the black-haired boy. Come! Nero was ready too. He pulled back his own sword, and infused it with mana before performing a horizontal slash as soon as his opponent stepped into his striking range, aiming to cleave Alberto's head off without any hesitation. But Alberto, despite being so tall and big, was quick on his feet, as expected of a former street fighter. He ducked and avoided Nero's sword slash. But that wasn't all. From down there, he swung his own giant sword forward in an arc, intending to sever Nero's legs. Whoosh! The protagonist reacted quickly and jumped up, dodging Alberto's attack by a hair's breadth. Nero quickly began his counter by willing mana into his right leg before skillfully spinning his body, and performing a mid-air roundhouse kick. Thwack! Nero's feet landed flat across Alberto's chin as the latter had no time to avoid the incoming attack. Huh? But Nero was shocked to see that Alberto didn't do much as flinch even after he had hit him with all the strength that he could muster. In fact, an attack that should have sent a normal person flying off didn't even budge Alberto from his place. TSK. Clicking his tongue, Nero quickly jumped back and created some distance between himself and his foe. Ha! A scoff left Alberto's lips as he stood up straight. Is that the best you can do? I expected more from you and your silver-ranked mana core. I see now that you may be strong, but you're not invincible. You caught me off guard last time, but I won't make the same mistake again. Today, you will fall, Nero Dekrauf. Is that so? Then come. Nero beckoned. Oh, but of course I will. Alberto yelled before activating his gift. Enforcement. Chapter 68. It is a cruel and unjust reality of this world that heaven and earth do not play fair. They are biased, and the very concept of equality is shattered from the moment of birth. Gifts are special abilities that some people in this world, who can wield mana, are born with. These people are called gifted. These abilities can manifest in various ways, such as enhancing weapon mastery or fortifying the body like an impenetrable armor. A gifted will always have a hidden ace up their sleeves to play in a battle, thus they'll always have the upper hand. Of course, using mana, one can imitate many of the functions of the abilities that these so-called gifted possess. For example, one can strengthen their body using a spell, much like someone born with a body-strengthening gift. However, here's the catch. Spells don't grow, but gifts do. As a person's physical and mental strength grows through constant practice and combat, their gift also evolves and becomes more powerful with them. Consequently, an individual who has devoted all his life since childhood to the pursuit of being strong would possess a gift that surpasses the might that a typical person can imagine. Enforcement. As those words were uttered, the world itself fell silent for a moment before a loud thundering crack echoed throughout the surrounding. Alberto's short, messy black hair started to elongate right before Nero's eyes, transforming into strands of golden as if the manner of a lion. His once dark eyes erupted into a dazzling golden white hue, radiating a fierce intensity that could rival the sun before the muscles in his torso ballooned up and hardened like a goldish-white exoskeleton. In under a few seconds, Alberto grew taller and bulkier than before. The nanotech armor that he had donned expanded accordingly to accommodate his enhanced form. Nero wordlessly watched Alberto's transformation with eyes full of disdain. He had half expected Alberto to be a gifted too, so he wasn't surprised by this sight unfolding before him. Fine, he muttered under his breath before crouching down and brandishing his long sword, assuming a formidable sword stance. Swackwalk. As if to size up his opponent, Nero released a wave of silver-ranked mana core pressure into the surroundings, enveloping Alberto in its suffocating embrace. But unlike their previous encounter in the Academy cafeteria, the Lord Commander of Class 1, C8 remained unfazed this time. What did I tell you? It won't work this time, roared Alberto before his giant figure vanished into thin air and appeared right before Nero's eyes. Nero wasn't able to follow his opponent's movements even with his trained eyes. Did his gift give him a buff in speed? That was all the protagonist could think before Alberto shot a right hook at his chin. Through gritted teeth, the black-haired boy quickly reinforced his sword with mana and brought it up to block the giant's punch. Clang! Thwack! But to his utter shock, Nero's sword shattered upon contact with Alberto's fist as if it was nothing more than a fragile piece of glass. Thud! With nothing to shield him from the impending strike, Nero was sent hurtling through the air by Alberto's powerful punch, crashing several meters away from his initial position with a resounding thud. Nero groaned in pain as he massaged the tender spot where Alberto's fist had made contact. Despite the throbbing ache, he summoned his reserves of willpower and gradually forced himself back onto his feet. Had Nero not reinforced his chin with mana at the last possible moment, he would have lost his head to Alberto's devastating blow. So his gift gives him a massive buff in strength too. Observing his opponent with newfound wariness, Nero took note of the immense strength that Alberto's gift appeared to bestow upon him. His gaze flickered towards his right hand, still clenching the hilt of his shattered sword, before returning to Alberto's towering form. TSK, he clicked his tongue in frustration. His sword was broken and he had no spare in his smart bracelet. He could always use his nanotech armor to create a sword, but as Yelena informed them, doing that would deplete the nanobots from the armor itself, which would bring down his defense. And against the monstrosity he was facing right now, Nero needed every bit of defense he could get. Clicking his tongue once again, he threw his broken sword away. He'll fight with his fists. Oh. You'll use your hands? Alberto displayed his surprise at Nero's reaction before putting away his greatsword in the dimensional storage of his smart bracelet. Then so will I. Do whatever you want, Nero scoffed. I'm using my hands because I can't beat the ever-living shit out of you with a sword, and because he forgot to pack a spare sword. But he didn't mention that part. Willing mana into his legs, Nero propelled himself forward and cleared the distance between him and Alberto in an instant with his arms pulled back. Letting out a fierce battle cry, he shot forward his right hand and delivered a boulder-shattering punch to Alberto's solar plexus. Tan. Fuck. So his gift buffed his defense too. Great. Cursing under his breath, Nero realized that Alberto's gift had augmented not only his strength but also his defenses. It seemed as though his opponent was nearly invulnerable. Thwack. Gripping Nero's head using his giant hands, Alberto struck his knee at Nero's abdomen. Car. Nero felt air gushing out of his lungs due to the impact of Alberto's attack. At that moment, Nero realized. It was impossible. Defeating Alberto alone in a brawl was impossible. Of course, if he uses his gift, then it would only be a matter of a few seconds to bring Alberto down, but without it, Nero could see no other option than to use magic. So that's what he did. LVA Tormentorum. Struggling to keep his balance, Nero lifted his trembling hand and pointed his index finger at Alberto's chin before chanting a magic spell in High Elven. As he spoke the words, a bright flash of white light erupted from his finger, temporarily blinding everyone in the vicinity. When the light faded, Nero saw a thin trail of smoke rising from Alberto's chin, indicating that the spell had hit its mark. However, something was wrong. Light Cannon was the strongest spell in Nero's arsenal. And despite being hit with Nero's most powerful spell, Alberto remained unfazed. He slowly brought his head down to look at Nero, towering over him with his massive frame. Is that all? He growled, a sneer forming on his lips. Beg for mercy now and I might just spare you a painful death. Chapter 69. Huff. Ha. Ha. Gasping for air, Nero's chest heaved up and down as he struggled to catch his breath. The strain of the fight was evident on his face, with sweat pouring down his forehead and his breathing ragged. The cracks in his nanotech armor showed the intense pressure he had been under, and even as they healed themselves, Nero's body bore the marks of the brutal battle. Bruises and cuts covered his arms and torso while blood trickled from his mouth, staining his chin and the front of his armor. He had tried everything in his last few exchanges of attacks with Alberto. He tried using his strongest magic spell and mana-infused martial arts, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break through Alberto's defenses. However, he couldn't give up now. No, it's more like he refused to give up. Wiping the blood from the side of his lips, Nero raised his hands and put up his guard while eyeing the opponent in front of him. Alberto stood a few steps away from Nero, a smug expression etched onto his face. Unlike Nero, he had only sustained a single cut under his right eye. All that for a single cut. Alberto taunted, a twisted grin forming on his face as he pressed a finger against the cut under his eye. Even with your silver-ranked mana core, you're no match for my gift that I've been honing since my childhood. Every punch I throw carries the weight of the hunger, pain, and anger I endured in those dark times. You can't defeat me even with your outstanding talent because you've never truly suffered. His words cut through the air like a blade and Nero felt his determination falter for a moment. But then the picture of his late mother flashed in Nero's head before he clenched his fists and ironed his resolve again. You think I've never suffered? Nero spat back, his voice dripping in venom. He tensed the muscles in his glaive and leaped forward like a tiger. What the fuck do you even know about me? Alberto didn't back down either. He let out a scoff and charged ahead, intending to meet Nero's advance head-on. As soon as Alberto stepped into his strike range, Nero feinted a left hook before delivering a brutal right uppercut to Alberto's chin. The force of that punch made Alberto stumble back a few steps, but much like the previous attacks, he didn't register any damage whatsoever. Regaining his balance, he looked up front in hopes of seeing Nero, but to his surprise the black-haired boy had already vanished from his spot. What? Alberto's eyes darted from side to side in search of Nero, who was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he sensed someone sneaking up on him from behind. Reflexively, Alberto spun around only to be met with a high side thrust kick to his chin once again and a sharp pain shot through his jaw. Arg! Alberto grunted his discontent and balled his fists, intending to crush Nero right here. But the black-haired boy was quick to act. He jumped back and created a safe distance between himself and the Lord Commander of Class 1C, 8 again before chanting in High Elven, LVA Tormentorum. Kwoosh! A bright flash of light erupted from Nero's index finger and hit Alberto straight in his chin. But Nero didn't stop there. He kept spamming his magic spell, hitting Alberto 2 more times with the mid-tier light magic spell. LVA Tormentorum. Kwoosh! LVA Tormentorum. Kwoosh! After hitting him 2 more times with his mid-tier light magic spell, Nero infused mana into his left leg and shot forward like an arrow, aiming to hit Alberto with a roundhouse kick. Thwack! But before Nero's kick could gain enough momentum, Alberto caught his leg. Enough, he yelled. You wish. Nero smirked before tensing his right leg, jumping up, and twisting his body like a tornado. Crack! The bones in Nero's left leg, still in Alberto's hands, cracked. But Nero ignored the pain and connected his right leg with a powerful hit to Alberto's chin. Thwack! Agar! Alberto winced, letting go of Nero's leg as he fell to the ground, stumbling backward again. What the fuck is wrong with you? He frowned as if judging the boy in front of him as a madman before regaining his balance. You sacrificed your right leg only to land a hit on me that didn't even do any. Before he could finish his sentence, the world began to spin. The ground felt like a trampoline, and the giant boy fell to the ground on all fours. Ah, fuck. Finally, Alberto understood what his opponent was trying to do. From the start, even before Alberto had used his gift to reinforce his body, Nero had been targeting his chin with all his spells, punches, and kicks. As a seasoned street fighter, Alberto knew the importance of defending one's jaw during a fistfight. Getting hit in the chin can cause various effects on the body. It can result in a knockout if the force of the impact is strong enough to jar the brain inside the skull, leading to a temporary loss of consciousness. Of course, sustaining fractures and other injuries can also be one of the effects. Despite knowing all that, Alberto grew overconfident when he struck Nero and forced him to back down several times during their fight. He ignored his defense not because he was ignorant but because he underestimated his opponent. Ha! Using his hands as support, Nero got himself up on his good leg, his right leg all twisted and bleeding as nearly all the bones had now been broken. After managing to stand up, Nero formed his hand in the shape of a gun and pointed its barrel straight at Alberto. Your exoskeleton is tough, I'll give you that, he said. But even so, I'll only need to fire around 10 or so light cannon spells before I break it and blast open a hole in your head. Ha! Alberto struggled to rise to his feet, but each time he failed and collapsed back down, powerless and defenseless. The thought of calling for backup crossed his mind, but he knew that by the time they arrived, he would already be defeated. He couldn't let that happen, they couldn't afford to lose. Nero's voice cut through his thoughts, taunting him. I just want you to know you never had a fighting chance, Alberto. The moment you decided to take me on alone, I won. Alberto's eyes flickered with anger and frustration, but he was too weak to respond. He watched as Nero began to charge up his spell, the tiny particles of light gathering at the tip of his gun. LVA, beep. But before Nero could chant his spell, his smart bracelet beeped, signaling a radio transmission. It was HQ. Frowning, Nero picked it up and quickly replied, Lucas, what is it? I'm about to end this battle. No, you're not. Their forces have destroyed our rear guard and will catch up to our main forces any time now. What? Yeah, but the good news is, our main force has broken through their formation and now we can escape. I've sent William your way, he'll carry you and you both will escape. But I'm about to end, Nero, your casting time is 0.83 seconds. The cooldown time you take with your light cannon spell is 2 seconds. To break through Alberto's tough skin, you'll need to fire at least 13 of those. It'll take around 36 seconds for you to take him down. And not to mention, you're exhausted currently so your cooldown time and casting time will probably be longer. We don't have that time. William is already there, escape. Nero gritted his teeth hearing Lucas explain all that. He wanted to ask how he knew all that about him, but this wasn't the time for it. He knew he was exhausted so it'll probably take a minute or so to finish Alberto off. By that time, the enemy forces could really catch up to him. If he gets surrounded now, he won't be able to fight back without using his gift. And he doesn't want to do that, reveal his gift and go against his master's instructions. Lucas was right. The best plan of action right here was to escape. As frustrating and cowardly as it was, he had no choice but to accept it. Fine, he muttered. Nero. Right then, he heard someone shouting his name from his right. He turned to see a leaf-green-haired boy running towards him. It was William. Lord Commander, are you okay? William asked, arriving before Nero and noticing his injured leg. I'm fine, William. I can't walk, though. It's fine. Lucas told me I had to carry you. He did? Nero was surprised. He couldn't remember telling Lucas about his leg. Did Lucas predict this outcome too? No, he must be overthinking it. So, will you carry me like a princess? Nero joked. Yeah, thanks but no thanks. William raised his hands with an awkward smile before calling out to someone. Come, Rui. As if waiting for that cue, out of nowhere, a small cat jumped out from the shadows beneath William's feet. Scratching her whiskers, the cat looked at Nero's leg and sighed. Rui, please? William asked. I promise I'll treat you to a salted fish. Meow, the cat reluctantly agreed after hearing that promise. Sighing again, ominous black energy surrounded the cat's body before she transformed into a black-furred golden-spotted cheetah. William quickly pointed at her and spoke in a hurried tone, hop on, Nero. Wait, what is this? Nero, like any sane person, was confused. She is my companion cat, Rui. This is one of her transformations. No, I mean, how did she enter the virtual world? Oh, she can merge with my shadow, essentially becoming a part of me, so she came with me. Anyway, let's talk about that later. For now, let's move. William urged. Nero hesitantly nodded before he could even understand what he was nodding about and approached the black cheetah before hopping on her back. He didn't forget to give one last look to Alberto, who was still recovering from their fight. Alberto noticed his gaze and matched it, clear, unadulterated hatred visible in his eye. However, he didn't speak anything, probably still too weak to move his mouth. I'll kill you next time, Nero spoke in a mocking tone, giving Alberto a smug look. Chapter 70. How many casualties? 30 dead, 28 injured, 2 captured. In total, we have lost around 32 soldiers while the other 28 need immediate medical attention. Fuck. Hey, on the bright side, we have 6 healers on us and several healing items that our cadets packed before entering the VR. That's not what I'm worried about. Then what is it? We lost. They defeated us. No they didn't. We escaped before they could. Well, yeah, but they almost did, didn't they? If it wasn't for Lucas then. Yeah. Back in their base, Nero slumped on a couch, wearing nothing but black pants, his well-toned athletic body bare for the world to see. Wounds and bruises covered his chest and abdomen while two girls sat surrounding him. Both of them were healers, with silver hair, green eyes, and other strikingly similar features that suggested they were twins. One sat on the ground near his crushed leg and the other one sat beside him, attending to the injuries on his upper body. They both had their hands extended forward as shimmering flecks of green light rained down on Nero's injuries, gradually mending them with each passing moment. Healing magic is an implication of the light element. It is, in nature, the opposite to decay magic that stems from the dark element. Before Nero, there stood a teenage girl in her late teens with striking green eyes and black hair. Her alluring face, which hid a sense of mature beauty, was adorned with worry and concern right now. Nero noticed Amelia's worried expression and reassured her, "Don't worry, Amelia." Amelia looked at Nero's injured leg and replied, "But it looks really bad." The girl who was tending to Nero's leg overheard Amelia and chimed in, "Don't worry, Arya will fix it in no time." Despite her own name being Arya, she referred to herself in the third person like a child. Her identical twin sister, Anya, also did the same. "Yes, Anya trusts Arya's abilities," she said. Nero felt like pointing out their speech pattern but ultimately refrained from doing so. "So, what should we do now?" Amelia asked, a bit of hesitation present in her voice. "Well, on the bright side, we managed to acquire some rations at least, so we won't be dying of starvation," Nero answered, rubbing his chin, still unsure of how to advance from here on out. "We can try and attack them on our terms this time after our troops eat and get refreshed," Amelia suggested, to which Nero calmly nodded. "Yeah, we can do that," he said. "How did he do that, by the way? You were present there with him, so you should know, right?" Even though the question was very vague, Amelia understood what Nero was asking. "If you're talking about Lucas coming up with a strategy and leading all the soldiers so efficiently, then even I don't know," she admitted whilst shaking her head. "He told me that he had been observing everyone for the last couple of weeks, so he knows how everyone thinks and fights." Although Amelia said that, she herself couldn't believe those words. Observing someone and analyzing their fighting style and thought process, and then being able to move them in a way that would put them in a favorable position on a chaotic battlefield so easily, is beyond crazy. In such a short time on top of that. What kind of genius one has to be in order to be able to do that? But if that wasn't enough, he also mentioned how he predicted the enemy's movement a few times long before it happened. It really was like he could see the future. Shaking her head, Amelia shook herself out of those thoughts. No, she can't manage to get sidetracked right now. "I see," Nero muttered to himself. "Where is he now?" "Oh, he said he was going out for a stroll." Have I ever mentioned my admiration for the scent of freshly spilled blood? Not to sound like a psychopath or anything, but there's something exhilarating about the taste of iron that lingers in the back of your throat when you inhale its fragrance. But blood is not just fascinating for its scent. Its striking crimson hue and thick, textured consistency make it a stunningly beautiful substance in every way tilde. Yet, what's truly captivating is how it bleeds down a person's neck when you slice it open, slowly draining their life away. Blood is the essence of life and the sign signifying that one has a weakness. So, anyway, this virtual world did a pretty good job replicating it. All around me, I could see people tending to their injuries as the thick scent of blood filled the air. Savoring that fragrance, I strolled along casually, without a care in the world. Soon enough, I spotted the person I had been seeking. In the distance, I spotted an elven boy with tousled blue hair and matching eyes seated on the fender of a wrecked car. He was tending to a deep wound on his shoulder, struggling to wrap bandages around it on his own. Approaching him, I flashed a friendly smile and offered, "Do you need a hand?" "That's a pretty nasty wound." At the sound of my voice, Kent lifted his head, and upon recognizing me, he beamed his trademark goofy smile and exclaimed, "Right? I finally got a battle scar." First of all, I interjected, with today's medical technology, wounds can heal without leaving a scar. And secondly, you're in virtual reality so your physical body hasn't sustained injuries like this. "Oh man," Kent heaved a disappointed sigh. "Sometimes you make me sound like a dum-dum." "You are a dum-dum," Kent, chuckling. I took the roll of bandage from his hand and started unwrapping what little of it he had applied before. "What are you doing?" he asked, curiosity in his voice. "I have a healing potion," I replied, summoning a glass bottle filled with green liquid from my smart bracelet. "Let me apply it and you'll be fine in no time." "A healing potion? How did you get it?" Kent inquired. During our first month in Academy City, everything was free for students. However, now that we were in our second month, we had to use merits to purchase anything we needed. Luckily, our unit had earned a significant amount of merits during the unit test and for killing the steel-winged eagle, placing us first in the rankings. However, even low-grade potions like healing potions were incredibly expensive. First-year students who hadn't even started their first semester could only afford a few healing pills or medicinal herbs at best. Naturally, Kent was surprised to see me with a low-grade healing potion. "I have a few connections," I replied while carefully applying the potion onto his wounds. After a brief pause of hesitation, Kent couldn't help but ask, "But are you all right using it on me? Shouldn't Nero be more suited for something as expensive as this?" "Hey! Why would I ever waste my valuable items on someone who's not even my poor friend?" "Ah. So you do consider me your best friend, you big tsunder." "Whatever. I can't outright call you my pawn, of course. By the way, did you get what I asked you to?" Gazing into his eyes, I gave Kent a meaningful look. "That?" "Yeah," Kent immediately nodded his head. He dug his hands into his pants back pocket and took out a small paper pouch. "I don't know what you need it for, though." I took the paper pouch from Kent's hand and quickly slipped it into my side pocket without a word. I didn't reply to Kent instantly. Instead, I looked around and spotted a black-haired man with an expressionless face, looking at the people tending to their injuries. It was Quinn. I could swear I saw a faint smile on his lips for a moment. That bastard likes seeing people get hurt. He feels satisfaction in the suffering of others. Well, it's not like I can judge him since I'm not any better. Heh, a smirk spread across my face as I thought of something that had yet to happen. "I'll tell you what I used this for after the mock war," I responded to Kent's query, my mind elsewhere. "Okay," shrugging casually, Kent stood up. Oh, by the way, Lucas, beep. He was about to ask me something else when suddenly my smart bracelet beeped and buzzed. Amelia Black is calling, pick a decline, Why is she calling me now? Thinking to myself, I absent-mindedly picked up the call. Dash, where the hell are you? With Kent. Why? Dash, come up. We'll discuss our battle plan from here on out. Ah, sure. We'll come up in a minute. Beep. Saying what I had to say, I cut the cut and started walking, asking Kent to follow, come. Wait. Before I could walk even a step further, Kent grabbed my left arm, making me halt my steps. Kent, I calmly called out to him. Let go of my hand. I was right. Kent exclaimed. Your hand. It's healed. My left hand was still covered in bandages from the injuries I sustained during the unit test while heroically saving Amelia. For everyone else, my hand was supposed to heal in a week or two. But in truth, I had already healed my hand as soon as I came here. Why are you hiding this fact? Is it because you don't want to fight? Kent asked in a hushed tone. No, you dummy, I replied, jerking my hand off his grip. I'm a strategist. I wouldn't be forced to fight anyway. Then why? Letting out a deep sigh, I shook my head. I'll tell you that by the day after tomorrow. Why? What's the day after tomorrow? The mock war. The calculating smirk returned to my face as I heard Kent's question. The mock will end the day after tomorrow. Chapter 71. In the novel, the mock war continued for 6 days of continuous bloodshed and relentless killing. While I kind of like the depiction of so much blood, gore, and violence intriguing, as a participant, I see no reason for it to continue for that long. I mean, not to be rude or anything, but I really think there are thousands of other things that require my focus right now. So, to end the mock war early, I devised a foolproof plan. There were 2 reasons that resulted in the factor of mock war dragging out for 6 virtual days. Firstly, there was a traitor in the protagonist's class, a Grace Goodwill. She released crucial information to Class 1, C8, which made her own class struggle to fight. Secondly, Alberto was stronger than expected. During their meeting at the Academy cafeteria, all Nero had to do was release his silver-ranked mana pressure to bring Alberto down to his knees. There were 2 reasons why Nero was able to do that. First, Alberto was caught off guard by Nero. And second, he didn't try to resist since he knew this was something their class could use against Class 1A1. But contrary to the cafeteria incident, in reality, defeating Alberto wasn't that easy. Not only did his gift buff all his physical stats by 60% and gave him an armor-like exoskeleton, but he was also a formidable fighter. Yes, he was definitely very, very strong. Plus, in the novel, Alberto never took on Nero alone, unlike their last fight, which happened because I intervened with the plot. In the novel, Alberto and one of his sidekicks, Jason, along with 8 of the strongest members of Class 1, C8, ganged up on Nero. That, added to the fact that Class 1A1 had no food supply, brought them all to near defeat. As a result of this, Nero had no choice but to use his gift against Alberto as well, summoning out one of the heavenly swords and laying waste to everyone. That event, as I've explained before, resulted in another chaotic event that would be too bothersome for me to deal with. In short, I had 2 tasks at hand when the mock war started. First, don't let Grace meddle with our class, and second, find a way to make a 1v1 battle between Nero and Alberto possible. And during the battle earlier today, I temporarily completed both of those tasks. However, the emphasis here is on temporarily, since I couldn't remove Grace completely from the equation and Nero couldn't kill Alberto during their showdown. So what do I have to do now, you ask? I'll completely eliminate Grace Goodwill and create another opportunity for Nero to fight Alberto alone. With me giving them orders, this class just can't lose. As Kent and I navigated through the wreckage and debris filling the abandoned building here and there, we finally arrived in the hall room where the big round table was set. Several people were seated around the round table, and it seemed like they were waiting for us. Well, for me. Kent was only here because I asked him to tag along. Lucas, you're here. The first one to greet me was Nero, as everyone else sat there silently with troubling expressions. I gazed around and saw all of the lieutenants alive and present here: Anastasia, Grace, William, Ella, and Quinn. Some of them had some minor cuts and wounds, but nothing that would keep them away from the next battle. Aside from them, there was Amelia, Kent, me, and a tall, well-built guy with sharp facial features and light brown hair tied into a man bun. Wait, he was Chase. Chase Woods. Why was he here? I pointed at him and casually asked, why is he here? And for some reason, that little action of mine sent Chase into a fit of fury. What the fuck do you mean, you little shithead, he roared. Do you have a problem with me, you motherfucker? Right. I almost forgot how vulgar and short-tempered he was. What should I do now? Let's just ignore him. So that's what I did. I stared at him without a speck of emotion present on my face. What? Do you have a problem, fuckface, I cling? Before he could continue to spit out vulgarity from his mouth, Anastasia, who sat right beside him, chimed in to stop him. Okay, Chase, calm down. And you too, Lucas, calm down. Almost simultaneously, Nero spoke up too. Yes, Lucas, we don't need to start a fight between us right now. Surely you must understand that. And you, Chase, tame your tongue. What the hell are they talking about? Why were they asking me to cool down when I didn't even say a word? A frown of confusion appeared on my face when I heard them both. I looked around and everyone was anxious or thrilled for some reason. Lucas, right then, Kent called out to me. When I turned my gaze to him, he pointed at my right hand with his eyes. Put your hidden blade back. Let's calm down, yeah? Huh? I instinctively looked down and saw that I had pulled out my hidden without even realizing it. Frowning, I retracted the hidden black back in my sleeves. My bad, I don't know how it popped out. IIT's fine, with a relieved expression, Anastasia waved her hands. By the way, I was the one who brought Chase here because I wanted to discuss making him the leader of Squad 6, whose previous leader was killed just now. Right. Squad 6 consists of some of the strongest close combatants we have to offer. Their role is to act as the vanguard for the rest of our troops. But their leader was killed during the battle, so now we have to appoint a new one. During the battle, Anastasia and Chase fought side by side since I intentionally positioned them both together. Despite their spitting opposite personalities, they both make a good combo. Maybe as a result of that, they both bonded and quickly developed a friendship, which was supposed to happen later in the story. Is that so? I raised an eyebrow. But unfortunately, we can't do that, Anastasia. Oh yeah? And who the fuck are you again? Before Chase could speak up, Anastasia put her hand in front of him. Why is that? Anastasia inquired calmly. I fought with him on the battlefield, so I know he's more than qualified enough to fill the position. That's because I have a candidate of my own who I want to suggest making the leader of Squad 6, I said before pointing my thumb at the blue-haired elven boy beside me. It's him. That twat. You are suggesting he should be the squad leader instead of me. The first one to disagree was, of course, Chase. Wait, me? While Kent was just surprised that I took his name without any prior warning. That's stupid. The third person who retorted to my decision was William. His duty is to watch the left flank. Whoever leads the vanguard shouldn't even bother him, so why was he showing his disagreement? Well, if our center formation breaks, then the left and right flanks will be attacked next. He just probably doesn't want to trust his back to someone weaker than him. Chase is clearly stronger than Kent, William stated before a pause. We should have him lead the vanguard. Yeah, I was right. Do you have any specific reason, Lucas? Nero questioned, to which I simply nodded my head. Yeah, I replied. I only trust Kent. Chapter 72. Nero's expression turned sour as he asked, so you only trust him? You don't trust the rest of our troops. Tack. Chase slammed his hands on the round table and overreacted, as usual. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You don't think the rest of us are good enough? He rose from his seat and started to approach me, but Anastasia quickly got up herself and blocked his path. Chase, control yourself, she shouted. Sorry, only when she did that Chase relented like a puppy, backing down and looking away. Ha. Exhaling loudly, I took a few steps forward and stood in front of Anastasia and her puppy. Chase, I have a simple question for you. Answer it truthfully, and I won't oppose you taking the leadership of N Squad. Yeah? What's the question? Chase bared his teeth. If I ordered you to charge at the enemy, alone and without reinforcements, just to create a distraction for our forces during a battle, would you do it without hesitation? Would you follow my orders without questioning me? What? You're asking me if I would rush into my own death? A look of ridicule appeared on Chase's face. Like fucking hell I'll do something like that. No one will do that. Exactly, I nodded in agreement. You don't trust me. You assumed that doing what I told you would result in your death. You don't trust me, and honestly, I don't trust you either. Chase tried to utter something, but I interrupted him. I don't have something against you, Chase. N Squad is our vanguard, and the upcoming battle with Class 1, C8 might determine the winner of this mock war, I said before continuing. Since Amelia has given her position to me, the burden to craft a strategy that would make our class victorious rests on my shoulders. I need the leader of our vanguard to be someone who I can trust. Someone who will follow my orders without an inkling of hesitation. I'm only the mind behind our class, that's why I need hands that I can rely on. Silence. Complete and utter silence filled the room. No one spoke a word, some looked uninterested, some had their eyes fixed on Chase and me, while some just sat there with surprised expressions. Perhaps they didn't expect such a serious answer from me. In that silence, Ken was looking at me with starry eyes. I, of course, just ignored the guy. I see, Nero was the first to break that silence. If you think Ken can carry out your orders on the battlefield, then sure. I'll put him in charge of N Squad. But now, what do we do with Chase? He was in G Squad and it's all but wiped out now. I know. I suggest we put Chase in defense guard for our sharpshooters, I said before turning to look at the boy in the spotlight. If you're okay with it, of course. Since sharpshooters, or long-range fighters, can't fight properly in close range, there is usually a defensive line of soldiers formed around them. The leader of our sharpshooter squad is Anastasia Bigod, the girl Chase has taken a liking to, already on his path to becoming the fated love rival of our protagonist. I believe that if I suggest to him a position close to her, he won't refuse it. I mean, come on, I'm basically playing his wingman here. Sure, and just like I had predicted, the puppy instantly agreed. I'll join the defense guard. Heh. Predictable little fool. With that, we can move to the main focus of this meeting. Okay, good, Nero nodded happily after avoiding what could have been a potential conflict. With that, we can now move to the main focus of this meeting. After saying that, he looked at me. Lucas, although you aren't the head strategist I assigned originally, you did get us out of a situation that could have resulted in our loss. Lies. This bastard was lying with a straight face. No way a bunch of teenagers could defeat a monster like him. If push had come to shove, he would have used his gift to single-handedly eradicate the enemy class. But of course, I can't say that to his face because I, or the rest of the world for that matter, shouldn't know about his gift yet. So with an amicable smile, I replied, it was my pleasure to help. So why did you take her position? Huh? Out of nowhere, Ella raised a question. If it was you helping us, then why did you have to take Amelia's position as the head strategist? You could have just suggested your strategies to her and asked her to convey them to us, or, better yet, you could have taken only temporary command. Why did you take her position? Oh, this girl. I haven't talked to her since coming into this world, so it slipped my mind how much of an analyst she was. Shrugging, I was about to reply when Amelia chimed in. I gave up my position to him on my own. Oh. Wait a second. Did she just defend me? No. I must be overthinking. So you're just a quitter? A thing or two didn't go your way and you just quit. Grace joined the conversation, not leaving this chance to mock Amelia. That's not it, Miss Goodwill. Before Amelia could respond and initiate an argument, I spoke up while raising my bandage-covered left hand. As you can see, my arm is still injured. I can't assist our class in battles. And the upcoming battles may very well be our last, so we need every good hand fighting in it. So? Grace arched an eyebrow. What's your point? Well, part of the reason Miss Black resigned her position to me was so that she could assist you all in battle. The other part was that I'm naturally a brilliant strategist, of course. They all awkwardly fell silent as I said those words. Even Kent, who was looking at me with stars in his eyes, facepalmed embarrassingly. What? Why are they all acting like I'm some kind of a narcissist or something? Anyway, coughing dryly, I continued. Miss Black will assist you in the upcoming battle, and I'll be your sole strategist. I turned to Ella as I said more, that is all the reason you need to know why I took her position. Anything else? Ella looked at me for a moment with her usual stoic face and replied, no, that's all. Foo, letting out an exhausted sigh, Nero said, okay, now all that out of the way, let's begin our strategy meeting. After that, we engaged in a heated exchange of ideas and battle plans. Sigh, the boring part is over. My lips pursed up into a faint smile as I thought of future events. It was finally my time to join the battle, from the shadows, of course. Chapter 73. Following our discussion of the battle plan, Nero assigned camp duties to those who were not severely injured. Anastasia and her sharpshooters were assigned to the night guard duty, while Amelia was tasked with preparing food. Those who possessed the ability to use healing magic worked diligently to treat the wounded. Additionally, a new reconnaissance squad, led by William, was established to monitor the enemy's movements closely. Originally our plan was to loot the shopping district and seize as many resources as possible. Subsequently, we planned to blow up the entire area to prevent Alberto and his class from obtaining any of the resources. Needless to say, our plan failed. Alberto led us straight to a trap and we failed to achieve our objective. That means after our troops made their escape, their class must have also taken necessary supplies from the shopping district. Furthermore, our forces sustained a greater number of casualties and injuries than their class. While our situation was not dire, it was far from ideal. However, this did not pose a problem for me. Even if I were to lead only half the number of troops that their class possesses, I am confident that I could outwit them any day and emerge victorious. I'm not being overconfident here. But you have to understand there's no one in this academy who could defeat me in strategies and tactics. And while I do agree that there's more to winning a war than only out-strategizing your enemy, the essence of all warfare is deception. It is as Sun Tzu, the master of warfare, said, we are able to attack, we must seem unable, when using our forces, we must appear inactive, when we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away, when far away, we must make him believe we are near. And what is deception if not manipulating your target? Tomorrow, we will win. I'll end the mock war, an event that was supposed to drag on for 6 days in 4. Hey, right when I was lost in my thoughts, a soothing yet irritated voice reached out to me from my left. Pass me the breadcrumbs and stop dozing off. It was Amelia. We had set up a campfire behind the half-demolished building that we were using as our base. Here, we were preparing food, just the two of us. Since my additional subject was cooking, I was asked to help her. Yes, for reference, it was awkward as hell between us. I'm not dozing off. You are dozing off. Sure, whatever. Just pass me the breadcrumbs. I was dozing off. It's been 2 days, well, 2 virtual days, since I had a good night's rest. I had to sleep on a hard, cracked and dusty concrete floor since the next best option was sleeping on a chair or sleeping outside. Many cadets brought sleeping bags with them, but I forgot to pack one. Sigh, sometimes I think, am I really intelligent or dumb? Thank you. Pass me that knife too. After I handed her what she asked for, Amelia demanded a knife. Sighing, I passed it to her too. Hooah, out of boredom and exhaustion, a yawn escaped my mouth. Tack, tack, tack. As I said, the silence between us was awkward. To pass the time, I looked up and started gazing at the night sky full of stars. Even in this virtual world, the starry sky that was illuminated by the dim light of the moon felt so real. As I was looking up, I noticed Amelia sneaking glances at me. She had been doing this for a while. What is her problem? If she has anything to say, then shouldn't she just say it outright? What is it, after finally being done with her, I asked. Huh? If you have something on your mind, just say it. I don't. Fine. I understand why she was acting this way. The Lucas Morningstar, whom she has deemed the worst scum in human history, the good-for-nothing waste of space, not only saved her during the unit test but also selflessly helped their class from suffering a crucial defeat. It's hard to believe that people change, especially someone as far gone as Lucas was. Actually, I do have something to say. There it is. I know what she will ask. She'll ask how did I change this much or what I am planning by doing all the things I'm doing and stuff like that. What is it? I asked, playing cool. You never apologized, she said in a low voice, gritting her teeth and clenching the knife in her hand. Despite her actions, her expressions weren't that of anger or rage. No, she looked sad if anything. I see. So this is what she wants. If she's asking this, then I assume she's conflicted about forgiving me. It would be very easy to just apologize and slowly turn her into my pawn. However, it's because I won't. Amelia looked at me, a hint of anger present in her eyes this time. So you don't feel guilty for what you did? That's not the point. People change, Amelia. I won't apologize for something that I have done in the past because I'm not that person anymore. But I will say this, I am not that person anymore. I won't lie. I do feel guilty sometimes when I look at her and I don't know the reason for it. However, I am not going to apologize for it. After all, why would I have to apologize for something I never did in the first place? And I really am not that Lucas of the past. I really am a different person. Tack. She slammed the knife against the flat stone she was using as a chopping board and spun around to look me in the eyes. With a visible look of sorrow and fury, she yelled, people change, yes. But not without owning up to their past. Even if you have changed, your past won't disappear. You broke my trust. I broke her trust? What is she talking about? What trust? As far as I can remember, both in the novel and in Lucas' memories, Amelia was just in the same school and same class as Lucas. They had no relationship or bond or anything else like that. In fact, Lucas didn't even know of her existence until a few weeks before that incident. So what trust was she talking about? Amelia, but before I could ask her about it, she stomped her feet on the ground and turned around, resuming her work. Leave it. Don't know what I was expecting from someone like you. Oh no. I wasn't going to let this matter go this easily. I could see pressing this matter right now would result in her beating the crap out of me, so I wouldn't do that right now. But I will dig into this matter again. After 30 or so minutes after that, the food was done and served. Amelia really managed to cook for 60 people alone with me helping her from the sidelines. Even though I took cooking as my additional subject, aside from boiling water, the cost of me doing anything in the kitchen would result in burning down everything. I'm kidding. I know how to cook, you peasants. Anyway, as the food was being served, I took out the paper pouch that Kent gave me. I opened it up and took a look inside. It was filled with white powder to the brim. Nodding in satisfaction, I sneakily poured some of its content into the soup that was served on one of the food plates. The first phase of my plan was done. The night passed and the morning came. Since everyone got to eat proper food after 2 whole days last night, no one had any complaints today. But of course, the war wasn't over yet. A round-table meeting was held one last time today to reconfirm our plan. I was currently making my way there while yawning. I was still feeling sleepy. Oh. On my way to the main hall, I saw a girl with long strands of black hair cascading down her back, elegantly making her way toward where I was headed. Good morning, I greeted while catching up to her. It was Amelia. She, of course, ignored me. She has been doing that since last night after our talk. Well, fine. I just want her to listen to what I have to say, anyway. Okay, I know you're still angry at me, rightfully so, but I have a question. You were part of the reconnaissance squad on the first day, right? A frown wrinkled Amelia's face as she heard my question. She was probably wondering why I was asking her that. After a brief moment, she replied with a nod, yes, I was. Why do you ask? Well, you see, I touched my chin. I was thinking about how that map of the shopping district was tempered. What are you suggesting? She asked, her interest piqued. Who was in charge of scouting the northern area? It was Quinn. Are you saying he's the traitor? I don't think so, I confidently shook my head. The reconnaissance squad was divided to scout the north, east, west, south, and center area separately. After that, they were tasked to work together and create a map. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that the traitor was someone who was in the reconnaissance squad. However, that was not possible since I knew who the traitor was. It was Grace and she was not part of the squad. So that means she must have tampered with the map after it was made. But when? Was anyone supervising the reconnaissance squad when they were crafting the map? Yes, Amelia responded. That bitch, Grace, was there keeping an eye on us. She said she would help, but she did not lend any weight. Are you saying? I knew it. That is when she must have messed up with the map. Well, not like I care about that. I already have enough proof that she's the traitor. Let's go. Without answering her question, I picked up the pace and walked past her. Let's complete the first task at hand. Eliminating the traitor. Chapter 74. So, do we have this clear? And about our flank, I'll watch the left as before. Okay, Ella, remember, your cooperation is crucial for this strategy. Are you ready? Amelia and I made it to the last strategy meeting before the main battle on time. And might I add, I was bored to death. Sighing and occasionally yawning, after a few minutes, I decided to reveal the traitor's identity. There's a traitor among us. As soon as I dropped the bombshell, the meeting, which was very lively before, fell silent. Lucas, what did you say? Nero looked at me in utter confusion. Oh, wasn't I clear? I said, there's a traitor among us. And everyone felt silent once again. I thought about this, William touched his chin and commented, breaking the silence. After all, someone added a whole sector in our map just to mislead us. It was obvious from the start, you fools, the one who made that rude comment was Quinn. And he had a point. So wait, who is this traitor you speak of? Ella asked. Do you know their identity? Yes, I do, I nodded and answered calmly. And before you ask, it took me this long to reveal this to you all because I have been collecting proofs and connecting dots to draw a solid conclusion. I see, Ella frowned. Her question was answered before she could even put it into words. So, who is it? Tell us. Or are you trying to create suspense? Yes, Lucas Morningstar, right then, the girl with blonde hair sitting right beside Ella spoke up. Do tell us, who is the traitor? Of course, it was Grace. She was trying to sound threatening with a furious smile, but I could see right through her act. She was terrified. Why wouldn't she be? In her mind, she has already suppressed me. TSK, poor girl. You are, dramatically pointing my finger at her, I answered. You are the traitor, Grace Goodwill. Silence once again descended in the room. All that could be heard was the sound of Grace hissing and puffing. She was gritting her teeth in rage. Nerves bulged out on her forehead and her face contorted. God, I didn't know she could get any uglier than she already was. Bam. Slamming her hands on the round table, she got up from her seat. With her face red in wrath, she burst into a rageful yelling. Me? You're accusing me of being the traitor? I fought on the front lines while you sat here and did nothing but bark orders. I contributed to this however, before she could continue on, I made a few taps on my smart bracelet and played a recording. Yes, they only plan to engage in battle long enough for their task force to empty the supplies and blow up the shops there. Yes, I haven't aroused any suspicions yet. No, they don't know. They don't even have a clue about what you're planning to do. Nero will be behind our vanguard along with Quinn, and William and Ella will command the left and right flanks while Anastasia will watch our backs. No, you won't have to rely on him to sabotage us. Just carry out according to my information and you'll win. Beep. And with that, I cut the recording. For a moment, a look of disbelief washed over Grace's face as everyone present in this room looked over at her. Some were curious, some were relishing this, and some were concerned. Under the gazes of everyone, Grace tried to make her last-ditch attempt to get out of this situation. It's obviously doctored. That's not my voice. You must have got someone to voice like me beforehand and then? And just like earlier, before she could present her argument, I tapped on my smart bracelet once again, and a picture projected out of its screen. It was a picture taken precisely outside the entrance of an apartment complex, with two people clearly visible in it. From the looks of it, they were exchanging words. Yes, you've guessed it. They were Grace and Alberto. What about this? Is this edited too? With a smug smile, I asked. I could legit see her alluring pale face contorting and getting redder every second. It looked like she was about to burst. And that added to the smug smile on my face, which had now been turned into a grin instead. Oh come on, she really didn't envision this happening? I told her what I would do beforehand. In the time that I gave her, she could have at least come up with a counterplan. Or did she think threatening me and hoping I would not reveal her was the best tactic? That's just wishful thinking, and I really like trampling those. That's ridiculous. We are in the same friend group. Even I meet up with Alberto sometimes, but that doesn't mean I'm a traitor. Ella, Grace's childhood sister-like friend, tried to defend her. And by friend group here, she means the group Young Elites. Oh, and in Ella's defense, she really didn't know Grace was the traitor here. Her friend told her that after the virtual war was over. No, meeting up with a member of their class doesn't prove you're a traitor alone, but in acquaintance with that recording earlier, the circumstantial evidence points towards Grace. The one who raised that point was none other than Anastasia. Grace tried to retort and come up with some kind of an excuse, but before she could even put words out of her mouth, I spoke up. Oh, and if you all still don't believe this, you can check the recent contact list on her smart bracelet. There will be a contact under the name of C. Spectre, which is actually Alberto's contact info that she has saved under a false name. Ha! You're wrong. Ella exclaimed as she stood up. Alberto's contact details aren't saved under that name in her contact list. If you don't believe me, you can check and see for yourself. That will prove your accusations are totally unfounded. She was half right. But prior to logging into her VR pod, Grace changed Alberto's name in her contact list. How did I know that? That scene was briefly shown in the novel. Grace was completely petrified from shock, with her mouth agape and her eyes about to pop out of her sockets any time now. Her reaction was understandable. No one should have known what name she changed Alberto's contact to. Then how did he know? Is probably what she must be thinking. Grace, show them. Do it and prove him wrong. Ella grabbed Grace's hand and shook her, urging her to show us her contact list, but the blonde girl remained frozen. Even though Ella was a member of Young Elites, a group of rich and bratty troublemakers, she always upheld her personal morals. Ella the virtuous. The goddess of truth and righteousness. The just warrior. These were the nicknames given to her in the novel. Even in the story, when Grace told her she was the traitor after the mock war and how she framed Lucas to take the fall in her stead, Ella almost broke her friendship with her, a friend that she valued like a sister. In fact, in the later parts of the story, Ella was the reason Grace's heart changed, and she saved Anastasia from a threat that could have very well claimed the female lead's life. And now Ella had to face the truth. The truth that her own friend was lying to her too all this time. Yes, go on, Grace, the grin on my face only widened as I said that. Show us. Prove me wrong. Please, I'm waiting. I love this Tilda. After today, when I reveal her in front of everyone, she will have no friends or allies. And if everything goes according to my plan and she does what I had predicted, in the future, no one would like to associate with her either. She will be all alone. Then, and only then, I'll play the bigger man and lend her a helping hand. She'll be vulnerable and helpless. A girl like her, who knows only how to cling to a strong person, will have no choice but to take my hand. After that, I'll slowly break her both mentally and physically before I'll finally make her all mine Tilda. That's the easiest way to manipulate someone and make them dependent on you. Do whatever you have to do. Take away their friends, gaslight them, or literally any number of things. And after they lose their mind in solitude, help them. Make them feel comfortable and slowly groom them to your liking. Ha! Poor girl has no idea what's about to happen to her. TSK. But that future was not here yet. Right now, I should be focusing on the present. Grace shook herself out of her daze and clicked her tongue. The furious look that she had before returned to her face. Grace, what are you doing? Ella kept shaking her. Show them Ella, Grace cut her off. I'm sorry. Huh? Coo whoosh. Right then, Grace quickly jerked her friend's hand off her. She imbued man into her smart bracelet until the hidden runes on it glowed and summoned her rapier. Without any delay, she willed mana into her legs and jumped on the table before dashing in my direction at inhumane speed. So that's your last effort, without a worry in the world, I kept standing there. A malevolent grin still plastered on my face when I asked, you wish to take me down with you? How obvious could she be? Swash. Jumping from the edge of the table, she lunged at me while simultaneously thrusting her rapier at my heart, intending to kill me in one blow. Sack. Sack. But right then, just before her rapier was merely an inch away from my chest, two arrows whistled through the air and hit her. One of them stabbed her in her right shoulder blade from behind, making her drop her rapier, while the other one pierced the side of her right calf, bringing her down to her knees. Argha, she let out a scream filled with agony. She must be experiencing some serious pain to be shouting like that. Well, she really disliked pain in the novel too. Two archers fired those arrows, one from behind her, Anastasia, and the other who was standing beside me, Amelia. Nero hurriedly got up from his seat, his left leg still aching ever so often, and stormed toward us. Without even speaking a word, he brought a sword out from his dimensional storage and swung it down at Grace, cleaving her head off and killing her in an instant. Like a fountain, her blood spewed all over the place, and I, who was standing right in front of her, got showered in most of it. Without a shred of remorse or sadness or disgust or any other feeling like that, I simply said, Grace must have leaked our strategy to them last night. So now we'll have to rework it all. Why were they looking at me like I was some kind of a freak? Anyhow, the first task at hand was cleared with this. One traitor had been eliminated. Chapter 75. It took me around half an hour to come up with a new battle plan and explain it to everyone. My plan was fairly straightforward. It involved precisely breaking through the enemy formation and taking out their troops individually. In theory, it's simple, but simple doesn't mean easy. On the battlefield, it will take a brilliant mind to pull it off successfully. Luckily, we have a brilliant mind on our side. Me. I'm talking about me. He. Anyway, Grace's body was thrown out of the building. Since it wasn't her real body, no one should feel sad or guilty about her death, but a lot of people had gone quiet ever since Nero severed her head off. Especially Ella. She wasn't even paying attention to the meeting. Her mind was completely elsewhere. At times, it seemed like I was the only one doing the talking here. It made me wonder, did I do something wrong? Should I have waited until after the mock war? But you see, going with the second option was entirely out of the question. For personal reasons, I couldn't have afforded to let her live for much longer. Anyway, after the strategy meeting was done, everyone got up and left to prepare for the upcoming war. According to William's reconnaissance squad, the enemy has already been spotted moving their troops to get ready. At any time now, they will deploy their soldiers for an all-out war. This time, instead of resources, the goal of the war is to make the opponent perish. After everyone had left the hall, only Nero and I remained. To break the silence, I decided to make some small talk and asked, "Where did you get that sword?" Nero's sword had broken during his fight against Alberto, which made it challenging for him to defeat Alberto. Although Alberto was strong, he was no match for Nero's strength. With his sword, Nero could take on anyone in the world and easily hold his own against them. However, he did not have his sword for the entirety of their last match. This was one of the reasons why he had faced so much difficulty in defeating Alberto. I picked it from a corpse when we were coming back while riding on the back of William's cat, he replied in an awkward tone. I see. And just like that, the silence once again returned. Maybe I should excuse myself and get the fuck out too. So, I'll go and see, but before I could get up to leave, Nero called out to me. Lucas. Yes? How did you know? How did I know what? I was confused. What was this guy trying to ask? And why was he being so serious? Everything. How do you know all the things, even the things that have yet to happen? Tell me the truth, do you have a gift that enables you to see the future or something like that? Oh, it's about that? Gosh, I was worried for a second. Why is everyone asking that? Kent and Amelia both asked me the same thing earlier. No, I can't see the future. And I do possess a gift, but it's nothing related to future sight or anything like that. In fact, future sight was a rare gift. Even in the novel, not many people possessed something like that, or it would have been very valuable and sought out. I can remember two people who possessed it. One was the head of a ruling family, an elf called Sasha Netioiv, and another was a human girl at the Ethereal Academy named Samaya Shankar. So, how did you come to possess such knowledge? Your accurate predictions of Class 1, C8's movements on the battlefield, directing William to carry me back despite me not telling you about my injured leg, and even revealing the name under which Grace saved Alberto's contact information, all seem almost impossible to know without some kind of prior insight. The more I think about this, the more I am compelled to ask, how did you know all of this? As I listened to her question, I couldn't help but let out a short chuckle. A smile formed on my face as I said, as it is supposed to end with our victory. A confused frown formed on Nero's face when he heard what I had said. This wasn't an answer to his question. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, he asked. Fine, let's take the long way, I rolled my eyes and let out a sigh. Then I proceeded to give the right answer to Nero's questions. My father is a general and is known as the Black Wolf of the battlefield. I've learned a lot about warfare from him. Warfare tactics are like chess. There are patterns and logic, and once you learn those patterns and logic, it's only a matter of how early you can recognize them in a war and effectively counter them. Essentially, it's about reading your opponent's mind and countering their plan with yours. But there are hundreds of soldiers fighting a war. How could one ever hope to read every single one of their minds? Here's the thing, you don't. You only need to read one mind, and that's the enemy's strategist. That's what I did. I read him and countered him even before the opponent's strategist could react. Then, I predicted that you would suffer injuries after going against Alberto, so I asked William to carry you back if you weren't in good shape. As for how I knew about Grace's contact list, I can't tell you that. Nero took a deep breath. All that was obviously too much for him to handle. After a brief pause, he nodded his head and responded, I see. Yeah, I nodded back. You don't have to worry, Nero. In truth, I've thought all of this through. I have done every calculation, taken everything factor, every fraction, and every variable into account. I have already predicted how all this will end. I know how this mock war will end. You do? Nero looked at me. His eyebrows arched up. Yeah, I nodded back. I know. Okay, then tell me, as if to entertain his curiosity, Nero asked, how will this mock war end? A smirk formed on my face as I heard the question that I had already predicted and answered. With a smirk still plastered on my face, I summoned a dagger from my smart bracelet and put it on the table in front of Nero. Then I got up from my chair and turned around to walk out of the door. After halting my steps right before leaving the hall, I cast a look back over my shoulders and answered, as it is supposed to end, with our victory, I started walking again to leave while adding, take that dagger with you. You'll need it. Chapter 76. In front of the half-wrecked building that acted as the base of Class 1A1, cadets were arming themselves and getting ready after having their final meal before what would be their final war in this virtual world. A silver-haired boy walked out of the building, a smile of satisfaction plastered on his face. He looked at the sight of all the cadets readying themselves as he did a little stretching himself. He had been stuck inside, doing all the boring stuff like strategy crafting and war meetings for too long. Today, he intends to have a little fun himself too. After he was done stretching his body, the boy gazed at his surroundings. His deep scarlet eyes, which seemed to have a shine of their own, widened as he found the person he had been looking for. At a distance, he saw a scary-looking black-haired boy, expressionlessly leaning his back against the wall with his eyes closed. The sun's rays filtered through the cloudy sky and illuminated him. It was as if nature itself was shining a spotlight on his figure, giving him the attention worthy of his greatness. Even though he wasn't trying to act like it, he was looking really cool, which made Lucas click his tongue. With a sour mood, he approached the black-haired boy. "Hey, Quinn," he said, waving his hand with an amicable smile. "You waiting here alone? No friend or a girlfriend to talk to?" Quinn kept his eyes closed and completely ignored Lucas' remarks. He didn't know what game the fallen noble was trying to play here, but he had no interest in it. This haughty attitude of his made Lucas click his tongue once again. He really wanted to strangle this guy to death. "It's fine, I understand," Lucas said, trying to show that he didn't mind being ignored. "I don't have any friends either. Well, maybe one, but that's it. Not many people like talking to me even after I proved myself by commanding our troops." Quinn turned his gaze to Lucas, his expression filled with malice and irritation as he spat, "You deserve your solitude. I chose to live in it." With a cold stare, he closed his eyes again. "Don't you dare think we are the same," he said. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the sound of their breathing, as the tension between them grew palpable. Finally, Quinn broke the silence with a cold whisper, "You'll never understand what it means to be truly alone." Lucas' eyebrow twitched in irritation, but he didn't say anything immediately. After a brief moment of silence, he took a long breath and began speaking. "Perhaps you're correct. I may not fully comprehend the depths of solitude. However, I do know of someone who does. This individual was born and raised in captivity, subjected to experimentation by their own biological father as if he were nothing more than a mere lab rat. While still a child, his father dispatched him to the military border of the north, using him as a pawn in his twisted scheme. It was there that he encountered a group of orphans who, like him, were unwillingly thrust into this inhospitable environment. Though the circumstances were less than ideal, he persevered, utilizing the abilities that his father had forcibly instilled in him in order to survive. Despite his resentment towards using these powers, he had little choice but to do so if he wished to escape the confines of his oppressive existence. He wanted to leave everything behind and live a life not filled with war and blood. He desired freedom. But as time passed, he became increasingly close to that group of orphans, particularly one young girl who had found a special place in his heart. "Stop." An uncomfortable expression appeared on Quinn's face, becoming more profound by the second. But despite Quinn's request to stop, Lucas continued to recount his story without pause. For that boy, it seemed like that girl was the only person in the world who truly understood him, the real him. Slowly but surely, the boy started developing feelings for her, feelings that went beyond friendship. I said stop. The girl, to his surprise, reciprocated those feelings. He vowed to always protect her. The boy, who had been fighting solely for his own freedom, now had a new objective. He desired to fight for the girl, to shield her and ensure her safety. "Stop it." I said stop it. Alas, fate can be merciless. One day, while stationed at their military camp, a powerful vampire attacked. This was no ordinary vampire, but a noble of night. The soldiers valiantly fought, but were swiftly overcome and perished, leaving the orphans, who were there to clean the equipment, vulnerable and exposed. Though they tried to resist and struggled to survive, the boy, in particular, fought fiercely to defend his love. He used every spell and technique he had learned, but it proved futile. The vampire was too strong. "Stop. Shut up." In the end, the boy was too powerless to save anyone. His friends lay dead around him. And as the girl he loved breathed her last few breaths in his arms, she weakly said, "Bring me back. I will protect you," to the boy. The boy, with a wrenching heart, brought her back to life using necromancy. With his love by his side, he fought the vampire and won. He won against a noble vampire even though he was just a child. It was a feat unheard of until then. However, it was too late. The reason for the boy's life was already gone. The love of his life was dead and only her shadow was left behind. He might as well kill himself, he thought. But in the end, he was too weak even to end his pathetic existence. He lived, dreaming of the day when he'll finally be free from the shackles of this war-filled world. He was the sole survivor of the Astana camp. Even now, he walks the world alone because the only person who truly understands him is dead. Right when Lucas was about to finish his take, Quinn lost his patience and spun to his side, grabbing the fallen noble by his neck. "I don't know who the fuck told you about all this, but Quinn, I know you're the second traitor," cutting the black-haired boy, Lucas spoke. His eyes were empty of any emotions as he continued to speak in a monotonous tone, "When everyone will be fighting the enemy, you'll come back here and meet me. If you don't do as I say, I'll tell the academy about her." Quinn bared his teeth like a dog and yelled from an inch away from Lucas' face, "You wouldn't dare." "Are you sure?" Seeing the way Lucas was looking at him with his hollow eyes, a cold chill ran down Quinn's spine. He could tell that Lucas wasn't bluffing. If he doesn't comply with his request, Lucas really will tell the academy about her. No, anything but that. Quinn thought to himself. "Oh, and mind letting me go," Lucas said, shaking the necromancer out of his thoughts. "You're making quite the scene." Frowning, Quinn looked around him and saw several cadets looking back at them, whispering in a muffled tone. "TSK." Quinn clicked his tongue and let go of Lucas' neck, walking away with a face contorted with rage. As he watched Quinn's back fading into the distance, a depraved grin formed on Lucas' face and his eyebrows arched up in excitement. His previously handsome face turned creepy and he couldn't help but let out short bursts of erratic chuckles as if he had lost his sanity. Chapter 77. "Really? And he just grabbed you by your neck out of nowhere for merely saying hello? What a total nutjob." Kent commented, his face contorting in dissatisfaction. "Right? I shamelessly lied. I was so frightened that I thought I was going to die." "Oh, poor you," Kent patted my back before a fierce look appeared in his eyes. "Call me if something like this happens next time." I arched my eyebrows in a frown. "You don't really think you can take on Quinn, right?" "Of course not." Kent puffed his chest as if he was proud of something. "But we both can get our asses whooped together," he said with a stupid smile. I couldn't help but facepalm while letting out a sigh. "This guy. I swear to God I will kill this guy someday. I don't want his stupidity to rub off on me now, do I?" We were currently taking a stroll around the makeshift base right now. Cadets were still getting ready, arming themselves and drinking all kinds of buff potions and stuff. Kent must have heard all the commotion about Quinn grabbing my neck, so he quickly came down to check on me. I, to get him off my back, told him what happened. Not everything, of course. I left the little story. I told Quinn a secret. Kent, come on. The squad is waiting. Anyway, after a few minutes of small talk, an elven boy in the distance called out to Kent. Since he was now the leader of Squad 6, he had field responsibilities. The first and most basic of those responsibilities were that he had to check up on all the members of his squad, and revise the battle plan for them before going out to war. Ah, Kent groaned. It's time. I should go. I nodded. But right then, as if I had remembered something important, I quickly stopped him. Oh, wait, Kent. He halted his steps and turned around. Yeah, what's up? Do you have all your battle gear on you? I asked. Upon hearing my question, Kent cast his gaze downwards and assessed his own attire. In addition to sporting a nanometal armor, he had stowed some pain relievers in the waist bag attached to his belt. A smoke bomb was also affixed to his belt, and he also had a few throwing knives in his possession too. After confirming he had everything, Kent nodded. Yeah. I think everything I bought is on me. So there's nothing in the dimensional storage of your bracelet? I inquired. My smart bracelet? He frowned. Aside from a toy whip and a pair of pink furry handcuffs, yeah, it's empty. Believe me. A part of me wanted to ask so many questions. But the other part of me said knowing the answers would be more disturbing than anything I could ever imagine. So, like a wise man, I pretended as if I didn't hear that statement and continued the conversation normally. Okay, give me that. I demanded. My toy whip and furry handcuffs. Kent took a step back, putting a hand over his smart bracelet. No, you idiot. Give me your smart bracelet. I replied, denying whatever ideas might be running into that dumb little brain of his. Wait, my smart bracelet? Why? He asked with a tone laced with curiosity. I will tell you the reason after the war ends, I replied. A troubling expression washed up on Kent's face as he thought of something. After all, giving someone your smart bracelet was a big deal. Not only does one smart bracelet contain their every academy-related detail, but also a potential gift they might possess that they are trying to hide and private stuff like that. After a moment or two, he replied, I mean, sure. You can take it. But how will I contact my soldiers on the battlefield or how will I receive their radio transmission? I shook my head. You won't need it, I said. Since you're in the vanguard, your squad will closely work together to break through the enemy formation. Since that's all your job, you won't be relying on communication with the rest of the troops. Plus, since his position is in the front, he'll die first. But I don't need to tell him that. Kent touched his chin for a moment before finally agreeing. Okay, I mean, if you want it, then there must be a reason. I hummed. But right when I was about to stretch my hand, Kent added. There's a favor I ask in return for this. Arg. I knew it. I was thinking why he didn't use this chance to ask for something stupid in return. Barely stopping myself from rolling my eyes, I forced a friendly smile and asked, what is it that you want? Nothing big, he replied. After this is over, let's go do some clubbing. I frowned. You do know that clubs and bars and stuff like that aren't free for us anymore? We'll have to use our merits to get into them. I know, he responded with a happy nod. But what are a few merits for some moments of bliss? What the fuck does that even mean? Sighing, I decided to agree to his condition. I didn't want to waste any more time on this stupid conversation. Fine, I agree. Not like this. Give me your word. Letting out a deep, irritated breath, I spoke through gritted teeth. I give you my word that after this is over, we'll go clubbing. Nice, he said as he unstrapped his smart bracelet and handed it over to me. Okay, I should go now. Bye, he said and hurriedly walked over to the rest of Squad 6. Foo, looking at the smart bracelet in my hand, I nodded. All the preparations have been completed. Now all that's left is beating the ever-living fuck out of Quinn Darkstar. In the heart of an abandoned metropolis, the landscape was dominated by ruined buildings, fractured roads, and the remnants of automobiles all around. Amidst this eerie scenery, a group of approximately 60 individuals made their way through the desolate concrete jungle. Some traveled along the cracked roads while others leaped from one dilapidated building to another, providing cover to their companions below and keeping a cautious lookout for any potential dangers that lay ahead. One of the scouts, while jumping from one of the ruined buildings, spotted a crowd moving their way. I can see them. 900 meters at 12 o'clock. They're heading for us, he quickly alerted the rest of his comrades. In the middle of their formation was Nero. He immediately ordered, we will do as planned. I will move out along with 2 squads. We will lure the enemy back while you guys set up an ambush here. As soon as the enemy steps into your range, fire. When they're in disarray, our vanguard will move out and break through their formation so that we can start picking them apart one by one. Got it. In response to Nero's question, everyone present there nodded their heads. A battle in the middle of a city is more complex than a battle on an open field. There are many complex variables to consider in the case of the former. Can the enemy use the buildings as cover to flank them? Can they themselves take advantage of the cover somehow? Will the enemy climb onto roofs and attack from higher ground? And many more things like that. However, to counter all those problems, an army just needs 2 things, a capable commander capable of taking charge and leading their soldiers into the battle, and a brilliant tactician capable of turning the tides of the battle at any given moment. Unfortunately, Class 1A1 had both of those things. They had a good commander like Nero and, even though some of them might not admit it in public, a brilliant strategist like Lucas. With that, their confidence was through the sky and their victory was all but certain. But right then. I'm going back. Quinn spoke those words. What? Nero, thinking he had heard wrong, turned around to look at Quinn and asked. What did you say? I said, I'm going back. No, he didn't hear wrong. Quinn definitely said he wanted to go back. But why? Before Nero could ask, Amelia, who was marching right behind Quinn, spat, "What? What do you mean by you want to go back? This is a war, Quinn. A virtual one at that. Haven't you already been to one of the real ones?" Why, before Amelia could continue to run off her mouth, Quinn turned his head around and gave her a death stare. Matching her gaze, Amelia instantly felt immense pressure crushing her down. In response, she circulated mana inside her body and regained strength to stay on her feet. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" she yelled. "If you got this much rage in you, then take it out on the enemy." "Amelia, stop." Right then, Nero waved his hand and gestured to them to stop fighting. "Quinn, what's the matter?" "I want to go back to base for personal reasons," Quinn replied. "I see," Nero nodded. "But I won't allow you. I order you to stay here with us and fight." "And I refuse to obey those orders," Quinn responded while putting his hands over the twin daggers on his waist belt. Seeing this, Nero asked, "You ready to fight for it?" With a resolute expression, Quinn nodded. Nero couldn't help but massage his eyebrows at the turn of events. After a few moments, he nodded, "Fine, go back. But know this, you'll receive punishment for abandoning your post when we get back." Whatever, Quinn didn't even bother to spare Nero another glance and turned to leave. "Wait, we can't let him go like this." Amelia confronted Nero. "He is, after all, one of our top fighters." "It's fine," Nero waved his hands again before a thoughtful expression took over his face. After a brief pause, he continued, "Actually, Lucas already altered me about the possibility of something like this happening." Amelia couldn't help but frown as she exclaimed, "What? He did?" "Yes. He said he'll explain everything after getting back, and we should follow through with the plan without Quinn." Nero nodded before turning back and looking up ahead. "Anyway, let's focus on the war up ahead. Since Quinn is not present with us now, I'll take Anastasia with me while you take her place. Set up an ambush here and wait for my signal." Amelia, with her mind someplace else, nodded thoughtlessly. In truth, she couldn't help but keep a certain silver-haired boy out of her thoughts. She couldn't help but think, just what game was he trying to play here? Chapter 78. In the novel, Class 1A1 only had one traitor amongst them, Grace Goodwill. So that's why until recently, I too had believed that we only had to deal with one traitor. However, some of the recent events made me question myself and the novel's storyline itself. You see, Quinn, the perfect necromancer, had the ability to summon hundreds of minions to assist us in our fight against Class 1C8. But not only did he not do it, but he also didn't kill any of the enemy soldiers either. Not a single one. You're telling me that Quinn Darkstar, the one whom they call the perfect necromancer and the calamity bringer, couldn't kill a single teenager running at him with a weapon? Yeah, I call bullshit. I kept a close eye on him while barking orders. He didn't kill any soldiers, nor did he provide cover for his allies. He might have thought that his inaction would go unnoticed amidst the chaos of the battle, but I noticed everything. I always notice everything. Of course, his uncooperative attitude wasn't enough to confirm his role as the second traitor, so I didn't bring this matter up to anyone. However, there were more signs than that. For example, he didn't object when Nero was chosen as our class commander, which is totally out of his character. Additionally, the area of the shopping district that he claimed to have scouted turned out to be false on the map. Furthermore, when talking to Alberto, Grace mentioned that they wouldn't have to rely on him to sabotage us, implying the presence of another traitor among us. All these signs connected, but I still lacked solid proof that I could present to Nero and the others. In fact, even I myself wasn't entirely sure that Quinn was the second traitor even at this point. So, I took a leap of faith. I confronted him and pushed him off the edge by reciting his traumatic past in front of him. This infuriated him enough to lash out at me, and I instantly revealed him as the second traitor. And just as I had predicted, Quinn didn't deny my accusations, confirming his betrayal. Tilda, I'm a genius. In truth, even before this arc began, a part of me knew there could be a possibility of a second traitor. However, another part of me denied that possibility since nothing like that was mentioned in the novel. Now, however, I know better than to trust that damn novel. This is the second time something that wasn't mentioned in the novel has happened. The first time was when I saw Lucas' memories and got to know the depth of his character. The second time is right now. Since in the novel, Grace was never caught, Quinn never had to come out of his shadow and act. In short, Quinn was just a backup. Damn that Kai Wiseman. I had to give it to him. He was a genius worthy of my applause. Most manipulators don't bother crafting a plan B in case their plan A goes wrong. But this guy, instead of being cocky, did that. He created a backup plan. And if not for me knowing the future and being a little observant, his backup plan could have just worked. Anyway, it was almost time now. In front of me was a holographic map. I could see everyone's live location on it except for one person, Quinn Darkstar. He had turned his location off, and that could only mean one thing, he was headed toward me. Foo-oo! My body was quivering, and my heart was slamming hard against my chest. Cold chills ran down my spine as my stomach churned. To be honest, at first, I thought about just sitting back and letting Nero deal with Quinn when the time was right. However, that option posed a problem. By the time Nero will deal with Quinn, it will be too late. By that time in the novel, Quinn had already caused irreversible destruction. And while I do not give one flying fuck about this world or its people, I do care about myself. Too many people died against Quinn who could have been useful in the fight against the vampire monarch. Thinking that made me realize that I could not let that happen. While I was a little scared of Quinn, I had to do something about him. Because if I only wait for Nero's useless ass, then it would be too late to save anything. I will counter this calamity before it even happens. Foo-oo. Letting out another long breath, I imbued mana into my smart bracelet until the hidden runes on it shone violet. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in my hand, and a mask materialized in my palm. It was a plain full-face white mask. Although it looked really simple and bland, it was something I had enchanted with my edit pen. This mask could create an illusion and alter my identity. Holding the mask over my face, a smile formed on my quivering lips. Yes, my body was shaking not from fear but from excitement. Now don't get me wrong. I was still a little afraid of Quinn, but at this moment, I was sure to win in a fight between us. How was I so sure? Because I had already predicted every possibility of how this fight would go down. Amidst the cluttered and desolate street, an eye-catching figure stood tall, a young boy with a mop of fiery red hair and striking silver eyes. His handsome face was complemented by his well-built and tall physique. In one hand, he grasped a bow while a quiver filled with arrows rested on his back. The surroundings were littered with wrecked cars and the decaying remains of buildings, yet the boy stood steadfastly, exuding an aura of confidence as a smirk was plastered on his face. In reality, his identity was none other than Lucas Morningstar. Lucas had used the illusion face mask prior to coming out of the base to change his appearance. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, signaling the onset of twilight, a haunting figure became visible against the backdrop of the city in ruins. With jet black hair and an eerie presence, the silhouette of a boy appeared in the midst of the beautiful yet tragic scenery. It was Quinn. With slow, powerful steps akin to a predator, he approached Lucas. Chapter 79. After appearing before Lucas, Quinn cast an emotionless stare his way before curtly asking, "And why the disguise?" "You can tell it's me?" Lucas responded with a surprised expression. "You may alter your physical appearance as much as you want, but your shadow will always be the same," Quinn replied, taking out his twin daggers from his waist belt and gripping them in his hands. Shadows never betray. Things like these reminded Lucas just how creepy this guy was even in the story. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? How is Lucas supposed to make heads and tails of that statement? So he did what any sane person would do. He completely ignored Quinn. Or at least he tried to, but his curiosity got the better of him. "What the fuck does that mean?" Lucas asked, his face contorting in a ridiculed expression. "You won't understand," Quinn retorted, his gaze momentarily drifting before regaining its composure. "You won't understand because you have yet to experience the pain of true solitude." As Lucas was about to burst out in confusion once again, Quinn voiced the questions weighing on his mind. "That aside, how did you know that I was the second traitor?" "Because as far as I can remember, I didn't slip up even once." "Not only that, but you also somehow knew about the Astana camp incident, which was suppressed in the news." "How?" As he heard him talk, Lucas' lips curled up into a smirk once again. He couldn't help but say, "Just get to the point. I know the only thing you're interested in is how I got to know about her." He waited a few seconds before speaking in a mocking tone. "Isn't that right, perfect necromancer?" Without a word, Quinn stared at Lucas with a fierce glint of rage present in his eyes. "Oh, boy. If only looks could kill Tilda." "How?" After a moment or two, Quinn finally parted his lips and asked. "How do you know about her?" "Doesn't matter," Lucas shook my head. "What does matter, however, is what I plan to do with this information." Gritting his teeth, Quinn asked, "And what do you plan to do with this information?" "I will tell the Cadet Council, of course." Boom. Almost instantly, an intense, crippling pressure fell on Lucas, nearly bringing him to his knees. "Ah fuck. It's mana pressure," the fallen noble thought. In response, Lucas clenched his jaw and enforced his body with his own mana, barely mustering up the strength to stay on his feet. "I'm done entertaining you," Quinn said, retracting his mana pressure and readying himself to attack. "Wait," panting, Lucas raised a hand. "How about we make a bet?" Holding himself back from lunging at Lucas, Quinn raised an eyebrow. "A bet? If you win, I'll leave the academy," Lucas suggested. "If I win, you will become my pawn. You will not act outside my orders ever, and do as I command you." "Ha!" A scoff escaped Quinn's lips. Before long, he broke out into a long, erratic chuckle. "Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha." Lucas patiently waited for Quinn to calm down, and when he did, he looked at the fallen noble as if he was looking at a brainless retard. "Are you stupid?" Quinn asked, amused. "I can just assassinate you after we get out of this VR. With my skill, no one will be able to track me down as the murderer. Also, why should I even trust you? You can just go back on your words when you lose." Lucas massaged the bridge of his nose as he let out a sigh before answering with, "Well, you can't do that. Because for starters, I have recorded this whole conversation. So if I die within the next few days unnaturally, the first person they'll suspect would be you." As he said that, Lucas couldn't help but internally shake his head. Really, this guy. He fell for the oldest trick in the book. Wasn't he supposed to be smart? Lucas continued, "And besides, I have a detailed document in my Docs app, which will automatically be sent to the Cadet Council if I don't log in with my password every day. In that document, I have claimed that you have her in your possession. You surely don't want them to take her away, do you now?" "You're bluffing," Quinn exclaimed. "That is the oldest bluff in the book." "Yeah." Unfortunately, this wasn't a bluff. After seeing Quinn for the first time in this world, the first thing Lucas did was secure a way to ensure his own safety from this guy during his time in the academy. "I could be bluffing," Lucas shrugged. "But do you really want to take that risk?" The grin on Quinn's face was wiped out and all that replaced it was a troubling expression. After a moment of contemplating, he spoke, "If you don't leave the academy even after I defeat you, I will definitely kill you without caring about the consequences." "Hey, believe me," Lucas raised his hands. "I give you my words. And I always keep my word." This was one of the few instances when Lucas wasn't lying in any way. Even in his past life as Noah Lambert, despite all his toxic and eccentric personality traits, he never went back on his words. This was perhaps the only redeeming quality of his. After a few minutes of dreadful silence, Quinn nodded his head. "Fine then, I'll play along. Besides, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be so terrified of my sight that you'll leave the academy on your own." Lucas didn't give him a response. There was no need to exchange any more words between them. From now on, they will let their weapons do the talking. Foo-oo. After a few seconds of silence, Lucas let out a deep breath. Swoosh. Willing mana into his legs, Quinn lunged at Lucas with incredible speed. Lucas didn't waste any time either. He picked an arrow from the quiver on his back, imbued it with mana and knelt it on his bowstring before drawing it back. Taking aim at the blackhead who was charging at him like a bull, Lucas released the string and shot his arrow. Thousand falling needles strike, the arrow that Lucas shot suddenly split into 6 azure darts and rained down on Quinn. However, the necromancer acted swiftly and firmly planted his feet on the ground to gain a footing. With a single, powerful slash of his dagger, he obliterated all 6 azure arrows in a flurry of sound and motion. Thwoosh! Dack, dack, dack! The arrows instantly disintegrated into fine particles of azure light, unable to withstand the force of Quinn's strike. Is that all? Quinn looked at the fallen noble with a smirk. You think you can go against me with this level of strength? TSK. Lucas clicked his tongue and quickly took out another arrow, but before he could knock it on his bow, Quinn's figure disappeared. In the next moment, to his horror, Quinn suddenly appeared in front of Lucas out of thin air. Fuck! Lucas cussed, widening his eyes in shock. Quinn, enforcing mana into his arm, planted his fist into Lucas' abdomen and sent him flying a few meters back. Thwack! Chapter 80. Ku-ah! Hua! Ha! Ha! When Quinn's fist connected, Lucas felt air gushing out of his lungs. Everything momentarily blacked out before he was sent flying back a few good meters. His body fiddled on the ground like a flat stone on the water surface before finally coming to a halt. He soon came to his senses, however, and violently coughed up a mouthful of blood before gathering the strength in his body and getting up on his feet. Fucking hell, Lucas cursed, wiping the blood from the side of his lips. He held the in his hand tighter and looked at Quinn, who had a haughty smirk on his face. Despite realizing the stark difference in power between himself and Quinn, which would typically cause fear or despair in any normal person, Lucas inexplicably felt irked upon seeing him smirk. Honestly, he just wanted to beat the shit out of his face. Clicking his tongue, Lucas raised his bow and took an arrow while simultaneously imbuing it in mana, before narking it quickly on the bowstring. Quinn responded by enforcing his legs with mana. The ground beneath his legs cracked when he took off, dashing toward Lucas at breakneck speed. The archer took aim and drew back the string before locking and releasing it. Swoosk! The arrow whistled through the air and shot at the black-haired boy, but he destroyed it with a slash of his dagger. Dack! His dagger art is troublesome, Lucas thought in his mind, standing still. Tack! Right then, Quinn, who was rushing forward with his daggers out for blood, felt his leg breaking a thread. Tripwire! Quinn exclaimed, realizing almost instantly what he had done. He had activated a tripwire. That means his opponent has set up traps in this area beforehand. Swook! As if waiting for that cue, an arrow from the window of one of the nearby ruined buildings shot out at Quinn. Quinn widened his eyes in surprise, but he reacted quickly and hopped a few steps back. Tack! The arrow landed on the ground where he stood before, making Quinn think that he was safe, but right at that moment. Swook! Pierce! An arrow pierced Quinn's left leg from behind, his blind spot. Arg! Quinn grunted. He realized that the first arrow was a fake. The real trap was this arrow. Lucas predicted that he would jump back to avoid the first arrow. Although this left a sour taste in Quinn's mouth, getting outsmarted by a mere brat who has never even experienced war and bloodshed, what could one arrow even do against him? It stung to get hit, but that's all. Gritting his teeth, Quinn was about to raise his leg to get the arrow out of his calf when suddenly a wave of drowsiness washed over him and he fell to his knees. Arg! Grunting again, he couldn't help but wonder what was happening. What the fuck? Good right? Lucas said while setting an arrow on his bow. I got 2 crossbows while choosing our secondary weapons. Here, I used them to set up a tripwire trap. As he explained that, he shot another arrow at the necromancer. Swook! But right when the arrow was just an inch away from Quinn, he caught it with his bare hands and broke it. He then looked down to his left leg, the area that was pierced by that trap arrow earlier, and what he saw shook him. Instead of a normal arrowhead, the arrow that pierced his left calf had a syringe attached to it. In a fury, he looked in front to see Lucas and roared, "You coward, what have you injected me with?" Oh, that? Lucas pointed at his leg playfully. That's just some watered sedatives like diazepam, doxepin, Romeltian, and other stuff like that. Why you fucker? Quinn cursed while getting up. Lucas chuckled, seemingly proud of his actions. I've actually been secretly adding all these crushed sedatives to your food since last night. That's why you've been feeling tired and sluggish. At that revelation, Quinn was left flabbergasted. Just as Lucas mentioned, he had been feeling drowsy all this time, but he didn't think much of it and blamed it on exhaustion. Of course, he kept circulating mana in his body to keep himself functioning. But now, since a huge load of sedatives was directly injected into him, Quinn could actually feel his mind shutting down. Harara! Harara! Breathing became difficult for him and his heart rate slowed down dangerously. Not long after, his head started spinning and he felt wave after wave of drowsiness washing over him. Swook! To seize this chance, Lucas shot an arrow but Quinn, even in this state, deflected it using his dagger. Wow, Lucas spoke, impressed. That right there, what you're experiencing now, is called respiratory depression. But even in this state, you're able to react to my arrows. You fool, Quinn spoke, regaining some of his strength and breathing properly. You think these cheap tricks will work on me? No, Lucas didn't think that. He knew few sedatives, especially those meant for human usage, wouldn't be enough to put down Quinn. But still, when Kent went out to the shopping district, Lucas asked him to look for a pharmacy and bring any drug he could find. Why did he do that? Don't worry, Lucas said. I know better than to hope this would be enough for you. Then why did you even bother with this? Asked Quinn while standing up, his condition seemingly getting better than before. Thankfully, since Quinn's mana core is only at bronze 3 at this point in time, he still has to actively circulate mana in his body to suppress any harmful toxins. Unlike those with a silver-ranked mana core, his body can't get rid of those toxins on its own. Why, you ask? Lucas repeated with a mocking smirk and narked an arrow on his bow. Because now you'll have to use mana to even keep standing properly while simultaneously fighting me. For the sake of simplicity, it was a handicap. Quinn will have to actively use his mana for casting spells, enforcing his body for close combat, and suppressing the effects of sedatives. Not only will this put a strain on his mana core, but it will also tire out his mind. It might seem like a cowardly tactic from Lucas, but in reality, it was a perfect plan to fight a much stronger opponent than himself like Quinn Darkstar. Chapter 81. Now, why don't you just admit defeat and become my pawn, yeah? Lucas laughed. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me in your current state. I'll make this a battle of endurance and you'll lose. Quinn replied with a roar, if you think this can stop me, you're a fool. Immediately, dark, ominous energy enveloped him, crackling around him like a swirling tornado. Powerful gusts of wind erupted, causing Lucas to squint his eyes in discomfort as the black vortex in front of him only grew even taller and wider. Must I always jinx myself? Lucas sighed, resigning to his stupidity and hopping a few meters back to create a safe distance between himself and his opponent. From the shadows, I call forth the spirits of the departed. From the center of the black vortex, a thundering sound reverberated throughout the world. The dark energy swirling around Quinn began to take humanoid shapes. Only now did Lucas see that this ominous energy was coming from the shadow beneath Quinn's feet. Rise. As soon as Quinn said that, the shapes materialized completely and around 30 or so humanoids and mana beasts like bears, wolves, giant mantis, etc. appeared before Lucas. Quinn had used his perfect necromancy spell. The reason why he was called the perfect necromancer and others who practice necromancy did not hold that title was not one, but quite a few. For starters, instead of using flesh and bones to bring back the dead, Quinn uses a person's shadows. When someone dies, he traps a part of their shadow on his own and calls them forth when in need. That means, as long as he can keep supplying his shadow minions mana, they would keep coming back to life, unlike other necromancers' flesh and bone minions. These minions of his are completely obedient to him and have no free will whatsoever. They are puppets and Quinn is the puppeteer. Sensing that things were getting heated up, Lucas got serious himself. Come on, you fucker, he beckoned, taking out a glowing arrow from the quiver on his back. Charge! Quinn barked, and at his command, the horde of his shadow minions immediately rushed at Lucas. The archer didn't waste any time and drew back his bowstring before releasing it and shooting the shining arrow aimed directly at Quinn. Swook! The arrow wasn't very fast, but due to his weakened state, Quinn knew dodging it was impossible. And since the arrow was glowing, he really didn't want to be hit by it. God knows what trickery it might be this time. Thwack! Before the arrow could hit Quinn, his largest minion, a gigantic black bear-like mana beast made of shadow, stepped in front of its master, shielding him from the incoming attack. Thut! Dack! However, to Quinn's surprise, when the arrow hit the bear, it radiated a blinding white light for a moment, making the bear fall back on the ground before its body started smothering into nothingness. In a matter of a single second, the bear's body vanished completely without leaving a trace. Quinn could still feel the bear in his shadow, but it was severely weakened and would take a long time and so much mana before he could call it out again. When that happened, he quickly understood what had happened. That arrow must have been enchanted with light magic, he concluded. His dedication was on point. This was an arrow that Lucas had crafted before this event started. Null attribute light arrow info, a relic arrow that can nullify a dark magic spell or deal damage to the user up to bronze rank and will severely weaken those above it. Rank, bronze but of course, this wasn't Quinn's first time dealing with such a situation. Being a veteran user of dark magic, he knew just how to counter light magic. There were two ways. The first was that he could supply his minions with so much mana that they would instantly regenerate after receiving damage. However, his current condition made him unable to do that. The second and only option was to avoid getting hit by one of those arrows. Since enchantment is hard and expensive, Quinn was sure Lucas must not have many of those arrows. However, what still puzzled him more than anything was the fact that Lucas bought something like that here. It was almost like he knew he would be fighting him. This made him question, can Lucas see the future? Because this does seem like something only a person with the future sight could do. Who? Shaking Quinn out of his daze was the sound of Lucas letting out his breath. The big one down, he said. But there was no time to rest for him. The horde of Quinn's shadow minions was still rushing at him. Lucas quickly shot another arrow before coating it with a thick layer of mana. The arrow split into 6 darts and hit several of the weak incoming humanoid shadow minions like tiny missiles. However, since this was all he could do with the bow, it was time to change weapons. The bow in Lucas' hand shone brightly before disintegrating into light particles and getting stored in his smart bracelet's dimensional storage. Almost instantly, he summoned a long shiny red spear in his hand. Taking a low stance, he aimed the head of the spear at the incoming crowd of shadow minions before he rushed at them himself. Arrah! Letting out a battle scream, Lucas dashed headfirst towards the horde before thrusting his spear at one of the incoming shadow wolves, impaling it. But the wolf was not dead yet. After all, since it was already a dead being, it couldn't die. So to keep it in place, Lucas kept the spear impaled before he chanted a spell in High Elven. Tona True Palmer. It was a zap touch spell. A burst of electricity erupted from Lucas' palms before it traveled down the spear's metal pole and electrocuted the shadow wolf. However, since it was a dead being and didn't possess a nervous system, it didn't feel any pain. But that didn't mean it registered no damage. The electricity disturbed the shadow construct of the wolf's body, rendering it immobile for a while. But he wasn't going to get any rest. As soon as he made the work of the wolf, a giant mantis appeared over him and swung its scythe at him to cut him in half. Cling! Lucas reacted quickly. He retracted his spear and used it to block the scythe of the giant mantis, causing a sound of metal clashing against metal to resound in the air. Ignis Ratoem. He chanted a spell in High Elven, and almost instantly, a blazing sphere of fire manifested in front of Lucas before hitting the mantis right in the face. Boom! Smoke rose from the mantis' face, blocking its vision. Lucas used this chance to slip under the giant mana beast and make a run for Quinn. Yes, he was targeting Quinn. Is that so? Seeing Lucas coming straight for him, the necromancer raised an eyebrow. Cling! He slammed his twin daggers against each other, creating sparks before he roared, "Come on then." Chapter 82. As soon as Lucas stepped into the striking range, he unleashed a fury of spear thrusts at Quinn. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cling, clang, cling. Sparks flew, and the familiar sound of metal clashing against metal resounded throughout the air as Quinn parried every thrust of Lucas' spear with his daggers. Right when Lucas thought he had the upper hand against the necromancer, Quinn sidestepped, dodging his spear, and swirled around to perform a spinning kick. Thwack! Ah! The kick landed flat across Lucas' side ribs, making him grit his teeth and grunt in pain. Quinn moved quickly and jumped a few steps back to safety after landing a hit. He was fighting with his guard up all the time, careful of his enemy's every movement. However, Lucas didn't have the luxury of being careful and taking his time. On his back was Quinn's horde of shadow minions who were about to reach him. He'll have to deal some damage to Quinn before they reach him, or he'll be stuck between shadow minions on his back and the necromancer on his front. TSK. Thud. Clicking his tongue, Lucas stabbed his spear into the ground and summoned the bow from his smart bracelet. He took out another glowing arrow from the quiver on his back, but too slow. Before he could knock it on the bow, Quinn appeared right before Lucas in the blink of an eye. Lucas was, for the lack of better words, surprised shitless. He couldn't believe that even in this state, Quinn could move this fast. How? Thwack! The black-haired boy willed mana into his right leg and kicked the fallen noble dead on his chest, sending him flying right into the horde of his shadow minions. Die, Quinn spoke as he did that. Ku-ah-ah. Carty once again, Lucas' vision blacked out for a moment before his body landed in the midst of Quinn's minions. Arg, massaging his forehead, he quickly rolled and got up on his feet. He picked up his bow that had jerked from his hand when he landed and tried to ignore the stinging pain in his chest. Fuck that guy. Letting out a few curses, he knifed the glowing arrow on his bow and closed one of his eyes before taking aim at the largest remaining shadow minion, a giant mantis. It was that same giant mantis as before, and it was coming at him, seemingly recovered from the fireball that Lucas shot him with. Stay the fuck down, he said, and shot his light enchanted arrow. The arrow pierced the head of the mantis, causing it to fall, before radiating a white light and disintegrating its body into nothingness. Lucas swiftly stowed his bow into the dimensional storage of his smart bracelet and proceeded to touch his black and red nanometal armor. With a mere mental command, the tiny nanobots constituting his armor began to retract from his body and converge into his right palm. In no time, they morphed into a spear which he firmly grasped. He was without any armor now, but he had a weapon. Gilf swowing. Right at that moment, Quinn yelled a chant for one of his shadow magic spells in High Elven before raising his palm and aiming it at Lucas. To the fallen noble's horror, Lucas very well knew what that chant was since it was one of Quinn's signature spells in the first few volumes of the novel. Although the pronunciation was a little different from what he had imagined while reading, he was sure of it. Fuck, he's casting Shadow Pulse. Lucas thought, clicking his tongue again. Suddenly, tendrils of purple lightning crackled around Quinn's extended palm. A dark, violet aura began to gather before him, coalescing into an ominous shadow energy orb. I thought you'd put up more of a fight, Quinn taunted, confident in his ability to overpower Lucas. As the orb pulsed with dark energy, the air around it crackled even more. Then, with a sudden burst of intensity, it shot out a beam of violet darkness directly at Lucas. Since all this happened in the blink of an eye, Lucas had no time to move out of the way. Chills ran down his spine as he stood there frozen with his eyes widened in the horror of his impending doom. However, at the very last second, Lucas managed to muster what little willpower he had in himself and spoke, Phoenix's embrace. Boom. Right in that very second, the beam of dark aura collided with Lucas' body and created a huge explosion. Dirt and chunks of broken concrete flew, tendrils of violet lighting crackled, and everything around the immediate vicinity of the point of collision was destroyed. Even Nero had no chance of surviving that spell head-on, much less Lucas. Dodging Shadow Pulse wasn't an easy task since the dark aura it requires to activate that spell would send chills down anyone's spine, inflicting temporary fear and shock. That was the reason Lucas was frozen like a deer in headlights. Heh, Quinn scoffed. Usually, demolishing brats like the one he had just killed wasn't even something he considered fun, but something about this guy irked him down to his very soul. He just did not only want to kill him. No, he wanted to torture him first to his heart's content. Maybe these feelings were the result of Lucas knowing about her and using that information to threaten Quinn. However, his condition right now made him unable to do anything else besides barely beating him. In fact, he used his strongest spell not because Lucas was worthy of his full might, but because Quinn had no other option. Using shadow minions to fight was taking too much of his mana and putting a strain on his consciousness. Yes, since Quinn had to control every single minion by himself with his mind, it put a great deal of strain on his mental strength. Usually, it's not something he can't manage, but right now, even standing properly was taking a toll on him. But after that last spell of his, everything was over. He had emerged victorious and now he could finally rest. Although he wanted to do the favor Kai had asked of him and help Class 1 C8 win, what he wanted to do more was fall asleep, probably the effects of all those sedatives. Letting out a satisfactory sigh, Quinn turned around and began to walk as his minions returned to his shadow like obedient pets. Swoosh, However, right then, he felt something on his back, which made him instantly spin around and look at the spot from where the smoke was rising, the very same spot where his spell made the work of Lucas. As the dust gradually settled, Quinn's eyes widened as he took in a sight that left them shocked. Standing before him was a being that could only be described as an angel descended from the heavens. It was a tall, young man with fiery red hair whose piercing silver eyes shone like an ocean on a sunny day. The most striking feature of this divine apparition, however, were the wings of pure, blazing red flames that were on his back, illuminating the surroundings with their radiant glow. But Quinn's attention was soon drawn to the youth's upper body, which was encased in sleek golden and red armor, its intricate details gleaming in the flickering light of the flames. On the youth's chest was an engraved red ruby that seemed to have possessed a shine of its own. Quinn noticed the design of the armor matched the golden earrings that Lucas had worn on his ears. That settled it. Quinn was sure that Lucas had used a relic, a powerful one, at that to survive the might of his strongest spell. Lucas began to speak as the wings of flame on his back gradually extinguished. That tickled. Phoenix's embrace. The Knight of the Starlight's gift has been used in the making of 9 disruptible armor, which is crafted by a skilled dwarven blacksmith. When attacked with magic or physical objects, the armor can reduce the strength of the attack to 1/10 of its original power, ensuring the user's protection. Once shed, the armor provides a significant boost in all stats and grants an extra life to the wearer. The armor can be summoned again, provided the user does not lose the additional life. Chapter 83. Quinn's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "You used a relic." Lucas nonchalantly shrugged and replied, "What's the big deal? Don't accuse me of being unfair. After all, aren't you Quinn Darkstar, the one they call the Calamity Bringer? This is merely a testament to your might." Before Quinn could speak further, Lucas willed mana into his legs and dashed at the necromancer, closing the distance between them in a mere second. Cling! Lucas swung his spear at his opponent's face with great might. Quinn, however, raised his hands and deftly blocked the spear with his twin daggers. Using quick footwork, Quinn slipped away and swiftly ducked down. From his crouched position, he thrust his dagger upward, intending to stab Lucas in his throat, an unguarded part that his golden armor wasn't covering. Ting! But unexpectedly, a sharp metallic sound echoed through the air and a searing pain shot through Quinn's hand. It was as if he had attempted to penetrate a thick metal wall rather than stab through flesh. What? He thought before quickly coming to a conclusion. His armor. It's negating the physical damage I deal. Quinn's conclusion wasn't far off. Lucas' armor was, in fact, capable of rendering any outside attack thrown at its wearer to 1/10 of its original strength. Nice try, but Lucas spoke and quickly put away the spear in his hand into his smart bracelet while also grabbing Quinn's hand, which held a knife to his throat, with his left hand. You can't win. As he said that, Lucas swiftly slipped his right hand under Quinn's arm before pulling him towards himself, putting Quinn off balance. Lucas then turned his body towards Quinn, and used his opponent's arm as leverage before bending his own body to flip the necromancer over his shoulder. Thwack! With a flawless judo throw, Lucas slammed Quinn crashing onto the cold, hard concrete. Car! Quinn's breath escaped through his lips in a loud gasp, and the impact left him dazed as the world momentarily turned upside down. Utilizing this chance, Lucas summoned his spear and lifted it high, preparing to strike Quinn with deadly force. Thruck! But as he struck down his spear, it met nothing but the ground since Quinn quickly rolled out of the way, missing a deadly strike by a hair's breadth. Ha! Ha! Huffing and puffing, Quinn tried to get up on his feet, but it was hard for him. He was barely able to keep his eyes open when all he wanted to do was rest. Really? You are the Calamity Bringer? Lucas taunted as he watched Quinn struggle to stand up straight. And you think you're stronger than Nero when you can't even defeat me? Pathetic. Ha ha ha, instead of the reaction that Lucas expected, Quinn broke out in a fit of laughter. You have to sedate me to even match me in combat, and even then you have to use a high-grade relic. You think before he can go on with his rant, Lucas cuts him off. So? The heavens blessed you with strength and I was given intelligence. Am I wrong to make use of what I have? Quinn remained silent for a moment before chuckling and jerking his head. Oh, really? All right then, let's curse the heavens for this. With a sudden outburst of dense, ominous energy, the shadow under Quinn's feet manifested in the physical realm. Standing beside him, a humanoid figure composed entirely of dark violet shadows materialized. The figure appeared to be a young girl, roughly 12 or 13 years old, judging by her size. Comprised entirely of darkness, the girl's long black hair flowed down her back, and her eyes consisted of two glowing purple voids. So you have finally decided to bring her out, huh? Lucas sighed, knowing that the necromancer wasn't going to admit defeat. The shadow minion that had made its appearance was special to Quinn in more ways than one. Her name was Shia, and she was Quinn's dead lover. He met her when he was forced to go to the northern border. There, at Istana military camp, he met a group of orphans who were also forcefully sent there, much like him, and she was among them. After a series of events, they became close. But one day, when a strong vampire attacked their camp, Quinn had to watch Shia die in front of him. However, unable to let go, Quinn trapped a part of Shia's soul within his shadows, bringing her back to life as his shadow minion. Gah! The girl opened her mouth and let out a beastly scream, her vampire-like fangs slightly visible to Lucas. Yes, when Shia died, she was turned into a vampire. As a result of it, when Quinn trapped a fragment of her soul to make her his shadow minion, she came back as a vampire-human hybrid. So how is that a bad thing? Well, despite being a product of Quinn's necromancy, Shia was partially turned into a vampire before her death. And it is an undeniable fact that all vampires are bound to the vampire monarch. Since Shia was partially turned into a vampire before her death, there's a strong possibility that the vampire monarch will be able to control her when he awakens in the future. So having a pawn within the human border that the vampire monarch could use to create opportunities to invade is certainly not a pleasant thought. It's a ticking time bomb. That's why if Academy officials ever learn about this matter, they will either demand Quinn to release Shia's soul and let her pass or kill Quinn himself. Dying doesn't scare Quinn, a necromancer who has walked on the edge of living and dead his entire life, but losing Shia again does. That's why when Lucas tried to threaten Quinn using Shia, the necromancer was furious. In all honesty, he'd never have summoned Shia if it wasn't for the fact that without her, Quinn was certain that he would lose this battle with Lucas. Of course, he decided to stay cautious and not let Shia use her vampiric abilities. But even without them, she was his strongest shadow slave. With her by his side, Quinn knew not even the gods could defeat them. Now, whatever happens, don't accuse me of being unfair, Quinn said, eyeing Lucas with a smirk plastered on his face. You are a descendant of the prestigious Morningstar family, the one they call Wolves of the West. This is merely a testament to the name that you hold. Chapter 84. Boom. Swoosh. Kaboom. Shockwaves after shockwaves erupted as an unstoppable object collided with an immovable object. Gower. A young girl, whose entire body seemed to have been made of darkness, jumped up high over Lucas' head before stretching out her right leg and descending down on him like a meteor, performing an axe kick. Lucas swiftly raised his right arm up to guard his face as he bent his knee and braced for impact. Thwam. Boom. Another shockwave erupted when Lucas blocked Shia's axe kick. Crevices appeared on the ground beneath Lucas' feet. He gritted his teeth as a slight sharp pain shot through his arm. Even though he had his armor on and all the physical attacks directed at him rendered to 1/10 of their original strength, Lucas still felt a slight pain. This made him think, just how strong was Shia? Well, after all, she was turned by a high-ranked vampire, so her power didn't come off as a surprise. Besides, Lucas also knew the full extent of Shia's capabilities from reading about it in the novel. However, even then, going against such a monster, in reality, was much harder than he had thought. TSK. However, right here and right now, with his nigh impenetrable defense, Lucas was unstoppable. Gripping the nanometal spear with his left hand, Lucas quickly initiated his weapon art. 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, first form, Maihuazwan. Mana seeped out of Lucas' figure and violently spiraled around the spear in his hand. He then quickly shot his left hand forward, thrusting his spear at the girl whose leg he was still blocking at breakneck speed. Thwack. Thwack. As soon as his spear came in contact with Shia's shadow body, a gaping hole was drilled open in her abdomen. Swoosh. Quickly, Shia jumped back and secured a safe distance between herself and Lucas before the hole in her abdomen started filling. She was regenerating. But as her wound healed, Quinn's face grew pale by the second. It was taking everything he had in him to supply Shia with enough mana to heal her wound. Foo-oo! Lucas let out a short breath and pointed the head of his spear forward in Shia's direction before taking a low attacking stance. Yes, if the battle goes on like this, then Lucas will come out on top. His tactic was simple: attack head-on. He knew that with his armor, no physical or magical attack could harm him. So all that was left was to slowly wear out Quinn until he fell, securing an easy victory. However, as it's been established many times before, simple didn't mean easy. The problem here was Lucas' own mana pool was depleting fast since he didn't have a high-ranked mana core to begin with. This meant that he couldn't drag this fight for too long or he wouldn't be able to defeat Quinn before the end of the mock war. And he really needed to do that here. Lucas sighed before readying himself to attack once more. Swoosh! He willed mana into his legs and dashed forward at speed incomprehensible to the human eye. But Shia was quick to react. She met Lucas' charge head-on by rushing at him on her own. As soon as he stepped into the striking range, she swung her claw at his neck, intending to sever her head off. Cling! But Lucas parried the attack with his spear before quickly taking a step back and unleashing a fury of spear thrusts at her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But the young girl nimbly dodged every thrust of his spear by either tilting her head, sidestepping, or ducking out of the way. After a few seconds, Shia finally saw an opening in Lucas' form. To exploit it, she dropped her knees and used the momentum she gained from it to spin her body and perform a leg sweep. Thwack! Her kick landed at the side of Lucas' ankle. However, an attack that should have been powerful enough to break a thick metal wall did nothing. But Shia didn't stop there. She spun her body back and quickly got on her feet before performing a reverse roundhouse kick. Thork! Again, nothing happened. Pathetic, Lucas mocked, a smirk forming on his face. Realizing her attacks were not getting through, Shia jumped back to get some distance from the invincible monster in front of her. Swoosh! But Lucas was fast to follow. He dashed straight and thrust his spear at the young girl again. Cling! This time, however, Shia caught the spear in her hand and applied strength to her grip, intending to break it and render her opponent weaponless. As if waiting for this chance, Lucas invoked his spear art once again. 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, second form, Maihuazwan. Lucas channeled mana into his spear, causing it to swirl around before he twisted his grip and twirled the weapon with all his strength. Tharok! The mana surrounding the spear spun like a tornado, and in an instant, Shia's hand that held the spear in place was shredded to pieces. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air before Shia quickly jumped back and appeared beside Quinn. The necromancer was down on his knees, panting and gasping heavily. His face was as pale as snow and it looked like he would drop dead any moment now. Just give it up, Lucas said while looking at Quinn without a speck of emotion in his eyes. You can't hope to win against me. Fuck off, as if he had found some hidden source of strength within himself, Quinn roared before forcing himself onto his feet. Shia, come. At that command, the shadow minion approached Quinn before Shia started enveloping his body, merging with her master. In just under a second, Quinn's hands, torso, and legs were covered in pure purplish darkness like gauntlets, chest protection, and foot armor. Oh, come on, dude. Lucas rolled his eyes as he witnessed Quinn going through yet another power-up. This had made it the 3rd time already. This is your last struggle, huh? This was Quinn's strongest skill in his arsenal is Shadow Rain. Quinn had used his shadow minion to augment his own body, buffing his strength and defense. Meanwhile, the battle between Class 1A1 and 1C8 underwent. C-Squad, continue your advance. Roger. Nero, rush straight up while Anastasia and her archer squad will clear your path for you. Okay. Amelia, retreat 50 meters back and watch for any potential backstab. Although Amelia was given an order, she was too engrossed in thoughts to act on it while all around her, a bloody battle waged on. Screams of agony and pain filled the air while gore and blood were all that one could see around them. Occasionally, Amelia would react and shoot an arrow or two at the enemy troops, effortlessly decreasing their number. Amelia, right then, a blue-haired elven girl called out her name. You were asked to retreat. It was Asta Aquaheart, a friend of hers. Her voice shook Amelia out of her thoughts. A frown appeared on her face as she asked, what? A look of concern became visible on Asta's face after hearing the question. Are you all right? She asked. Yes, I'm fine. Amelia quickly waved her hand to dismiss any concern Asta had for her whatsoever. Okay, Asta hesitantly nodded. Lucas has asked you to retreat 50 meters back and watch out for any potential backstab. I see, Amelia nodded. You can go to your position, Asta. I'm fine. Asta hummed before quickly joining her comrades in the battle. As Amelia watched her friend's receding figure, her mind once again wandered into her thoughts. And then, almost as if she had come to a conclusion, her eyes widened in realization. Beep. She quickly tapped on her smart bracelet a few times before connecting a call to someone. HQ, do you copy? She asked. However, no reply came from the other side. Lucas, do you copy? She repeated her words again. Is Quinn there? Are you with him? Lucas. However, once again, no reply came. TSK, in frustration, Amelia couldn't help but click her tongue. Why is he not replying? He was clearly barking instructions at them through radio transmission, so she knew he was safe and alive. But then why wasn't he replying? Touching her chin, Amelia looked around to survey the state of the ongoing battle. Following Lucas' instructions, their class had quickly broken through the enemy formation with ease. Now all that was left was to pick them apart one by one. So that's what they were doing now. William and Ella were about to press the enemy from two sides. Anastasia was providing cover to Nero as he charged forward at Alberto, who was alone with all his comrades either dead or cornered. In conclusion, the battle was already in the endgame phase. Amelia's participation wasn't necessary from here on out. She nodded and stashed her bow into the dimensional storage of her smart bracelet before she started sprinting back toward their base. Chapter 85. Boom. A loud shockwave echoed in the air. The surrounding area appeared devastated. Several craters and potholes, along with tons of debris, littered the landscape. Smoke ascended into the air, and several explosions occurred, causing wave after wave of vibration to surge through the ruined city. As that happened, the perpetrators of this destruction stood tall on the quaking ground, facing each other. One ear redhead, he was out of breath, panting heavily as he knelt on the ground. The other ear black-haired boy clad in gauntlets and armor that was made of what could only be described as darkness, seemed to be on the verge of fainting too. None of them were in their top condition, yet neither refused to give up. Just stay down, dude. Lucas yelled, clutching the spear in his hand tighter and initiating his weapon art. 6-movement lance style, blossom-shattering blast, my Hua Zwan, as mana swirled around his weapon, Lucas rushed at the black-haired boy as fast as he could. Cling! However, Quinn effortlessly thwarted the incoming attack by simply raising his hand in front of him, which appeared more like a claw after being engulfed in darkness. Swoosh! But he didn't stop there. Thwack! After he successfully parried Lucas' spear, Quinn swung his hand upward to throw the fallen noble off balance before he swiftly stepped in and landed a powerful punch on his solar plexus. Although he didn't register any serious damage, the force from the impact of the punch sent Lucas flying. Ah! Lucas tried to balance his body when he was in the air so that he could successfully land, but when his eyes landed on his opponent, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva in nervousness. Gilf swowing. On the ground, Quinn chanted in High Elven and invoked a dark magic spell. He raised his arms in the air and pointed his palms at Lucas, who was still in the air. In a flash, tendrils of purple lightning crackled around Quinn's figure, and an ominous dark aura started gathering in front of him, clustering into an orb of shadow energy. Lucas clenched his jaw and covered his arms over his chest while bracing himself for another impact. Thwoosh! The shadow orb in front of Quinn broke out into a purplish beam of darkness and struck Lucas in an instant. Thack! This time, the force of the attack sent him violently crashing inside the second floor of a ruined building. Arg! Grunting in dissatisfaction, Lucas pushed the chunks of concrete and debris aside and rose up to his feet, severely out of breath. Fucking hell, he muttered under his breath, staring at the gaping hole in the building's wall that he had just created. Why the fuck is he so goddamn strong? Despite using underhanded tactics like drugging Quinn and setting up traps, and even resorting to all-out assaults such as executing a level 3 spear art and using Phoenix's embrace, Quinn still had the upper hand. However, Quinn was still beating his ass. If not for the near-invincible protection provided by his armor, Lucas would have lost this match much sooner. Well, it's not like he didn't expect this. In fact, he knew this fight would be a tough one. Right now, after augmenting his body with Shear's shadow, Quinn was around a Platinum 3 ranked Mana Core warrior give or take. Yes, he was that strong. Merging with Shear provided him with a vampire's physical strength and dark element affinity while also simultaneously raising his stats. Because of this, when in the later parts of the story, Quinn increased his own base stats and Mana Core rank, he became unstoppable with Shear by his side. And he only became more of a monster after he made a contract with the vampires for power. He could have been the second person in history to reach the mythical rank and destroy the world if it wasn't for our protagonist, Nero Dekrauf. With his legion of undead shadow minions and unfathomable strength, Quinn was a monster among men. However, even though the story was just starting and the events that pushed him to be stronger didn't happen yet, Lucas discovered that Quinn was still leagues above him. Hee. However, that didn't scare him. If anything, he was excited as he felt a rush of adrenaline in his veins. The only regret he had was that this battle was happening in a VR world where their lives were not on the line. Although that was a bummer, Lucas was still excitedly waiting to beat Quinn and make him one of his very first pawns. Foo-oo! Letting out a deep breath and shaking his mind out of his thoughts, Lucas brought out 4 pills from the dimensional storage of his smart bracelet. 2 of them were stamina recovery pills, while the other 2 were mana recovery pills. Ope! Without any hesitation, he gulped down those pills. He then brought out a glass bottle full of some green liquid from his smart bracelet and rubbed it all over his hands and upper body. It was a rubbing healing potion. Although Lucas didn't receive much damage after he used Phoenix's embrace, he still had some wounds before he used it. He wanted to be in his top condition before exchanging some final blows with Quinn. Swoosh! Ah, speak of the devil. From the very same hole that Lucas created when crashing into this building's floor, Quinn jumped in. Bloodlust was clearly visible in his deep abyssal black eyes. Although the violet aura that shrouded his figure was diminishing, from the looks of it, Quinn was ready to drag this battle on for another hour or so, which wasn't good for Lucas. Although he had just consumed mana recovery pills, they just refilled a small, very small portion of his mana pool. And as for his stamina, well, let's just say he could only go on for 5 more minutes. Besides, the mask that he was using to conceal his identity was going to deactivate too. Oh, why was he using the mask to conceal his identity? We'll get to that question soon enough. Chapter 86. Foo-oo! Lucas let out another deep breath and pointed his spear at Quinn, narrowing his eyes and tunnel-visioning his opponent. Whoosh! But suddenly, Quinn's figure disappeared into thin air. Behind me! Lucas told himself and quickly spun around to spot the black-haired boy present there. Arg! Gritting his teeth, Lucas jabbed his spear at the necromancer but... Whoosh! Quinn vanished again. Behind me again. As Lucas was on the cusp of turning around, a powerful force struck his back. Despite his armor reducing the strength of the impact to a mere tenth of its original force, he still experienced some discomfort as his body was flung at the wall. Thwack! Koo-ah! After crashing into the wall, Lucas landed on his feet and regained his balance before quickly turning around to face his enemy. But when he turned around, he found Quinn already right in front of him, and before he could react, a powerful force blurred into his chin, knocking him to the ground. It was Quinn. He had punched him. And the speed of his punch was so fast that Lucas couldn't even react. The fuck? Surprised, before Lucas could even try to get up, Quinn mounted himself on top of him and pinned his hands down on the floor using his knees. Arg. Your armor may shield you from external physical and magical assaults, but what if I were to shoot an attack into your mouth? Would it still protect you? And what if one of my shadow minions gets in your body and contorts your insides until your body ruptures? Oh, I know. I'll just cast an illusion spell on you and break your mind. Tell me, will your armor still protect you from such a threat? Pinning Lucas down, Quinn barked at his face with a glint of rageful insanity visible in his eyes. As Lucas struggled to shake Quinn off of him, he realized he was too weak. Letting out a defeated sigh, Lucas calmed down and stopped struggling. Oh, if only you had done this before, Quinn spoke with a mocking smug. But it's too late. I told you, you never stood a chance. Lucas said, cutting the necromancer off. What? A frown appeared on Quinn's face as he asked in confusion. Fine, Lucas chuckled hysterically. Let's take the long way. Quinn had no intention of waiting around to see what this madman was talking about, so he decided to cast an illusion spell on him and break his mind, but before he could even start his chant, Lucas yelled, Mana burst. In the novel, Lucas only used his gift twice. Once when he was fighting against Nero, and again when he was, fighting against Nero after making a contract with the vampires and becoming their slave. After making the contract of submission for power with the vampires, Lucas' stats were improved so much that using his gift caused an explosion almost akin to a huge nuclear blast. Yes, the man became a living nuke in the novel after contracting with the vampires. He was capable of spawning a fucking sun in the middle of a battlefield. Of course, that still wasn't enough to defeat the heroes, so he was caught in the end. But Lucas igniting a nuclear explosion was one of the few scenes that impressed Noah Lambert while reading the novel, Chronicles of the Legendary Heroes. So needless to say, after coming to this world and transmigrating as Lucas himself, he was excited to try out his gift. Although, he never got the chance to do so. But right now, when he finally got that chance, he poured everything he had, every tiny drop of mana that was in his body, to activate his gift Mana Burst. And although the explosion that followed wasn't as strong as a nuclear blast, it was comparable to a truckload of TNT exploding. Kaboom! The sheer force of the azure explosion of mana shook the entire building to its core, causing the floor beneath them to crumble and sending them tumbling down to the level below. Arg. Buried beneath a pile of debris, both Quinn and Lucas pushed aside the rubble and rose to their feet, both groaning and grunting. Blood streamed down Quinn's face, indicating that he had sustained an injury. In contrast, Lucas appeared unharmed, though he was experiencing intense exhaustion from the complete depletion of his mana core. He had pushed himself to his absolute limit. Upon locating his opponent's position, Lucas realized that Quinn had landed only a few feet away from him. However, to his dismay, Quinn was still standing and appeared to be rubbing his head. TSK. Just what would it take to put this guy down? Believing this to be the perfect opportunity to end this duel, Lucas decided to attack him while he was still dazed. He tightened his grip on his speary weight. His spear? Where was his spear? It wasn't in his hand. A quick scan of the area revealed that his spear had landed a few steps ahead of him, embedded in the debris between him and Quinn. At that moment, Quinn shook out of his daze and realized Lucas didn't have his weapon on him after looking at him. Fwoosh, fwoosh. Not a word was spoken between them as they both quickly made a run for the spear. Lucas intended to grab it, while Quinn wanted to destroy it and render his opponent weaponless. Ting! But as soon as Quinn took a step forward, from under the rubble, 5 orbs of light shone brightly in a circle below his feet. What now? Quinn thought, but before he could react. Activate! Lucas yelled and rushed at Quinn instead of picking up his spear. Tune! A bright light flashed in his vision and momentarily fogged his mind. Item, stun marble info, a relic marble that will activate on the user's command and deploy a flash and stun combo on one target for 0.089 seconds. It was a trap Lucas had set here beforehand. But when? When did he set it? Before this battle even began? But then, how did he know they would end up in this building, on this very floor, before it even began? A myriad of questions bombarded Quinn's mind, but before he could come to any conclusion, the marbles buried beneath the pile of debris stunned Quinn for a split second. As a result of this, all the effects of the sedatives that he was forcefully suppressing by circulating mana in his body surfaced, leaving him unable to move and completely vulnerable to any attack. Cling! Using the split second when Quinn was flashed and stunned, Lucas flicked his wrist twice and a hidden blade sprung out from the brace under his right wrist. Thud! Splurt! Without wasting a second, he stabbed Quinn in the throat, causing his blood to spurt out like a fountain. Lucas retracted his arm and jumped back. Quinn clutched his throat, trying to stop the blood from gushing out but to no avail. Car! KH Kook! Voices that didn't make any sense escaped his mouth as he vomited blood and fell to his knees. Meanwhile, Lucas grabbed his spear and slowly approached the kneeling necromancer with a grin on his face. I told you, you never stood a chance. Fack. Chapter 87. Cadet Quinn Darkstar number 000016 has been eliminated by you. And it was done. Quinn was killed. The translucent blue system window that floated in front of me was proof of that. I killed him. I did it? Of course, I was shocked. No, I wasn't shocked because I defeated Quinn. That was all, but decided from the moment he chose to fight me. The thing that irked me was how I killed him. Especially how I dealt the last blow. I had to get stronger. It took everything I had in me and some cheap tricks to pull this victory over him. Oh, and thank God I had Quinn as my opponent and not Nero. The tricks I used on Quinn would have never worked on that monster of a main character. If I want to save this damned world and, by extension, save myself, I'll have to get stronger. Well, that's the reason I worked so hard in the mock war. I've almost secured 2 pawns and gained some influence over the main cast. And if everything goes according to my plan, in the next arc, I'll be able to break my mana core rank potential too. Yes, the next arc will be fun. Anyway, my work here was done. By my calculations, Nero will kill Alberto and end this mock war anytime now. Ha! So with a sigh, I took one last look around me. Everywhere I looked, there were rubble, debris, and chunks of concrete scattered about. Directly in front of me lay a black-haired boy with his throat slit and a spear protruding from his chest. His body was also sliced in 2 halves, upper and lower torsos. It was evident that he had ceased breathing. Darkness seemed to envelope the 2 halves of his body like black flames on the verge of being snuffed out. Nodding one last time, I turned around and began to leave. All my tasks at hand were cleared with this. I've changed the events of the mock war, the arc that sets the flow for the rest of the story. Needless to say, I've created some big E, and by big, I mean very big E, butterfly effects. While this will benefit me by providing me with a huge load of edit points, it will also create problems for me. Meh. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. With that mindset, I left the building and headed for the base. I thought I should at least watch the end of the war. Oh, and let me tell you, every damn bone in my body screamed in agony with every little movement I tried to make. Lucas? However, before I could even walk halfway to my destination, an alluring, almost soothing voice called out to me from behind, making me halt my steps. I knew that voice. Sigh. Why? Why God, why? Why do you hate me so much? Is it because you're jealous of my handsome face? Lucas, it's you, isn't it? That voice belonged to Amelia. I was sure of it. And judging from the volume in her voice, she was right behind me. But when? When did she sneak up on me? I didn't even sense her. Well, it's not like I know how to sense a person's presence yet anyway. What should I do? Should I turn around? But that will reveal my identity. I don't want that to happen yet. Since I stopped when she called for me, that is already enough proof that I am Lucas. Damn it. I'm stupid. I should have kept walking. Never mind, now. Can't do anything about spilled milk. Foo-oo. With a deep sigh, I turned around and faced the girl who had been calling my name. There she was, donning a slim nanometal armor, her hair tied into a high bun, and her deep clear forest-like green eyes watching me intently. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm definitely not Lucas. He's too handsome to be me, okay, fine. I tried to feign ignorance. Needless to say, it didn't work since, well, Amelia isn't stupid. Not completely stupid anyway. With an "are you serious right now" look plastered on her face, she stared at me. Under her intense gaze, I sighed again. Fine, you caught me. It's me, I said, silently clicking my tongue. I knew it. Amelia snapped her fingers. Why is your face like this? In her eyes, I probably had red hair and silver eyes. I also may have been an inch or 2 taller than my real height. Well, as you all might already know, I was using a relic to mask my appearance. While using that relic, I simply imagined this appearance and an optical illusion spell was automatically cast on me. There was no reason for me to hide this fact from Amelia, so I answered her question truthfully. I'm using illusion to change my appearance. You know illusion magic, a tint of surprise was clearly visible in her voice. People with both dark and light affinity can use illusion magic. However, only someone with a caster profession who has dedicated all their life to casting spells can use illusion spells efficiently. So Amelia's surprise was understandable when she thought I, Lucas Morningstar, the boy who never put any effort into learning and training, possessed a second profession. Although, unbeknownst to her, I did possess 2 professions, archery and spearmanship. Although both of them were combat-related, I still had 2. Not many people could say that for them this early in the story. No, Amelia, to clear up her misunderstanding, I spoke. I can't cast any illusion spell. I used a relic to alter my appearance. Right, I forgot you are rich. She nodded her head and seemed to have come to an even bigger misunderstanding. Rich? Nah, not anymore, I said, regret visible on my face. But I do have some connections, so I got a good deal on this relic. I see, Amelia narrowed her eyes, seemingly skeptical about my answer. What's her problem? I thought. But before I could put my thought into words, she questioned, anyway, why the disguise though? I knew she would ask this. Before I answer that, tell me this, why did you come here? At my question, Amelia took a deep breath and hesitated to speak for a moment. After she contemplated something in her mind, the archeress finally spoke up. It's about Quinn. I think he came back for you. Oh, is that so? I arched my eyebrows. Why do you think so? It didn't take him long to answer this question as she quickly responded, well, I heard from Kent and some others that he made a scene with you. I heard he grabbed your neck or something. Right, I nodded, satisfied with the answer. That did happen. So why do you think he did that? I'm not sure, but I think he is working with Alberto just like Grace. As she said that, the hesitation in Amelia's voice became more apparent. Of course, it was only natural. She doubted someone's loyalty with virtually no proof. And it was clear that she had no confidence in her deduction. And why do you think he came back for me? I think you came to the same conclusion as me. After that, you confronted Quinn about it. Quinn, feeling threatened, tried to kill you right then and there. But then he noticed the crowd around you both who would have witnessed him had he killed you there. So he waited for the right time and right before the war started, he came back to kill you. Whoa. Color me impressed. Every single thing she said was exactly what happened more or less. She wasn't this sharp in the novel this early, was she? No, I think she was. She was just never confident enough in herself. Yes, I nodded again. You are right. Quinn was another traitor and I did confront him. So, what do you think happened when he came back? I think. Amelia touched her chin and replied. As soon as you saw Quinn's live location moving toward you on the map, you changed your appearance and ran out of the base. Then you decided to hide here so he couldn't find you, what? Scratch everything I said before. She is dumb, just like she was in the novel. I mean, does she think I'm some kind of a coward? I mean, I am, but still, the truth hurts. And especially when the truth is not true at all. I let out a dry cough. No. What do you mean by no? I mean, no. I'm not on the run, you idiot. What? Then what is going on? Why are you in disguise? Letting out a sigh, I started explaining. When Quinn came after me, I killed him. I am in disguise because I don't want the Cadet Council or anyone aside from Quinn himself to find out who I am. Amelia's eyes widened at the revelation. She asked me to go into more detail about what I meant, so that's what I did. I told her how I killed Quinn in detail, and by the time I was done, Amelia's eyes widened in shock. Her jaw was practically touching the ground and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. What the fuck? She muttered. However, in the next moment, she frowned as if she thought of something. Wait, I still don't understand the disguise part. I mean, sure, the cadets won't be able to recognize you, but the Cadet Council, who are currently monitoring us, would surely know your true identity. I mean, they have access to the Academy's AI, Athena. A smirk formed on my face as I heard her. You really think I hadn't thought of that? I have, Amelia. The smirk on my face grew wider, practically turning into a grin. At that moment, my gaze turned to the smart bracelet in my right hand. Item, specialized smart bracelet abilities, it has the capability to breach the Global Academy's AI, Athena's mainframe and control it for a duration of 20 minutes, with a cooldown period of 3 months. Rank, diamond yes, before coming here, I used the edit pen on my smart bracelet and added a special feature to it. Genius. I'm a genius. For a duration of 20 minutes, I have the ability to control the Academy's AI. Since this virtual reality and the Cadet Council spectating system are linked to Athena, I have the power to manipulate all audio and visual content they receive within that time frame. At present, only 2 minutes remain until the 20-minute time limit expires. What do you mean by that? Amelia's voice shook me out of my thoughts. I couldn't help but brush my fingers through the hair. Don't worry. The Cadet Council is only seeing what I want them to see right now. And right about now, this war will end. I said while pointing in the distance where our class was fighting Class 1, C8. According to my calculations, Nero would deal the final blow to Alberto right about now. Kaboom. Chapter 88. A few minutes earlier, Thruck. Thrusting his sword forward in a swift motion, Nero struck his blade in an enemy's chest, sniffing out the light of life in his eyes. Thud. Retracting his sword as his victim's body fell to the ground with a thud, Nero cast a gaze around himself, surveying his surroundings. Massacre. That was the only word that came to his mind when he looked around the battlefield. Until a few minutes ago, Nero and his troops had the upper hand in this battle, but suddenly, the waves of the war switched sides. Right now, the cadets of Class 1, C8 were fighting with them on equal footing. How did this happen? Based on the radio transmissions he received, Nero was able to piece together that the enemy had dispatched a small strike team to flank his troops and launch an attack on their vulnerable rear. Since the strike team was small, it went unnoticed until it was too late. However, that created a distraction which in turn created a few openings. Class 1, C8 didn't fail to exploit those openings and change the tide of the war. In all honesty, it was a desperate attempt to sending a strike team to backstab. However, since no one was guarding their rear, it worked. It worked very well. In fact, even amidst all this bloodshed, Nero could help but appreciate the enemy's strategist for their quick thinking in such a hopeless situation. However, that made him think about something else too. Did Lucas forget to assign someone to guard our backstab and flank? But almost instantly, as soon as that crossed his mind, Nero dismissed it. From what he had recently seen of Lucas, he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. That only means something unexpected might have happened. Whoosh! Right at that moment, Nero felt someone's presence behind him. He reacted quickly and swung his sword while spinning his whole body around, intending to cut whoever tried to sneak up on him in half. Clang! But to his surprise, his sword shattered like glass as soon as it collided with his opponent. Only then he realized it was Alberto. Alberto was clad in a golden-white exoskeleton that surrounded his body like a suit of armor, and his hair, the palest shade of white, billowing through the air like the mane of a lion. TSK, Nero clicked his tongue in frustration at this sight. You again. Throwing away the broken sword in his hand, Nero decided to jump back and create some distance between himself and this monstrosity, but Alberto quickly grabbed him by his neck to hold him in place. Coo! Nero tried to shake his grip off his neck, but to no avail. Alberto, at least in this form, was much stronger than him in terms of physical strength. Tell whoever is pulling the strings in your class that Kai Wiseman is coming after them. What, Kuik? Before Nero could even question the meaning behind Alberto's words, he felt air gushing out of his lungs as a fist was planted in his chest. Alberto pulled back his arm and began to enforce it with mana. He was in no mood to play around today. Now die. Ah. Cling. However, unfortunately for Alberto, Nero had an extra blade with him today. He grabbed the dagger that Lucas gave him earlier today and unsheathed it. Particles of light gathered around it and formed a bright, blinding blade of light over the dagger. 16 movement sword saint style, long sword of light, first form, quick draw, whoosh. In one swoop motion, Nero performed an upward slash at the speed of light. Thruck. Splurt. An arm flew off in the air and blood spurted out everywhere. Huh? Alberto's hand that was speeding toward Nero was severed. Agaha, letting out a beastly scream, Alberto let go of Nero and stumbled back in pain and shock. Nero fell to his knees, panting for air as big beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Fuck. He looked at the dagger in his hand, which had turned to dust by now, unable to bear the weight of his martial technique. With a blade in his hand, Nero was confident enough to fight anyone in this world. However, now that he had lost his last weapon, Nero gritted his teeth. He squinted his eyes and looked at Alberto, who was already up on his legs, clenching his severed arm tightly in an attempt not to let the blood leak out. I will kill you, he looked at Nero and roared, his eyes bloodshot red and voice hoarse. With that, Alberto already started moving toward Nero. He was truly a monster. Despite the pain, he was still hellbent on continuing to fight. Fine, Nero nodded in understanding. I recognize you, Alberto. Not only did you survive multiple of my light cannon spell during our last clash, but you also withstood the first form of my strongest weapon art. Slowly getting up on his feet, Nero raised his hands. Crackles of embers appeared all around him as he took in a breath. Behold and be proud, Nero declared. You are the second person until now to push me this far. Kaboom! Right in the direction I was pointing at with my index finger, a mushroom cloud appeared. Thwoosh! And right behind it, what followed was a powerful and deafening shockwave. Get behind me. What? Get yourself behind me. Right when the shockwave was about to hit us, I ordered Amelia to quickly cover herself behind me, which she did after a bit of hesitation. Thwoom! The shockwave laid waste to everything in its wake, buildings, street poles, and all the other things in its path crumbled and fell as if they were made of paper. However, for me, it felt like a warm, windy breeze on a sunny morning brushing past me. Of course, I was still being pushed back a little, but I managed to somehow stand my ground. And finally, after only a few seconds, the shockwave washed past us. I widened my eyes, which I had previously narrowed to endure the unsettling gusts of wind, and surveyed the area around me. Yep. Pretty much everything was flat. Thankfully, we weren't around any of the wrecked buildings, or else we could have been crushed by one of them collapsing on us. Actually, it would have been Amelia who would have gotten crushed, not me. I mean, I might survive a building falling on me, but I'd probably end up with a few broken bones. What was that? From behind me, a shaky voice rang in my ears. I don't know. A nuclear blast maybe, fuck. And right then, it hit me. I realized the cause of that mushroom cloud explosion. No. 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 I gripped my hair as my eyes widened in horror. What is it, Lucas? What's going on? I knew what caused the explosion to happen, but what I couldn't understand was how. Lucas? How did it come to this? In my mind, I had done every calculation and predicted every outcome of Nero's conflict with Alberto. It shouldn't have ended like this. Then how? Did I make a miscalculation? No, impossible. How can I make any mistakes? But judging from the results, I clearly did. Arg. Lucas, stop acting crazy and tell me. What's going on? How did it end this way? Unable to comprehend the situation, I bit my thumbnail and started doing some mental calculations. I needed to understand what went wrong. One by one, I predicted everything again and again, but nothing made sense. Something went wrong during the clash between classes 1A, 1 and 1C8, but I didn't know what. Lucas. Right then, I felt a strong force grabbing my shoulders and spinning me around, shaking me out of my daze. What is going on? It was Amelia. As she asked me some questions that I couldn't quite make sense of due to the disoriented state of my mind, I stared blankly at her face. And then it hit me. Amelia, you are here. Well, duh. I see. So she went wrong. Just to confirm my thoughts, I asked, what were my orders for you on the field? Wait, this reminds me. Amelia frowned after listening to my question. How were you giving us orders while fighting Quinn at the same time? I recorded my orders on Kent's smart bracelet beforehand and played it out on the radio for you all when I went to fight Quinn, I replied quickly before returning to my question. Now, tell me, what were my orders for you in the field? It was clear that Amelia was surprised once again, judging by the tremor in her eyes, but the tone of urgency in my voice stopped her from displaying her shock. Instead, she touched her chin and began to recall something. After a few seconds, her eyebrows furrowed in a frown. I don't remember exactly, but I think your orders had something to do with retreat and, Right then, as she remembered the task she was assigned, a loud gasp leaped from her lips. I had to retreat and guard the rear. Yes, she had to guard the rear for any potential backstab or flank attempts. Since she left her post and came here, I think our troops were attacked from a blind spot. Wait, but I don't understand. What was that explosion? Putting a hand over my face and pinching the bridge of my nose, I said, that was Nero's gift. He had to use it to defeat Alberto and his class. Wait, Nero possessed a blessing? And it was this strong too? Just as Amelia said those words, she realized why it was not a good thing for Nero's gift to be publicized. A gift this strong would draw the attention of many who would wish to claim it for themselves. When she realized those words, her face paled. No, it's because of me, isn't it? He had to resort to using his gift because of me. No. I replied while shaking my head. As I continued to grit my teeth in frustration, I added, it's on me. I didn't think of this. No, that's... She continued to speak in the background, but I paid no heed to her words. After all, it really wasn't her fault. I should have been quick enough to predict this outcome in time. I was the one who miscalculated. I should have taken her behavior and actions into account while crafting this plan. I fucked it up. And now Nero has used his gift just like he did in the novel. Soon, news of him will reach the 7 abyssal vampire monarchs along with the rest of the world, prompting them to dispatch a team of elite vampire soldiers to track him down during the King's tournament. I couldn't change this outcome. I failed. Congratulations, cadet. Your class has emerged victorious against all odds. Contribution rankings, 1, Nero Deckrauf number 0000212. Anastasia Bigod number 72313. Lucas Morningstar number 116969. 69, Kentucky Hint number 122212. Okay, well, at least I won that punch bet. Chapter 89. A few minutes earlier, Dylan, what the hell is going on? I don't know. I'm trying to see if something's wrong with Athena's system. Inside the VR room of Global Military Academy Building 5. Neatly arranged in rows, numerous high-end VR pods stood with their sleek, semi-transparent metallic frames revealing the cadets inside them. All of them were still, breathing as if they had been sleeping all this time. In the front end of the room, a spiky orange-haired guy stood with a panicked expression. He had his right hand raised to his chest, on which he wore his smart bracelet. From that device, several holographic screens were projected out in front of Dylan. Click, click, click. Sounds of his finger tapping against the holographic keyboard echoed in the room, his panic-stricken face growing increasingly with each passing second. Dylan? An elven maiden with long ears and a captivating countenance, her hair coiled into a silver bun atop her head, spoke up from behind him, indicating her dwindling patience through the tone of her voice. What is going on? Yelena spoke. In front of the pair, a large holographic screen was on display. On this screen, the live telecast of the VR world was being played. What's wrong then, one might ask? Well, the spectating screen glitched a few seconds ago, and now they can't control what it shows. A few minutes ago, Yelena was monitoring Quinn. She wanted to know why he decided to go back to the base. But now, the screen was stuck on Nero's point of view. She can't see anything else aside from what Nero has been seeing. Is there a malfunction in Athena's mainframe? Yelena voiced her thoughts aloud. Impossible, Dylan quickly replied. No way in hell there could be a problem with Athena's system. I know, Yelena agreed. But let me just confirm. Tapping the screen of her smart bracelet once, Yelena called out to the Academy's AI assistant, Athena. Almost instantly, a reply came from her smart bracelet. Yes, mistress. There's a problem with the spectating screen, Yelena notified the AI assistant from her smart bracelet. Fix it, she demanded. I would like to apologize, mistress, but I cannot do that. What? What do you mean you can't do that? Yelena and Dylan's facial expressions contorted into frowns upon hearing the reply of the feminine robotic voice. I mean exactly that. I can't comply with your command. Yelena's confusion only increased with each passing second as she questioned, why is that? The VR world and its monitoring system should be directly connected to your mainframe, enabling you to fix any glitches that may arise. Moreover, answer me this: how did this glitch even occur when you before Yelena could go on any further? Athena replied and cut her off. I apologize. It seems like you didn't understand me. I can do it, but I won't. Silence. Absolute silence. No one knew how to respond to the statement. Is it the day? The day when AI finally turns on humans? For a split second, Yelena thought now they would have to fight vampires, callous, and super robots. But of course, it was a fleeting thought that she quickly shook off. After all, defeating Athena is as simple as breaking its core. So massaging the bridge of her nose, Yelena spoke up, and just why would you not comply with my orders? Last I checked, I have the authority to ask you to do just about anything as the queen of this city. Yes, but at the moment, someone is interfering with my mainframe. As a result, I cannot follow your instructions because the individual tampering with my mainframe does not wish me to do so. Wait, and finally, Yelena understood what was going on. Athena, are you saying you've been hacked? In simple words, you can say that. Yes. How did they breach your firewall? IDDDKN, Auntie no. Athena, why is your voice glitching? I'm slowly getting my control back, mistress. Yelena, this is. Cold sweat formed on Dylan's forehead as he couldn't find the right words for the situation. Without trying to complete his sentence, he quickly got back to clicking the keys on his virtual keyboard, now even more panicked than before. This is bad. I know, Yelena, on the other hand, try to keep a calm head. Athena is connected to everything in the Academy, our smart bracelets, our records, our technology, and literally everything else. The person who hacked her had gained full access to everything we have. I'm trying to restore her firewalls and Dylan tried to report his actions, but Yelena voiced a command before he could finish. Never mind that. Try to regain access to the spectating screen and show me where Quinn is. After hearing that command, Dylan was at a loss for words. So that skull of yours is really full of ice. What? Yelena looked at her childhood friend absurdly. What else am I to make of your command? Dylan snapped. A hacker has gotten into Athena's mainframe, and you are still interested in this stupid virtual war when all our data could be being leaked to God knows who. Calm down, Dylan, and think, pinching the bridge of her nose, Yelena replied. Our smart bracelets are functioning and Yelena can still reply to us. The instructors haven't issued any alert, so they probably don't even know about this. So isn't that all the more reason to notify them about this, and what would that do? Yelena shook her head. It will just create panic and confusion. We don't need that. Right now, we need to find the culprit. And you think we can find the culprit? Of course. The culprit is someone among these first years. By now, Dylan was looking at the elven girl as if he was looking at a crazy person. Yelena. Do you really, in all your mind, think that someone among the first years is capable of breaking Athena's firewalls and hacking her? Seriously? Yelena sighed, realizing that her childhood friend was as dumb as ever. Of course not. Aside from being first years, they are currently unconscious. How do you think they will achieve such an impossible task? Exactly my point, that only means one thing, someone is helping them. Dylan thought it over for a good minute before a frown formed on his face again. But then how will watching this war tell us who the culprit behind the situation is? It's simple. As I said, since even instructors don't know what's happening yet, it won't be wrong to say the hacker only interfered with the spectating system to divert our eyes somewhere else away from the culprit. Dylan couldn't ignore the sound reasoning in Yelena's words. It was an evident deduction that didn't require exceptional intelligence, but rather anyone could arrive at the same conclusion with enough time. However, right now, Yelena didn't have time. She had to make a call and she had to do it quickly. So she did just that. She made a call by quickly accessing a theory. Interestingly, both Dylan and Yelena were unaware that her conclusion wasn't entirely accurate, but neither was it entirely inaccurate. Suppressing his admiration, Dylan nodded his head. Fine, I'll try to regain access to the spectating screen. I'll then switch it to Quinn's POV. Good, Yelena nodded back. Do that. It took Dylan a few minutes and more than a few hundred clicks on his holographic keyboard to regain access. Arg. If only Josh was here, he could have done it in a blink. While letting out a few complaints, he pressed one final key on his keyboard. Click. After getting his access back, Dylan searched Quinn's location and started spectating him, playing the live telecast of his battle with a strange red-haired on the monitoring screen. From the looks of it, the battle was already in its final stage. What? Quinn was pushed back. On the screen, both Quinn and the red-haired boy were standing with rubble and debris surrounding them. In the middle, a spear was struck out from the rubble. In an instant, both of the warriors made a run for the spear. However, at that moment, a bright light flashed and obstructed their vision, turning the spectating screen white for a few seconds. When the telecast resumed, Quinn's throat was slit and the redhead was grabbing his spear. It was clear that Quinn had lost to whoever this boy was. However, that didn't remotely shock Yelena as much as what came next. Foo-oo. The red-haired boy let out a deep breath and pulled back his spear, taking a stance. However, the stance he took wasn't that of a spearman. No, the stance he took belonged to a swordsman. Tensing his shoulder muscles and slightly bending his knees, the red-haired boy unleashed a power swing with his spear. Thwoosh! Everything around the redhead was blown away in an arc and Quinn's body was sliced in half. That wasn't the scary thing, however. The scary thing was the redhead didn't use an ounce of mana in his attack. Why, Yelena, did you see that? Dylan, obviously surprised at the display of strength, asked in a trembling voice. Dra, eel, RTSHM? Dylan couldn't hear properly what his childhood friend said, so he turned to face her, but he was surprised to see the look of utter rage and horror on her face. That was a first. In all his years with her, Dylan had never seen her looking like this. She was angry and shocked at the same time. But more than that, she was scared, as evident from her quivering eyes and lips. Under Dylan's concerned gaze, Yelena spoke again in a whispering tone. That's my father's martial arts. Chapter 90. After a long moment of silence, Dylan finally mustered up his consciousness to ask, what do you mean by your father's martial arts? Breathing in and breathing out, Yelena finally managed to calm her raging heart down a little bit and replied, I mean what I said. The weapon art which that redhead used belongs to my father. Like, you mean your father created that technique? That spear art where he used a swordsman stance? Yelena gulped and closed her eyes. She didn't speak a word and only nodded her head. After a second or two, she clarified, well, in truth, it's a secret weapon art belonging to our Morningstar house. I don't know how someone outside of our family came into its possession. Is it possible that he just stole the technique manual from you guys? Dylan inquired. Not possible, Yelena shook her head and began explaining. Not a single manual is present for that technique. My father has it in his head. Dylan looked at Yelena with a frown. You mean the only way to pass it down is for your father to teach it to someone? Yes, but that's the thing, Yelena took in a deep breath. He hasn't taught it to anyone else aside from me. You? But you aren't a spear user? Yelena had tried to pick up a spear many times, but she could never be as good with it as she was with a sword. How can Dylan not know this? After all, he had diligently fulfilled the job of being her dueling partner, or should he say practice dummy. Yelena calmly shook her head again and replied, doesn't matter. That technique can work with any long blade weapon. Dawnbreaker, that's the name of the weapon art, which is only exclusive to the Morningstars. Although Yelena was never able to master it completely, she could still recognize the very first form of her family's secret weapon art, Lightbreaker. However, she had no fond memories of learning it from her father. In fact, the experience was hellish for her. Yelena could still vividly remember the days when she used to peek at her father training with the weapon art in the garden behind their family mansion. She was curious back then. Despite being told that it was not allowed to disturb their father during his training time, she, much like her brothers, would sometimes secretly watch him train. And whenever they got caught, Yelena and Adele would have to run laps around the city as punishment for disturbing their father. Interestingly, only Yelena and Adele received punishments while Lucas never did. Perhaps it was because Lucas was originally the one set to inherit Dawnbreaker from their father. But following his disownment, Yelena was chosen to inherit the technique instead. Although Adele's mana core rank potential was higher than hers and he was officially announced as the next head of the house, their father deemed him unworthy of learning Dawnbreaker. It still irked Yelena to this day that she was the last choice of their family to inherit their secret weapon art. But oh well, this wasn't the time to think about those things. Right now, finding the identity of the red-headed boy takes priority over everything. Anyway, who is that redhead? I don't know. Yelena looked at Dylan absurdly. What do you mean you don't know? We can see him. Run the facial identification system on him and tell me his identity. Yelena, I've been trying that for as long as we've been talking. The facial recognition system is failing. It's almost like he's not in the Academy's records. Yelena narrowed her eyes at those words. But of course, being a genius in her own right, it didn't take her even a full second to come to a conclusion. Someone is using illusion magic to alter their physical appearance. Illusion magic? These first years should not be capable of that yet. I know. Which only means that they are using a relic. But how? First-year cadets haven't gone outside the Academy city yet. And they also shouldn't have enough merits to buy a relic like that within the Academy grounds. So then, how could someone have gotten their hands on a relic capable of casting illusion? TSK, clicking her tongue while stroking her chin, Yelena decided to let go of those thoughts. Right now, she should focus on finding the boy's identity so she could inquire him about all these things later. Could it be? For a second, Yelena thought about the possibility of the redhead being Lucas. After all, aside from Adele and her, he was the only person who ever witnessed that weapon art. No, it couldn't be. But she quickly dismissed that possibility. Learning it solely by watching it once or twice is impossible. And not to mention, Lucas is a bowman now. He once used to learn spearmanship when they were kids, but to Yelena's knowledge it's been ages since he picked up a spear. Do me a favor and run a scan on his smart bracelet to identify its model number. From there, we can find out his identity. Every smart bracelet provided by the Academy has a unique model number engraved in it. If you can find out the model number, you can find out its owner's identity. Yelena, I'm trying that too. This is not working either. Athena is not allowing me to run a scan on his bracelet. TSK, they have thought of this too, huh? He and the hacker must have planned for this ahead of time. Yelena wasn't far off. The hacker and the redhead did plan this ahead of time. What she didn't know was that both of those were the same person, her own brother, Lucas Morningstar. Fine. We'll eliminate everyone as suspects one by one. What do you mean? I want you to one by one switch POVs to every single person present in the virtual world right now. As soon as Yelena issued her command, she tapped her smart bracelet and a blue holographic screen instantly appeared in front of her. On the screen, a list of names was displayed, consisting of every cadet who was currently alive in the virtual world. Yelena had devised a simple plan. She would locate the position of each and every individual in the virtual world and cross off their names in her list one by one. If there was still someone whose name remained uncrossed, then that person must be the redhead in disguise. Nodding, Dylan began switching POVs from person to person, spectating them all one after another. As he did so, Yelena also began crossing off their names in her list. However, just when Yelena thought her plan was working, from one of the cadets' POVs, she saw a great amount of mana gathering around Nero. Not good, Dylan commented. It seems like that first year is single-handedly going to end the war soon. Whoa, is that his gift? Can we stop their ejection after the war concludes? Yelena asked. Nah, Dylan shook his head. I don't think we can. I still haven't regained access to Athena's mainframe. TSK, Yelena clicked her tongue. Then we have no choice. We have to work fast. Only 20 cadets are remaining to be verified anyway. With that, they increased their speed. Switching POVs from person to person, crossing off their names, and repeating the process. From 20 to 18 to 15, the number of suspects quickly started decreasing. However, kaboom! Right around when only 12 or so cadets were remaining, Nero unleashed a single fire explosion spell so big that it would have been impossible for a boy his age to perform. And with that... No. Damn it. The war concluded. And soon the cadets automatically started being ejected out of the virtual reality. As soon as the contribution rankings were shared, darkness took over my vision. As I opened my eyes and the world came back into view, I realized I was still inside the very same VR pod that I had used to enter virtual reality. Oof. That was epic. Everything felt so real in there. The touch, the sense of smell, the sense of vision. It was so realistic that even now, after being out, I can't distinguish what I experienced there from reality. With a wild grin plastered on my face, I gripped the edge of the VR pod and hoisted myself up using my hands for support. It was only after I stepped out of the pod did I notice that not everyone had enjoyed the experience we had in the virtual as much as I did. As I emerged, I was greeted by a sea of faces displaying a variety of emotions, including shock, anger, admiration, fear, regret, irritation, and a myriad of other feelings. The target of their looks wasn't me, fortunately, it was Nero Dekrauf. This is exactly what happened in the novel after Nero exposed his blessing during the mock war. Up until this point, he was only rumored to be strong. But after now, he will be regarded as an untouchable monster. TSK. This sight once again served as a reminder for me how I wasn't able to change one of the major events of the novel. But it's fine. The story was only starting. I'll have many more chances to bend the plot according to what I deem fit in the future. And now that the first arc of the mock war is over and the plot has started to move forward, I can finally start to execute my own plan. It's about time I start to get stronger. Sighing, I looked around my surroundings once again. As I did so, a grin formed on my lips. Quinn and Grace were glaring at me with pure, unadulterated hatred in their eyes. Although the necromancer remained still, Grace started walking toward the vice president of the cadet council, Yelena Morningstar. It seems like Nero wasn't the only one getting all the attention. Chapter 91. In a lavishly decorated room, 3 people were present. The elven maiden exuded a commanding presence as she sat gracefully on a chair that resembled a throne, her long silver hair adding to her ethereal beauty. Standing before her was a silver-haired boy with a face so charming that it could only be described as otherworldly, and a fair-haired beauty who radiated her own allure. Okay, so everyone here was pretty easy on the eyes, but that silver-haired boy was just on another level. I mean, we could even go as far as saying he's the most good-looking person in the entire world in the whole universe. Yes, of course, that boy was me. In front of me was my sister, Lucas' sister, Yelena Morningstar, the current queen of Global Academy. She regarded me with indifference as though I were no more than a wisp of air. On the other hand, standing right next to me was Grace Goodwill, glaring at me with resentment and animosity. If given a knife, she would not hesitate to plunge it into my gut. Sigh. It's bluntly obvious that both of these maidens were trying so hard to resist my charms. TSK. Such is the life of a super hot guy like me. Anyway, turning my attention to the queen, I tried to initiate a conversation and break this awkward silence. So. Been long, right? Please refrain from talking to me. Oh, your face is so red. You're flustered from meeting your brother after so long. Yes, I'm so flustered that I might just strangle you. Okay, I think it's safe to say that she wasn't flustered. Sighing, I turned to Grace, who was still glaring at me. Oh hell no. No matter how suffocating this silence might be, I'm not going to risk my life by talking to her. So I turned my gaze away from her and acted like she wasn't even there. But for some reason, that irked her even more. Just give me a break already. Where am I and what is going on, you ask? Remember when I first came to the academy, I said there was a modern-styled castle at the center of the 5 towering skyscrapers where our classes are held. Well, that castle serves as the dormant office for cadet council and disciplinary committee. Right now, we were inside that castle and in Yelena's personal office. As for why we were here, well, the reason for that would be the blonde girl standing next to me. The cadets who were killed didn't exit the VR world instantly. Instead, they came out together with the rest of their peers who were alive till the end. As soon as the mock war ended and everyone came out of virtual reality, Grace walked over to Yelena and accused me of attempting to sexually harass her. It didn't come off as a surprise since that's what she had threatened to do from the start if I interfered, which I did, by the way. What did surprise me, however, was her stupidity. I mean, she has already witnessed what I am capable of. So does she really think I can't get myself out of a situation as trivial as this? Ha! I was getting bored. I should be planning for the next event that's about to come instead of wasting my time here on her. Don't get me wrong. She is a pawn of great future value to me. However, in the end, that's all she is, a pawn. And I don't like it when my own pawns cause trouble for me. Can't we get this over with quickly? As soon as those words left my mouth, a chill ran down my spine. For a second, I regretted speaking like that in an overly casual tone. The temperature in the atmosphere quickly began to plummet, an icy cold wind started to blow even though we were inside. Do you think all this is a joke? At that moment, the long silence finally broke as the Queen spoke. Keep in mind that our father is not here to protect you. Even if you're carrying our house name, your misdemeanors will not be overlooked anymore. What misdemeanors? I exclaimed with an absurd look on my face. Grr. But as another chill ran down my back, I put on an amicable smile and joined my hands together like a businessman. Only then did I dare repeat my question respectfully while mustering up the calmest possible tone. What could you possibly mean by misdemeanors? Yelena's agitation was palpable as she exclaimed, you understand what I'm saying, don't you? You're facing sexual harassment charges, but you don't appear to have a shred of remorse on your face. I couldn't help but roll my eyes in response. I've been telling you from the beginning that she's lying. Why won't you consider my side of the story? What happened to that innocent until proven guilty thing? But are you truly innocent? Yelena asked, raising an eyebrow. This isn't the first time you've been accused of such behavior. Last time, father managed to sweep it under the rug because it was a commoner you attempted to assault. But this time it's a nobly a goodwill, no less. Your actions are immoral, foolish, and downright disgusting. I'm appalled to even think of you as my brother. As I gazed upon her, I noticed something different about Yelena. Unlike her usual aloof and detached demeanor, her face was twisted in a mixture of anger, revulsion, and remorse. Though I was aware that she wasn't truly my sister and I wasn't actually Lucas, I felt a sharp stinging pain in my chest upon meeting her gaze. Averting my eyes off her, I clicked my tongue. I took in a deep breath and was about to reply, but Yelena suddenly spoke up again. And besides, I'm very much upholding that innocent until proven guilty philosophy. I sent Dylan to collect Grace's uniform from her apartment room. Frowning, I questioned, oh, and what will that prove exactly? Yelena gazed at me and declared, in the event that we discover any evidence of your involvement on her uniform, as she has alleged, you will be subjected to expulsion from the academy. Your military education will be completed at the Union Military's Army Training Camp rather than any fancy military academies, and I will also strip you of our family name. I couldn't help but shake my head at those words. Union Military's Training Camp. Unlike private military academies like Global Academy or Ethereal Academy, Union Military's Training Camp is a 6-month-long training program run directly by the high-ranking soldiers' Union Military. What's so bad about it, you ask? Well, aside from being situated near the border, the instructors there don't let the cadets to master the art of combat. No, they just create foot soldiers to fight the war for them, whereas the top private military academies create elite soldiers and tacticians. Even the worst of the worst, who has graduated from a well-off private military academy can overpower the top fighter that the training camp has to offer. Needless to say, the training camp also doesn't provide any spell scrolls, training manuals, training equipments, or anything of that sort. Why does it exist then? Well, because not everyone can afford the ridiculously high fee that these private military academies charge. For example, Global Academy's full 4-year course is worth a whopping 97,076,800 credits, see. If I were to convert that to the currency from my Earth, then it would be around $801.65.73, or something. Yes. Exactly. Even in another world, those who don't have money can't afford the right to live. If you have money, you can go to a fancy private academy and get stronger, which will raise your chances of survival. However, if you can't afford it, then you are just as good as dead meat. However, that's not something that bothered me. Money is everything, that fact has always been true despite people trying so hard to deny it even in my old world. And it's not like I was going to be sent off to the training camp. After all, Grace won't be able to prove her accusations against me. What did bother me, however, was the fact that Yelena threatened to strip off my family name. I know it shouldn't bother me since it's not even my actual family name, but for some reason it did. You can't do that. What? I took in a deep breath and clenched my fists. I said, you can't do that. You can't strip me of anything that's not related to the academy. You don't have that authority. Yelena's eyebrow twitched and nerves bulged on her forehead as she spoke. I'm a Morningstar. The one that hasn't been disowned unlike you. I have the authority to take your surname. No you don't, I cut her off. Father is the head of the family. Only he can make this decision and he has already done that. He let me keep my surname. Even Adele, the next head of the family, doesn't possess the authority to override father's decision. Listen here Yelena was about to continue arguing but right then a click. The door to the room clicked open. Chapter 92. Click. With a subtle clicking, the door was swirled open. In came a boy with spiky orange hair and a long katana tied to his waist. He held a black and red jersey in his hand as he walked over to Yelena. The elven beauty turned to me and gave me a long glare. Plead guilty and beg, she commanded, crossing her legs and leaning back on her chair which looked more like a throne than anything. You're not my brother. He is dead. But I will still give you one chance to plead guilty and beg for mercy. If you do that, I might just let you off easy. Lies. One look in her eyes and it was clear that she was lying. She had no intention of letting me go easy. A glance into her eyes and it was obvious that she had no intention whatsoever of being merciful. Even if I were to kneel before her and plead for mercy, she would scornfully say something like, a Morningstar groveling like an insect. You are not worthy of that name. Furthermore, if I had truly tried to put my hands on Grace, Yelena would not have had the authority to pardon me easily. After all, despite being one of the vassals of the Morningstar family and serving under them, Goodwills are a noble house. And the Western continent can't afford a conflict between nobles right now. So if I really had done something as foolish as that, I would be receiving an appropriate punishment. I will not do such things, I declared with conviction, rejecting Yelena's proposal. Despite being not guilty, I carry the name of Morningstar House with me. I'm a noble. To beg and plead would be to lower myself to the level of a commoner, a disgrace to our family's legacy. Of course. You only use that name when you feel like it, don't you? Yelena scoffed while rolling her eyes. You think you can understand the weight that name carries? The sacrifices made by those before you to uphold its honor and dignity? You, who have shamed and tarnished it with your actions, dare to speak of its worth. Our father should have stripped you of that name the moment he disowned you. Again with this? What's her problem? It's just some big surname. I mean, I know family names are a big thing in this world, but still. I know Lucas wasn't the best example of nobility, but some of the heirs of other ruling houses and noble families aren't any better either. Is she just that upright? Believing that arguing with her was futile, I looked away with a bored expression. TSK, clicking her tongue, Yelena ordered. Dylan, scan for any trace of this bastard on her uniform. Right away, Dylan nodded, placing Grace's jersey that was in his hands on a nearby table and tapping his smart bracelet. Within moments, sharp blue laser rays projected from his device and quickly started scanning it. From beside me, Grace flashed me a victorious grin. In her mind, she has already won. Bringing her head close to my shoulder, she whispered in an almost inaudible tone, I warned you to stay the fuck out of my way, didn't I? Ha. Her whole confidence was based on the fact that she had my fingerprints on her jersey from back when I caught her from a fall during the unit test. Normally, relying solely on fingerprints found on someone's clothing would not be sufficient grounds to convict them of a crime as complicated as sexual assault. I mean, what can fingerprints alone actually prove? But you must not forget I was in Lucas' body. The fact that he has already committed the offense of sexual assault in the past is enough to take the circumferential evidence against him and make the final verdict without giving him a chance to defend himself. Not to mention, the one who is accusing me happens to be a noble. And the one who's judging me is my sister who detests me. Taken together, these factors suggest that I cannot expect to receive a fair trial if any incriminating evidence were to come to light. However, Yelena, that is, if any incriminating evidence were to come to light. What? Yelena turned her gaze towards Dylan upon hearing her confused voice. What is it? There are no traces of him on this jersey. Dylan raised his hand that held Grace's jersey up and spoke. There's nothing we can use against him. Whoa. Did I hear that right? That's a weird way to frame that sentence in nothing we can use against him. It's like they really are hellbent on trying to make me prove guilty. Instead of using words to react, Yelena turned to Grace and gave a long, questioning gaze. Grace, on the other hand, stood aghast with her mouth hanging in shock and eyes bulging out. What do you mean? She finally spoke, stuttering. That's not possible. I can't hold back. I tried, but I couldn't. No, I must hold back. I can't laugh yet. I shouldn't laugh yet. But her expressions are so funny. Ah ha 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 ha. All the eyes in the room turned toward me and I couldn't help but burst out in a fit of erratic laughter. Yelena's face contorted as she gritted her teeth. Lucas Morningstar. Behave yourself. You're in the presence of the Cadet Council. Wiping the tears from the side of my eyes, I calmed myself down. On my right, Grace was looking at me with confusion and disbelief, her eyes practically coming out of her sockets. It's not possible. I don't know what he definitely did, but he did something. Grace started yelling as she pointed a finger at me. I'm telling you, did something. My lips pursed up into a smirk and I turned to Yelena. Do you really think I, someone who's on Iron 2 Mana Core rank, overpower and force myself on someone whose Mana Core has already reached Bronze 3? This isn't my home Earth. Unlike the Earth where I am from, there's no difference between the strength among genders. Men are biologically stronger than women. That fact was overridden in this world when mana started flowing here. With mana cultivation, no matter your gender, race, or birth status, you can have unimaginable strength in your grasp if you just have the talent for it. If you're blessed by the heavens, you can crush the world with a mere flick of your fingers. This is a world where strength is cultivated, not inherited biologically. No matter who you are, if your mana core rank is higher than a person, you are stronger than them. So while I don't want to admit it, Grace was like 3 ranks above me. It's literally impossible for me to overpower her into submission. In fact, right now, her mana core rank is on the same level as Quinn's. Of course, she's not as strong as him, but her mana output is the same. There's no way I can assault her like a mindless animal. That's not before Grace tried to initiate an argument, I tapped on my smart bracelet. And then there's this recording. Chapter 93. Don't you get it? If I give that jersey to the Cadet Council and claim that you tried to sexually assault me, what will happen to you? You'll be lying. They will investigate the matter you investigate? You already have the title of a sex offender. Do you think they'll really waste their time investigating such a crystal clear case when the evidence is against you? Your reputation will be enough to close the case. And once again, there was nothing but silence in the room. Yes, of course I had recorded my conversation with Grace on the rooftop of that building in the virtual world. As I said, she really is dumb to fall for the oldest trick in the book, not once but twice. And no. Oh, she finally spoke. IIT's not real. That recording is doctored. That's not my voice. I never said that. Wow, really? That's the best she could come up with. If you want, we can ask the council to let Athena examine it. Surely the smartest AI in the world could tell if a voice recording is fake or not, right? I turned to Grace and suggested. There are some problems with Athena, so we'll have to wait till tomorrow to confirm anything. Yelena chipped in. So Grace Goodwill, if we find that it really was your voice in the recording, and you have wasted the council's time, then be prepared to face severe consequences for your actions. Answer me, should we proceed with the examination? Aye. I can see the feeling of despair in her shivering eyes. Her lips quivered violently and her brain tried to come up with a solution to get her out of this predicament, but to no avail. She has lost. This was my final move and my checkmate. With no moves left but to resign, Grace dropped her head. Mixed looks of disbelief, shock, and denial were visible on her face as she kept incoherently mumbling something. Smirking, I stepped closer to her and mockingly whispered, "And I told you to switch sides, didn't I?" For a second, her unfocused eyes regained some clarity, and she shot me a look of resentment. However, in the next second, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and turn her eyes to face Yelena. And no. No need. Good game and well played, Grace Goodwill. In the end, you were just not smart enough. Facing Yelena myself now, I asked, is this enough proof of my innocence? This conversation is something that happened in the virtual world. You should have known about it since you had the job of monitoring us. If you didn't know about this, then you failed your job. As soon as I mentioned the fact that the council was monitoring us, Grace's face paled even more. As first-year cadets, many of us were unaware that diving into virtual reality was only allowed when monitored by either the cadet council or academy instructors in the real world. Grace was no exception and had no idea that all her actions were being spectated. Due to the mock war event being organized in a rush, only one monitoring screen was set up, with Yelena and Dylan, two of the cadet council members being the sole observers of our time in the virtual world. Under normal circumstances, one screen with two observers would have been sufficient for such a small and straightforward event. However, when I intervened and complicated things, the situation changed, especially when I acted from behind the scenes most of the time. Yelena probably had no interest in watching me, so she only spectated strong cadets like Quinn, Nero, Alberto, and others. That was her blunder. Yelena replied with silence. She had no excuses. Not only did she fail to monitor such an event, but also almost accused me of being guilty, despite my innocence. Of course, I knew better. It isn't her fault. It was me. Every single step of this event, aside from Amelia leaving her post and Nero being forced to use his gift, was predicted by me, manipulated by me. I'll take that silence as yes, I said before crossing my arms over my chest. It was now time to hammer the final nail in the coffin. Well, since you did fail your job, which resulted in me being dragged here, I expect compensation. From here, I will start to exploit Grace until she breaks and finally gives in to me. You must understand that my reputation and social standing will receive a big hit from this matter. Wiping the non-existent tears off the side of my eyes, I said. People will talk about all sorts of things behind my back. It might even affect my chances of getting into a good military unit after graduation. I could visibly see the nerves on Yelena's forehead twitching as soon as I said that. Reputation? Do you even have one? That's probably what she wanted to say to me. But holding herself back, Yelena took a deep breath and closed her eyes. What do you want? She asked. Before you ask for anything, know this, we can expel Grace, but we can't blacklist her from other military academies since her father is a noble. In short, Yelena wanted to say that even if they expelled her, she wouldn't be forced to go to the training camp like I would have been. She can just switch to a different academy like Ethereal Academy. Heh. Yeah, right. As if I'll let her off that easily. I want to charge Grace Goodwill with slander, abuse of her noble authority, making violent threats, and falsely accusing a fellow cadet, I said while shrugging. Taking a dramatic pause, I let out a deep breath. From beside me, Grace clenched her fists, squeezed her eyes shut and bit her lower lip. She was on edge. Why wouldn't she be? After all, if her father were to hear about her getting expelled from the Global Academy, he wouldn't be very happy. If that's what you want, but on second thoughts, right when Yelena was about to comply, I spoke up, cutting her off. I don't want that. I'm not as heartless as her. At my words, Grace opened her eyes in shock and looked at me. Her brows were furrowed in a frown as confusion was visible on her face. Instead, I want early access to Athena. I also want whatever amount of merit points Grace will earn in the next 8 months. The look of surprise turned into that of anger when Grace realized what I was trying to do. She tried to speak up, but before she could. Slam. Ridiculous, thumping her hands on the side rests of her throne-like chair, Yelena stood up. You're just a first year who hasn't even completed your first semester yet. What makes you think you can get access to Athena when even the top cadets in your batch don't have that? Well, I'm here because of your blunder, aren't I? Yes, but did you receive any punishment? That's because I proved my innocence before you could. Lucas, Yelena yelled out my name, causing me to flinch as a chill ran down my spine. I wasn't scared. Ahem. Definitely not scared. At most, the sudden high pitch in her voice shocked me. Yelena declared, this academy is under my control. Although there is only one person above me, I possess significant authority. If I desired to remove you from this institution and prevent you from entering any other military academy by breaking the rules, would it be difficult for me? Absolutely not. I could accomplish it effortlessly. So keep your tone down and be thankful that I decided to spare you by following the rules. TSK. This bitch. Well, I can't blame her. The strong eat the weak, that's the truth of this world. She can do whatever she wants because she is strong. I can only keep my head down because I'm weak right now. However, one day I will pay her for this for everything. I swear to God, I will. Also, you'll only get to take 6 months worth of credit points from her instead of 8, Yelena added. Oh, come on. This was going overboard. 6 month. As you say. I put on a smile that would put even the best businessman to shame and performed a short bow. TSK. I swear I'll pay her for this. But that's not fair. This means that for the next 6 months, I won't be able to buy any resources to cultivate or train. This is an assured way for me to fail my classes and get behind my peers. I beg you to, as Grace was in the middle of pleading, Yelena shot her a deathly cold glare. You should have thought about all this before. Gah. At that moment, Grace felt an ice spear piercing her heart, making her stumble and fall back. When she came to her senses, she patted her chest. There was no hole there, or an ice spear, for that matter. Did she hallucinate? She thought. Oh. I raised my eyebrows. Was that bloodlust? Yelena can't use illusion spells, so that must have been bloodlust. Damn, she's strong enough to use it already? Okay, kids, Dylan casually threw his arm in front of Yelena, giving her a look to calm down, and flashed a smile our way. I think it's time for you all to head back to your dorms. The prize for your class victory over 1C8 will be revealed tomorrow. Hike, Grace lifted herself up and ran out of the room. As she ran past me, I took a glimpse at her face. She was crying. Click. Ha, shaking my head, I let out a sigh before turning around and deciding to leave myself. Lucas. Right when I was at the door, Yelena's voice called me out. Turning around, I looked at her. What is it now? For a second, I could swear I saw Yelena hesitating to speak. But in the next moment, she managed to choke some words out. Dee, do you know anything about the Morningstar family's secret art that father used to train in the back garden at our family mansion? I raised an eyebrow. I don't know anything. Why would I? As you said, I'm not your brother anymore. I died, and you guys were the ones who killed me. Without bothering to listen to her anymore, I exited the Cadet Council Vice President's personal office and closed the door behind me. Click. Chapter 94. The sharp sound of impact echoed through the air, thwack. Oh God. I'm sorry, came a panicked voice. You really think an apology will get you out of this? Not a chance. You're in for a world of pain. Thwack. Argaha. The tortured cry pierced the air. Go ahead, scream all you want. Thwack. The dull sound of a fist hitting against flesh filled the space, followed by another bestial wail of agony. And so the melody of impact and suffering-filled screams continued repeating itself several times until finally, after 20 long agonizing minutes, the silence returned. In a brightly lit gym, a handsome young man with raven black hair, matching eyes, and other striking features lay motionless on the pristine white tiles, staining them red with all the blood dripping down from the side of his lips. In fact, he was so still that for a moment, the woman who rendered him in this state, a seductive figure with long, alluring violet hair tied up in a ponytail and a pair of mesmerizing purple eyes that were inexplicably glowing, donning gym leggings and a sports bra, thought she had actually killed him. It was Liz Snyder. And right now, she was in the middle of beating her protégé, Nero Dekrauf, for not following her instructions. However, after using him as her personal punching bag, maybe she killed him. Although she was holding back, she was using mana to enforce her punches in order to make them as painful as possible. She considered calling the medics. Thwack. Aha. Yet, in the next moment, when she stomped her foot on him, the boy let out another scream. Never mind, he wasn't dead. In fact, he was in perfect condition. Yep, he was definitely in perfect condition. Nodding to herself, the woman started kicking him even more. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Finally, after an hour or so when the woman satisfied her rage, she threw a mid-grade healing potion at the boy on the ground. Ha. Ha. The boy grabbed it with greedy eyes as if his life depended on it, because it really did, and gulped down its contents till the very last drop. Hurrah! A relieved smile surfaced on his face as the pain in his body from all the beating he had received subsided, and a warm feeling engulfed him. All the broken bones, ruptured organs, and torn muscles were healed. Now he could live for a few more years before his maniac master would inevitably kill him. You idiot, Liz massaged her eyebrows and closed her eyes with a sigh. Maybe she has gone a bit overboard. Now she was feeling sad. However, no matter how much she thinks about it, she can't help but worry about her protégé's future. After all, despite her several warnings, he revealed an unfathomable godlike power to the world. She couldn't even begin to imagine how many people would come after him, seeking to claim that power for themselves. Just thinking about it makes her want to punch Nero right in his stupid face. Get up, she yelled while fixing her knuckle gloves. Or do you wish to train even more? Gnome. As if springs were attached to his legs, Nero shot up and stood straight in an attentive manner instantly. Now tell me, Liz turned to her protégé. Are you perhaps stupid? I don't think so, Nero frowned while stroking his chin. Even if my intelligence stat is not high, it couldn't be said to be low either. I didn't mean it in a literal sense, you idiot. Oh. TSK. Clicking her tongue, Liz couldn't help but massage her forehead again. Nero just knew how to get under her skin. After a few seconds of deep breaths to barely restrain herself from kicking Nero to death for real this time, Liz finally started talking. Why did you use your gift during the mock war, despite my repeated warnings? I used it because I was about to lose, that's not a valid excuse. It was just some stupid mock war to resolve some stupid class dispute. It wasn't a matter of life and death. Even if you had lost, it wouldn't have had much significance. So, why did you do it? Nero took a deep breath. Yes, of course he knew it wasn't some life or death matter. Revealing a gift as strong as his would only bring him troubles, he knew that. Why did he do that, then? I didn't want to lose. What? Nero's eyes blazed with fury as he locked his gaze with Liz's. I used my gift because I didn't want to lose. No, I refused to lose. Everything I've endured, all the pain and suffering, it would all have been for nothing if I hadn't emerged victorious there. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling with emotion. Why did I push myself through hell if I was just going to lose like some pathetic weakling? Liz couldn't find the words to argue with him any further as she watched him with a gaze full of worry and concern. A troubling expression formed on her face as she thought about what Nero would have been going through emotionally during the mock war. She knew her protégé didn't like to lose. Since the day he saw his mother getting murdered in front of his eyes, realizing he was too powerless to do anything, Nero swore to get stronger. And every time he failed, every time he lost and fell, his drive to become stronger only grew. He kept standing on and moving forward no matter what obstacle he faced. He was an ever-growing monster in a cage. At one point, the cage became too small for him and he broke out. Liz knew Nero couldn't be oppressed. If you try to push him down, he'll only push back harder and spring up stronger. Right now, he's at a point where he would do anything to get stronger to not lose. Truth be told, it scared Liz. It scared her to think that in search of power, Nero might lose his way and stumble upon a dark path. However, she also knew that out of everyone in the world she had met, Nero possessed the kindest heart. Although at a glance, it might seem like he yearns for revenge on his father, deep down, he only wants justice for his mother's death. Yes, she couldn't argue with him. But she could at least try to console him. Nero, you don't always have to win. The pain you've gone through, or will go through, will stay with you forever. If you keep searching for a purpose in it, you'll never be able to truly live your life. Your mother would want you to move on. Doesn't matter what she would have wanted, does it? Nero shot back, his eyes heavy and his gaze averted. She's dead. And the person who killed him is out there, living his life as if the life he took meant nothing. Nope, she couldn't even console him. Nodding her head, Liz let out in a defeated tone, okay, we'll talk about this later. Let's pack up and head home for now. Nero nodded back and turned around before walking up to his gym bag. He took off the black tank top that he was wearing to change into a t-shirt, revealing his bare back, which was full of cuts and scars. As Liz watched his back, a concerned sigh escaped her lips again. As it happened, she couldn't help but blame herself for what happened in the virtual world during the mock war. Had she taught him a high-grade spell and combat art like he was asking her to for the last few weeks, he wouldn't have had to resort to using his gift. She had read Alberto's file. Although that guy's gift E-enforcement was strong, it is not something that Nero would have trouble defeating if he were to use his sword art. The only reason he had so much trouble is that Nero can't use Mana Blade yet. That and he doesn't have a weapon that can withstand his powerful spells and arts. Well, I think it's about time to give him a strong weapon, she muttered under her breath. Did you say something? No. Come on, let's go. With that, Liz headed toward the exit. But before she even took a few steps, she remembered something. Oh, by the way, she said and turned to Nero. Did anyone's performance catch your eye during the war? Nero frowned at that unexpected question before stroking his chin. Yeah, I mean, since it ended, only 2 people are on my mind. Oh. Liz raised an eyebrow. Who, tell me? Quinn Darkstar and Lucas Morningstar, Nero replied instantly as if he had been waiting to discuss this. The frown on Liz's face only grew deeper at that answer. What? I mean, I can understand Quinn, but why Lucas? Did he perform that badly? Quite the contrary, Nero shook his head. I had high expectations from Quinn, but he barely contributed anything in the battle. And in the final battle, he went back to the base without even fighting. Oh, that reminds me, I have to punish him. Wait, he went back to the base? Liz asked, confused. Disregarding your orders? Why? I don't know, Nero shook his head. I didn't even get to see the necromancy spell that he's famous for. Well, not everyone is stupid enough to reveal their strongest ace in something stupid as a mock war, Liz mocked, to which Nero only rolled his eyes. Anyway, what about Lucas? Despite the setback in his plan during the last battle, Nero couldn't deny that Lucas had accurately predicted more than half of the events that occurred in the mock war. At last, all he could say was, it's like he can predict the future. He's a monster. Achoo. Did I catch a cold? Damn it. I don't like suffering from colds. Especially the sore throat that comes with it. I'd rather be diagnosed with cancer than suffer from that sore throat. But if I really am going to be sick, I should go out and buy some medicine. TSK. And here I thought I would get to rest this evening. I mean, today is the last time I'll get to rest in a while since the upcoming few months are going to be hectic now that the first arc is over, and the main